Chapter 1 Twilight City. A lifeless body lay quietly beside the foul ditch at the edge of the street, swarmed by flies. Suddenly, the corpse convulsed violently. Hiss! It hurts! A deep, penetrating pain surged through his entire being, awakening Chu Feng. Is it possible that I am not dead? Chu Feng felt momentarily bewildered. Hadn't his soul been shattered? In an instant, a flood of memories surged into Chu Feng's mind. After a considerable time, he finally pieced together his current predicament. I have actually borrowed a corpse to return to life. Chu Feng had reincarnated into the body of a namesake of the same gender. The original owner had peeped at the sect saintess while she bathed, resulting in his eyes being gouged out and his cultivation being stripped before being expelled from the sect, ultimately meeting his demise in the streets. For reasons unknown, Chu Feng's soul had bizarrely traversed the endless void, attaching itself to this body, and thus he was granted a second chance at life. In his previous life, Chu Feng was one of the 4 supreme emperors of the human race in the upper realm. The 4 supreme emperors of the human race comprised 2 male and 2 female sovereigns. The other 3 emperors were known as the Righteous Path Emperors, while Chu Feng was referred to as the Infernal Demon Sovereign. This was due to his unique constitution, the infernal demon body, which could only absorb demonic energy for cultivation. However, despite being labeled a demon sovereign, Chu Feng had never engaged in any malevolent deeds. Instead, he had consistently guarded the black abyss for the human race, repelling the incursions of the abyssal demon clan. Little did he expect that during the last invasion by the 3 peak emperors of the abyssal demon clan, he had fought valiantly to repel them, only to be ambushed by the other 3 peak emperors of the human race, resulting in his soul being scattered. Once I return to the upper realm, I shall ensure that you pay a dire price. Chu Feng gritted his teeth in fury. In his previous existence, as the infernal demon body, he had long safeguarded the black abyss, absorbing its demonic energy for cultivation, making his strength far superior to that of the other 3 human emperors of the same realm. This had incited the jealousy of the other 3 emperors, who had seized the opportunity to ambush and slay him while he was gravely injured. After killing me, I wonder who among you will be able to withstand the invasion of the abyssal demon clan? The demonic energy within the black abyss was overwhelming. Those who did not cultivate demonic energy would find their strength significantly diminished upon entering. Aside from Chu Feng, no one from the human race in the upper realm could maintain a defense over the black abyss. Chu Feng could already envision the chaotic scenes that would unfold in the upper realm when the abyssal demon clan launched a massive invasion. He could not help but wonder if, by that time, the human race in the upper realm would regret having slain him, the infernal demon sovereign who had always guarded the black abyss. Chu Feng exerted himself to rise, but found that even his fingers were immobile. My spiritual veins are destroyed, and I am gravely injured. Surely, I cannot perish so soon after being reborn? He felt the wounds on his body still bleeding, and his vitality gradually waning. Moreover, he was completely immobilized and unable to gather spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of self-rescue. As time passed, every second felt like an eternity. Just as despair began to envelop Chu Feng, suddenly, a remarkably graceful young woman soared down from the distant sky. She hovered in the air above Twilight City, her spiritual sense swiftly sweeping through the city. Moments later, upon spotting Chu Feng lying beside the foul ditch, a satisfied smile blossomed on her face. Before long, she descended before him. "Thank goodness you are alive. You are fortunate." The young woman surveyed Chu Feng's body, confirming he was indeed alive, and promptly retrieved a pill from her storage ring, placing it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and a wave of warmth surged rapidly throughout Chu Feng's body. After a moment, his vitality began to slowly recover, and the external wounds visibly healed. Some horrific injuries closed up and scarred in an instant. Seeing this, Chu Feng's heart soared with joy. He had just been on the brink of despair. To think that a celestial being had appeared out of nowhere to save his life. Though Chu Feng was currently blind and could not behold the woman's visage, at this moment she was, in his heart, a true celestial. Chu Feng resolved to repay the young woman's life-saving grace in the future. After a while, the young woman noticed Chu Feng's injuries were gradually healing and prepared to take him away. How foul! Chu Feng, covered in blood and filth, had been lying beside the foul ditch for an unknown duration, exuding a horrendous stench. The young woman delicately pinched her nose, conjuring a silken ribbon that wrapped around Chu Feng, lifting him as she soared towards the outskirts of the city. Uncertain of her intentions, Chu Feng, having lost all his cultivation, could only submit to her whims. Having previously saved him with a precious pill, he presumed she meant him no harm. Shortly thereafter, she brought Chu Feng to a small hill not far from Twilight City. The hill was lush and verdant, adorned with dense foliage. The young woman brought Chu Feng to a barren mountaintop. Suddenly, with a graceful wave of her hand, a dilapidated temple materialized on the previously barren summit. The young woman led Chu Feng inside the crumbling structure. Moments later, the exterior returned to its original state, barren and devoid of the temple. It appeared they had entered a concealed formation. Upon entering the temple, the young woman smiled wickedly at the person inside. "Your Highness the Saintess, look what I have brought you." Though Chu Feng could not see, he sensed another presence nearby. At that moment, a breathtakingly beautiful woman sat motionless in the center of the temple, seemingly under some form of restraint, unable to move. Clad in a phoenix-patterned celestial gown, her exquisite features resembled those of a goddess descending from the heavens. Her skin was like snow, translucent and radiant, exuding a soft glow, as if sculpted from the purest jade. Even as she sat quietly, she radiated an unparalleled, noble aura, evoking a sense of unattainable majesty, unworthy of desecration. "Kong Dai, what on earth do you intend to do?" The stunning woman spoke with a cold, furious tone. "Your Highness the Saintess, see, I have found you an unparalleled beggar." Kong Dai suddenly burst into a fit of laughter. With that, she flung Chu Feng at the feet of the woman. In that moment, Chu Feng appeared ragged, filthy, and reeked of an unwashed stench, reminiscent of a beggar who had not bathed for countless years. Upon seeing Chu Feng, the Saintess recoiled in disgust. "What do you mean by this? Release me at once, or I shall ensure you live to regret stepping into this world." The Saintess seemed to have guessed Kong Dai's intentions, her voice trembling slightly. "Mu Qingyao, do you have any idea how long I have awaited this day? You have stolen my position as the Saintess and taken away Lu Shixiang's affections for me. Today, I shall let this most filthy beggar teach you a lesson." Kong Dai glared at Mu Qingyao, her voice laced with unbridled fury. "Kong Dai, I am not only the Saintess of Yao Qi, but also the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Mu family in Zhongzhou. Dare lay a finger on me, and I shall ensure your demise without a burial place." Mu Qingyao threatened angrily. Kong Dai disregarded Mu Qingyou's threats, turning her attention to Chu Feng. "Little beggar, do you realize how fortunate you are? Mu Qingyao is the Saintess of our Yao Qi sacred land, the most beautiful and sacred woman in the wasteland. Countless men in the wasteland are enamored with her, even willing to die unconditionally for her. And now, you, a filthy little beggar, have the opportunity to become her first man. Tell me, do you not feel incredibly fortunate?" With that, Kong Dai retrieved a pink pill from her storage ring and forced it into Chu Feng's mouth. "This is the supreme Tendai indestructible pill. Little beggar, enjoy it to the fullest." The Tendai indestructible pill? Chu Feng recognized this type of pill. It was an aphrodisiac. Once consumed, one would need to find a woman to release the pent-up energy or face a catastrophic explosion of the body. At this moment, Chu Feng's heart brimmed with rage. He had initially thought Kong Dai was acting out of kindness in rescuing him, only to discover that she intended to use him as a tool for vengeance against another. Moreover, she sought to use him as a male instrument to exact retribution on a woman. This was an egregious affront to someone who had once been a peak emperor of the human race. Yet, having lost all his cultivation, it seemed he had no choice but to acquiesce to Kong Dai's machinations and engage in carnal relations with Mu Qingyao or face certain death. Moments later, Kong Dai also fed Mu Qingyao a pill. This is a pill to ignite desire. Mu Qingyao, enjoy it well. Ha! Kong Dai laughed heartily. Kong Dai, I will never let you escape unscathed. Mu Qingyao glared at Kong Dai in fury, wishing she could tear her to shreds. I won't allow you to die that quickly. Mu Qingyao, I have prepared 100 recording stones, and I intend to capture every one of your most beautiful moments. Kong Di Lao Kit loudly. What? Mu Qingyou's expression turned to one of shock. She could not fathom the despair and shame she would feel if her disgraceful moments were captured and spread for her family and friends to witness. In that instant, Mu Qingyao felt a burning desire to end her own life. However, she had previously been secretly administered a spirit poison by Kong Dai, rendering her unable to wield her spiritual power for an entire month. Now, she found herself utterly incapable of breaking free from Kong Dai's control, unable even to take her own life. Giggle. Just imagine the uproar these recording stones will cause once they are released. Kong Dai laughed, her delicate form trembling with delight. Not good. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, instantly becoming rigid. Giggle, the effects of the drug are taking hold. Little beggar, the most beautiful woman in the wasteland is right before you, and she is already under my control. Hurry up. Noticing the change in Chu Feng's demeanor, Kong Dai's face lit up with anticipation as she laughed heartily. Little beggar, if you dare to make a move against me, I will ensure you are torn to shreds. Even your family shall not escape my wrath. Mu Qingyao, witnessing Chu Feng's transformation, hastily issued her threat. As Chu Feng hesitated, he suddenly heard Mu Qingyou's menacing words and began to approach her slowly. In his previous life, Chu Feng had harbored a deep disdain for threats of any kind. Now, with Mu Qingyao daring to threaten him, he had no one to blame but her. Moments later, he stood before Mu Qingyao. Get away, do not come near me. Seeing Chu Feng approach, Mu Qingyou's face drained of color. Ignoring her pleas for distance, Chu Feng reached out, grasped her, and forcefully brought her to the ground, beginning to tug at her garments. Mu Qingyao, it is an honor for you to become the first woman of my true self. In his previous life, Chu Feng was bound by the confines of the nether demon body, incapable of breaking the Yuan Yang. Having lived for nearly 1,000 years, he had never laid hands on a woman. In this life, Chu Feng was no longer shackled by the nether demon body. He could finally embrace his identity as a true man. Although he could not see Mu Qingyou's visage, Kong Dai claimed she was the fairest in the wasteland, and it was reasonable to believe she was deserving of him. After a brief moment, Chu Feng found himself face to face with Mu Qingyao. She lay motionless on the ground, her gaze vacant, her complexion ashen. Suddenly, Mu Qingyao let out a piercing scream, tears streaming down her cheeks. She truly possesses a spirit spring jade body. Upon making contact with Mu Qingyao, Chu Feng immediately discerned her extraordinary constitution. The spirit spring jade body is a top-tier dual cultivation physique that can rapidly enhance the cultivation of both parties. Little beggar, you are quite the player. Kong Dai continued to capture every angle with the recording stone, refraining from interrupting Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao. Yet, upon witnessing Chu Feng's peculiar techniques, she could not help but exclaim in awe. In his previous life, Chu Feng had dabbled in a vast array of knowledge, perusing various texts. He had studied numerous treatises on martial arts, and the myriad of techniques he had encountered were etched deeply in his memory. Now, as he engaged in this initial exchange, Chu Feng was filled with exhilaration, continuously shifting his techniques to attack Mu Qingyao. As he sparred with Mu Qingyao, he utilized her spirit spring jade body to gradually mend his spiritual veins. Slowly, Chu Feng's spiritual veins began to rejuvenate, akin to withered wood blossoming anew. On the 5th day, Chu Feng's spiritual veins were fully restored, and his cultivation level began to rise. By the 7th day, his vision returned, allowing him to finally behold Mu Qingyou's beauty, celestial beauty, with skin as exquisite as jade. Despite having encountered countless divine maidens in his past life, a mere glance at Mu Qingyao captivated him profoundly. Now that he could clearly see her celestial beauty, Chu Feng's excitement intensified. On the ninth day, Chu Feng's cultivation broke through to the ninth realm of body refinement. He was but a step away from ascending to the spirit entry realm. Once he achieved the spirit entry realm, Chu Feng will be able to subtly draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, employing some of the techniques from his past life. The realms of cultivators in this world are categorized as follows: body refinement realm, spirit entry realm, true spirit realm, earth spirit realm, heaven spirit realm, king realm, emperor realm, sect realm, venerable realm, saint realm, and emperor realm. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. In his previous life, Chu Feng attained the 9th level of the emperor realm, standing as one of the most formidable beings of the upper world. However, after years of dealing with the abyssal demon clan, Chu Feng was aware that there existed realms even beyond the emperor realm. Yet, he had never managed to break through the bottleneck of the emperor realm, remaining oblivious to what higher realms might entail. Throughout these days of sparring, not only did Chu Feng reap tremendous rewards, but Mu Qingyao also gained significant insights. However, Mu Qingyao had been concealing her progress, seemingly seeking an opportunity to deliver a lethal blow to Kong Dai. The 10-day deadline was fast approaching, and regardless of who would emerge victorious between Mu Qingyao and Kong Dai, Chu Feng was destined for death. Kong Dai merely utilized Chu Feng, and once she had finished with him, she would undoubtedly eliminate him to protect her identity. As for Mu Qingyao, her hatred was palpable. With Chu Feng having so insulted her, she yearned to see him suffer a fate worse than death. Mu Qingyao was at the 8th level of the heaven spirit realm, while Kong Dai was at the 7th level. Chu Feng, currently at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, was vastly outmatched. Even with extraordinary means, escaping from the two of them would prove exceedingly difficult. On the 10th day, Chu Feng's movements gradually came to a halt, and the desires stirred within Mu Qingyao by the elixir seemed to dissipate entirely. Observing this, Kong Dai smiled and slowly retracted the 100 recording stones. It was truly astonishing. This was undoubtedly an epic masterpiece. Who would have thought that a beggar I randomly picked up from a filthy ditch could portray such an epic tale? Little beggar, I must say, you are a true man. I can hardly imagine the uproar this masterpiece will cause when it spreads. Mu Qingyao, you must express your gratitude to me. It is I who have ensured your name will be immortalized. Kong Dai, brimming with excitement, paced around Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao, continuously chattering away to this moment. Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao remained intimately close, their bodies pressed together. Suddenly, as Kong Dai turned around, Mu Qingyao forcefully pushed Chu Feng away and, like a bolt of lightning, charged at Kong Dai. Boom! Caught off guard, Kong Dai was sent flying by Mu Qingyao, spitting out blood as she crashed to the ground. How is this possible? Your realm has recovered. Kong Dai's face contorted in panic. The potent spirit-sealing poison she had administered to Mu Qingyao was a high-priced concoction, capable of rendering one unable to utilize spiritual energy for an entire month. Yet, only 10 days had passed. How could Mu Qingyao possibly harness her spiritual energy? Moreover, with that last strike, Kong Dai sensed that not only had Mu Qingyao's realm recovered, but she had also broken through to the 9th level of the heaven spirit realm. When Mu Qingyao was at the 8th level, she was already beyond Kong Dai's capabilities. Now that Mu Qingyao had ascended to the 9th level, Kong Dai stood no chance against her, in an instant. Kong Dai summoned all her strength and fled towards the dilapidated temple's exit. Boom! Just as Kong Dai escaped the temple entrance, Mu Qingyao caught up with her and violently sent her crashing back. Bang! Bang! Mu Qingyao's relentless assault continued, swiftly subduing Kong Dai. Qingyao, spare me! Kong Dai, now under Mu Qingyao's control, slumped to the ground, her face a mask of terror. Ignoring Kong Dai's pleas for mercy, Mu Qingyao hastily picked up her clothes from the ground, only to find that they had been torn to shreds by Chu Feng. She cast a fierce glare at Chu Feng, who was quietly observing the scene in that moment. Chu Feng was rapidly contemplating an escape plan. However, after a considerable amount of time, he could not devise a viable option. The disparity in strength was simply too vast, leaving him with little hope of fleeing. Moments later, Mu Qingyao retrieved a storage ring from Kong Dai, from which she donned a complete set of garments. Clad in the elegant attire, Mu Qingyao exuded an air of unparalleled nobility, rendering her untouchable. From the storage ring, Mu Qingyao produced a spirit sword, her face set with murderous intent as she approached Kong Dai. Qingyao, I acknowledge my mistakes. I will return all the recording stones to you, that I promise that today's events will not be disclosed. Please spare me. As Kong Dai witnessed the murderous glare from Mu Qingyao, she hurriedly produced every recording stone from her storage ring, trembling in terror as she begged for mercy. Kong Dai, unless I see you torn to shreds, my heart's resentment shall never be quenched. Mu Qingyao glared fiercely at Kong Dai. She, a noble and pure maiden of the Yao Pool, had been subjected to 10 days of humiliation by Kong Dai's despicable actions. The memories of her shameful moments with Chu Feng flooded back, sometimes lying down, sometimes prostrating, sometimes standing, sometimes embracing. Mu Qingyao's fury nearly caused her to faint. In a fit of rage, Mu Qingyao swung her spirit sword, relentlessly slashing at Kong Dai. It was not until Kong Dai was left unrecognizable, reduced to a mere puddle of mangled remains, that Mu Qingyao finally ceased her assault. After vanquishing Kong Dai, Mu Qingyao's wrath led her to shatter the recording stones strewn across the ground. She wished to obliterate every trace of this disgrace. What a pity! At this moment, Chu Feng had quietly donned his attire and, upon witnessing Mu Qingyao destroy the recording stones, felt an immense sense of regret. Those recording stones captured the wild and intimate moments he shared with Mu Qingyao. While they should not be spread, they would have made delightful private memories. To see them all destroyed was truly a tragedy. However, while putting on his clothes, Chu Feng had secretly hidden one recording stone within his garments. After Mu Qingyao obliterated the recording stones on the ground, she turned her icy gaze towards Chu Feng. At that moment, Chu Feng still appeared disheveled, with scars marring his face, giving him a somewhat sinister appearance. I have been humiliated by such a filthy person for a full 10 days. As Mu Qingyao beheld the soiled Chu Feng, she felt as though she herself had become utterly tainted. She yearned to kill Chu Feng, to erase every memory of these past 10 days, and to forget this humiliating ordeal. Mu Qingyao, do not act impulsively. I am also a victim. I can take responsibility for you. Seeing Mu Qingyao approach with murderous intent and her sword drawn, Chu Feng hastily tried to placate her. He certainly did not wish to be killed by his first woman, especially since he had just been given a second chance at life. Responsibility? You think you are worthy? Mu Qingyao gazed at the ragged Chu Feng with disgust. As a noble and pure maiden of the Yao Pool, to spend a lifetime with such a filthy beggar was a fate she could not bear. She would rather throw herself against a rock. Actually, I am not. Chu Feng attempted to explain that he was not a beggar and that he possessed many sacred and divine techniques to compensate Mu Qingyao. However, Mu Qingyao did not grant him the opportunity to speak. Swinging her sword fiercely towards Chu Feng's neck, the speed of Mu Qingyao's sword was astounding, leaving Chu Feng with no chance to evade. How could this emperor, having just been granted a second life, meet his end at the hands of his first woman? As Chu Feng saw the spirit sword approaching his neck, a wave of despair washed over him. The blade of Mu Qingyao's sword sliced through the air towards Chu Feng's neck, yet in an instant, Chu Feng vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Mu Qingyao was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how Chu Feng had suddenly disappeared. Could it be that Chu Feng possessed a spatial teleportation talisman and had fled? Mu Qingyao quickly soared out of the dilapidated temple, passing through the formation, and ascended above the temple in search of Chu Feng's figure from afar. Ordinary spatial teleportation talismans could only transport one a few kilometers, and if Chu Feng had truly used one to escape, he would not be able to evade her pursuit. However, after searching for quite some time, Mu Qingyao found no trace of Chu Feng. Undeterred, she continued her search further afield, yet still found no sign of him. Soon after, Mu Qingyao returned to the dilapidated temple. She meticulously examined every corner of the temple, yet still uncovered no clues. In a fit of rage, Mu Qingyao wielded her spirit sword and razed the entire temple to the ground. Where is this place? At that moment, Chu Feng found himself in a desolate world. The entire realm was shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of any signs of life. The ground was barren, stripped of all vegetation. Not far away stood a black mountain, equally desolate. Beneath the black mountain flowed a small river. Trickling languidly, Chu Feng made his way towards the river. The water was crystal clear, yet devoid of any signs of life. Chu Feng scoured the area for a long while, but found nothing amiss. So peculiar. Generally, places with water sources would harbor signs of life. This world was exceedingly strange. With Chu Feng's past experiences, he surmised that this was likely some sort of special space. However, he had no idea how he had come to be here, nor how to escape that at the very least. He had successfully evaded Mu Qingyao. Is anyone there? After a moment, Chu Feng attempted to call out, but after shouting for quite some time, he received no response. Seeing no one around, Chu Feng finally relaxed, lying down on the ground and gradually succumbing to sleep. After battling with Mu Qingyao for 10 consecutive days and nights, he was utterly exhausted, driven by desire. Chu Feng had not felt tired during the ordeal. Now, in this moment of relaxation, fatigue washed over him, and he slowly drifted into slumber. Time passed, and after an indeterminate period, Chu Feng suddenly sensed a gaze upon him, jolting him awake. As his gaze wandered, he soon spotted a woman not far off, her beauty rivaling that of Mu Qingyao, silently observing him. "Who are you?" Chu Feng exclaimed in astonishment as he regarded the woman. He had spent a considerable time searching, yet had found no signs of life. How was it that after a single slumber, a mysterious woman had appeared? Chu Feng assumed he was still dreaming, but a sharp pinch to himself confirmed the stark reality. He was indeed awake. "I am the spirit of the Chaos Star Pearl. You may call me Linger," the woman smiled, her beauty breathtaking. Chaos Star Pearl? Chu Feng pondered, bewildered as to how he had found himself within this so-called Chaos Star Pearl. "The mark you hold in your hand is the Chaos Star Pearl," Linger chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng immediately raised his hand to inspect it. To his surprise, he discovered an enigmatic pearl-shaped mark etched into the palm of his right hand. How had this come to be? This peculiar mark was obtained in his previous life. Deep within an ancient ruin. At that time, he had stumbled upon a strange pearl, but as he reached for it, it vanished mysteriously, leaving only this bizarre mark on his palm. After departing the ruins, he had studied the mark for years, yet found no discernible purpose for it. Unable to erase it, he ultimately disregarded its existence. Little did he know that this enigmatic pearl mark had accompanied him into his rebirth. Could his reincarnation be linked to this pearl? What powers did the Chaos Star Pearl possess? Chu Feng inquired, gazing intently at Linger. The Chaos Star Pearl is a realm of stars. As for its specific functions, let me think. Apologies, it seems I have slept for too long and forgotten some details, Linger admitted, appearing somewhat sheepish. Chu Feng was rendered speechless at her forgetfulness. Was Linger perhaps a bit scatterbrained? "You've been asleep for a long time?" He pressed further. "This star realm has withered. I must have been slumbering for several 100,000, if not millions, of years," Linger replied, uncertainty lacing her voice. "Such a long time," Chu Feng exclaimed in shock, but his spirits lifted immediately afterward. The fact that the Chaos Star Pearl had endured for so long indicated it was undoubtedly a treasure, though he remained curious about its true capabilities. "How did I come to be here?" "Did you bring me in?" Chu Feng continued his questioning. "Not at all. I have only just awakened. It seems you encountered danger, activating the Chaos Star Pearl's savior function, which brought you here," Linger explained softly. "The Chaos Star Pearl can save me." Chu Feng's heart soared at the thought. If it could rescue him from peril, he would be virtually invincible. "Don't get ahead of yourself. The Chaos Star Pearl can only save its master 5 times. Once those chances are exhausted, they are gone for good," Linger replied, somewhat exasperated though. Chu Feng felt a slight disappointment, but recognized that being saved 5 times was still a substantial boon. He resolved to exercise caution henceforth, ensuring he would not squander the precious opportunities the Chaos Star Pearl offered. "How do I exit this star realm, and how may I return in the future?" he inquired. "Now that I am awake and our minds are intertwined, you can enter and exit at will," Linger assured him. "How marvelous. I shall give it a try." With that, Chu Feng focused on leaving, and in an instant, he found himself back in the outside world. The dilapidated temple had been reduced to rubble. He scanned his surroundings and promptly re-entered the star realm, having momentarily forgotten that Mu Qingyao might still be outside. Fortunately, she had departed. Otherwise, he would have surely faced her wrath had he emerged at that moment. Just as Chu Feng entered the star realm, Mu Qingyao materialized above the ruins. "What is happening? I clearly saw someone here just moments ago." She had been waiting at a distance, hoping to catch sight of Chu Feng. Upon witnessing someone appear in the temple, she had rushed over, only to find the figure had vanished unexpectedly. Did her longing for that rascal cause her to hallucinate? Doubts swirled within her mind as she continued her search. But she found no trace and ultimately had to concede defeat. Meanwhile, Chu Feng reveled in the newfound ability to traverse the star realm at will, his excitement palpable. In the face of danger, he could now escape into the star realm to evade threats. The Chaos Star Pearl was indeed a treasure. Just this single function of evading danger made Chu Feng feel that the Chaos Star Pearl was an unparalleled artifact. As he basked in his exhilaration, Linger spoke up, "You must avoid entering the star realm in the presence of any powerful beings above the Emperor realm, or else the Chaos Star Pearl will be exposed." How formidable are those above the Emperor realm? Chu Feng's anticipation grew at Linger's mention of this tier. In his previous life, he had long aspired to break through to the level above the Emperor, but had never succeeded. You cannot even begin to imagine their strength. Knowing this now won't aid you. Focus on becoming stronger first, Linger replied with a calm demeanor. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded lightly. His current cultivation was merely at the body refinement stage. He would first strive to reach the Emperor realm before contemplating anything beyond that. "There seems to be a woman outside searching for you," Linger suddenly remarked. "You can see what is happening outside?" Chu Feng queried, intrigued. "Yes, as long as I wish to see, I can observe the events occurring beyond," Linger confirmed with a nod. "Wonderful." Chu Feng rejoiced. If Linger could keep an eye on the situation outside, he could retreat into the star realm when faced with danger, allowing Linger to assess the circumstances before he emerged, ensuring his safety. "That woman has been waiting at a distance, seemingly anticipating your return." "Have you offended her?" Linger inquired. "That I took something of great significance to her. I shall make amends in the future," Chu Feng replied with a sheepish grin. After all, Mu Qingyao was his first woman, and he would find a way to win her over as his true partner. Even if she initially resisted, he would ensure he compensated her in other ways. "Oh," Linger nodded slightly, refraining from probing further. After a moment, Chu Feng surveyed the desolate world around him and asked, "Linger, this realm appears to be barren. Can it be restored?" Chu Feng envisioned this star realm as his exclusive domain, yearning to transform it into something magnificent. "Yes, but it will require a substantial amount of spiritual essence and the acquisition of divine soil to fundamentally alter the soil's environment," Linger explained. Spiritual essence refers to items brimming with spiritual energy, such as spirit stones and spirit herbs, but in vast quantities. As for divine soil, it is rare and elusive. You will have to see if you come across it in the future. "Oh, by the way, Linger, can I bring others into this realm?" Chu Feng inquired. "Certainly." Linger nodded gently. "Splendid," Chu Feng exclaimed, elated at the prospect. He was determined to enhance this star realm so that he could invite his women to reside there, allowing them to be together at all times. After a while, Chu Feng continued to ask Linger various questions, yet she remained vague, claiming she had slept too long and forgotten many details. Realizing this, Chu Feng decided to be patient and gradually uncover the other functions of the Chaos Star Pearl in due time. "Has that woman left?" Chu Feng suddenly asked. "Not yet," Linger replied softly. "How persistent she is." Chu Feng frowned slightly. Given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, if Mu Qingyao continued to guard the entrance, he would be unable to venture out. That it seemed he would have to endure a war of attrition with her, waiting to see who could last longer. Moments later, Chu Feng settled into a meditative stance, preparing to break through to the spiritual realm. He needed to choose the cultivation method for this life. In his previous life, Chu Feng had practiced the Netherworld Demon technique, which complemented his Netherworld Demon body remarkably, yielding excellent results. However, in this life, with his physique being the Nine-Yang body, practicing the Netherworld Demon technique was no longer suitable. The Nine-Yang body was an average constitution, favored by the enchantresses of the Chanu Palace due to its status as a top-tier dual cultivation physique. Nonetheless, the Nine-Yang body offered no enhancement to cultivation. Chu Feng's mind raced as he recalled the various cultivation techniques from his previous life, ultimately selecting an unknown ranked technique, the Chaos technique. The Chaos technique was acquired in a chaotic secret realm and allowed for the absorption of any spiritual energy for cultivation. Even demonic energy could be assimilated and refined. Moreover, the use of the Chaos technique enabled mastery over any spiritual skill, including those requiring demonic energy for activation. However, this martial art requires one to begin cultivation from the body refinement stage, mastering each level to its utmost limit before one can break through. The process of cultivation is exceedingly arduous, demanding resources far beyond those required for ordinary techniques. Nevertheless, Practitioners of the chaotic formula will find themselves significantly stronger than others at the same level. Often engaging in battles against foes of higher realms with remarkable ease, it can be said that the chaotic formula is an unparalleled technique. In his previous life, Chu Feng had already attained the Empyrean realm, making it impossible for him to abandon his cultivation to start anew. However, in that life, he passed the chaotic formula to his twin disciples, Luo Xian and Luo Shui. After practicing the chaotic formula, they exhibited significant improvements, frequently overcoming adversaries several realms above them. In this life, with Chu Feng's cultivation conveniently nullified, he can commence his training in the chaotic formula from the body refinement stage. Having observed every phase of Luo Xian and Luo Shui's cultivation in his past life, he is poised to achieve twice the results with half the effort in his current endeavor. He cannot help but wonder how Xianer and Shuier are faring. The thought of Luo Xian and Luo Shui causes Chu Feng's mind to drift. In his previous life, Sister Luo Xian commanded his most formidable phantom guards, while Sister Luo Shui oversaw his business empire. Both sisters were fiercely loyal to him, and upon his demise, they would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Chu Feng can only hope that they do not recklessly seek revenge on his behalf, conserving their strength for his eventual return. Otherwise, the mere thought that Luo Xian and Luo Shui might encounter danger prompts Chu Feng to vow fiercely, "Whoever dares to harm them shall face a fate of utter dismemberment upon my return to the upper realms." Simultaneously, Chu Feng is eager to rapidly increase his strength and return to the upper realms. After a considerable time, he regains his composure and begins to cultivate, slowly channeling his internal spiritual energy according to the incantation of the chaotic formula. This starry world is devoid of spiritual energy, making it an unfit place for cultivation. However, during his previous battle with Mu Qingyao, he had stored a significant amount of spiritual energy within himself. At that time, he could have directly broken into the spiritual realm, but he chose to restrain himself for the sake of cultivating the chaotic formula. Now is the perfect opportunity to assimilate the spiritual energy he has stored. Typically, each major realm consists of 9 stages. However, in the cultivation of the chaotic formula, there exists an additional pinnacle beyond the 9 stages. This pinnacle serves to solidify the entire major realm and represents the ultimate sublimation of it. As Chu Feng continuously channels the chaotic formula, he feels the bones within his body crack and pop, while his energies see and meridians expand, and dark impurities begin to seep through his skin. The chaotic formula inherently possesses the ability to cleanse marrow and fortify bones, a benefit absent in other techniques. 3 days later, Chu Feng finally exhausts the spiritual energy within him and successfully breaks through to the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. Ascending to the spiritual realm. Wonderful. Chu Feng exhales a deep breath of turbid air, exhilaration evident in his voice. With his breakthrough to the spiritual realm, he can now faintly manipulate the celestial spiritual energy. Employing some of the techniques from his past life, he now possesses a modicum of self-defense capabilities, no longer vulnerable to anyone's bullying. Moments later, disregarding Linger beside him, he strips off his clothes and plunges into the nearby river to cleanse himself of the filth. "Chu Feng, you exhibitionist," Linger exclaims with a flustered tone upon witnessing his sudden disrobing. Chu Feng bursts into laughter at her reaction. Though Linger can be somewhat naive, her charm brings him joy. And teasing her lifts his spirits. He gradually scrubs away the grime from his body until he is completely clean, just as he intends to wash his tattered clothes and hang them out to dry. Linger unexpectedly produces a set of clothes from somewhere and tosses them to him. "Where did you get these clothes? Surely they haven't been stored for millions of years," Chu Feng exclaims in astonishment. The longevity of the garment suggests it must be a rare treasure. However, upon closer inspection, he realizes the attire is merely ordinary, that I had them stored in my spatial ring. I had completely forgotten they were there. Linger casually remarks. Chu Feng continues to examine the clothing for a moment, finding nothing amiss, and promptly puts it on. It fits quite well. The clothes seem tailor-made for Chu Feng, fitting him perfectly. After cleansing himself of the dirt and donning the splendid attire, Chu Feng appears as if he has transformed into an entirely different person, handsome and refined. He resembles a distinguished young noble. Should he now stand before Mu Qingyao, she would likely fail to recognize him. You look splendid in that outfit. You are now countless times more handsome than before," Linger praises him. "Thank you for the compliment." Chu Feng inquires, "Has that woman left?" "She is no longer nearby. she should have departed. Linger replies, "Good. Then I shall head out. The barren starry world is unsuitable for cultivation." And Chu Feng seeks to venture out in search of opportunities to grow stronger swiftly. With that, he bids farewell to Linger and returns to the outside world. At this moment, the surroundings are eerily quiet. Chu Feng glances around before soaring toward the distant Twilight City. Prior to his battle with Mu Qingyao, Kong Dai had given him a special pill that allowed him to go without food for half a month. However, the intensity of the previous conflict had drained his energy, and now he finds himself ravenously hungry. He must enter the city and find a place to feast. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng arrives at Twilight City. Upon entering, he senses a spiritual presence locking onto him. It is Mu Qingyao. That woman has not yet left. Chu Feng's heart races, but he feels no fear. He has undergone a significant transformation, and with a mere alteration of his voice, Mu Qingyao would undoubtedly fail to recognize him. Maintaining his composure, Chu Feng continues onward, pretending to be just another patron wandering the city. I heard a psychotic female assassin has recently appeared, having slain beggars in several nearby towns. Beggars? Why does that psychotic female assassin target only beggars? Who knows? Perhaps a beggar offended her, and now the beggars in the surrounding towns are suffering the consequences. Chu Feng listens intently to the discussions of passers-by as he walks. Suddenly, a stunning figure, veiled and ethereal, blocks his path. Chu Jian stands there, bewildered. After a moment, he regains his senses and realizes it was Chu Feng who had just slapped him. "Chu Feng, you worthless fool. How dare you slap my face?" Chu Jian seethes, clutching his swollen left cheek, glaring furiously at Chu Feng. His eyes brim with resentment, as if he yearns to tear Chu Feng apart. Smack. Chu Feng retaliates with another sharp slap to Chu Jian's right cheek, sending him sprawling to the ground. At the same time, Chu Feng shifts his foot, pressing it upon Chu Jian's head and grinding it into the rough ground. The coarse surface scraping against his face is a sight that evokes pain. "Do you think you can mock the esteemed young master so freely?" Chu Feng glares coldly at Chu Jian beneath his foot. "Chu Feng, you're as good as dead. I will definitely kill you." Chu Jian's realm is merely at the 9th level of body refinement, and being pinned beneath Chu Feng, he is utterly powerless, only able to scream in fury. Humph! Seeing that Chu Jian still dares to threaten him, Chu Feng presses down harder, grinding Chu Jian's head into the ground. Soon, the floor beneath Chu Jian's face begins to flush red, gradually spreading outward. The excruciating pain prompts Chu Jian to let out a blood-curdling scream. "Chu Feng, you must release Chu Jian." At this moment, the martial arts instructor, Chu Tianqi, rushes over, urging Chu Feng to spare Chu Jian. Chu Feng glances up, coolly regarding Chu Tianqi. Chu Tianqi is a side-branch descendant of the Chu family, at the 5th level of the spiritual realm, but due to his advanced age, he can only serve as an instructor within the family. Previously, when Chu Jian mocked him without restraint, Chu Tianqi had remained silent. Now that the situation has turned against Chu Jian, he seeks to play the role of the Good Samaritan. Chu Feng has no intention of indulging him. This young master is merely teaching a lesson to a worthless fool who disrespected him. "Do you have any objections, Instructor Chu?" Chu Feng's gaze is icy as he sweeps it over Chu Tianqi, demanding, "Furthermore, how dare you address me so casually? What gives you the audacity?" In his memories, Chu Tianqi had always favored the Chu Jian faction. During their childhood martial training, Chu Tianqi would frequently make things difficult for him. Now, seizing this opportunity, Chu Feng intends to give Chu Tianqi a proper lesson. Though Chu Tianqi is a Chu family instructor, he is still a side-branch descendant, and the entire family holds him in high regard. Now, faced with Chu Feng's cold interrogation, he is left embarrassed. However, under Chu Feng's piercing gaze, Chu Tianqi is forced to lower his head. "I apologize for my previous disrespect. I kindly ask the young master to overlook this offense and spare Chu Jian." Bang! Upon hearing this, Chu Feng delivers a powerful kick to Chu Jian's back, propelling him several meters away. Chu Jian screams in agony as he crashes to the ground. Losing consciousness, "Chu Feng, how dare you?" Chu Tianqi roars in fury upon witnessing this. Just a moment ago, a sound akin to bones shattering echoed from Chu Jian's back, indicating that several of his ribs had likely been fractured. Boom! Chu Feng shifted his stance and suddenly appeared before Chu Tianqi, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen that sent him flying several meters away. "How dare you audaciously call me by my name and remain unrepentant?" Allow me to impart a proper lesson upon you, Chu Feng declared coldly. You? Chu Tianqi spat blood, raising a trembling finger to point at Chu Feng, his expression one of disbelief. How dare he point at me? The young master? It seems your hand has no intention of remaining intact. Allow me to assist you in breaking it. With that, Chu Feng once more teleported before Chu Tianqi and delivered a crushing kick to his hand. Crack. Ah, the excruciating pain elicited a blood-curdling scream from Chu Tianqi to it that moment. Chu Feng's expression was icy, emanating an aura of murderous intent, as if he were a demonic deity. The onlookers, filled with dread, began to retreat slowly, wary of provoking Chu Feng. What is happening? Suddenly, an elder clad in green dashed out from the depths of the Chu residence. Second elder, the young master has. A trembling Chu family disciple nearby pointed at Chu Feng. Stuttering in fear, Chu Feng, you've returned? The elder in green, upon spotting Chu Feng, began to approach him slowly. What transpired between Chu Jian and Chu Tianqi? The elder cast a glance at the two writhing on the ground and inquired. They did not show respect to the young master. I merely gave them a gentle reprimand. Chu Feng replied with a faint smile, looking at the elder. The elder was Chu Wenshan, the second elder of the Chu family. In his memories, Chu Wenshan had previously treated him well and was somewhat at odds with Chu Jian's faction, making him a relatively neutral figure within the family. Young master, you have broken several of Chu Jian's ribs. Is this your idea of a gentle reprimand? One of Chu Jian's followers, squatting beside him, accused indignantly. Hiss. Chu Wenshan's lips twitched upon seeing Chu Jian's face swollen like a pig's and the horrifying state of his back. Second elder, please uphold justice for young master Chu Jian. Several of Chu Jian's companions implored Chu Wenshan. Immediately summon someone to treat them. Today, the family head and several elders are away on important business. We shall discuss this matter upon their return. Chu Feng, you should rest for now. Chu Wenshan, finding it difficult to handle Chu Feng, could only arrange for the treatment of Chu Jian and Chu Tianqi. Understood. Chu Feng nodded slightly and turned to walk toward his residence, as recalled in his memories. Was that truly Chu Feng earlier? Wasn't he said to have been stripped of his powers? How could he still be so formidable? Capable of besting even the esteemed Tianqi? I do not know. However, it seems Chu Feng has transformed into an entirely different person. He was once somewhat aloof, yet not so ruthless. Perhaps being expelled from the Qinglan sect has ignited a pent-up rage within him, leading to such merciless actions. With Chu Jian so severely injured, it is unlikely the Grand Elder will let this slide upon his return. After Chu Feng departed, the Chu family disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. Moments later, Chu Feng arrived at the tranquil and elegant courtyard he called home. The surroundings were lush with vibrant greenery, creating a remarkably comfortable ambience. The ground was spotless, indicating that it was frequently maintained. Young master, please take a moment to rest. I shall arrange for tea and pastries to be brought to you. Chen Bo, who had been following Chu Feng, cautiously reported upon seeing him enter the courtyard. Previously, he had been taken aback by Chu Feng's ruthlessness, but on the way back, he had maintained a respectful demeanor. Very well. Chu Feng replied with a slight nod. Seeing him acquiesce, Chen Bo hurriedly left. After observing the courtyard for a moment, Chu Feng retreated into his room. In his recollections, Chu Feng had no close confidants or particularly strong relationships in the Chu family. Ever since his parents passed away, he had become solitary, lacking social connections, and devoted himself solely to cultivation. After joining the Qinglan sect 3 years ago, he returned to the Chu family only once a year. Thus, the Chu family had become nearly irrelevant to him. Chu Feng planned to leave the Chu family in due time, seeking opportunities to grow stronger swiftly before returning to the upper realm. Shortly thereafter, an angry roar suddenly reverberated from outside the courtyard. Chu Feng, you wild spawn, how dare you harm my Jianer? Come out this instant. Wild spawn. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's gaze turned progressively icy, a glimmer of killing intent flashing through his eyes. Moments later, he stepped out of his room, only to see a middle-aged man in purple charging toward him. Liu Chun recognized the man in purple. He was Chu Jian's father, Chu Hongyuan, a powerful figure at the 7th level of the spirit realm. Chu Feng, you shall die. As Chu Hongyuan approached, he unleashed a powerful palm strike without holding back, seemingly intent on killing Chu Feng in a single blow. Having just returned and witnessed Chu Jian's tragic state, he was consumed by rage and sought to avenge his son. Chu Feng, an orphan, who had been expelled from the Qinglan sect, dared to harm his Jianer. Such audacity was simply unforgivable. He was determined to slay Chu Feng to avenge his son. His father, Chu Maoda, was the grand elder of the Chu family. Even if he killed Chu Feng, the family's retribution would not be overly severe. With the intention of eliminating Chu Feng, he envisioned a scenario where his son, Chu Jian, would ascend as the young master of the Chu family. As his palm drew nearer, Chu Maoda began to fantasize about the moment he would vanquish Chu Feng and see his son rise to prominence. Suddenly, Chu Feng softly exclaimed and slowly unleashed a punch. Great Annihilation Fist. Instantly, an unfathomably terrifying force erupted from Chu Feng's fist, shattering Chu Hongyuan's palm and striking his chest. Boom! Chu Hongyuan immediately spat blood and was sent flying back. He crashed to the ground, rolling for quite some distance before coming to a halt. Master! A servant who had accompanied Chu Hongyuan cried out in alarm upon witnessing him lying on the ground. Gasping for breath, Chu Feng coldly surveyed the motionless Chu Maoda. The Great Annihilation Fist is a technique of the demonic path, capable of directly extinguishing the opponent's life force. Generally, it requires the use of demonic energy. But Chu Feng could now channel his spiritual energy through the chaotic technique to unleash it. Though its power was somewhat diminished, it was more than sufficient to deal with someone at the 7th level of the spirit realm, like Chu Maoda. Following that punch, it was likely that Chu Hongyuan would not survive for long. For daring to call him a wild spawn, he would pay the ultimate price. Not long after, Second Elder Chu Wenshan received word from a servant and hurried over. Upon assessing Chu Hongyuan's injuries, he glared at Chu Feng in anger, exclaiming, "Chu Feng, you have gravely wounded Chu Hongyuan. The Grand Elder will not let you off the hook upon his return." Humph, the Grand Elder's faction is nothing but a bane to the Chu family. "I am merely ridding the family of these tumors," Chu Feng replied indifferently. The Grand Elder, Chu Maoda, wielded his status as a true spirit realm expert to rule over the Chu family with an iron fist, often forcing even the family head, Chu Tianyue, to act according to his whims. 3 years ago, when Chu Feng became the young master, Chu Maoda had attempted to block him at every turn, hoping to install Chu Jian as the young master instead. Ultimately, it was only through the firm intervention of Chu Tianyue and the Second Elder that Chu Feng was appointed as the young master. Chu Tianyue had no sons, and with Chu Maoda's tyranny, allowing Chu Jian to become the young master would likely jeopardize his position as family head. Thus, it was necessary for Chu Tianyue to assert his authority in appointing Chu Feng. Chu Feng would soon depart from the Chu family. After all, it was the family of his previous life, and he wished to cleanse it of its malignancies before leaving. His life would inevitably be fraught with bloodshed and corpses. Any association between the Chu family and himself would not bode well. Before his departure, Chu Feng sought to assist the Chu family, thus concluding his ties with them. "Chu Feng, weren't you said to have had your powers abolished?" Chu Wenshan inquired, perplexed as he regarded Chu Feng. Previously, he had received word that Chu Feng had killed Chu Hongyuan with a single punch at the time. Chu Wenshan had found it unbelievable, given that Chu Hongyuan was at the 7th level of the spirit realm. Even a true spirit realm expert would find it challenging to slay him with a single strike. Before his powers were stripped, Chu Feng had only reached the 4th level of the spirit realm. It was inconceivable that he could have killed Chu Hongyuan with one punch. However, having just learned from Chu Hongyuan's attendant that he had indeed been severely injured by Chu Feng's blow, Chu Wenshan was momentarily astounded. "I was indeed previously stripped of my powers, but I have encountered some fortuitous opportunities and have restored my cultivation to the 1st level of the spirit realm." Chu Feng replied calmly, "The 1st level of the spirit realm? How did you injure Chu Hongyuan?" Chu Wenshan's expression was one of disbelief, yet he could sense that Chu Feng's aura indeed matched that of the 1st level of the spirit realm. "He is utterly useless," Chu Feng spoke lightly. "You." His words left Chu Wenshan feeling a wave of frustration. Chu Wenshan's strength was only slightly superior to that of Chu Hongyuan. If Chu Hongyuan were deemed a waste, then he too was nearly comparable to one that with your cultivation merely at the 1st level of the spiritual realm, how could you possibly contend with Chu Maoda? Chu Wenshan furrowed his brow as he gazed at Chu Feng. It was worth noting that Chu Maoda's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the true spiritual realm, placing him a significant tier above Chu Feng. Logically speaking, 10 Chu Fengs would not stand a chance against Chu Maoda. "You needn't worry about that. When Lu Maoda returns, I shall take care of him myself," Chu Feng replied coldly. "You?" Just be cautious when the time comes. If it truly becomes dire, make your escape. Chu Wenshan remained unconvinced that Chu Feng could handle Chu Mauda. Chu Feng chose not to elaborate further. After all, no amount of words would convince Chu Wenshan that he could vanquish Lu Mauda, who was at the second level of the true spiritual realm, with his mere first-level spiritual realm prowess. Yet, should he succeed in eliminating Lu Mauda eventually, Chu Wenshan would recognize the truth of his claims. You should rest. I will take Chu Hanyuan for treatment. The clan leader and Chu Mauda have gone to the Han family to discuss important matters, and they should return shortly. You must decide for yourself. There was an implicit suggestion in Chu Wenshan's words, hinting at a possibility for Chu Feng to flee. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng merely smiled faintly and turned to return to his room. Chu Hanyuan, struck by Chu Feng's great annihilation fist, was beyond saving. Yet Chu Feng did not hinder Chu Wenshan from seeking to heal him, as the elder remaining in the Chu family. It was Chu Wenshan's duty to ensure the safety of the family members. Now that Chu Hanyuan lay gravely injured, it was indeed a responsibility for Chu Wenshan to take him for treatment. Shortly thereafter, Chu Wenshan brought Chu Hanyuan to the family physician. At that moment, the physician was still treating Chu Jian and Chu Tianqi, who had been injured by Chu Feng earlier. Upon seeing Chu Wenshan arrive with another person, the physician, confused, inquired, "Second elder, has something significant occurred in the clan today? Why are there so many injuries? No matter what has happened, focus on treating him first." Chu Wenshan promptly instructed the physician to attend to Chu Hanyuan. The physician glanced at Chu Hanyuan, recognized his identity, and hurried over to assess his injuries. "Second elder, Master Yuan's vitality has already dissipated. He cannot be saved," the physician lamented. "What?" Chu Jian, who had been lying not far away, was startled to realize that the person brought in was none other than his father. Chu Hanyuan. Just moments ago, Chu Hanyuan had visited Chu Jian, vowing to avenge him by killing Chu Feng. Hearing this, Chu Jian felt a surge of excitement. As soon as Chu Feng was eliminated, he would be next in line to assume the position of the young master. Thus, Chu Jian had been eagerly awaiting news of Chu Hanyuan's success in slaying Chu Feng, fantasizing about his future as the young master of the Chu family. However, he was blindsided by the news that his father was beyond saving. How could he possibly accept this? "No, my father will not die." Chu Jian struggled violently, desperate to turn and see his father's condition. Yet, as he moved, he inadvertently aggravated his wounds, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. "Second elder, was it Chu Feng who did this?" Chu Tianqi, who was also recovering from his injuries, asked in disbelief. Chu Wenshan nodded gently. Hiss. Chu Tianqi was instantly taken aback. Previously, he had believed that Chu Feng's injury to him was merely a result of a sneak attack. In a straightforward confrontation, Chu Feng would certainly not have been his match. Little did he expect that the much stronger Chu Hanyuan had been left gravely injured and near death by Chu Feng. Chu Tianqi was taken aback by Chu Feng's strength, while also feeling fortunate that Chu Feng had shown restraint against him. Otherwise, he too would have likely ended up like Chu Hanyuan, severely wounded and on the brink of death. "You all focus on your recovery. The clan leader will return shortly, and everything will be addressed then." Chu Wenshan spoke softly. After casting a glance at the motionless Chu Hanyuan, he slowly departed. Once Chu Wenshan left, Chu Jian, with the assistance of a servant, gradually shifted his bed to see Chu Hanyuan. Father, how are you?" Chu Jian called out loudly, but by that time, Chu Hanyuan had already passed away and could not respond. The physician, noticing something amiss with Chu Hanyuan, hurried over to investigate. After a moment, the physician sighed softly. "Young Master Jian, Master Yuan has departed." "What? Impossible. My father will not die." "You must be mistaken. My father will not die." Chu Jian shouted in disbelief, his voice filled with anger. "Young Master Jian, please calm down. Master Yuan has indeed passed." Chu Tianqi confirmed Chu Hongyuan's death and quickly attempted to console Chu Jiandara. "That scoundrel Chu Feng dared to kill my father. When my grandfather returns, I will ensure that he is flayed alive and his body torn to pieces. I will even dig up his parents' graves and feed them to the dogs." Chu Jian raged, swearing vengeance against Chu Feng. "Young Master Jian, please do not be so agitated. Focus on your recovery and await the return of the Grand Elder. Rest assured, since Chu Feng dared to kill Master Yuan, he will undoubtedly face dire consequences." Chu Tianqi spoke again, trying to soothe Chu Jian, who was in agony and still shouting in anger. Soon after, Chu Tianyue, filled with fury, returned to the Chu family with Chu Maoda and others. Earlier that day, Chu Tianyue had been invited to the Han family to discuss the allocation of a spiritual mine near Qingfeng town. The Chu and Han families were the two prominent clans in Qingfeng town, and previously, they had shared the mine equally. However, the Han family sought to renegotiate the terms, demanding an unequal division, proposing to take 80% for themselves and offering only 20% to the Chu family. Chu Tianyue found this unacceptable and vehemently opposed it. Yet, Chu Maoda, accompanying him, shockingly suggested that the Chu family could accept the 2%, infuriating Chu Tianyue. As the head of the Chu family, he was incensed that Chu Maoda would speak on behalf of the family without his consent. Completely disregarding his authority, enraged, Chu Tianyue was on the verge of exploding, but a formidable elder from the Han family, at the 4th level of the true spiritual realm, was present, and with Chu Maoda betraying him, Chu Tianyue could only suppress his fury, stating that he would consider the proposal and provide an answer in 2 days. Ultimately, the Han family agreed to give Chu Tianyue 2 days to deliberate. Clan leader, something has happened. As Chu Tianyue and the others returned to the main gate of the Chu family, the guards announced loudly. What is it? Chu Tianyue's brows furrowed. The earlier dispute over the spiritual mine allocation had already troubled him. And now hearing that something had occurred within the family only darkened his mood further. Young Master Chu Feng has returned. The guard's voice momentarily faltered, upon realizing it was merely that waste Chu Feng who had returned. Chu Maoda scoffed derisively. His return hardly qualified as an incident. Chu Tianyue's expression soured further at the thought of Chu Feng, that Sanfeng Empire was dominated by 3 major forces, the Qinglan sect, Lingxiao Pavilion, and Tianjin sect. Chu Feng was a disciple of the Qinglan sect, while the young master of the Han family was affiliated with the Lingxiao Pavilion. Previously, both young masters had been disciples of the 3 major forces, and their families had maintained a relatively amicable relationship, avoiding conflict. However, the Han family had recently sought to renegotiate the mine's allocation upon learning of Chu Feng's expulsion from the Qinglan sect. It could be said that it was all Chu Feng's fault that the Chu family had lost a significant portion of the mine's share. Young Master Chu Feng has injured young Master Chu Jian and has even killed Master Yuan. The guard's voice trembled with fear. What? Chu Maoda roared in fury, seizing the guard by the throat and demanding loudly, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I won't crush your skull? The 3rd elder beside him echoed incredulously. Have you made a mistake? Chu Feng has had his cultivation nullified by the Qinglan sect. How could he possibly kill Han Yuan? Exactly. That waste Chu Feng, even before his cultivation was stripped, could not defeat my son. Let alone now that he is utterly powerless. You must be spreading false rumors. I will not hesitate to smash your skull. Chu Maoda seethed, ready to crush the guard's head. Seeing this, Chu Tianyue quickly intervened, urging Chu Maoda to refrain from killing. Let us clarify the situation first. If he is indeed spreading falsehoods, then it would not be too late to deal with him later. Upon finishing his words, Chu Tianyue swiftly strode into the Chu residence. Chu Maoda, too, seized the guard by the throat, dragging him along into the household. Previously, the 2nd elder, Chu Wenshan, had learned of Chu Huin's demise and ordered for his body to be placed under a pavilion in the martial arts arena outside. Preparing to arrange for the funeral once Chu Tianyue and Chu Maoda returned. Yuaner. The moment Chu Maoda entered the Chu family estate, he spotted Chu Hanyuan lying in the distance under the pavilion, and he immediately dropped the guard, rushing towards him. Moments later, Chu Maoda confirmed the tragic reality of Chu Hongyuan's death. Overcome with grief, he embraced the lifeless body, raising his voice in a furious wail to the heavens. The pain of a white-haired man mourning a black-haired son softened even the heart of the ruthless Chu Maoda, bringing tears to his eyes. The great elder, it was Chu Feng who killed Uncle Yuan. A young attendant, previously accompanying Chu Hanyuan, upon seeing Chu Maoda, immediately reported with sorrowful urgency, Chu Feng, I shall have you torn to shreds and your corpse dismembered. Chu Maoda bellowed in fury, his voice brimming with lethal intent, causing those nearby to instinctively retreat in shock. What on earth happened? Chu Tianyue, still unable to believe that Chu Feng could slay Chu Hanyuan, sought clarity on the matter. Today, upon his return, Chu Feng had already injured young Master Chu Jian and Coach Chu. Uncle Yuan, upon learning that young Master Chu Jian had been harmed, had sought vengeance against Chu Feng, only to meet his own end at Chu Feng's hands. The young attendant recounted slowly. How did Chu Feng kill Chu Honyuan? Chu Tianyue continued to inquire. Chu Feng, employing some arcane technique, landed a single punch that gravely wounded Uncle Yuan. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Yuan was brought back, but he succumbed to his injuries. The young attendant spoke with a face full of sorrow. A single punch. Chu Tianyue was momentarily taken aback. Clan leader, great elder. At that moment, the second elder, Chu Wenshan, emerged upon hearing the commotion, offering a subtle bow to Chu Tianyue and Chu Maoda. Chu Wenshan, why did you not save my son? Did you wish for his demise all along? Chu Maoda immediately questioned Chu Wenshan with indignation. Great elder, upon the incident, I rushed to the scene and had people carry Han Yuan for medical attention. Alas, his wounds were too severe to be treated. Chu Wenshan replied calmly. Second elder, is it truly the case that Han Yuan was killed by a single punch from Chu Feng? Chu Tianyue asked, struggling to believe. Indeed, Chu Feng, utilizing a most peculiar martial technique, extinguished Hong Yuan's vitality with a single blow. Chu Wenshan affirmed. Peculiar martial technique? Chu Tianyue began to grasp the situation, suspecting that Chu Feng had seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Chu Honyuan, allowing him to deliver a fatal blow. Where is that bastard Chu Feng? Chu Wenshan, you haven't let him escape, have you? Chu Maoda questioned with rising anger. Chu Feng remains within the clan. I have just sent for him, and he should arrive shortly. Chu Wenshan replied softly. That wretched scoundrel dared to harm my son and injure my grandson. I shall flay him alive. Chu Maoda cursed vehemently. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared before Chu Maoda like a specter. Slap! The shadowy figure struck Chu Maoda fiercely across the face. Chu Maoda staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chu Maoda was left utterly bewildered. Crack! The shadowy figure, like lightning, struck Chu Maoda once more. In an instant, Chu Maoda's gaunt face swelled with the force of the blows. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence as everyone stared in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the shadowy figure. Chu Feng, Chu Tianyue, recognizing the figure, was left agape. Chu Feng had the audacity to deliver two resounding slaps to Chu Maoda. It was inconceivable, for Chu Maoda was a formidable expert at the second level of the true spirit realm. Ah, Chu Feng, you insolent wretch, how dare you strike me? I will have your head. After a moment, Chu Maoda regained his senses, launching a furious strike towards Chu Feng. Whoosh! Chu Feng deftly evaded Chu Maoda's assault with a graceful sidestep. Die! Seeing his attack miss, Chu Maoda unleashed a series of fierce strikes against Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng utilized the sacred footwork of his past life, Shadow Step, rendering Chu Maoda's attacks futile as he was left in a dizzying daze. Ah, wretched scoundrel, if you have the guts, don't evade. Chu Maoda bellowed in rage as he failed to land a hit on Chu Feng. Crack! With a sudden shift, Chu Feng countered, delivering yet another stinging slap to Chu Maoda. Ah! Chu Maoda, now inflamed with fury, launched a frenzied assault on Chu Feng. Having lived for decades without receiving a slap, he was now struck thrice by Chu Feng. Enraged, Chu Maoda sought to crush Chu Feng. Yet the latter's speed was too great. He could not land a single blow. Demon's grasp. Suddenly, after dodging Chu Maoda's attack with Shadow Step, Chu Feng struck forcefully at Chu Maoda's chest. Instantly, Chu Maoda spewed forth a torrent of blood, hurtling backward for several meters. Ah! After crashing to the ground, Chu Maoda began to roll about, seemingly in great distress. The demon's grasp was a toxic technique that Chu Feng had cultivated in his previous life. It infused deadly energy into the body, gradually ravaging the opponent's organs, leading them to suffer excruciating pain until death. Ah, what has happened to the great elder? Why does he writhe so, continuously spitting blood? It must be due to the blow he received from young Master Chu Feng. Young Master Chu Feng is incredibly powerful. Even the clan's strongest elder is no match for him. The onlooking disciples of the Chu family murmured among themselves. Chu Feng, what has happened to the great elder? Chu Wenshan asked in shock. Previously, when Chu Feng spoke of killing Chu Maoda, Chu Wenshan had been skeptical, even urging Chu Feng to flee. Yet now, witnessing Chu Feng easily overpowering Chu Maoda was akin to an adult besting a mere child, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Merely a worthless fool, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. He could have slain Chu Maoda outright, yet he refrained from granting him such a swift end. Chu Feng, you have grown remarkably strong. Chu Tianyue exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom how Chu Feng had become so formidable. Previously, Due to the matter regarding the Spirit Stone mine, Chu Tianyue had contemplated punishing Chu Feng severely. Yet now, witnessing Chu Feng's prowess, having defeated Chu Maoda with such ease, he dared not impose any punishment that in fact, Chu Tianyue felt inclined to reward Chu Feng. He had long wished to rid himself of Chu Maoda, yet the latter's strength and caution had thwarted his efforts. Who would have thought that Chu Feng would so effortlessly vanquish him now? Chu Feng responded lightly, quietly observing as Chu Maoda writhed in agony on the ground. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. Grandfather, grandfather, 4 servants appeared, carefully carrying Chu Jian on a stretcher as they approached. Upon learning of Chu Maoda's return, Chu Jian had insisted on being brought forth, eager to witness Chu Feng's punishment for injuring him. He yearned to see Chu Feng torn apart, to satiate his thirst for vengeance. Chu Feng coldly regarded the approaching Chu Jian, relishing the moment, for now, 3 generations of the Chu Jian family would descend into the depths of despair together. Chu Feng, how is it that you still stand unscathed? Upon being brought forth, Chu Jian immediately questioned, perplexed by Chu Feng's apparent well-being. Grandfather, killed Chu Feng. He has slain my father. Chu Jian lay on the stretcher, momentarily unable to see Chu Maoda, and thus shouted fervently, your grandfather lies on the ground. Chu Feng replied icily at that moment. Chu Maoda lay unconscious on the ground, motionless. Grandfather? Only then did Chu Jian notice a figure sprawled on the ground not far away. Chu Maoda, in disarray from rolling about, appeared ragged and swollen from the slaps he had received, leaving Chu Jian momentarily unable to recognize him. How could this be? After a moment, Chu Jian finally realized that the figure on the ground was indeed his grandfather. Chu Maoda, and his expression shifted to one of disbelief. No, this cannot be, Chu Jian muttered in astonishment. His grandfather was the strongest presence within the entire Chu family. How could he be lying there, on the verge of death? Grandfather, you must rise and slay Chu Feng. Chu Jian cried out in desperation, yet Chu Maoda remained lifeless on the ground. Chu Feng, did you poison my grandfather? Chu Jian suspected that Chu Feng had employed some underhanded scheme to ensnare his grandfather. Otherwise, there was no way his grandfather would be in such a state. Clan leader, you must capture Chu Feng. Chu Jian turned his gaze towards Chu Tianyue, with Chu Maoda now in a perilous situation. Chu Jian could only rely on Chu Tianyue to assist him in dealing with Chu Feng. However, Chu Tianyue merely glanced at Chu Jian with indifference, showing no inclination to act. Moments later, Chu Feng approached Chu Maoda. Seizing his head and lifting him up, Chu Feng, what do you intend to do? Release my grandfather at once. Seeing Chu Feng's grip on Chu Maoda's head, an ominous feeling surged within Chu Jian. What do you think? Just watch. Chu Feng sneered coldly. After that, he released his hold on Chu Maoda, but his hand, which had been raised, swiftly descended once more. Bang! Like a watermelon being smashed, Chu Maoda's skull shattered instantly. Brain matter splattering everywhere. The onlookers screamed in terror, hastily retreating. Those carrying Chu Jian dropped him and fled in panic. Chu Jian crashed heavily to the ground, the pain in his injuries excruciating, yet his mind was blank. And he had forgotten the agony. Chu Feng, you? Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan stared in shock at Chu Feng, unable to believe that he could be so ruthlessly cruel as to murder Chu Maoda. Simultaneously, a profound suspicion towards Chu Feng began to take root in their hearts. The Chu Feng they knew could not possibly be so merciless. They suddenly began to doubt whether the person before them was indeed the same Chu Feng. It's just the act of killing someone. Why the fuss? Chu Feng remarked nonchalantly. In his previous life, Chu Feng had taken countless lives. For him, murder was merely a commonplace affair, although the act of killing Chu Maoda was indeed somewhat bloody. It served to intimidate others, discouraging them from provoking him. Chu Feng, you wretched bastard, may you meet a terrible end. I will ensure your demise, mark my words. At that moment, Chu Jian regained his composure and, in a fit of despair, furiously cursed at Chu Feng. In the future, do you think there will be a future for you? Chu Feng scoffed lightly, slowly advancing towards Chu Jian. What do you want? Patriarch, save me. As Chu Jian saw Chu Feng approaching, he disregarded his pain and desperately crawled backward. Chu Feng, Chu Jian is merely a worthless fool. There is no need to kill him, Chu Wenshan pleaded. Boom! Ignoring Chu Wenshan's plea, Chu Feng approached Chu Jian and delivered a powerful kick to his chest, killing him instantly. Although Chu Jian was insignificant, he had become an enemy. and Chu Feng would not allow him to live. Upon witnessing Chu Feng disregard his words and swiftly kill Chu Jian, Chu Wenshan let out a heavy sigh and ceased to speak. The current Chu Feng was beyond his capacity to impede. Chu Tianyue, however, harbored no resentment towards Chu Feng. He promptly arranged for personnel to clean up the scene and courteously invited Chu Feng to discuss matters in the back hall, the back hall of the Chu family. Chu Tianyue exclaimed, "Chu Feng, I never expected you to have grown so formidable, effortlessly slaying Chu Maoda. Long ago, Chu Tianyue had wished to eliminate Chu Maoda. Yet, Chu Maoda had always been cautious, his realm surpassing that of Chu Tianyue. And thus Chu Tianyue had never found an opportunity to rid himself of Chu Maoda. Now that Chu Feng had accomplished this, Chu Tianyue felt a profound gratitude towards him. Unlike Chu Maoda, Chu Feng would not instill fear in Chu Tianyue. With such strength at such a young age, it was certain that Chu Feng would not remain in the small town of Qingfeng. Chu Tianyue had no reason to worry that Chu Feng would vie for the position of the Chu family patriarch. Chu Feng, your realm is merely the first level of the spirit realm. How could you be so powerful? Inquisitively, Chu Wenshan posed his question that it was merely a fortuitous opportunity. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Opportunity? Chu Feng, I noticed that the movements and spiritual techniques you employed earlier were quite formidable. Were they acquired through chance as well? Could you teach them to the family members so they too may grow stronger? Chu Tianyue inquired, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Chu Wenshan echoed his sentiments. Equally eager, if Chu Feng, at the first level of the spirit realm, could easily kill someone in the second level of the true spirit realm, the opportunity he had acquired must indeed be extraordinary. Both Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan hoped that Chu Feng would share some of his opportunities, enabling the Chu family to grow stronger. Those are beyond your comprehension. Chu Feng replied coolly. Most of the spiritual techniques he had employed required demonic energy to execute. Activated only through the use of the chaotic formula, he could never impart the chaotic formula to anyone in the Chu family. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan expressed disappointment upon hearing this. Yet they dared not press the matter further. While those are beyond your grasp, I do have some profound level techniques and spiritual skills that I can share with you. There were many widely circulated techniques from the upper realm, which were the most common methods there. However, in the abandoned legacy realm, they constituted powerful techniques, indeed, profound level techniques and skills. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan rejoiced at this revelation. The Chu family only possessed the most basic yellow-level techniques and skills. If they could truly acquire profound-level techniques and skills, the entire strength of the Chu family would surely grow rapidly. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded gently. He possessed numerous earth-level, heaven-level, and even saint-level and divine-level techniques. Yet those were unsuitable for the Chu family. The superior techniques and skills would be beyond their capability to safeguard, potentially inviting disaster upon their clan, should Chu Feng remain to protect the Chu family. There would be no issue, but he would soon depart. Chu Feng did not wish to leave the Chu family vulnerable to annihilation. Thus, he could only impart the profound-level techniques and skills to them. This is wonderful. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan excitedly began to pace back and forth. After a moment, Chu Feng composed several techniques and skills for Chu Tianyue. You all should cultivate these first, and then pass them on to the elite disciples of the family. I will be leaving in some time, so make haste in your training, and feel free to come to me with any questions. Chu Feng spoke softly. Chu Feng, where do you plan to go after you leave? Upon hearing that Chu Feng intended to depart, Chu Tianyue grew slightly anxious at present. Chu Feng was the strongest individual in their family, and Chu Tianyue wished for him to protect the Chu family for a while longer. He had not anticipated that Chu Feng would be leaving so soon. To the central continent, Chu Feng replied calmly. The place where Chu Feng currently resided was the eastern wasteland of the abandoned legacy realm. A savage land with scarce spiritual energy. In contrast, the central continent was the most spiritually abundant area of the abandoned legacy realm and the ultimate sanctuary for cultivation. Chu Feng sought to travel to the central continent to rapidly grow stronger before devising a way to return to the upper realm. The central continent? Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan were both astonished. The eastern wasteland was home to hundreds of empires, and Qingfeng town was but the most remote part of the Zhongfeng Empire. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan seldom ventured beyond Qingfeng town and had never left the Zhongfeng Empire. The central continent was, to them, a mythical realm. Chu Feng, the journey to the central continent is fraught with peril. Your current strength is still relatively weak. Why not cultivate for a while longer and wait until your realm is higher before heading to the central continent? Chu Tianyue advised. He still hoped that Chu Feng could remain with the Chu family for a time longer, allowing them to grow stronger before his departure. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. Chu Feng stated coolly he was aware that his current realm was too low, making the journey to the central continent quite challenging. However, staying within the Chu family would hinder his growth. Only by venturing out to experience the world could he seize opportunities and rapidly strengthen himself. Sigh, when do you plan to leave? Seeing Chu Feng's resolute demeanor, Chu Tianyue felt it was futile to persuade him further, hoping only that Chu Feng could stay a while longer to impart the profound level techniques and skills before his departure. I have yet to decide on a specific date, but rest assured, I will resolve all issues for the Chu family before I leave. Chu Feng replied softly. That is reassuring. Chu Tianyue sighed in relief. You all should begin your training. I shall take my leave for now. With that, Chu Feng stood up, preparing to exit. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan also rose to escort Chu Feng. After Chu Feng departed, Chu Tianyue turned to Chu Wenshan, his face alight with excitement. Wenshan, today has been incredibly exhilarating. Not only have we eliminated the Chu Mouta faction, but we have also acquired profound level techniques and skills. From this day forward, our Chu family shall surely rise, becoming a top-tier family within the Songfeng Empire. Chu Wenshan echoed his enthusiasm, exclaiming, Indeed, with Chu Feng here, the future potential of our Chu family may exceed even that of the Songfeng Empire. Quite so. It is a pity that Chu Feng must venture to the central continent. If only he could remain in the eastern wasteland. Chu Tianyue lamented. Even if Chu Feng traveled to the central continent, he would eventually return. Chu Wenshan spoke softly, noting that the distance between the central continent and the eastern wasteland was vast, with the boundless sea lying in between. He expressed his uncertainty about when Chu Feng would return after his journey to the central continent. Chu Tianyue sighed and suggested that they could arrange a marriage for Chu Feng, providing him with a familial connection that would certainly encourage his return. Chu Wenshan chuckled lightly, recalling that Chu Feng had previously been betrothed to a lady from the Lu family. But after receiving news of his expulsion from the Qinglan sect, the Lu family had sent a message expressing their desire to annul the engagement. He had not agreed at the time, stating that they would discuss it further upon Chu Feng's return. Chu Tianyue furrowed his brow, recalling how 3 years prior, after Chu Feng had become the young master of the Chu family, he had arranged a betrothal with Lu Hanyin, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, with the intention of marrying 3 years later. This year was supposed to be their wedding, but the news of Chu Feng's expulsion had caused the Lu family to reconsider. It's for the best. The Lu family is unreliable. We can find a more suitable match for Chu Feng. Chu Wenshan stated with a dismissive snort. Indeed, I shall inquire about Chu Feng's thoughts later. Chu Tianyue nodded in agreement. Not long after, Chu Feng returned to his small courtyard and began to meditate and cultivate. He was eager to grow stronger, wishing to waste no time, but he activated the chaos art. An overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy surged towards him from several miles around. Though its thinness rendered the cultivation effects negligible, the spiritual energy in the eastern wasteland was far too sparse. It became evident that he needed to hasten his journey to the central continent. Chu Feng frowned, reflecting on how the wasteland was merely an inferior realm, lacking in spiritual energy compared to the higher realms he had experienced in his previous life. To rapidly increase his strength, he needed to reach a higher level of existence. The following day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Chu Feng stretched and slowly rose to his feet. He had spent the entire night meditating, and although his level had not increased, his skills had been steadily refined and solidified. Upon opening his door, he found Chun Bo waiting outside. As soon as Chun Bo saw Chu Feng, he promptly arranged for someone to bring water for him to wash up and prepared breakfast. While Chu Feng was having breakfast, Chu Wenshan arrived. Chu Feng, here is a portion of resources seized from the faction of the Grand Elder. The clan leader asked me to bring it to you, Chu Wenshan said, handing him a storage ring. Chu Feng accepted the ring without hesitation. After being robbed and killed in Mutsai City, he found himself utterly destitute. Now that he had access to cultivation resources, he felt no need for pretense and readily accepted them. Chu Feng, we are preparing to arrange a marriage for you. What do you think? Chu Wenshan inquired. Marriage? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, he He had lived for over 1,000 years without ever having a romantic encounter, let alone marriage. The concept of marrying was utterly foreign to him. Now, hearing Chu Wenshan mention it, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. However, Chu Feng would not entertain the idea of marriage lightly. It had to be someone he genuinely liked in his past life. He had encountered countless celestial maidens, making it impossible for him to settle for an ordinary woman. Well, taking a concubine could be acceptable. Chu Wenshan chuckled lightly, implying that the clan leader wished for him to leave behind a legacy before departing. I currently have no intentions of marrying or taking a concubine. Chu Feng replied coolly. He was about to leave the wasteland and even the realm itself, not wishing to leave any attachments behind. Consider it further, Chu Feng, Chu Wenshan urged. There is no need for further persuasion. I have made my decision. Chu Feng stated with a hint of coldness in his expression. Sigh? Chu Wenshan could only respond with a resigned sigh. Suddenly, a guard clad in black entered, reporting, Young master, the clan leader requests your presence in the guest hall. Is there a guest? Chu Wenshan inquired, puzzled. The subordinates are not aware, but it seems that Miss Lu has arrived. The black-clad guard replied. Miss Lu? Chu Feng searched his memories and realized the only Miss Lu he knew was his betrothed, Lu Hanyan. Perfect. Lu Hanyan's arrival is timely, Chu Feng thought, eager to resolve the entangled fate of his previous life. Chu Feng. Lu Hanyan may not come with good intentions. Chu Wenshan recalled what Chu Tianyue had mentioned the day before about the Lu family's desire to annul the engagement. It is of no concern. Chu Feng replied with a faint smile, understanding Chu Wenshan's implication. The Lu family was undoubtedly aware of his expulsion from the Qinglan sect, and this visit was likely to discuss the annulment. However, it was fortuitous, as Chu Feng was equally inclined to dissolve the engagement. Previously, he had contemplated providing some form of compensation for the annulment, but now that they were coming forward to withdraw, it would save him some trouble that I shall see for myself. Chu Feng rose calmly and walked out of his room towards the guest hall. Shortly thereafter, he entered the guest hall to find not only Chu Tianyue, but also 3 others present, a charming young woman, an elderly man in green robes, and a stern young man dressed in white. The charming young woman was Lu Hanyan, the one he was engaged to. The elderly man and the white-clad youth were unfamiliar to him, but they appeared to be close associates of Lu Hanyan. The elderly man was at the 1st level of the true spirit realm, while the white-clad youth was at the 8th level of the spirit entry realm. Chu Feng, you have arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Qingtian, the grand elder of the Lu family and the grandfather of Hanyan. He has been in seclusion for some time, so you likely have not met him before. This is Zhang Yuan, Hanyan's senior brother from the Lingxiao Pavilion, Chu Tianyue announced, rising to introduce the elderly man and the youth upon Chu Feng's arrival. Lingxiao Pavilion? Chu Feng inquired, glancing at Lu Hanyan with a hint of curiosity. I recently joined the Lingxiao Pavilion and have become an outer disciple. Senior brother Zhang Yuan is an inner disciple of our pavilion, Lu Hanyan proclaimed with pride. Congratulations, Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. It appeared that Lu Hanyan had found a new suitor, prompting her to hastily come and annul their engagement. However, Chu Feng was indifferent. A woman like Lu Hanyan was far too ordinary for his taste. So much so that he would disdain her even as a maid. Her initiative to annul the engagement aligned perfectly with his own desires. Chu Feng, you have been expelled from the Qinglan sect. While I am now a disciple of the Lingxiao Pavilion, our statuses are worlds apart. I am here today to annul our engagement, and I hope you will recognize the situation and agree to the dissolution. Lu Hanyan declared with an air of arrogance. Very well, I agree. Please present the agreement for the annulment. I trust you have prepared it. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Lu Hanyan was momentarily taken aback by Chu Feng's straightforwardness. She had anticipated a scene of him pleading desperately to maintain the engagement, but instead, he seemed eager to end it. This led her to feel a surge of anger. How dare he disdain her as a betrothed? What is it? Hurry and bring forth the agreement for the annulment, Chu Feng urged with a smile. Humph! Lu Hanyan, infuriated, tossed a document towards Chu Feng, but he caught it and was about to sign when his expression suddenly turned icy. A divorce notice? You wish to divorce me? His voice was frigid, laced with an undercurrent of rage. You are a waste. Hanyan's engagement to you is a disgrace. Only by divorcing you can she rid herself of that shame. Zhang Yuan interjected with a mocking laugh. Chu Feng, you are now a waste, and I am a disciple of the Lingxiao Pavilion. What is wrong with divorcing you? Lu Hanyin retorted haughtily. Previously, she had deemed it too humiliating to present a divorce notice to Chu Feng, preparing instead a mutual agreement for the annulment. However, upon witnessing Chu Feng's eagerness to dissolve their engagement, she felt as if he were the one who despised her in a fit of pique. She had thrown the divorce notice at him. What? A divorce notice? Chu Tianyue exclaimed, glaring angrily at Lu Qingtian. Lu Qingtian's face turned awkward in an instant. The very act of coming to annul the engagement was already an affront to the Chu family. But presenting a divorce notice was an even greater humiliation to both the Chu family and Chu Feng himself. However, this was a specific request from Zhang Yuan. After much consideration, Lu Qing reluctantly agreed. Zhang Yuan is an inner disciple of the Lingxiao Pavilion, and the Zhang family is a powerful clan, far superior to the Chu family. Lu Hanyin was only able to enter the Lingxiao Pavilion with Zhang Yuan's assistance. And Zhang Yuan also promised to marry Lu Hanyin afterward. Thus, the Lu family consented to Zhang Yuan's request to present a divorce letter to Chu Feng. With a swift motion, Chu Feng retaliated by delivering a resounding slap to Lu Hanyin's face. As the esteemed demon lord of the upper realm, how dare a mere lower realm woman like Lu Hanyin seek to divorce him? What audacity! She was utterly unaware of her impending doom. Lu Hanyin was momentarily taken aback. Throughout her life, she had never been struck by anyone, nor had she ever expected that Chu Feng would dare to slap her. Previously, every encounter with Chu Feng had been filled with his indulgence. Ah, Chu Feng, you worthless fool! How dare you strike me? After a brief moment, Lu Hanyin regained her composure, covering her swollen face, and shouted in fury, "You seek death," daring to lay a hand on Hanyin. Zhang Yuan, witnessing Chu Feng's action, was immediately engulfed in rage and charged at him. Die! Zhang Yuan unleashed a powerful punch towards Chu Feng. However, before he could reach him, he was struck by an overwhelming force to his abdomen, causing him to be sent flying back, crashing violently against the wall, blood gushing from his mouth. Lu Qing and Lu Hanyin rushed over to assist Zhang Yuan. "Young Master Zhang, are you all right, senior brother? How are you?" They anxiously inquired about Zhang Yuan's condition. "You dare to harm me. You are doomed." Zhang Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Chu Feng with eyes filled with resentment. "Chu Feng, wasn't your cultivation rendered useless?" At that moment, Lu Hanyin discovered that Chu Feng had indeed regained his powers and could harm Zhang Yuan, leaving her utterly astonished. "You were crippled, yet you have recovered." Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. "Humph, even if you have restored your powers, what of it? You have still been expelled from the Qinglan sect. Zhang Shixiang is an inner disciple of our Lingxiao Pavilion. Dare to harm him, and we will not let you off easily," Lu Hanyin icily declared. Chu Feng, filled with rage, laughed mockingly, his voice laced with a chilling murderous intent. "I will grant you one more chance. Leave now, or face death." Zhang Yuan, infuriated by Chu Feng's refusal to beg for mercy and his audacity to threaten them, drew his sword and charged at Chu Feng. "You bastard! Die!" Zhang Yuan had discerned that Chu Feng's realm was merely at the first level of the spirit realm. Believing that he had only been caught off guard when Chu Feng had struck him earlier, thunder sword technique, Zhang Yuan's sword struck like lightning, infused with unparalleled might, as it fiercely lunged towards Chu Feng. Zhang Shixiang's thunder sword technique was already well practiced, and since Chu Feng sought death, it was his own fault. Lu Hanyin smiled coldly. Lu Qing sighed softly, not expecting the situation to escalate to this extent. However, the Lu family had already chosen Zhang Yuan, and they could only firmly stand by his side now. Chu Tianyue was aware of Chu Feng's strength and was not overly concerned for his safety. Instead, he worried that if Chu Feng harmed Zhang Yuan, the Zhang family and the Lingxiao Pavilion would retaliate. Just then, Zhang Yuan's attack was about to reach Chu Feng. With a mere flicker, Chu Feng evaded Zhang Yuan's strike and appeared beside him like a ghost, delivering a devastating punch to his head. Boom! Zhang Yuan's head exploded instantaneously, brain matter splattering everywhere. In an instant, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood in shock, their faces painted with disbelief. They had never imagined that Chu Feng would dare to kill Zhang Yuan, and in such a brutal manner. Only when Zhang Yuan's sword clattered to the ground, producing a clear sound, did Lu Hanyin suddenly regain her senses and emit a piercing scream. "Ah, Chu Feng, you dared to kill Zhang Shixiang." "You!" As Lu Hanyin was about to threaten Chu Feng, Lu Qing quickly covered her mouth. Chu Feng, today's events were all instigated by Zhang Yuan. Please, show mercy, and do not hold Hanyan accountable, Lu Qing pleaded with trepidation. Elder, Lu Hanyan turned to Lu Qing in disbelief, not comprehending his fear. Silence. If you do not wish to die, refrain from speaking, Lu Qing admonished Lu Hanyan before immediately turning to apologize to Chu Feng. Chu Feng's method of killing Zhang Yuan had been too elusive for Lu Qing to comprehend. He knew he could not evade it. If Chu Feng sought to end his life, it would be a simple task. Chu Feng, do not kill any further, Chu Tianyue interjected, seeing Chu Feng's intent to continue the slaughter. Leave, Chu Feng replied coldly. Yes, we will depart immediately, Lu Qing sighed in relief, urgently pulling Lu Hanyan away, as if fleeing. Wait, just as Lu Qing and Lu Hanyan were about to step out the door, Chu Feng's icy voice halted them. Lu Qing stiffened in fear, slowly turning around. Chu Feng approached a nearby table, picked up a brush, and wrote a large character for divorce, then walked up to Lu Hanyan and forcefully slapped her face. It is not you who divorced me. It is I who has divorced you. From this moment forth, we have no further relations. You had best not provoke me again, or I shall surely kill you. Chu Feng coldly glared at Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan, filled with rage, was about to retort when Lu Qing quickly restrained her, humbly stating, Very well, we shall never disturb you again. Leave, Chu Feng commanded coldly. Lu Hanyan's heart was ablaze with anger, ready to erupt, but she was swiftly pulled away by Lu Qing. As Lu Qing and Lu Hanyan departed, Chu Tianyue turned to Chu Feng and said with concern, Chu Feng, you were too impulsive just now. Having killed Zhang Yuan, the Zhang family and the Lingxiao Pavilion will not spare you, nor will they spare the Chu family. What shall we do? Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Do not worry. I will deal with them in due time. How will you handle it? Chu Tianyue pressed. The Zhang family possesses formidable warriors at the True Spirit Realm's 9th level. The Lingxiao Pavilion, as you know, has experts at the Earth Spirit Realm. Unless you can regain the protection of the Qinglan sect, you will not be able to contend with the Lingxiao Pavilion's retaliation. Chu Tianyue paced back and forth, fearing that the entire Chu family would face annihilation due to Chu Feng's actions. If you are afraid, you may take the family members to hide for a while. Once I have eradicated the Zhang family and the Lingxiao Pavilion, you can emerge, Chu Feng stated calmly. Though he may not yet possess the strength to destroy the Lingxiao Pavilion, he firmly believed that he would soon attain such power. Eradicate the Zhang family and the Lingxiao Pavilion? Chu Feng, you truly are. Chu Tianyue intended to say that Chu Feng was being boastful, but he hesitated, fearing to offend him. Thus, Chu Tianyue fell silent, instead contemplating how to arrange for the elite disciples of the Chu family to hide. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded outside the Chu family residence. Moments later, a furious roar echoed. Who is Chu Feng? Come out. The voice brimmed with murderous intent, indicating that the visitor bore ill intentions. Chu Feng. Have you offended someone else outside? Chu Tianyue's heart sank in alarm. Chu Feng remained silent, striding outward without hesitation. Soon, Chu Feng arrived at the training grounds outside. There, a fierce-looking middle-aged man in gray was gripping a Chu family disciple, angrily demanding answers. Nearby, several Chu family disciples lay sprawled on the ground, unaware of their peril. Not far behind the gray-clad man stood Lu Hanyan and Lu Qing. They were unsure whether to stay and watch the spectacle or if the gray-clad man had been summoned to avenge Zhang Yuan. Elder Lin, this is Chu Feng. Lu Hanyan quickly identified Chu Feng for the gray-clad man. You wretched boy, are you the one who killed my disciple Zhang Yuan? The gray-clad man glared at Chu Feng with ferocity. He was Lin Tiancheng, an inner elder of the Lingxiao Pavilion and Zhang Yuan's master. Having taken Zhang Yuan on an expedition, he had also brought Lu Hanyan along. Not long ago, upon learning that Chu Feng had been expelled from the Qinglan sect, Lu Hanyan had implored Zhang Yuan to assist her in annulling her engagement with Chu Feng. Zhang Yuan, who had long harbored feelings for Lu Hanyan, readily agreed. At Lu Hanyan's behest, Lin Tiancheng reluctantly accompanied them, albeit unwilling to partake in the humiliation of an annulment, so he waited outside the Chu family. However, upon hearing that Zhang Yuan had been killed by Chu Feng, Lin Tiancheng was seized by a storm of rage, charging into the Chu family to seek vengeance. Ignoring Lin Tiancheng, Chu Feng turned to Lu Hanyan and coldly stated, Lu Hanyan, I warned you that if you provoke me again, I would kill you. It seems you will not weep until you see the coffin. Chu Feng, Elder Lin is here. Do you still dare to act arrogantly? I see you are truly one who does not shed tears until you see the coffin. Allow me to inform you that Elder Lin is a member of the inner sect of Lingxiao Pavilion, and his realm is at the 9th layer of true spirit realm, Lu Hanyan declared with an air of pride. What? An inner sect elder of Lingxiao Pavilion, the 9th layer of true spirit realm. Chu Tianyue, who had followed Chu Feng out, was instantly stricken with terror upon hearing Lu Hanyan's words. Chu Feng's realm was merely the 1st layer of spirit realm. A stark contrast to the 9th layer of true spirit realm, making it utterly impossible for him to contend with Lin Tianqing. Chu Tianyue had been contemplating relocating the elite disciples of the Chu family. But he never anticipated that the inner sect elder of Lingxiao Pavilion would arrive so swiftly. He had no time to execute his plans and was now deeply concerned that the Chu family would be annihilated in one fell swoop. Elder Lin, the previous matter was a misunderstanding. I implore you to spare the Chu family. We are willing to pay any price, Chu Tianyue said, his face filled with trepidation, for the sake of the Chu family. He had no choice but to bow and plead for Lin Tianqing's forgiveness, hoping to leave them a path for survival. Upon hearing Chu Tianyue's pleas for mercy, Chu Feng shot him a disdainful glance. This Chu Tianyue had not a shred of confidence in him. They had yet to engage in battle, and he was already contemplating surrender. The young master of the Chu family. He dared to kill my disciple. Your Chu family has no reason to exist any longer. Today, none of you from the Chu family shall escape, Lin Tianqing stated coldly. With that, he drew his sword and charged towards Chu Feng. The sword's momentum was thunderous, employing the thunder sword technique previously used by Zhang Yuan. Yet, when wielded by Lin Tianqing, its power was even more terrifying. Before the sword even neared, Chu Feng felt the overwhelming pressure of the sword's aura from a distance. The essence of sword energy was already taking shape. The disparity in realms was too great. Chu Feng dared not confront Lin Tianqing head-on and resorted to the shadow step, evading his attacks continuously. In a mere moment, the ground was marred with countless deep sword scars created by Lin Tianqing's strikes, yet Chu Feng remained unscathed. Suddenly, Lin Tianqing landed a blow upon Chu Feng, just as Lin Tianqing excitedly believed he was about to slay Chu Feng. The latter abruptly vanished. Instantly, a fist crashed into Lin Tianqing's head. Bang! His skull shattered, brain matter splattering everywhere. The scene fell into an eerie silence. How could this be? Lu Hanyan expressed disbelief. The 9th layer of true spirit realm Lin Tianqing had been so easily slain by Chu Feng. How could she accept this? Seeing this, Lu Qing's expression turned to one of horror. He had previously felt that Chu Feng was immensely terrifying and had not wished to return. However, since Lu Hanyan insisted on following him back, he could only brace himself. Little did he expect events to unfold as he had feared, with Lin Tianqing proving to be no match for Chu Feng. Thank goodness, Chu Tianyue felt a slight relief upon witnessing Chu Feng's victory over Lin Tianqing. While slaying Lin Tianqing would invite retribution from Lingxiao Pavilion, it granted him sufficient time to arrange for the escape of elite disciples from the Chu family. Chu Feng, you are doomed to dare kill an inner sect elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, Lingxiao Pavilion will hunt you down. Lu Qing, intending to discreetly whisk Lu Hanyan away, was interrupted as she recklessly threatened Chu Feng. Hearing her words, Chu Feng cast a cold glance at Lu Hanyan, and in an instant his figure vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lu Hanyan. Great annihilation fist. Chu Feng showed no mercy, delivering a powerful blow to Lu Hanyan's chest. Lu Hanyan was sent flying like a cannonball, soaring over 10 meters. Ah! Lu Hanyan shrieked in agony as she crashed heavily to the ground, her face contorted with disbelief. In their previous encounters, Chu Feng had always indulged her, complying with her every whim. Yet this time, he showed her no mercy and struck with lethal intent. This left Lu Hanyan filled with disbelief and resentment. You dare to kill. Lu Hanyan coughed up blood, her words faltering, and before she could finish, she suddenly breathed her last. Hanyan. Lu Qing rushed over to cradle Lu Hanyan's lifeless body, crying out in despair. Young Master Chu, Hanyan was merely a bit headstrong. How could you kill her? Lu Qing lamented. Headstrong? Ha! Chu Feng let out a soft laugh. Lu Hanyan had not simply been headstrong. She had sought her own demise. Slowly, Lu Qing lifted Lu Hanyan's corpse, preparing to depart. However, in an instant, Chu Feng teleported behind him and unleashed a great annihilation fist upon him. Lu Qing was sent flying, Lu Hanyan's body slipping from his grasp, hurtling away. "You are ruthless." Lu Qing could hardly believe that Chu Feng would also seek his life. His expression one of utter disbelief. Chu Feng approached Lu Qing, delivering a crushing kick to his skull. As enemies, he could show no mercy. With Lu Qing dead, today's events could remain concealed for the time being. This would afford him a little more time for the Chu family to escape and for Chu Feng to grow stronger. Patriarch, clean this place up and arrange for the Chu family to retreat for a time. Chu Feng felt unafraid of Lingxiao Pavilion's pursuit, yet he could not protect so many members of the Chu family. He could only let them retreat for a while. Once he gained the strength to confront Lingxiao Pavilion, he would summon the Chu family back. Understood. Without needing Chu Feng's prompting, Chu Tianyue would promptly arrange for the family's departure. Having spoken, Chu Tianyue hastened to leave with Chu Wenshan and others to orchestrate their escape. "I am still too weak." A sigh of resignation escaped Chu Feng's lips. Here he was, a dignified demon lord, threatened by a mere Lingxiao Pavilion from the lower realms, so utterly humiliating. His current weakness compelled him to endure today's affront. However, he would not tolerate any humiliation inflicted upon him, not in this life or the last. Those who dared to insult him would pay with their lives. Moments later, just as Chu Feng prepared to return to his courtyard for seclusion and cultivation, a surge of black energy suddenly erupted from the distant sky, soaring towards the heavens. Demonic energy? Chu Feng felt a jolt run through him at the sight of the ominous aura in the sky. Such potent demonic energy could only signify that something significant was unfolding. Without hesitation, Chu Feng sped towards the direction of the energy. Yet, just as he exited Chi Feng Town, the dark energy in the sky gradually dissipated. Why did it vanish? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, but pressed on toward where the energy had been an hour later. Chu Feng arrived at the Twilight Forest, located several dozen kilometers outside of Qingfeng Town. The Twilight Forest lay in low-lying terrain, shrouded in perpetual darkness. The forest was rife with low-tier demonic beasts, making it an ideal training ground for lower-ranked cultivators. Standing at the edge of the Twilight Forest, Chu Feng wore a grave expression. At that moment, the entire forest was enveloped in a faint demonic aura. This aura was unlike ordinary demonic energy. Chu Feng was intimately familiar with it in his past life. He had guarded the Black Abyss, repelling the invasions of the Celestial Demon clan. The Black Abyss was connected to the realm of the Celestial Demons. The demonic energy, now seeping from the Twilight Forest, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Celestial Demon realm, albeit significantly diluted. Nevertheless, Chu Feng was certain that the demonic energy in the Twilight Forest was linked to the Celestial Demon realm. Run for your lives. There are terrifying demonic beasts in the forest. Suddenly, several individuals burst forth from the Twilight Forest in a panic. Among them, a young man in white appeared to be injured, collapsing to the ground as he exited the forest. "Fifth brother, what happened to you?" A lovely young woman beside him rushed over in alarm to help the white-clad youth. "Sure, you must flee. Don't worry about me." The white-clad youth turned to look back, urgently urging the girl to escape. "No, if we are to die, let us die together." The young woman, seemingly infatuated with the white-clad youth, refused to leave his side. Roar! Suddenly, a grotesque green tiger emerged from the depths of the Twilight Forest. The green tiger resembled an ordinary tiger, yet it emanated a faint demonic aura, instilling a profound sense of terror. "Shuai, it's coming after us. You must run now." The white-clad youth, seeing the green tiger, summoned all his strength to push the girl away. However, she immediately ran back to his side, determined to face death together. "Sure, you are so foolish," the white-clad youth lamented. "Fifth brother, to die alongside you would be my greatest honor." The lovely young woman clung tightly to the white-clad youth to this moment. The other fleeing individuals had already made their escape, leaving only the white-clad youth and the lovely young woman behind. Chu Feng observed the green tiger, his expression devoid of emotion. The green tiger was originally a demonic beast of the spirit realm, yet after being tainted by demonic energy, its realm had ascended to the second layer of true spirit realm. The white-clad youth and the others who had fled were merely at the spirit realm. They were no match for the green tiger and could only escape in a panic at "My lord, you should flee. We will hold off this demonic tiger for you." At that moment, the lovely young woman noticed Chu Feng standing idly by and hurriedly urged him to leave. She had resolved to face death with the white-clad youth. And helping Chu Feng fend off the green tiger would be her final act of kindness. No need. Chu Feng responded with a calm demeanor. After speaking, he slowly approached the green tiger. Roar! The green tiger, perceiving Chu Feng's fearless advance, let out an enraged roar and charged at him. With a swift sidestep, Chu Feng deftly evaded the tiger's assault and delivered a powerful punch to its head. Boom! With just a gentle strike. The green tiger's skull shattered instantly. The expressions of the alluring woman and the young man in white froze in disbelief, although Chu Feng's cultivation level was merely at the first stage of the spirit realm. Lower than both of theirs, he had managed to slay a beast of the second stage of the true spirit realm with a single blow. This was utterly incredible. It wasn't until Chu Feng gradually walked into the twilight forest that the two regained their senses. Young master, you haven't harvested the demon tiger's demon core, the enchanting woman shouted at Chu Feng. The demon core of a second-stage true spirit realm tiger was worth a significant amount of spirit stones. And the tiger's carcass could also be sold for a considerable sum. It's all yours. Chu Feng's voice echoed from a distance at that moment. He was solely focused on unraveling the mysteries within the twilight forest and had no time to concern himself with the corpse of the green tiger. Sure, we have turned misfortune into fortune, the young man in white exclaimed with delight upon hearing Chu Feng's words. The demon core and body of the green tiger represented a tremendous wealth for the two of them. Indeed, the alluring woman echoed, her face alight with excitement. Chu Feng stepped further into the twilight forest. In his memories, he had ventured into the twilight forest for training a few years prior, but it had been devoid of any demonic energy at that time. Clearly, some profound change had transpired within the twilight forest to cause such a transformation. Moments later, Chu Feng began encountering various demonic beasts. Gale wolves, crimson flame snakes, and hedgehogs. These creatures, which had originally only been at the body refining and spirit entry stages, had significantly heightened their levels after being demonized. The Twilight Forest had once been an excellent training ground for low-level cultivators. Now, with the beasts demonized, unsuspecting low-level cultivators who entered for training would likely meet their doom. As Chu Feng ventured deeper, he encountered no unusual occurrences. Only the sight of scattered corpses of cultivators and the decaying remains of demonic beasts. Soon after, Chu Feng found a secluded spot and began to meditate and cultivate. The demonic energy here exerted a suppressive effect on ordinary cultivators. However, for Chu Feng, it was a considerable opportunity. His chaos technique could absorb this demonic energy and transform it into pure energy, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. Moments later, Chu Feng commenced the operation of the chaos technique in an instant. The demonic energy within several miles began to converge towards him, being drawn into his body. The energy of this demonic energy was estimated to be dozens of times stronger than the thin spiritual energy outside. After absorbing the demonic energy, Chu Feng's cultivation level surged rapidly. He reached the second stage of the spirit realm. In just 1 hour, Chu Feng had elevated his realm by a small tier. Elated, he rose to his feet. Having nearly absorbed all the surrounding demonic energy, and resolved to delve deeper in search of areas rich in demonic energy. However, just as Chu Feng stood, he noticed a woman wielding a long sword, gazing intently at him from a short distance away. The woman had a tall and slender figure, her fitted emerald green gown accentuating her exquisite form to perfection. Her slightly exposed skin was as fair as snow, crystal clear, exuding a faint luster that stood out remarkably in the dim forest. Her face was veiled, obscuring her features. Yet, even standing there silently, she radiated an aura of extraordinary grace, an ethereal presence that seemed unattainable. "You are actually cultivating demonic arts?" she asked coldly upon noticing Chu Feng had risen. Chu Feng furrowed his brow at the woman, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, though he could not immediately recall who she was. "What do you mean by demonic arts?" Chu Feng replied coolly. In his previous life, he had always disdained those who preached righteousness while secretly acting more ruthlessly than demons. And he had loathed being labeled as a demon lord, accused of practicing demonic arts and harming humanity. "You absorb demonic energy for cultivation. What else could it be but demonic arts?" The woman's voice was frigid, laced with murderous intent. "If you say it's demonic arts, then so be it." Chu Feng responded nonchalantly, "So it truly is demonic arts. Had I known, I should have shown no mercy last time and killed you directly. But it is not too late. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice and slay you, Demon. With that, the woman drew her long sword and charged at Chu Feng. Last time, Chu Feng executed the shadow step, evading her strikes while pondering her identity. From her words, it was evident they had clashed before, and Chu Feng felt a strong sense of familiarity with her. They must have known each other, though he could not recall her identity at that moment. Let me see who you are. Chu Feng continued to dodge, quickly seizing an opportunity to tear away the veil from her face. Yin Qingying. Upon seeing the stunning beauty beneath the veil, Chu Feng instantly recalled her name. Yin Qingying was the saintess of the Qinglong sect, and previously, Chu Feng had been punished for peeping at her while she bathed, resulting in the loss of his cultivation and expulsion from the sect. However, his memory of that incident was hazy, and he was uncertain if he had indeed spied on her. Chu Feng, what demonic arts are you practicing? Yin Qingying was somewhat taken aback by Chu Feng's strength. Her cultivation level was at the 9th stage of the true spirit realm, just a step away from breaking through to the Xian spirit realm. Yet, Chu Feng, despite being at only the 2nd stage of the spirit realm, had managed to evade her attacks entirely. Moreover, during Chu Feng's cultivation, he emitted no trace of demonic energy, completely unlike someone practicing demonic arts. Earlier, when she had first seen Chu Feng, she had observed him absorbing demonic energy. But there had been no overflow of demonic energy from him, which was why she had not acted against him immediately. What? You wish to learn? Chu Feng asked with a teasing smile. Who desires to learn your demonic arts? I merely wish to ascertain whether or not you are practicing demonic arts, to avoid unnecessary slaughter. Yin Qingying retorted with a cold snort. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. Chu Feng replied dismissively, unwilling to elaborate further. You. Yin Qingying felt a surge of anger at Chu Feng's indifferent demeanor. She was the saintess of the Qinglong sect, the most beautiful woman in the Songfeng Empire. Typically, male disciples of the Qinglong sect and men outside would treat her with utmost respect and ardent admiration. The Yin Qingying had not interacted much with Chu Feng before. She assumed he must have harbored feelings for her, or else he would not have dared to sneak a peek at her bathing. Now, however, Chu Feng was completely disregarding her. Yin Qingying was suddenly filled with the impulse to give Chu Feng a good beating, but his unpredictable movements rendered her unable to lay a finger on him. Watching Yin Qingying's frustrated expression as she attempted to strike him, yet failed, only amused Chu Feng. Unable to resist, he decided to tease her further. Yin Qingying, did I really spy on you while you bathed last time? Chu Feng asked with a light-hearted smile. You dare bring up that incident. Had I known, I would have killed you, you lecher. Yin Qingying replied, her face flushed with anger. Did I truly spy on you? I have no recollection whatsoever. Perhaps you could help me jog my memory? Chu Feng teased. You scoundrel, how dare you insult me? I will kill you. Yin Qingying shouted furiously as she lunged at Chu Feng. Your strength has increased. Chu Feng noticed that Yin Qingying's power had suddenly surged, as if she had employed some secret technique to enhance her capabilities. Nonetheless, her attack speed was still unable to match the pace of Chu Feng's shadow step, failing to land a hit on him. It wasn't until she grew weary from her relentless assaults that Yin Qingying finally halted, panting heavily. What's wrong? Can't continue. Chu Feng observed her rapid breathing and the alluring sight before him, feeling parched and flustered. Perhaps it was due to his previous encounter with Mu Qingyao, but at that moment, Chu Feng found himself irresistibly drawn to Yin Qingying. You lustful rogue, where do you think you're looking? Yin Qingying suddenly noticed Chu Feng's gaze fixated on her chest, prompting her to quickly cover herself and scold him loudly. Well, I've already seen it last time. What's the big deal about looking again? Chu Feng remarked, relishing her adorable angry expression, which only fueled his desire to tease her further. Though his memory of the incident with Yin Qingying was vague, he distinctly remembered accompanying a senior brother for drinks, only to awaken afterward with his eyes stabbed out, leading to his cultivation being stripped and expulsion from the sect. He could not ascertain whether he had truly peeped at Yin Qingying while intoxicated or if he had been framed. In hindsight, the likelihood of being framed seemed far greater. Yin Qingying's cultivation was a significant tier above his, and only female disciples could approach the bathing area she had occupied. Even if he had been drunk, he wouldn't have been able to get near her bathing spot. Nevertheless, even if he had not witnessed anything last time, it did not hinder him from teasing Yin Qingying now. Scoundrel, how could you have seen that last time? Had I known, I should have been merciless and ended your life then and there. Yin Qingying seethed, drawing her sword once more to strike at Chu Feng. Qingying, do not be angry. I shall take responsibility for you. Chu Feng continued to tease. Scoundrel, Who needs your responsibility? Die for me. Yin Qingying's sword relentlessly targeted Chu Feng's vital points. Seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow, "My dear, do not waste your energy. You cannot harm me." Chu Feng elevated his address to her, calling her "my dear, scoundrel. I swear I will kill you one day." Yin Qingying abruptly halted her assault, glaring at Chu Feng with fury before swiftly departing. She realized she could not inflict any harm on Chu Feng, and that remaining would only subject her to his humiliation. She could only leave for now, vowing to return stronger to exact her revenge. That woman. Chu Feng watched her retreating figure, feeling a surge of delight. He suddenly found that teasing the woman he liked occasionally was rather enjoyable. In his previous life, due to the influence of the nether demon body, Chu Feng had been indifferent towards women. Even the affection of his stunning twin disciples had left him unmoved. In this life, free from such physical constraints, he silently vowed not to let them down again. After a moment, as Yin Qingying's figure faded from view, Chu Feng continued his journey deeper into the twilight forest. Before long, he discovered a location rich in demonic energy and began to practice the chaotic technique, absorbing the malevolent aura that an hour later. Chu Feng's cultivation level rose significantly. Although he had not yet broken through to the next realm, he estimated that another session would suffice. Gradually rising, he pressed deeper into the twilight forest. After traversing a while, he unexpectedly encountered two true spirit realm cultivators, drawn by the earlier surge of demonic energy. They had come to investigate. Upon seeing Chu Feng, a third-level spirit realm cultivator daring to venture here, they urged him to leave immediately. Chu Feng merely offered a nonchalant response and continued onward, provoking their ire as they scolded him for his recklessness. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a few more true spirit realm cultivators and wisely chose to evade them from a distance. It seemed many human cultivators had arrived at the twilight forest. Drawn by the earlier spectacle of demonic energy, the scene of the chaotic technique absorbing demonic energy had been too conspicuous to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chu Feng ceased his cultivation and delved deeper into the forest in search of the source of the demonic energy. An hour later, he reached the end of the twilight forest, where a precipice awaited him. The cliff was shrouded in mist, rendering its depths invisible. Below, a gray haze obscured any view of the bottom. At that moment, a continuous stream of demonic energy surged upward from below the cliff. Evidently, this was the source of the earlier spectacle. Chu Feng gazed intently into the abyss, pondering what lay beneath that could release such a torrent of demonic energy. After a moment, he grasped the rocky face of the cliff and cautiously began his descent. The cliff was steep, lacking any footholds, compelling Chu Feng to exert force to create places to step. Thus, he slowly descended for half an hour before finally reaching the base of the cliff. Looking up, he saw the summit enveloped in mist, rendering it indistinguishable. However, he could roughly surmise he had descended nearly 2,000 meters. As he surveyed his surroundings, the base of the cliff was dim and devoid of light. With visibility extremely low, he could only discern objects within a few dozen meters. The area was desolate, barren of any vegetation. The silence was eerie, but Chu Feng noticed numerous tracks of demonic beasts on the ground, indicating that many such creatures thrived at the cliff's base, rather than exploring immediately. He chose to sit cross-legged and channel the chaotic technique. The concentration of demonic energy at the cliff's base was several times greater than above in the twilight forest, and with no one else around. It was the perfect location for Chu Feng to cultivate. At the third hour, his cultivation level advanced impressively, reaching the 5th level of the spirit realm. With his current low cultivation level, his rate of advancement was rapid. Moreover, drawing from his past life's cultivation experience, he encountered virtually no obstacles in his breakthroughs. Given sufficient opportunities, he could surmount challenges swiftly. Delightful. With his cultivation boosted, Chu Feng felt invigorated and in high spirits. As the surrounding demonic energy began to dwindle, he slowly rose and ventured forth to explore. Roar! Just as Chu Feng advanced a short distance, a massive demonized crocodile turtle erupted from the ground, lunging at him with ferocity. The demonized crocodile turtle was colossal, roughly the size of a large elephant, and possessed a 6th-level true spirit realm cultivation. With a swift sidestep, Chu Feng evaded the creature's attack and delivered a powerful punch, sending it hurtling away. The demonized crocodile turtle soared several meters before rolling multiple times to a stop. However, its shell was resilient, and Chu Feng's strike inflicted minimal damage. leaving his hand numb from the impact. Before long, the demonized crocodile turtle leapt back into action, charging at Chu Feng once more. This time, Chu Feng refrained from immediate retaliation, opting to dodge the creature's strikes while searching for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The turtle's robust shell necessitated that he target its head for a decisive strike. Yet, the demonized crocodile turtle remained cautious, retracting its head into its shell. Eventually, Chu Feng seized his chance, landing a powerful punch squarely on the turtle's head. Boom! The head shattered, instantly killing the demonized crocodile turtle. Without a moment's pause, Chu Feng continued his exploration. Not long after, he encountered a 5-meter-long serpent adorned with vibrant colors. This serpent boasted an 8th-level true spirit realm cultivation, surpassing the earlier crocodile turtle in strength. However, it lacked robust defenses, making it easier for Chu Feng to handle. With just 2 strikes, he dispatched the demonized serpent. Throughout his journey, he consistently faced formidable demonized beasts, but he easily vanquished them all. Soon after, Chu Feng stumbled upon a sloping canyon. The canyon, 5 meters wide, was suffused with rising demonic energy. After eliminating the surrounding demonized beasts, he settled at the canyon's entrance to meditate and practice the chaotic technique. An hour later, his cultivation advanced once more, reaching the 6th level of the spirit realm. If only I could access a continuous flow of demonic energy, my cultivation would soar. Chu Feng's heart raced with excitement. Having discovered a rapid path to enhance his cultivation, he could swiftly grow stronger and return to the upper realm. Before long, with the surrounding demonic energy fully absorbed, Chu Feng rose again and proceeded down the canyon. The canyon was eerily silent, instilling a sense of dread. He traversed the canyon for quite a while without encountering any demonized beasts. This absence might indicate a lack of beasts below, or perhaps a formidable beast claimed this canyon as its territory, deterring others from approaching. Based on Chu Feng's previous life experience, the latter scenario seemed more plausible. He wondered what level of beast lurked below. After a quarter hour of traversing, he finally reached the canyon's depths. There, he discovered a vast cavern, where a 100-meter-long demonized dragon coiled amidst the shadows. The demonized dragon's eyes were tightly shut, as if in slumber or deep meditation. Behind it, a half-meter-long rift in space gaped open, dark and profound, revealing an abyss of endless darkness. At that moment, a steady flow of demonic energy poured forth from the rift. This rift connected to the demon realm. Chu Feng's expression turned grave as he gazed at the rift. He had not anticipated that such a lowly realm as the abandoned domain would harbor a connection to the demon realm. This indicated a dramatic upheaval in the human world, suggesting a full-scale invasion by the demon clan. He must grow stronger quickly and return to the upper realm. The demon realm was vast and teeming with countless demons. Their invasion posed an unprecedented threat to humanity. Chu Feng had to return to the upper realm swiftly to reclaim his former power and resist the encroachment of the demon clan. Suddenly, sensing Chu Feng's presence, the demonized dragon awoke with a start, its colossal eyes snapping open. The dragon's green eyes pierced through the darkness, locking onto Chu Feng like 2 enormous searchlights. Roar! Upon spotting Chu Feng, the demonized dragon let out a furious roar, unleashing its aura as it charged directly towards him. The 9th level of the mysterious spirit realm. Chu Feng's expression grew serious. The demonized dragon's aura revealed its cultivation level, a 9th level mysterious spirit realm. With Chu Feng only at the 5th level of the spirit realm, he was vastly outmatched and stood little chance against it. Demon Spirit Fruit. As the demonized dragon left the cavern, Chu Feng's gaze fell upon a tree bearing demon spirit fruits. Located where the dragon had been coiled, he couldn't contain his excitement. The demon spirit fruit tree stood tall, its bark a deep ebony hue, adorned with 2 dark leaves at its base and 3 enormous black fruits perched atop. These were none other than the coveted demon spirit fruits. These fruits, born from the absorption of demonic energy, were a supreme delicacy for any cultivator, capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation. Furthermore, the demon spirit fruit served as a primary ingredient in the crafting of the 5th grade elixir, the Divine Essence Pill. This exceptional pill could dramatically elevate a person's cultivation level and assist them in breaking through their current realm. It was particularly effective for those striving to transcend into the celestial spirit realm or the monarch realm. However, The growth of the demon spirit fruit demanded an environment rich in demonic energy, and the divine essence pill was not within the capability of just any alchemist to concoct. Thus, the divine essence pill had become a rare treasure. Almost unattainable. To Chu Feng's astonishment, he stumbled upon a flourishing demon spirit fruit tree here, bearing its prized fruits. Just then, a demonic dragon, infused with dark energy, surged towards Chu Feng like a bolt of lightning. Its massive jaws gaping wide, intent on swallowing him whole. Employing the shadow step technique, Chu Feng deftly evaded the dragon's assault, narrowly escaping its grasp, infuriated by this mere insect's ability to dodge its attack. The demonic dragon let out another furious roar and swung its lengthy tail towards Chu Feng in a sweeping motion. With a nimble leap, Chu Feng again evaded the dragon's onslaught. The impact of the dragon's tail struck the nearby stone wall with a thunderous crash, shattering large chunks of rock that tumbled down. Chu Feng gradually retreated, luring the dragon away from the cave that in the process, he managed to land a few punches on the dragon's scaly hide. But its defenses were too formidable, and his strikes inflicted little damage. Soon, Chu Feng had led the dragon far from the cavern, just as he contemplated turning back to harvest the demon spirit fruits. A familiar voice rang out from behind him. "Chu Feng, what are you doing here? Is that a dragon?" After dodging the dragon's ferocious attack, Chu Feng turned to see Yin Qingying standing at a distance, astonished as she watched the clash between him and the demonic dragon. "Why did you follow me? Hurry and get out of here," Chu Feng shouted, originally intending to return to the tree for the fruits. But he realized that if he left now, the dragon might attack Yin Qingying. In a fit of anger, he admonished her to leave. "You scoundrel, I wanted to help you deal with that dragon, and you tell me to go away." Yin Qingying shot back, her eyes blazing with indignation. Throughout her life, no one had ever told her to leave. Think that now, as she offered her assistance to Chu Feng, he would dismiss her so callously. In her fury, she felt an urge to stab him with her sword. "Get out of here, now!" Chu Feng yelled again when he noticed that Yin Qingying remained close by. "What do you take me for? Just because you say I should leave, I will," she retorted defiantly. I refuse to go. I want to see you torn apart by that dragon. You should know that this dragon is lustful. Its breath carries a lecherous toxin. I fear that if you fall victim to its poison, I might have to sacrifice my virtue to save you." Chu Feng suddenly grinned wickedly. "Don't try to frighten me. The dragon may be lustful, but its breath cannot possibly carry such a toxin," Yin Qingying replied, skeptical of Chu Feng's claim. Although she had heard of the dragon's lascivious nature, she had never heard that its breath could bear a lewd toxin. "This is a mutated demonic dragon. I'm warning you. If you don't believe me, that's on you. Besides, I've been craving your body for quite some time now. If you do end up succumbing to the toxin, I might just begrudgingly help you with the antidote." Chu Feng smirked, threatening her once more. "You scoundrel, pervert," Yin Qingying exclaimed, her anger flaring up at his words. Yet, it seemed she was also frightened, quickly retreating to a safer distance. Seeing her move away, Chu Feng seized the opportunity to unleash all his strength to evade the dragon's attack and dashed towards the cavern below. The demonic dragon, realizing this, immediately pursued him, though Yin Qingying had not gone far. Upon witnessing the chase, she reappeared, sensing that Chu Feng had urged her to leave with good intentions. However, she was puzzled as to why he remained entangled in battle with the dragon. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qingying also made her way down the gorge. Just as she descended a short distance, the air was suddenly pierced by the dragon's thunderous roar, filled with an ominous intent, as if something precious had been snatched away. At that moment, Chu Feng had successfully snatched 3 demon spirit fruits from the cavern and was desperately fleeing. The fruits were intended for the demonic dragon to consume when it sought to break through to the earth spirit realm. And now that they had been taken, it was driven into a frenzy, roaring in pursuit of Chu Feng. "Why are you still here? Run!" Spotting Yin Qingying amidst his escape, Chu Feng shouted for her to leave. Seeing the enraged dragon, Yin Qingying quickly turned and fled in terror. "Hurry up and climb." Chu Feng gestured for her to ascend the cliff to safety. The base of the cliff was small, offering no place to hide. The only way to escape was to climb back to the twilight forest. "What about you?" Yin Qingying hesitated slightly. "You'll find your way out. Just hurry and get up there. And don't drag me down." Chu Feng urged her loudly. He could enter the chaotic star pearl at any moment, but he needed to ensure Yin Qingying left first. If he vanished now, the demonic dragon would undoubtedly turn its wrath upon her, and she might face a dire fate. Yin Qingying cast a lingering glance at Chu Feng before swiftly ascending the cliff, grasping the rocky surface as she climbed. After scaling several hundred meters, she paused and looked down at Chu Feng. At that moment, he was darting in circles at the base, evading the dragon's attacks. "Quickly climb up," Chu Feng shouted in frustration upon seeing her hesitation. With his current low cultivation level, he had been relying on the shadow step to escape, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He could barely hold on. How could Yin Qingying linger while he was in such a perilous situation? For a fleeting moment, he contemplated abandoning her to her fate, allowing the dragon to claim her. Suddenly, as Chu Feng was lost in thought, the demonic dragon struck him with its tail, sending him hurtling through the air. Upon landing, the dragon, sensing its hit, roared in excitement and opened its jaws wide to devour him. "Chu Feng, dodge!" Yin Qingying cried out, alarmed by the imminent danger. However, after being knocked down, Chu Feng quickly regained his footing and evaded the dragon's onslaught. Seemingly unscathed by the earlier blow, the clothing he wore had evidently shielded him from most of the damage. It was the same outfit gifted to him by Linger, which he had initially thought was just ordinary attire. But after surviving that impact, it was clear that the garment was a treasure of remarkable power. "Get out of here!" Chu Feng shouted again, furious to see Yin Qingying still lingering above. Hearing his ire-filled command, she hesitated, uncertain whether to abandon him. Although they had their differences, it was Chu Feng who had kept the dragon occupied long enough for her to escape. Leaving him behind felt somewhat unjust. Just as she wrestled with her conscience, several figures descended from above the cliff. Among them, an elderly woman spotted the demonic dragon and unleashed a powerful palm strike. Boom! With a single blow, the dragon's head exploded, killing it instantly. A 9th-level Xianling realm dragon had been vanquished in an instant. Yin Qingying was left in shock that a monarch realm cultivator, Chu Feng, too, was taken aback upon seeing the elderly woman. He had not anticipated encountering a monarch realm cultivator here. Mu Qingyao. Suddenly, he recognized a veiled woman nearby, his heart racing with astonishment. After parting ways with Mu Qingyao in Tianmu City, he had thought it would be a long time before they met again. Yet here they were. At that moment, she donned a stunning glass gown, exuding an ethereal elegance that made her seem almost unattainable. Mu Qingyao cast a fleeting glance at Chu Feng before shifting her gaze to survey the surroundings. "Assess the situation," she commanded coolly. "Yes, holy maiden." Two graceful maidens immediately fanned out to investigate their surroundings. "Chu Feng, are you all right?" Yin Qingying had climbed down from the cliff and approached him, concern etching her features. "I'm fine," he replied nonchalantly. Had it not been for her momentary distraction, he would not have been struck by the dragon. Noticing Yin Qingying's call to him, Mu Qingyao's gaze swept back over the two of them. "Thank you for your assistance," Chu Feng acknowledged with a respectful bow towards Mu Qingyao, who merely regarded him with indifference, offering no reply. "We are here to cleanse this demonic lair. Saving you was merely a matter of convenience. So there is no need for thanks." The elderly woman who had just slain the demonic dragon spoke with a calm demeanor. "Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude to you all." Chu Feng responded with a subtle smile. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Mu Qingyao and said with a smile, "My lady, have we crossed paths before? You seem remarkably familiar." Mu Qingyao glanced into the distance. Ignoring Chu Feng's inquiry, the elderly woman, overhearing his words, instantly turned cold and remarked, "Young man, our saintess is not someone you can approach so casually. If you wish to live, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut." However, Chu Feng did not heed her warning immediately and continued to smile. "I remember now. We met in Tianmu City." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyao's expression instantly hardened, and the atmosphere around them seemed to chill several degrees. The mention of Tianmu City evoked memories of the humiliation she suffered outside the dilapidated temple, igniting a murderous intent within her. "Speak again, and I shall kill you," Mu Qingyao declared coldly. The elderly woman, noticing Mu Qingyao's anger, turned her icy gaze upon Chu Feng, as if to say that any further words from him would result in dire consequences. Observing the tension, Chu Feng merely smiled and fell silent. His earlier intention had been to gauge Mu Qingyao's suspicions regarding him, and it appeared she harbored none. Suddenly, Chu Feng noticed Yin Qingying glaring at him with fury, seemingly blaming him for his casual approach towards the beautiful woman. In response, he flashed a grin, which only intensified her IRAAT that moment. two lovely maidens who had ventured out returned, reporting to Mu Qingyao, Saintess, there are only some low-tier demonic beasts in the vicinity. Additionally, there is a spatial rift below in the nearby canyon, from which the demonic energy is emanating. Is there anything near the spatial rift? Mu Qingyao inquired upon hearing the report. There is a damaged demonic spirit fruit tree nearby. But it seems the fruits have just been plucked. The maiden glanced at Chu Feng and Yun Qingying after speaking that it was evident that only Chu Feng and Yun Qingying had entered the canyon. And they must have taken the fruits. Demonic spirit fruit. The elderly woman's eyes lit up at this revelation. The demonic spirit fruit is a key ingredient in crafting divine essence pills, and they happen to have an alchemist in the Yaoqi sacred land capable of refining them. However, they had long struggled to find the fruit, and now that they had discovered its whereabouts, the elderly woman was overjoyed. If they could obtain the demonic spirit fruit, their Yaoqi sacred land might gain 1 or 2 more powerful warriors, significantly enhancing their strength. In that moment, Mu Qingyao and the others looked at Chu Feng with eager anticipation. Gentlemen, might we persuade you to part with the demonic spirit fruit? State your demands, and we shall do our utmost to fulfill them. The elderly woman gazed at Chu Feng and Yun Qingying with hopeful eyes. Demonic spirit fruit? I have not come across such a thing, Yun Qingying replied, momentarily taken aback, denying any possession of the fruit. Simultaneously, she directed her gaze toward Chu Feng. Earlier, when Chu Feng had entered the canyon, the demonic dragon had relentlessly pursued him. Yun Qingying speculated that he must have taken the fruit, for otherwise, the dragon would not have been so intent on following him. Upon hearing Yun Qingying's words, Mu Qingyao and the others turned their attention to Chu Feng, that I did indeed find a black fruit below. However, upon sensing its abundant spiritual energy, I consumed it in one bite. And my cultivation increased by several small realms. Chu Feng replied with a light smile. You truly are a wastrel. The elderly woman glared at Chu Feng in indignation. The primary purpose of the demonic spirit fruit is to create divine essence pills. Consuming it directly is a tremendous waste. Mu Qingyao regarded Chu Feng with indifference, her expression unchanged upon learning that he had ingested the fruit. Previously, she had been slightly surprised to see that Chu Feng's cultivation had increased by 5 small realms since their last encounter. Now, upon hearing his admission of consuming the demonic spirit fruit, she understood how his cultivation had ascended. Was there only one? I distinctly saw 3 fruit stems on that demonic spirit fruit tree. One of the maidens who had entered the canyon questioned. That? I cannot say. Chu Feng replied coolly. He was capable of refining divine essence pills himself and had no intention of relinquishing the demonic spirit fruit. Young man, possessing the demonic spirit fruit while you waste it is a travesty. Hand it over to us, and we shall offer you something of greater value. The elderly woman's voice carried a hint of menace. I have said it is not here. It is simply not here, Chu Feng replied, unperturbed. You best not provoke me, boy. The elderly woman shouted in anger. If you doubt me, feel free to search me. Chu Feng replied with a calm smile. Chu Feng had already stored the demonic spirit fruit within the Chaos Star Pearl. Even if they searched him, they would find nothing. Little one, you go and search him. The elderly woman gestured to one of the lovely maidens to inspect Chu Feng. Shortly, the maiden thoroughly searched Chu Feng, even examining his storage ring. Saintess, he truly does not possess the demonic spirit fruit, the maiden reported back. Boy, you haven't hidden the demonic spirit fruit away somewhere, have you? The elderly woman regarded Chu Feng with suspicion. Enough, let this matter rest. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Yaoqi sacred land. Mu Qingyao interjected, seemingly unable to bear the unfolding situation. Li Granny, go and destroy the spatial rift below. Mu Qingyao commanded the elderly woman. Li Granny shot a reluctant glance at Chu Feng, but as Mu Qingyao had spoken, she could only obey. Yes, Saintess. With that, Li Granny vanished in a flash. Not long after, a loud crash resonated from the distant canyon, and the flow of demonic energy in the air gradually ceased, as if the source had been severed. What a pity! Chu Feng sighed inwardly. He had hoped to continuously absorb the demonic energy for cultivation through that spatial rift. Now that it was destroyed, he would have to devise another method to enhance his cultivation. Soon, Li Granny returned and reported to Mu Qingyao, Saintess, the spatial rift has been destroyed. The rift below the canyon was only half a meter long, and the spatial passage was extremely unstable. With just a single strike, I shattered it. Very well, let us return to Zhongzhou. Mu Qingyao replied softly. She had initially planned to train in the eastern wilderness for a year. But after being schemed against by Kong Dai and losing her virtue, she had lost all desire to continue her training and opted to return to Zhongzhou 6 months early. Understood. The others following Mu Qingyao responded in unison. With that, Mu Qingyao led the group into the air, soaring upward. They resembled celestial beings ascending to the heavens, which left Yin Qingying filled with envy. However, only cultivators of the heavenly spirit realm and above could achieve such aerial flight. Yin Qingying currently stood at the 9th level of the true spirit realm, still 2 major realms away from the heavenly spirit realm. You may leave, as Mu Qingyao and the others departed. Chu Feng turned to Yin Qingying that he wished to absorb the remaining demonic energy at the canyon's base for further cultivation, thus wanting to urge Yin Qingying to depart. Chu Feng, do you wish so fervently for me to leave? Surely you do not still have the demonic spirit fruit hidden away somewhere, intending to chase me off to retrieve it? Yin Qingying replied with a light laugh. You think too highly of yourself. Suddenly, Chu Feng's tone shifted dramatically as he bellowed angrily. Wretched woman, I never imagined you craved the demonic spirit fruit as well. Leave at once, or I shall kill you. Yin Qingying's expression turned blank at his words. As if struck by lightning, tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, threatening to fall at any moment. Wretched woman, Chu Feng, I never anticipated you would view me in such a light. You scoundrel, do not expect me to acknowledge you again. With that, Yin Qingying angrily scrambled up the cliff, slowly disappearing from Chu Feng's sight. As Yin Qingying departed, Chu Feng turned and walked toward the cave at the canyon's base. At that moment, the fissure in the cave had vanished, and the demonic energy in the air was gradually dissipating. Chu Feng sighed in regret and slowly made his way back to the canyon. Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly before him. It was Li Granny, who had departed earlier. Chu Feng, the reincarnated demon sovereign, possesses a formidable soul. Just moments ago, he sensed that Granny Li's spiritual consciousness was fixated on him, in his previous life. Chu Feng had encountered countless so-called righteous individuals who, while espousing benevolence and virtue, were secretly ruthless and merciless. With Granny Li's return, it was evident she suspected him of harboring the demon spirit fruit and intended to interrogate him to seize it. To prevent the matter of the Yaotai sacred land robbing him of his demon spirit fruit from spreading, it was certain that Granny Li would resort to silencing him by any means necessary. Chu Feng, not wishing to implicate Yin Qingying, had just fiercely scolded her to leave. Boy, hand over the demon spirit fruit immediately, or I shall kill you. Granny Li's face was a mask of ferocity. Devoid of any pretense, I have already stated, there is none. I do not possess it. Chu Feng replied coolly. Young man, I advise you to be sensible if you refuse to relinquish the demon spirit fruit. Not only will I slay you, but I shall also annihilate your family and friends. Granny Li threatened with a vicious glare. Do as you wish. Chu Feng replied indifferently, with most of the Chu family likely in hiding. He was not afraid of Granny Li exterminating them. Moreover, she would not truly dare to destroy the Chu family, for such actions would inevitably make the Yaotai sacred land the target of universal condemnation. Young man, it appears you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. I shall first sever your limbs and see if you still refuse to speak, Granny Li declared with a sinister grin. Ha! Truly, a righteous person, yet more ruthless than those of the demonic sect. I hope you do not perish too swiftly. Next time we meet, it shall be my turn to sever your limbs. Oh, I forgot. You have none left. Then I shall sever 4 limbs instead. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Ha! You dare to threaten me even as you face death. Granny Li laughed in fury. Death? I possess a spatial teleportation talisman. You cannot kill me. With that, Chu Feng vanished in an instant. Damn it, when I catch you, I shall skin you alive. Granny Li fumed upon witnessing Chu Feng's disappearance. She quickly ascended into the sky, searching for his figure. However, after a prolonged search, she could not find him and had no choice but to leave in anger. Moments later, Chu Feng luxuriated in a refreshing bath within the Starlight Realm, cleansing away the sweat from the recent battle. Linger, it has been a few days. You have grown even more beautiful, Chu Feng teased with a playful smile. Really? Linger twirled joyfully, perfectly showcasing herself. Indeed, I never speak falsehoods. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. You certainly know how to flatter. Linger beamed in delight. Linger, what exactly was that garment you gifted me last time? Chu Feng recalled how the attire had mitigated much of the damage he sustained and promptly inquired. I do not remember if it was a good garment. Simply wear it. Linger replied vaguely. You truly are a little scatterbrain, Chu Feng said, shaking his head in resignation. Has that old hag left? Chu Feng wished to quickly venture outside to absorb the surrounding demonic energy for cultivation, lest it dissipate too soon. She has left. Linger sensed the external situation and reported back to Chu Feng. Good. I shall step out now and return to see you another time. With that, Chu Feng exited the Chaos Starlight Pearl and returned to the outside world. At that moment, the outside was eerily silent, with demonic energy gradually dissipating. Seeing this, Chu Feng immediately sat down, employing the chaos technique to absorb the surrounding demonic energy for cultivation. After an hour, he finally consumed all the demonic energy at the cliff's base. However, his realm did not elevate. He was still a fraction short of a breakthrough. What a pity! Without demonic energy to absorb, Chu Feng sighed. Rising slowly, he returned to the cliff's base and swiftly climbed upwards. Seizing the stones of the cliff, the twilight forest above might still harbor some demonic energy, and Chu Feng was eager to ascend and absorb it. However, upon reaching the twilight forest, he discovered that many cultivators had gathered there, and the demonic energy had already thinned considerably. You did not see it. A few celestial maidens truly came to the twilight forest just now. I saw them too. Those celestial maidens were breathtakingly beautiful. The demonic energy in the twilight forest has begun to dissipate. It seems those celestial maidens eradicated its source. Indeed, those celestial maidens are not only beautiful but kind-hearted. Alas, I am fated never to meet them. The nearby cultivators chattered excitedly to kind-hearted. Chu Feng scoffed softly upon hearing this. While they were indeed lovely, to claim they were kind-hearted was somewhat ludicrous. In the world of cultivators, how many could genuinely be kind-hearted? For the sake of cultivation resources, many would resort to unscrupulous means, even harming their own kin and friends. Seeing so many cultivators around, and the demonic energy so sparse, Chu Feng lost all desire to absorb any more and gradually departed from the Twilight Forest. Exiting the Twilight Forest, Chu Feng did not head straight back to Qingfeng Town, but rather made his way towards Shenyang City, not far away. Shenyang City was the largest city in the vicinity, home to over 10,000 residents, and boasted numerous grand merchant associations. To concoct the divine origin pill, Chu Feng needed to purchase a high-grade alchemical furnace and other materials required for the pill. Half an hour later, he arrived at Shenyang City. The city gates were grand and imposing, bustling with people and an array of steeds and carriages. Chu Feng strolled into Shenyang City. Upon entering, he immediately beheld an extraordinarily wide street. The sidewalks were lined with shops, teeming with people, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The shops offered a myriad of goods, from weapons and defensive gear to elixirs and more. Everything was available. As Chu Feng wandered, he searched for the items he required. After a brief while, he procured several materials for the divine origin pill. The primary ingredient was the demon spirit fruit, while the other materials were common and easily obtainable. After browsing for a little over half an hour, he successfully acquired the remaining materials needed for the divine origin pill. Now, he only required an alchemical furnace capable of refining 5th-grade pills to proceed. After some searching and inquiries, Chu Feng discovered that none of the shops in the city possessed alchemical furnaces above the 5th grade. In a low-tier nation like the Tsongfeng Empire, most alchemists were only 1st or 2nd grade. 3rd-grade alchemists were already considered the pinnacle of the craft. Thus, the alchemical furnaces available on the market were predominantly low-grade, making it exceedingly difficult to find one suitable for refining 5th-grade pills. Without a 5th-grade alchemical furnace, he could not concoct the divine origin pill. Undeterred, Chu Feng continued his search and eventually learned that there was a branch of the Wanbao Merchant Association in Shenyang City. The Wanbao Merchant Association was the largest in the Tsongfeng Empire and ranked among the top 5 in the entire Eastern Wilderness continent. Upon acquiring the address of the Wanbao Merchant Association, Chu Feng set off immediately as he walked. He arrived in the bustling marketplace. Everyone, clear the way. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Chu Feng's gaze turned, and he saw a white horse bearing a woman clad in purple. Racing through like the wind, the pedestrians on the road, upon seeing this, swiftly scattered in fear. "Mother, where are you?" In the path of the galloping horse, a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old sat on the ground, crying, seemingly separated from her mother. "Ah, little girl," Quickly get out of the way, the onlookers shouted anxiously as they witnessed the little girl about to be trampled by the white horse. However, the girl appeared utterly oblivious to the impending danger. The purple-clad woman seemed to ignore the little girl entirely, charging forward on her white horse without a care for the child's life or death, just as it seemed the little girl would be trampled beneath the hooves of the purple-clad woman. Not a single person stepped forward to save her. Chu Feng furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene. He had no desire to meddle, yet in the final moment, he could not turn a blind eye. He instantly teleported in front of the little girl and delivered a powerful kick toward the oncoming white horse. Boom! The horse's head exploded upon impact, its body propelled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The purple-clad woman was also thrown from the horse, tumbling through the air before landing hard on the ground. Little brother, you must flee. That purple-clad woman is the only daughter of the city lord of Shangyang City. Xiao Zi was known for her arrogant and willful nature, often galloping through the city without regard for the lives of the common folk. Just days prior, she had run over an elderly woman. And when a young man sought justice for the old woman, he soon met a gruesome fate, his family annihilated. The nearby onlookers urged Chu Feng to escape quickly. Chu Feng merely smiled faintly and turned back toward the little girl. Little sister, do not be afraid, Chu Feng gently reassured her. Nuan. At that moment, a woman rushed over from the distance, anxiously scooping up the little girl. Mother, the girl exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement as she embraced the woman. You wretched dog, how dare you slay my beloved steed? Just then, Xiao Zi, who had just been blasted away, furiously approached Chu Feng. You all should leave. Upon hearing Xiao Zi's words, Chu Feng's expression instantly turned icy to the core. Nevertheless, he first gestured for the woman to take the girl away. Thank you. Thank you. The woman repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Chu Feng, fear evident in her voice as she hurriedly fled with the girl. After witnessing their departure, Chu Feng turned to face Xiao Zi, suppressing his rage as he admonished. This is a bustling marketplace. Though you treat human lives as mere weeds while galloping recklessly? Humph. I already called out to let them leave beforehand. The ones who couldn't escape are merely commoners. If those lowly folk cannot avoid it and end up crushed, they deserve it. Besides, their existence is no better than that of dogs, should I happen to run them over. They would die justly, Xiao Zi proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Slap? Chu Feng, upon hearing her words, delivered a fierce slap to Xiao Zi, causing her to stagger and nearly fall dada. You vile dog, how dare you strike me? Not even my parents have ever laid a hand on me, and you dare to hit me. Your life is forfeit. Xiao Zi's face twisted with malice as she violently lashed her whip towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng swiftly seized the whip she swung, effortlessly tearing it from her grasp. Crack, crack. With the whip in hand, Chu Feng retaliated, delivering 2 harsh lashes back at Xiao Zada. The whip struck Xiao Zi, leaving her skin torn and bloody. One lash even struck her face, instantly marring her beauty, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Ah, this little brother actually dares to treat Xiao Zi this way. He is doomed. Xiao Zi was not only the sole daughter of the city lord, but also a disciple of Lingxiao Pavilion. To dare act thus against her, he would likely face a dire fate. Yet, witnessing Xiao Zi being taught a lesson brought immense satisfaction. Keep your voice down if you wish to live. The surrounding onlookers buzzed with speculation. Seeing Xiao Zi's pitiful state, Chu Feng felt a sense of relief as he discarded the whip. Let this be a lesson. Do not be so willful, or you may not know how you met your end. Chu Feng coldly remarked before turning to leave. You wretched dog. You are doomed. Doomed. When my father arrives, I shall flay you piece by piece. Xiao Zi's gaze towards Chu Feng was filled with venom. Wishing she could immediately see him suffer 1,000 cuts, hearing her threats, Chu Feng's footsteps momentarily hesitated before he vanished in an instant. In a heartbeat, he reappeared before Xiao Zi, striking fiercely at her head. Boom! Xiao Zi's head exploded, brain matter splattering everywhere. In an instant, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The crowd stared at Chu Feng in shock. At that moment, Chu Feng appeared as if possessed by a demonic spirit. Exuding an overwhelming ferocity, some people, in fear, began to retreat. Xiao Zi is dead. Many remained incredulous. Dead. And in such a gruesome manner. This is a serious matter. One could hardly imagine the city lord's wrath upon hearing the news. This young man was far too impulsive. Did he not realize the consequences? Now, it seemed his family would be in grave peril. The crowd looked at Chu Feng, murmuring among themselves. Chu Feng shook the blood from his hands, indifferent to the surrounding chatter, as he calmly turned and continued toward the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. This young man, still not fleeing, dared to walk into the city. He truly did not know the danger he was in. Perhaps he wished to avoid implicating his family and was going to the city lord's residence to surrender. It was too late, given the city lord's affection for Xiao Zi. Even if he turned himself in, his family would be offered up as sacrifices to Xiao Zi. The youth was far too impulsive. Now, it was too late to regret. As the crowd watched Chu Feng walk toward the city, they assumed he intended to turn himself into the city lord's residence. Soon after, Chu Feng arrived at the heart of Shenyang City, where the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was located. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce occupied a vast area, featuring a 7-story Wanbao building. The architectural style of the Wanbao building was unique, blending various mysterious elements that radiated an extraordinary aura from afar. The entrance to the Wanbao building stood nearly 10 meters high, guarded by 4 sentinels clad in black armor. Numerous guards also stood on the corridors of each floor, vigilant against any potential thieves attempting to ascend unnoticed. Upon entering the Wanbao building, one was greeted by a spacious hall. The hall was opulent, filled with an array of precious items, weapons, armors, elixirs, and spiritual herbs, dazzling the eyes. In the center of the hall stood a massive counter, behind which stood a stunningly beautiful young woman and an elderly man in green robes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Chu Feng approached the counter and, looking at the elderly man, spoke directly. "Does your chamber have a 5th-grade alchemy furnace?" "A 5th-grade alchemy furnace?" The young woman, who had been calculating nearby, looked up in surprise at Chu Feng's statement. However, seeing his youthful countenance, she quickly resumed her calculations. "May I ask why you wish to purchase a 5th-grade alchemy furnace?" The elderly man in green inquired with a smile. "To concoct elixirs, of course," Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. "May I ask what type of elixir you intend to produce that requires a 5th-grade furnace?" The elderly man continued to smile. "Is it necessary to explain my reasons for purchasing something at your chamber?" Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. "Of course not. If you are merely concocting common elixirs, a 1st or 2nd-grade furnace would suffice. There is no need to waste money on a 5th-grade furnace." The elderly man said with a smile, "Cut the nonsense. Just tell me if your chamber has a 5th-grade alchemy furnace." Chu Feng said impatiently. "Yes, please wait a moment." Noticing Chu Feng's impatience, the elderly man ceased his inquiries and slowly ascended the stairs. With the elderly man gone, Chu Feng's gaze shifted to the charming young woman. Her captivating figure held his attention, and he found himself staring blankly. "If you dare to gaze any longer, I will gouge out your eyes." The young woman sensed Chu Feng's scrutiny and glared at him angrily. Chu Feng, caught off guard, quickly averted his gaze. It seemed he had become quite addicted after indulging. He was so easily captivated by a woman. Chu Feng mused inwardly, contemplating when he might take a woman by his side to occasionally alleviate his physical needs. His current physique was the nine-yang body, inherently vigorous. It was rather uncomfortable without a woman nearby. Soon after, the elderly man returned from upstairs, carrying a massive alchemy furnace. "Young master, this is the 5th-grade alchemy furnace, priced at 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones," the elderly man stated with a wide smile. 500,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Chu Feng was taken aback by the exorbitant price of the alchemy furnace. In his previous life, Chu Feng had little understanding of spirit stones and their value. Whatever he needed, Luo Shui would procure for him. He glanced at the spirit stones within his storage ring, in addition to the 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones given to him by Chu Wenshan. He also had approximately 26,000 lower-grade spirit stones acquired from slaying Lu Hanyin and her companions. In total, he possessed 27,000 lower-grade spirit stones, nearly half of what he needed. If the young master finds himself short on spirit stones, you may opt for a lower-grade alchemy furnace. The elderly man, having discerned Chu Feng's financial constraints, still maintained his smile. "Humph, if you lack spirit stones, do not come to our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce seeking validation." The young woman beside him scoffed lightly. Chu Feng's initial claim to purchase a 5th-grade alchemy furnace, coupled with his earlier indiscretion, led the young woman to believe he was merely seeking attention at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Unfazed by her derisive remarks, Chu Feng casually glanced at her without acknowledging her laughter. "How many lower-grade spirit stones can this demon dragon pill be exchanged for?" Chu Feng produced the inner core of the demonized dragon and presented it to the elderly man. Previously, the demonized dragon had been slain by that old woman from the Yaoqi sacred land. However, she had not extracted the inner core, and Chu Feng felt it might have some value, so he took it. An inner core of a 9th level Xianling realm dragon. The elderly man, upon receiving the demon dragon pill from Chu Feng, displayed a hint of surprise. He could tell that Chu Feng was only at the 7th level of the spirit realm. Yet he had managed to obtain an inner core from a 9th level Xianling realm dragon. The charming young woman, equally astonished, gazed at Chu Feng, brimming with curiosity about how he had acquired the inner core from such a formidable beast. I wonder how much it is worth in lower-grade spirit stones. Chu Feng inquired. Our merchant association can procure it for 300,000 inferior spirit stones. The elderly man in green pondered slightly. Very well, I shall take the 5th-grade alchemy furnace. Upon finishing his words, Chu Feng extracted 200,000 inferior spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them to the elderly man in green. Deal. The elderly man accepted the spirit stones with a smile and passed the alchemy furnace to Chu Feng. Elated, Chu Feng accepted the furnace. With the 5th-grade alchemy furnace in his possession, he would be able to refine divine origin pills, thereby swiftly enhancing his cultivation. Ideally, the divine origin pill should be saved for breakthroughs to the celestial spirit realm or the king realm, yet Chu Feng, eager to elevate his level, could not wait that long. Once he ascended in rank, he could concoct even superior elixirs. May I ask, young sir, from whom have you received your tutelage? The elderly man in green sensed that there must be someone backing Chu Feng. Likely his master. The demon dragon pill was acquired by Chu Feng's master, and it was also his master who sought to purchase the 5th-grade alchemy furnace. I have no master, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Then do you know any alchemist capable of refining 5th-grade pills? The elderly man in green pressed on, unwilling to give up. I do, Chu Feng replied casually. Really? The elderly man was overjoyed at this revelation. The lovely woman beside him, upon hearing Chu Feng's words, suddenly grasped his hand with excitement, exclaiming, "Where is that alchemist? Though the eyes may perceive it as distant, it is indeed close at hand," Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. "You?" The lovely woman's expression froze instantaneously, and she released Chu Feng's hand immediately. "Indeed, I am capable of refining 5th-grade pills," Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. "Young sir, it would be best not to jest in such a manner." The elderly man's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of anger crossing his features upon hearing Chu Feng's words. It was inconceivable that someone as young as Chu Feng could be a 5th-grade alchemist. His claim was nothing short of mockery. If you choose not to believe, then so be it, Chu Feng replied indifferently. With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the merchant association. It seemed that someone was attempting to force their way in but was obstructed by the guards at the entrance. At that moment, a guard clad in black armor hurried in, addressing the lovely woman and the elderly man. "Miss, Manager Mu, the city lord, accompanied by a group of guards, seeks to enter, claiming he wishes to capture the murderer of his daughter." Xiao Zi is dead. The lovely woman was momentarily taken aback. "I shall go take a look." With that, the elderly man in green stepped out from behind the counter and swiftly made his way to the entrance. Upon hearing the words of the black-clad guard, Chu Feng realized the city lord was indeed seeking him out. Without hesitation, Chu Feng followed suit towards the entrance. Upon reaching the door, the elderly man in green confronted the situation outside. His voice grave, "Lord Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Why have you surrounded our Wanbao Merchant Association with soldiers?" At that moment, the Wanbao Merchant Association was encircled by soldiers from the city lord's mansion. While a throng of onlookers gathered around, "Manager Mu, I harbor no ill intent towards the Wanbao Merchant Association. I merely seek to apprehend the murderer of my daughter as the city lord of Shangyang City." Xiao Tianhe was a figure no one dared to defy in the city, and his daughter Xiao Zi was equally untouchable. Just moments ago, a subordinate had reported that his daughter had been killed in a violent explosion, striking Xiao Tianhe like a bolt from the blue. Upon discovering that Chu Feng was at the Wanbao Merchant Association, Xiao Tianhe immediately led his men to surround the place. He was determined to make Chu Feng pay in blood for his daughter's death, and he vowed to eliminate all of Chu Feng's relatives as well, ensuring they accompanied his daughter in death. "Are you implying that our Wanbao Merchant Association is harboring the murderer of your daughter?" The Wanbao Merchant Association had branches throughout the eastern wilderness, and Manager Mu, as the head of the Shenyang City branch, was unafraid of Xiao Tianhe. That is not my intention. It is merely that my men have discovered that the murderer of my daughter just entered your Wanbao Merchant Association. Xiao Tianhe seemed reluctant to offend the Wanbao Merchant Association and offered a gentle explanation. Hearing this, Manager Mu turned to look at the slowly emerging Chu Feng, that I am the one who killed his daughter. Chu Feng stated calmly, "You insolent wretch, why did you kill my daughter?" Xiao Tianhe's gaze turned furious, filled with an overwhelming killing intent directed at Chu Feng. Are you unaware of your daughter's character? She offended me, and thus I eliminated her, ridding the world of a menace. Chu Feng replied coolly, "Scoundrel, my daughter is still young. She merely acted out of stubbornness. How could you be so cruel as to take her life? Are you even human?" Xiao Tianhe bellowed in rage. "Still young?" Chu Feng scoffed disdainfully. Observing Xiao Tianhe's reaction, he finally understood why Xiao Zi had been so willful and unruly. "You, young man, shall pay for this." Enraged at the mockery aimed at his daughter, Xiao Tianhe surged towards Chu Feng like a bolt of lightning, with a cultivation level at the 6th stage of the true spirit realm. He reached Chu Feng in the blink of an eye. Just as Chu Feng was preparing to counter, Manager Mu unexpectedly intervened, striking Xiao Tianhe back with a single palm. Manager Mu's cultivation was also at the 6th stage of the true spirit realm, matching Xiao Tianhe's level. "Manager Mu, what do you mean by this?" Xiao Tianhe glared furiously at Manager Mu after being repelled. "As long as he is our guest at the Wanbao Merchant Association, we shall not permit anyone to harm him," Manager Mu stated calmly. "Manager Mu, Zi is still an inner disciple of the Lingxiao sect. If your Wanbao Merchant Association protects the murderer of Zi, the Lingxiao sect will not let this matter rest," Xiao Tianhe threatened coldly. "Humph, our Wanbao Merchant Association fears not the Lingxiao sect," Manager Mu shot back icily. After this exchange, Manager Mu turned to Chu Feng and said, "Young sir, if you could provide us with information regarding the 5th-grade alchemist, our Wanbao Merchant Association would be willing to assist you in resolving this matter." The president of the Wanbao Merchant Association, Shun Wanbao, had been severely injured 10 days prior, and only the Snow Ginseng Creation Pill could save him. However, the Snow Ginseng Creation Pill was a 5th-grade elixir, requiring a 5th-grade alchemist to concoct it. Such alchemists were exceedingly rare throughout the entire ruins of the wilderness, with none to be found in the eastern wilderness. Only in the central continent could they be located. Yet, the journey to the central continent was long, taking at least over a month for a round trip, and Shun Wanbao would not survive until then. Initially, the Wanbao Merchant Association had given up hope and started preparing for Shun Wanbao's funeral. Now, upon learning that Chu Feng might be connected to a 5th-grade alchemist, Manager Mu was unwilling to miss any chance to save Chu Feng and inquired about the alchemist's whereabouts. "No need. A mere old dog is something I can handle myself," Chu Feng replied dismissively. At this moment, the lovely woman from earlier also stepped forward. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, she rolled her eyes, further convinced that he was merely boasting. With Chu Feng's cultivation at only the 5th stage of the spirit realm, it was absurd for him to claim he could deal with someone of a significantly higher realm like Xiao Tianhe. This was nothing short of arrogance. At that moment, the lovely woman had entirely lost faith in Chu Feng being a 5th-grade alchemist, suspecting he had come to deceive them after learning of their search for one. "Manager Mu, since this youngster does not wish for our assistance, please step aside," the lovely woman addressed Manager Mu. "Miss," but he. Manager Mu hesitated, not wanting to relinquish any hope for Shun Wanbao's recovery. However, seeing the resolute expression on the lovely woman's face, he could only relent. The lovely woman was Shun Wanbao's illegitimate daughter, Shun Qianning, who had been sent to the Shenyang branch not long ago to learn and gain experience before returning to the headquarters to take on some family business. Xiao Tianhe cast a deep glance at Shun Qianning, surprised to see the young lady from the Wanbao Merchant Association here. However, upon hearing Shun Qianning's instruction for Manager Mu to step aside, he felt a rush of excitement. "You, young man, I want to let you die swiftly. I intend to make you experience the torment of wishing for death but finding none." He vowed to make Chu Feng watch as his family members were killed one by one before finally ending his life. With a venomous glare, Xiao Tianhe slowly approached Chu Feng, intent on capturing him alive for further torment. "How vicious, Lord Xiao," the onlookers murmured in fear, realizing that it was the man himself who had brought this calamity upon his family. Alas, I urged that young man to flee at the onset of the rescue. Had he done so, none of this would have occurred. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, horrified by Xiao Tianhe's proposed methods of retribution. Shen Qianning frowned at the scene, disapproving of Xiao Tianhe's tactics. However, given Chu Feng's earlier boastful demeanor, she was unwilling to intervene on his behalf. Have you finished speaking? Chu Feng asked coolly. Now, you may die. With a subtle glance at Xiao Tianhe, Chu Feng's figure flickered and appeared before him. Demonic palm of heart destruction, Chu Feng's palm, imbued with malevolent energy, struck Xiao Tianhe's chest like a bolt of lightning. Puff! In an instant, Xiao Tianhe spewed a mouthful of blood and was sent flying several meters away. The scene fell into an eerie silence, as the onlookers stared at Chu Feng in disbelief. Despite being a whole realm lower than Xiao Tianhe, Chu Feng had effortlessly defeated him with a single strike. This left the crowd in a state of shock and disbelief. City Lord, after a moment. The commander of the city guards, who had accompanied Xiao Tianhe, finally regained his composure and rushed over to assess Xiao Tianhe's injuries. The City Lord is dead. You actually killed the City Lord. The commander cried out in horror. What? Dead? How can this be? City Lord Xiao is the strongest cultivator in our Shangyang city, and he was defeated in an instant by a brat of a lower realm. This is utterly inconceivable. The surrounding crowd erupted into a flurry of astonished whispers. Shen Qianning, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, gazed at Chu Feng, struggling to comprehend the reality before her. She had always thought of Chu Feng as one who spoke grandly without merit. But now it seemed he genuinely possessed formidable strength. If Chu Feng was not merely boasting, could it be true that he was indeed a fifth-tier alchemist? With this thought, Shen Qianning's gaze towards Chu Feng was filled with excitement. If he truly was a fifth-tier alchemist, her father could be saved. All of you, attack. Kill him to avenge the city lord. At that moment, the commander of the city guards bellowed orders to the guards surrounding them to eliminate Chu Feng. Instantly, the guards trembled as they drew their swords, yet none dared to advance. After all, Chu Feng was capable of dispatching even Xiao Tianhe in a heartbeat. They were no match for him. However, out of duty, they felt compelled to comply with the command that I dare you to try. This young master is a distinguished guest of our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Shen Qianning interjected, her voice firm. Uncle Mu, ensure the safety of this young master. Upon witnessing the guard's intent to attack Chu Feng, she immediately ordered Mu Changhai to protect him. Chu Feng was now her only hope for saving her father, and she would not allow anyone to harm him. Yes, miss, Mu Changhai responded promptly, stepping in front of Chu Feng with his men. You, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, are sheltering the murderer of the city lord. I will report this to His Majesty at once. The commander of the city guards exclaimed, visibly relieved as Mu Changhai intervened. They were obligated to act, yet taking action against Chu Feng could lead to their demise, with the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce stepping in. They now had a way out, shifting the blame onto the chamber. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce wielded immense influence across the eastern wilderness continent, with connections to many other empires, including the Songfeng Empire, which would not dare to offend them lightly. By placing the responsibility on the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the imperial authorities would no longer hold them accountable. After this, the commander instructed his men to slowly carry away Xiao Tianhe's lifeless body. Seeing the guards depart, Chu Feng prepared to leave as well. Young master, we have just assisted you, and you intend to leave so soon. That seems rather impolite, Shen Qianning interjected, stepping in front of him. I do not require your assistance. This is an unnecessary endeavor, Chu Feng replied coolly. Young master, we are well aware that you can handle the city guards. However, can you contend with the entire Songfeng Empire? You have slain Xiao Tianhe, and the higher-ups of the Songfeng Empire will not let you off so easily, Shen Qianning said with a gentle smile. This is something I can manage on my own. There is no need for your concern. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. The mere small empire was of little consequence to him. Even if he could not confront them directly at present, he could evade them or retreat into the Chaos Star Pearl. With that, Chu Feng took a step forward to leave. Shen Qianning, seeing this, grasped his hand, her tone carrying a hint of desperation. Young master, shall we discuss this further? What do you wish to discuss? Chu Feng paused briefly and turned to face her. My father has been ambushed and poisoned. Only a fifth-tier snow ginseng transformation pill can save him. I implore you, young master, to assist in refining one, Shen Qianning urged fervently. Were you not skeptical of my claim as a fifth-tier alchemist? Chu Feng replied with a smile that was both mocking and amused. Young master, my father cannot hold on much longer, I beg you. Please help. Shun Qianing pleaded earnestly, as the favored daughter of Shun Wanbao. Shun Qianing faced disdain from the legitimate heirs of the Shun family, as a concubine's daughter. Her standing would plummet if Shun Wanbao were to pass away. With Shun Wanbao gravely injured, the legitimate heirs were quick to expel her, preventing her from staying by her father's side. Shun Qianing feared that once her father was gone, the family would discard her or marry her off to someone she loathed. She now clung to the hope that Chu Feng truly was a fifth-tier alchemist, capable of crafting the snow ginseng transformation pill to save Shun Wanbao. I can refine the snow ginseng transformation pill, but what will you offer in return? Chu Feng pondered briefly before agreeing to assist Shun Qianing. With numerous troubles looming, he sought to demonstrate his prowess as a fifth-tier alchemist to alleviate these issues in this underdeveloped eastern wilderness continent. Third-tier alchemists were already regarded as top-tier if Chu Feng could showcase himself as a fifth-tier alchemist. Many factions and powerful individuals would undoubtedly flock to him at that point. Even the Lingxiao Pavilion and the higher-ups of the Zongfeng Empire would think twice before acting against him, perhaps even seeking to curry favor. Our Shen family previously promised that whoever saves my father could take 3 treasures from our family treasury without restriction. If young Master Chu has any other requests, we can negotiate separately. Shun Qianing declared with excitement upon hearing Chu Feng could refine the snow ginseng transformation pill. Very well, I will craft the snow ginseng transformation pill, and then I shall retrieve 3 treasures from your family treasury. Chu Feng agreed. Recognizing that the Shun family was the largest merchant family in the Zongfeng Empire, their treasury would surely contain many precious items, making the opportunity to take 3 treasures a worthy reward. Shun Qianing beamed with enthusiasm. Excellent. Rest assured, our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce will repay you handsomely. May I ask for your esteemed name? Chu Feng, he replied coolly. Chu Gongzi, my father is currently in the imperial capital, Tianlan City. We should make haste to Tianlan City, Shun Qianing urged eagerly. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was the largest merchant house in the Zongfeng Empire, with business interests spanning the entire eastern wilderness continent. And even the emperor would think twice before offending them. Their headquarters was located in Tianlan City, where the Shun family's estate also lay. Shun Wanbao had been recuperating in Tianlan City after being ambushed and grievously injured. As the sky darkened, Chu Feng decided to rest for the night and refine the divine source pill in the meantime. Agreed. Shun Qianing nodded in compliance. The journey from Shanyang City to Tianlan City would take merely 2 days. And considering Shun Wanbao's condition, they had ample time. Shortly thereafter, Shun Qianing prepared a lavish banquet to host Chu Feng. After a satisfying meal, she led him back to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Young master, would you be able to demonstrate your alchemical skills for us? Shun Qianing suddenly inquired. Alchemical refinement requires years of accumulation, and typically, higher-tier alchemists are of considerable age. Chu Feng was still quite young. Leaving Shun Qianing with lingering doubts, she wished to verify his alchemical prowess to quell her skepticism. Upon hearing her request, Chu Feng regarded her with a knowing smile. Certainly, Miss Shun, if you wish to observe my refinement, please bring forth the materials. Let us refine a 3rd-tier ice heart pill. Uncle Mu, please fetch the materials for the ice heart pill. Upon hearing Chu Feng's agreement, Shun Qianing hastily called for Mu Chonghai to bring forth the materials. In a brief moment, Mu Chonghai presented 3 sets of ice heart pill ingredients to Chu Feng. Given the inherent risk of failure in alchemy, it is customary for alchemists to prepare multiple sets of materials to ensure success. Chu Feng retrieved the alchemy furnace he had previously purchased and placed it upon the ground, then took 1 set of materials from Mu Chonghai's hands. After a cursory glance at the ingredients, he nonchalantly cast them all into the furnace. Young Master Chu, is it not customary to extract the medicinal properties of the materials one by one during the alchemical process? How do you intend to refine them by tossing everything into the furnace at once? Shun Qianing's heart sank at Chu Feng's actions. She had never encountered an alchemist who would recklessly combine all the ingredients in such a manner that it was evident that Chu Feng's approach did not resemble that of a seasoned alchemist. Just watch, Chu Feng replied coolly. In his previous life, he had been exceptionally well-versed in alchemy and possessed a unique alchemical technique. Though he had yet to practice alchemy in this life, his soul was reborn with immense power, making the creation of low-grade pills a trivial endeavor. After depositing all the materials into the furnace, Chu Feng summoned the Dan fire, commencing the melting of the ingredients within. There are various types of Dan fire. And in his past life, Chu Feng had acquired a rare top-tier flame, which greatly enhanced his alchemical abilities. However, without any extraordinary fire in this life, he could only conjure a standard Dan fire for his crafting. Nevertheless, for the purpose of refining a third-grade pill, ordinary Dan fire sufficed. Before long, Chu Feng skillfully utilized his soul power to control the Dan fire, melting the materials in the furnace and beginning the condensation process. Done, he declared after a minute, extinguishing the Dan fire and slowly retracting his hand from the furnace. Done? Shen Qianning and Mu Changhai exchanged incredulous glances. They had merely witnessed Chu Feng place the materials in the furnace and summon the Dan fire for just over a minute. And now he claimed the pill was ready. Was he mocking them? It is common knowledge that alchemists typically spend an extensive amount of time melting materials, extracting their essences, and subsequently condensing them into pills. Many alchemists require at least an hour, and some even take days to complete a single batch. There was no alchemist who would carelessly produce a pill in the manner Chu Feng had. Feel free to take a look. Chu Feng gestured towards the furnace, inviting Shen Qianning and Mu Changhai to inspect the pill. Upon hearing this, Mu Changhai approached and opened the alchemy furnace. Instantly, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted from within. Ah, this is indeed the fragrance of the ice heart pill, Mu Changhai exclaimed. Having previously encountered and consumed one, he was well acquainted with its scent. Although he had not yet laid eyes on the pill, the aroma confirmed his suspicions. Moments later, Mu Changhai's gaze fell upon the bottom of the furnace, where lay a pill radiating a gentle glow. A top-tier ice heart pill, Mu Changhai was rendered speechless upon observing the intricate patterns adorning the pill. What? A top-tier ice heart pill? Shen Qianning's expression instantly turned to one of disbelief. The grading of pills ranges from inferior, medium, superior, top-tier, earth grade, heaven grade, to saint grade. In the desolate realm, it is common for alchemists to produce mostly inferior grade pills, and even the occasional medium grade pill is considered an extraordinary feat. Seeing that Chu Feng had crafted a top-tier ice heart pill in just a minute left Shen Qianning and Mu Changhai utterly astonished. Only a top-tier pill. There's no need for such a commotion. Chu Feng replied with a faint smile that in his previous life, he had successfully produced saint-grade pills. Now, though his cultivation and spiritual power were relatively low and lacking any extraordinary flame, he could still only manage top-tier pills at this stage. Just a top-tier pill? Young Master Chu, I have been with the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce for decades, and I have only ever seen one top-tier pill. That was merely a second-grade pill, nowhere near the caliber of yours. Mu Changhai exclaimed excitedly. Young Master Chu, you truly are a hidden gem, Shen Qianning stated, her excitement palpable. Recognizing Chu Feng as a concealed alchemical master, she felt a surge of exhilaration within. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him that if she could bring Chu Feng back to the Shen family, her father, Shen Wanbao, would surely be saved. Chu Feng was the one she had sought, and once he rescued Shen Wanbao, her father would undoubtedly value her even more, elevating her status within the family. She longed to confront those who had dismissed her from the Shen family. After some pleasantries, Chu Feng abruptly stood and concluded the discussion. Enough. Please arrange a quiet place for me to rest. I shall depart with you at dawn. Chu Feng was intent on concocting the divine origin pill to strengthen himself, unwilling to squander time on idle chatter with Shen Qianning and Mu Changhai. Very well, I shall promptly arrange the finest room for you to rest in, Shen Qianning replied, immediately instructing Mu Changhai to prepare the best accommodations for Chu Feng. Shortly thereafter, Mu Changhai led Chu Feng to a splendidly luxurious chamber. Accompanied by two charming maidservants, tonight, you shall serve young Master Chu diligently. Mu Changhai instructed the two maidservants. Yes, they replied, gracefully bowing. Chu Feng glanced at the two maidservants, noting their alluring figures and captivating beauty. However, he was not one to indulge casually. The woman he desired to share his bed with must be someone he could cherish for a lifetime, not just any random woman. I do not require your services. Please leave, Chu Feng stated calmly. Young Master Chu, they are both pure and untouched, having never served a man. Mu Changhai quickly interjected that I intend to rest well tonight. Chu Feng reiterated his refusal. Understood, please enjoy your rest. Young Master Chu, Mu Changhai conceded, leading the two maidservants away. Once they departed, Chu Feng closed the door and entered the Chaos Star Pearl, The commotion associated with refining the divine origin pill was too great. So Chu Feng opted to conduct the process within the confines of the Chaos Star Pearl. Upon entering the Star Pearl, Chu Feng found no sign of Ling Er. However, he paid it no mind and promptly produced a 5th-grade alchemy furnace to begin crafting the divine origin pill. He placed a demon spirit fruit along with various other materials directly into the furnace. Summoning the Dan fire, he began to dissolve the materials and extract their essences. The process of creating the divine origin pill was significantly more complex than that of the Ice Heart pill, primarily due to Chu Feng's current low cultivation level, which necessitated a gradual extraction of the material's essences before he could coalesce them into a pill. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Feng finally completed his endeavor. 2 exquisite divine origin pills. Observing the 2 gleaming pills within the furnace, a glimmer of delight appeared on his face. His current realm, producing 2 top-tier divine origin pills from a single set of materials, was nearly his limit. In his previous life, at the peak of his prowess, he could create as many as 10 heaven-grade pills in one furnace. That spectacle had caused the heavens and earth to tremble, invoking awe across the realm. Now, with his cultivation still at the spirit entry realm, being able to craft 2 top-tier divine origin pills at once was already a commendable achievement. To think you are also skilled in alchemy and capable of producing 2 top-tier 5th-grade pills at once. Suddenly, Ling Er's astonished voice echoed from behind Chu Feng. Merely top-tier pills. Wait until the day I produce a saint-grade pill for you to behold. Chu Feng remarked, his heart brimming with joy at the sight of Ling Er's enchanting visage. Adorned in a flowing gown of moonlight, she appeared absolutely captivating, stirring Chu Feng's affections. Each time he encountered Ling Er, she donned a different exquisite outfit, yet every ensemble was breathtaking in its own right. You're just boasting, Ling Er replied, her expression one of skepticism. Saint-grade pills were rare treasures even during the Chaos era, and even the most elite alchemists could not guarantee their creation throughout their entire lifetime. Do you doubt me? Let us make a wager. If I lose, you may do as you please with me. If you lose, you shall grant me one condition, Chu Feng proposed, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he regarded the stunning Ling Er. What do you desire? Ling Er inquired, noticing the flicker of fervor in Chu Feng's gaze. Her expression shifting to one of mild annoyance. I have yet to decide, but rest assured, it will not cause you harm. Chu Feng chuckled softly, certain that he would never harm Ling Er, only shower her with affection. I sense your intentions are not pure. Let me remind you, I am formidable. Should you entertain any improper thoughts towards me, I shall not hesitate to deal with you. Ling Er threatened, playfully raising her hand. How could that be? Chu Feng chuckled awkwardly. Ling Er pondered for a moment and then, with a sly smile, proposed. A wager is acceptable, but the terms must be clearly defined. Let us set the duration to 10 years. If you can produce a saint-grade pill within that time, I shall grant you one condition. 10 years. Chu Feng's expression momentarily faltered, yet he quickly responded with enthusiasm. Excellent. It is settled. 10 years seemed a brief span, and Chu Feng harbored no absolute confidence in his ability to concoct a sacred-grade elixir. However, should he find himself bested by Ling Er, it would bear little consequence. He would simply acquiesce to her wishes. The thought of triumph ignited a fervent glimmer in Chu Feng's gaze directed at Ling. What are you staring at? Ling Er exclaimed, noticing the intensity of his gaze and shooting him an indignant glare. It is simply that you are exceedingly beautiful, Ling Er, and I cannot help but be captivated. Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. At least you possess the gift of eloquence, Ling Er huffed playfully, after engaging in a brief bout of playful banter. Chu Feng consumed a divine essence pill and commenced his cultivation. The earlier process of refining the divine essence pill had drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy, necessitating its ingestion for restoration before proceeding with the remaining pills. 2 hours later, having fully absorbed a divine essence pill, Chu Feng's cultivation ascended to the 6th level of the spirit entry realm. Subsequently, he diligently refined the remaining 2 batches of materials from the last 2 batches. He successfully produced 2 superior divine essence pills from one and 3 from the other. This accomplishment left Chu Feng in a state of mild exhilaration. Each divine essence pill could substantially enhance his cultivation, and possessing an additional pill would yield even greater benefits. Upon completing the refinement of the divine essence pills, Chu Feng bid farewell to Ling Er and returned to the outside world. This time. It was already the early hours of the morning. Chu Feng again consumed a divine essence pill to further his cultivation. At dawn, he finished absorbing another pill, resulting in yet another modest elevation in his realm. Reaching the 7th level of the spirit entry realm, this body possesses an abysmally poor constitution. Chu Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. In his previous life, with the netherworld demon body, a single divine essence pill could easily elevate him by 2 or 3 minor realms. This incarnation's Juyang body offered no such enhancement. A single pill merely facilitated a modest increase in 1 minor realm, rendering his cultivation progress painfully slow. He must devise a means to improve his constitution in the future. The physique of a cultivator is indeed improvable, yet it requires the blood of divine beings or the essence of ancient beasts, resources that are rare and often elusive, dependent entirely on fate. Shortly thereafter, Shun Qianying arrived with 2 beautiful maids to rouse Chu Feng from his slumber, the maids carrying his toiletries. "Young Master Chu Feng, your cultivation level?" Shun Qianying exclaimed, astonished to discover that Chu Feng had elevated 2 minor realms since the previous day. "I acquired a rare material and refined a pill last night, which enabled this elevation," Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Alchemists are truly wondrous beings, capable of producing pills that can elevate one's cultivation by 2 minor realms. Shun Qianying gazed at him with admiration. My current realm is merely the spirit entry realm. An elevation of 2 minor realms is not particularly remarkable. Chu Feng smiled modestly. Soon after Chu Feng completed his morning routine, Shun Qianying arranged breakfast for him. Once they had finished, she eagerly led him towards Tianlan City. Mu Changhai would remain behind at the Merchant Association, leaving only Chu Feng, Shun Qianying, and several guards to make the journey to Tianlan City. Desiring to cultivate en route, Chu Feng specifically requested a carriage. Shun Qianying initially preferred to ride horses for a quicker journey, as traveling by carriage would slow them down significantly. However, given Chu Feng's insistence and the ample time available, she reluctantly acquiesced. 4 days later, Chu Feng and his companions finally arrived at Tianlan City. During this time, Chu Feng had fully absorbed all the divine essence pills, reaching the pinnacle of the spirit entry realm. Yet, he was unable to break through into the true spirit realm, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. The pinnacle demanded a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, and despite consuming 3 divine essence pills, he had not succeeded. However, the difficulty of this breakthrough only meant that once he did ascend to the true spirit realm, his strength would experience a substantial surge. Suddenly, Shun Qianying halted the carriage and entered Chu Feng's carriage. Saying, "Young Master Chu Feng, shortly, I shall introduce you to my father. The Shin family may attempt to obstruct us, and their words might be rather harsh. I kindly ask for your patience." Chu Feng regarded Shun Qianying with slight confusion at her words. "I am but an illegitimate daughter of the Shin family, yet my father dotes on me immensely. Time is of the essence, as he does not have long to live. The legitimate heirs of the Shin family are concerned that my father may leave me an inheritance, and thus they have prevented me from approaching him." Shun Qianying expressed with indignation. "Your affairs are your own to manage. I shall focus on alchemy," Chu Feng replied calmly. Chu Feng merely wished to showcase his prowess as a 5th-grade alchemist before the gathered crowd. Hoping to sidestep any potential troubles and perhaps receive a reward from the Shin family. As for Shun Qianying's familial disputes, he had no desire to involve himself. "I will handle my own matters. I merely worry that you might be driven away by the Shun family's legitimate heirs, hence my prior communication with you," Shun Qianying hastily explained. "Rest assured, I will not be driven away," Chu Feng assured her with a calm demeanor. It was inconceivable that Chu Feng would be deterred. Should he become truly enraged, he would not hesitate to resort to violence. "Then I shall rest easy, young Master Chu Feng. Thank you. Once we have rescued my father, I shall ensure he rewards you handsomely," Shun Qianying exclaimed with delight. "Very well. Let us proceed," Chu Feng replied. Before long, Shun Qianying brought Chu Feng to the ancestral estate of the Shin family in Tianlan City. The Shun family estate occupied a central position within the city, sprawling over a vast expanse. From afar, one could behold the exquisite pavilions within the estate, resembling a celestial palace. 13th Miss, what brings you back? As Shun Qianying and Chu Feng approached the grand entrance, they were halted by the guards stationed there. "What? Is it forbidden for me to return?" Shun Qianying glared icily at the guard. "The first madam has issued instructions. The 13th Miss has erred and is temporarily barred from returning to the Shun family," the guard declared, unflinching. Humph, I have brought a fifth-grade alchemist to save my father. Should you obstruct me and delay my father's rescue, the entire Shen family shall see your skin flayed. Shun Qianying threatened coldly. 13th sister, you have found a fifth-grade alchemist? At that moment, a group of individuals approached, and the striking young man at the forefront displayed evident astonishment upon hearing Shun Qianying's declaration. Indeed, I have indeed found a fifth-grade alchemist. Elder brother, please make them step aside. I must rescue father. Shun Qianying implored the handsome young man, who was her elder brother, Shun Qianluo. Shun Qianluo was the legitimate offspring of the first madam, making him a true heir of the Shen family, while Shun Qianying was merely the daughter of a minor concubine. Qianying, you truly found a fifth-grade alchemist. An elderly man with white hair in the crowd expressed excitement at her words. Yes, Elder Lin, I encountered a fifth-grade alchemist by chance and immediately brought him back to save father, Shun Qianying affirmed, looking at the elderly man confidently. This elderly man, known as Linda, was Shun Wanbao's most loyal servant. Having served him for decades, he was held in immense respect throughout the Shen family and wielded considerable influence. Impossible. There are no fifth-grade alchemists in the Eastern Wasteland. Where did you find one? Shun Qianluo scoffed derisively. 13th sister, it seems you have sought someone to impersonate a fifth-grade alchemist, hoping to get closer to father. I am not as unscrupulous as you think. My intentions are genuine. I wish to save father. Shun Qianying retorted loudly. If the young miss claims to have found a fifth-grade alchemist, perhaps she should summon him forth so that this old man may pay his respects. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in gray, who had returned with Shun Qianluo, spoke up. 13th sister, quickly call forth the fifth-grade alchemist you have found so we may see. This gentleman is the pinnacle fourth-grade alchemist. Master Huarong, he is the closest alchemist to achieving the fifth grade in the entire Eastern Wasteland, having only one opportunity remaining to make the leap. Shun Qianluo introduced the middle-aged man. There are no fifth-grade alchemists in the Eastern Wasteland, which is why the Shun family sought out the pinnacle fourth-grade Master Huarong. The likelihood of a pinnacle fourth-grade alchemist successfully concocting a fifth-grade pill is minuscule. However, with Shun Wanbao's time running short, the Shun family has resorted to desperate measures by inviting a fourth-grade pinnacle alchemist to attempt the creation of the Shui Shenzhou Hua Dan young Master Chu Feng. We kindly request your presence. Shun Qianying, hearing the crowd's remarks, had no choice but to call for Chu Feng. Young Master Chu Feng? 13th sister, if you seek to find someone to impersonate, you should at least choose someone more fitting. The name young Master Chu Feng sounds far too youthful. How could a young person possibly be a fifth-grade alchemist? Shun Qianluo scoffed, his voice ringing with derision as he laughed heartily. The surrounding crowd joined in mockery, eager to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, Chu Feng, having overheard the discussions outside, slowly opened his eyes, ceased his cultivation, and calmly stepped out of the carriage. Ha! Upon setting eyes on Chu Feng, Shun Qianluo burst into uproarious laughter. It was utterly inconceivable that someone so youthful could possibly be a fifth-tier alchemist. He might not even be an alchemist at all. Shun Qianluo had been preoccupied with the worry that Shun Qianjing had found a fifth-tier alchemist to revive Shun Wanbao, the eye in his heart. He would much prefer Shun Wanbao's demise, as it would pave the way for him to ascend to the position of the Shun family patriarch. Now, upon witnessing Chu Feng, all his anxieties dissipated, and he laughed heartily. I do not recognize this individual. He cannot possibly be a fifth-tier alchemist. There are certainly no fifth-tier alchemists this young in the alchemical realm. Master Huarong, upon seeing Chu Feng, immediately shook his head in denial. Qianjing, how can you be so reckless? Linda exclaimed in a fit of rage upon hearing Master Huarong's words. Shun Qianjing was Shun Wanbao's most cherished daughter, and Linda had always held her in high regard. He could hardly believe that Shun Qianjing would go so far as to find someone to impersonate a fifth-tier alchemist just to see her father. Old Lin, I did not. Young Master Chu is truly a fifth-tier alchemist, Shun Qianjing hurriedly clarified. Master Huarong was the most esteemed alchemist in the Eastern Wilderness continent, and Shun Qianjing had heard of his renown. Now that Master Huarong claimed not to know Chu Feng, she could not help but harbor doubts about him. After all, she had only witnessed Chu Feng concocting third-tier elixirs. She could not ascertain if he was indeed a fifth-tier alchemist. Qianjing, cease this folly. Step aside and do not hinder Master Huarong from concocting elixirs to save your father, Linda commanded, instructing the guards nearby to remove Shun Qianjing from the vicinity. After issuing this order, Linda proceeded with Master Huarong into the Shun residence. 13th sister, do not waste your efforts. We will never allow you to approach father. Shun Qianluo sneered quietly at Shun Qianjing before slowly making his way into the Chu residence. You scoundrel, once I have saved father, I shall ensure he deals with you appropriately. Shun Qianjing seethed, glaring furiously at Shun Qianluo's retreating figure. After cursing for a moment, Shun Qianjing turned to Chu Feng, her expression laden with remorse. Young Master Chu, I apologize. Chu Feng, seemingly unconcerned, replied, It is of no matter. Please find me a tranquil place to reside, and once you have resolved matters with the Shun family, summon me. You may seek assistance from those in the Shun family who wish for your father's survival. The snow ginseng transformation pill was notoriously challenging to concoct among 5th-tier elixirs, and even a 5th-tier alchemist would find it arduous. Master Huarong, being merely a 4th-tier alchemist, was incapable of producing the snow ginseng transformation pill. Once Master Huarong failed to concoct it, those in the Shun family who desired to save Shun Wanbao would surely consent to allow Chu Feng to proceed with alchemy. Understood. Thank you, young Master Chu. I will arrange for your accommodations immediately. Shun Qianjing expressed her gratitude earnestly. Shortly thereafter, Shun Qianjing led Chu Feng to a secluded courtyard in Tianlan City. This courtyard had been acquired by Shun Qianjing previously, but had seldom been occupied. Now that Chu Feng sought a quiet refuge, she immediately thought of this place. Young Master Chu, please make yourself comfortable here. Should you have any needs, feel free to instruct the servants. With that, Shun Qianjing directed the nearby servants to heed Chu Feng's every command. Very well, Chu Feng nodded slightly, desiring nothing more than a serene space to focus on his cultivation. After ensuring Chu Feng's comfort, Shun Qianjing swiftly departed to persuade the Shun family to permit Chu Feng to engage in alchemy. Chu Feng began to meditate, for he had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm that a breakthrough would elevate him to the true spirit realm. The pinnacle signifies the ultimate breakthrough of each major realm, enabling the expansion of one's spiritual meridians and vital energy thereby significantly enhancing one's cultivation. In his past life, Luo Xian and Luo Shui had access to boundless resources for cultivation, making their breakthroughs relatively effortless. Now, with limited resources, Chu Feng faced considerable challenges in his quest to transcend the pinnacle. However, he believed it was merely a matter of time. He was confident he would eventually succeed, albeit it might take a while longer. 7 days later, Chu Feng had yet to break through the pinnacle, though his cultivation had significantly improved. On this day, Shun Qianjing finally returned to find Chu Feng. Young Master Chu, the Shun family has consented to allow you to concoct elixirs. You must come with me quickly. My father may not last much longer. Shun Qianjing spoke urgently. Very well, Chu Feng replied, nodding in agreement that he had not yet managed to break through the pinnacle. Perhaps rescuing Shun Wanbao would allow him to discover resources within the Shun family treasury to aid his advancement. Half an hour later, Shun Qianjing brought Chu Feng to the Shun residence. At that moment, the courtyard was thronged with people. Among them were not only members of the Shun family, but also friends of Shun Wanbao, all wishing to bid him farewell in his final moments. Shun Wanbao was well connected, and attendees included high-ranking officials from the Zongfeng Empire as well as numerous influential figures. Additionally, there were some who had come to treat Shun Wanbao. While they could not cure him, they could help sustain his life for a while longer. Some individuals from the Qinglan sect were also present, among them Yun Qingying, who had unexpectedly arrived. What is this scoundrel doing here? Upon spotting Chu Feng, Yun Qingying's teeth clenched in frustration. Last time, he had derided her as a shameless woman and told her to leave. Now, seeing him again, she wished she could pierce him with several daggers. Chu Feng, too, had noticed Yun Qingying amidst the crowd. She was stunningly beautiful, standing out like a beacon among the throngs. Chu Feng offered her a charming smile, but Yun Qingying completely ignored him. Qianjing, is this the 5th-tier alchemist you spoke of? The Shun family members regarded Chu Feng with skepticism. He was far too young to possibly be a 5th-tier alchemist. Indeed, young Master Chu is a 5th-tier alchemist, Shun Qianjing affirmed confidently, after being expelled from the Shun residence. She had sought Chu Feng once more, and he had assured her he was a 5th-tier alchemist. Shun Qianjing believed there was no motive for Chu Feng to deceive her and thus firmly believed in his claim. How can that be? The notion of such a young 5th-tier alchemist was preposterous. Miss Shun, have you been duped by him? Surely, this man is a charlatan, perhaps seeking to swindle you of wealth and virtue. The crowd erupted in vehement discussions, all convinced that Chu Feng was a fraud, incapable of being a fifth-tier alchemist. Yin Qingying, too, regarded Chu Feng with doubt. She did not believe he was a fifth-tier alchemist. Previously, during his time at their Qingluan sect, he had never revealed his alchemical prowess. Moreover, given his youth, she might have believed he could be a first- or second-tier alchemist, but a fifth-tier alchemist? Absolutely not. 13th sister, you are far too naive. You might not even realize you are being swindled. Shun Qianluo seized upon the crowd's doubts to further undermine Chu Feng. What nonsense! Young Master Chu has not deceived me in the slightest. Shun Qianjing retorted angrily at the surrounding skepticism. If I am indeed a fraud, let us put it to the test. Bring forth the materials for the snow ginseng transformation pill, and I shall concoct it on the spot. Chu Feng interjected suddenly. Rather than engage in lengthy arguments, it would be far more convincing to simply produce the snow ginseng transformation pill. The materials for the snow ginseng transformation pill are exceedingly precious. Do you think we can simply provide them to you? If you ruin them, will you compensate us? Shun Qianluo scoffed disdainfully. I shall compensate you if I ruin them. Chu Feng replied calmly. Humph, can you afford it? Shun Qianluo laughed coldly. What is your intent? Shun Qianluo, are you so eager to inherit your father's position that you would rather see him perish? Shun Qianjing glared fiercely at Shun Qianluo. Nonsense. Who says I do not wish to save father? I personally sought out Master Huarong to aid him. Shun Qianluo retorted loudly. At that moment, an elder clad in purple from the crowd spoke up. Enough! Cease this bickering. Provide him with a portion of the materials for the snow ginseng transformation pill. If he cannot concoct it, let him leave the Shan residence. Upon hearing the elder's words, Shun Qianluo hastily interjected. Great uncle, this man may not even be an alchemist. Giving him the materials would be a waste. The elder, known as Shun Yan, was Shun Wanbao's elder brother and held the highest seniority in the Shin family. Previously, Shun Qianjing had sought his assistance, which had led to the Shun family's agreement to allow Chu Feng to attempt alchemy. Enough said. Linda, go fetch a set of materials for him. Shin Yin commanded with authority. Understood. Linda complied immediately, departing to retrieve the materials for the snow ginseng transformation pill. Young Master Chu, is it? The Shin family grants you but one opportunity. Make sure to seize it. Shin Yin spoke softly. Should you successfully concoct the snow ginseng transformation pill, the Shin family will reward you handsomely. Very well. Chu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Linda returned with the materials, accompanied by Master Huarong. This material cannot be taken away. I have discovered the secret, and this time I am certain I can successfully refine it. Master Huarong said anxiously. What is the matter? Seeing Master Huarong's distressed expression, Shun Yin immediately furrowed his brow and inquired. Grandfather, there is only one portion of the materials for the snow ginseng transformation pill left. Linda reported. What? Only one portion remains. Shun Yin exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, we gathered the strength of the Merchants Association to acquire 20 portions of the materials, but in just a few days, Master Huarong has wasted 19 of them. Leaving us with this final portion, Linda's voice was laced with anger. After Shin Wanbao was ambushed and poisoned, the Shin family consolidated their influence through the Wanbao Merchants Association to search for the 20 portions of materials. Each portion was incredibly precious and required a substantial amount of spirit stones. Over the past 7 days, Master Huarong wasted 19 portions yet failed to produce the snow ginseng transformation pill. Give me one more chance, and I will surely help you refine the snow ginseng transformation pill. Master Huarong insisted desperately. He had long desired to refine a 5th-grade elixir and become a 5th-grade alchemist. However, the materials for 5th-grade elixirs were rare and difficult to obtain, and despite numerous attempts, he had not succeeded, with the Shin family providing so many materials for the snow ginseng transformation pill. Master Huarong hoped to use them to refine a 5th-grade elixir and gain the admiration of many. However, to his dismay, he had failed all 19 attempts. Hearing Master Huarong's words, Shin Yin hesitated, uncertain whether to give the materials to Chu Feng or to Master Huarong. This man was already agitated. Even if he were given 1,000 portions of materials, he would still be incapable of refining the snow ginseng transformation pill. Noticing Shun Yan's indecision, Chu Feng spoke up. Nonsense, just give me one more chance, and I will definitely refine the snow ginseng transformation pill. Master Huarong glared angrily at Chu Feng. Grandfather, I still believe we should give the materials to Master Huarong. He has attempted this many times and has gained experience. If he says he can succeed this time, he surely will, Shun Qianluo advised. Master Huarong has already tried so many times. If he could succeed, he would have done so long ago. Grandfather, this last portion must be given to Chu Feng. Otherwise, father will surely perish, Shun Qianqing urged hastily. Shun Yin observed Chu Feng for a moment, then glanced at Master Huarong before making a final decision. I previously promised one portion of materials to young Master Chu. Thus, this last portion shall be given to him. Upon hearing Shun Yan's words, Linda promptly handed the materials for the snow ginseng transformation pill to Chu Feng. Young Master Chu, your efforts are now our only hope, Linda said solemnly. With Shun Wanbao's life hanging by a thread and only this final portion of materials left, if Chu Feng could not refine the snow ginseng transformation pill, Shun Wanbao would undoubtedly meet his demise. Chu Feng accepted the materials with a faint nod. Young Master Chu, do your best. Shun Qianqing looked at Chu Feng with eager anticipation. Previously, Shun Qianqing had approached Shun Yan, promising to accept any punishment the family might impose if Chu Feng failed in his alchemy, thus securing one portion of materials. Now, all her hopes rested on Chu Feng, as she yearned for him to succeed. Chu Feng cast a glance at Shun Qianqing, remaining silent, and directly retrieved the 5th-grade alchemy furnace. At that moment, all eyes were on Chu Feng, and whispers filled the air. This Chu Feng carries a 5th-grade alchemy furnace. Could it be that he is indeed a 5th-grade alchemist? Just because he carries a 5th-grade alchemy furnace, does that make him a 5th-grade alchemist? If I were to carry a 6th-grade furnace, would that make me a 6th-grade alchemist? Let us not even speak of 5th-grade alchemists, from the looks of it. Chu Feng does not even resemble one. A typical alchemist would first burn incense and pray for success before commencing. Yet he has begun the refining process directly. This will surely end in failure. The elder of the Shen family has clearly erred in giving the last portion of materials to this Chu Feng instead of Master Huarong. Chu Feng paid no mind to the chatter around him. After positioning the alchemy furnace, he opened the lid and placed all the materials within. Then he concentrated the alchemical fire and commenced the refining process. He is actually placing all the materials into the furnace at once. Is he certain he is refining alchemy? Perhaps he thinks he is stewing soup, tossing in all the ingredients and waiting for it to simmer into an elixir. How utterly laughable. I have never seen an alchemist who would add all the materials into the furnace at once. Such a method is bound to fail. The crowd erupted in laughter at Chu Feng's unconventional approach to alchemy. Puffed. Yin Qingying could not help but stifle a laugh. The more embarrassing Chu Feng became, the happier she felt. She could hardly wait to witness the moment he opened the furnace. At that point, the crowd would undoubtedly redouble their ridicule and mockery of him. How infuriating it was to see the last portion of materials squandered on such a person. Master Huarong's anger flared upon witnessing the scene, while Shun Yan's expression darkened, his gaze towards Shun Qianqing now filled with displeasure. Grandfather, this is how young Master Chu conducts his alchemy. Please wait a moment, for he will surely refine the snow ginseng transformation pill, Shun Qianqing hastily explained. 13th sister, you are plainly being deceived by this fellow. Do you still not recognize the truth? Shun Qianluo scoffed loudly. Turning to Shun Yan, she urged, Grandfather, we should expel him immediately and allow Master Huarong to continue the refining. It is futile. The materials have already been placed into the furnace. They are ruined, Master Huarong lamented. Had I been given that portion earlier, I would have certainly refined the snow ginseng transformation pill. What a pity. 13th sister, this is all your fault. You insisted on letting this fellow refine alchemy, preventing Master Huarong from having materials to work with. You have jeopardized father's life. Shun Qianluo laid all the blame on Shun Qianqing. Since the materials are already spoiled, let young Master Chu continue his alchemy. If he fails, I am willing to accept any punishment, Shun Qianqing declared loudly. Then we shall wait a little longer, Shun Yan said, his expression still somber. The materials were now unusable, and they could only allow Chu Feng to finish his refining process. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Feng gradually withdrew his hands and addressed the crowd with a calm demeanor. The elixir is ready. Ready already. In just a quarter of an hour? Even for soup, that would not be enough time to cook. I thought he would drag this out until nightfall, waiting for us to leave. Who would have imagined he would finish so quickly? He must have realized he could no longer continue. How amusing. It is absolutely impossible to refine a 5th-grade elixir in such a short time. I can hardly wait to see what he has produced. What could it possibly be but a heap of black dregs? Upon hearing Chu Feng announce the completion of the elixir, the crowd erupted in mockery and anticipation, eager to witness his folly. Not far away, members of the Qinglong sect were also observing Chu Feng, whispering among themselves. Who would have thought this Chu Feng is nothing but a fraud? We are fortunate to have expelled him from the Qinglong sect. Indeed, it was wise to expel him. Otherwise, our Qinglong sect would also be subject to ridicule. At that moment, an elderly figure with white hair beside Yun Qingying suddenly inquired, "Was this individual once a disciple of my Qinglong sect?" "Yes, Elder Taishang. You have been in seclusion for many years and may not be familiar with him." A female disciple in green replied to the elderly man. The white-haired elder was Li Taiqing, the revered elder of the Qinglong sect, whose cultivation was at the second level of the earth spirit realm, and he was also Yun Qingying's mentor. What crime did he commit to be expelled from the sect? Li Taiqing asked with a hint of curiosity. The disciples of Qinglong sect turned their gazes toward Yun Qingying, remaining silent. Seeing this, Li Taiqing also looked at Yun Qingying, puzzled as to why no one would respond. "This scoundrel once spied on me while I bathed, and was subsequently expelled for his transgressions," Yun Qingying stated coolly. "What? This person is a lecherous scoundrel. Why was he not killed on the spot?" Li Taiqing's expression turned frigid upon hearing this. It was the saintess's mercy that spared his life, the female disciple in green explained. "Qingying, such a person should have been executed," Li Taiqing said icily. Yun Qingying silently observed Chu Feng in the distance, her thoughts unspoken. She realized she had indeed been too lenient. When she saw Chu Feng in a comatose state, she had refrained from delivering a lethal blow. However, upon recalling that Chu Feng had claimed to have seen her fully, it seemed he had used some means to feign unconsciousness and evade her scrutiny. "Scoundrel, I should have struck you down then." Yun Qingying thought of the times Chu Feng had angered and insulted her, and a surge of fury welled within her. However, Chu Feng was undeniably the first man to behold her form, and Yun Qingying harbored an inexplicable sentiment for him, seemingly wishing for his survival. "Young Master Chu, have you succeeded?" In stark contrast to the mocking laughter of the crowd, Shun Qianing approached Chu Feng with eager anticipation. "Yes," Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. "Wonderful, young Master Chu. Thank you." Upon hearing this, Shun Qianing's face lit up with excitement. 13th sister, you are truly bewitched by him. Even at this juncture, you still place your faith in him." Shun Qianluo sneered at Shun Qianing's exuberance. Ignoring Shun Qianluo, Shun Qianing gazed at Chu Feng with fervor, urging, "Young Master Chu, please open the furnace. We are eager to see what you have concocted." The onlookers, upon hearing Shun Qianing's request for Chu Feng to unveil the furnace, donned expressions of amusement, eager to witness what he would produce. "Saintess, do you think it's possible he truly crafted the snow ginseng creation pill?" Suddenly, a female disciple clad in green from the Qinglong sect turned to Yun Qingying. "He is merely a scoundrel. There's no way he is a fifth-grade alchemist. Just wait and watch him become a laughingstock." Yun Qingying replied with a faint smile, "Doh, what a pity for his fine appearance. Who would have thought he is nothing but a lecher and a fraud?" The green-clad disciple lamented upon recalling Chu Feng's deceit as a fifth-grade alchemist. Seducing Shun Qianing for both affection and wealth at that moment, Chu Feng slowly approached the alchemy furnace, gently tapping it, causing the lid to fly open. Suddenly, a pill soared out of the furnace, levitating in midair. Simultaneously, an intense aroma spread throughout the vicinity, instantly refreshing the spirits of all present. Has he truly succeeded in crafting a pill? Could this fragrance be? The crowd, witnessing the pill suspended in the air, was left utterly astonished, their gazes filled with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Chu Feng had genuinely produced a pill, and the rich scent assured them that it was undoubtedly a high-grade one. Yet, deep down, they remained skeptical that Chu Feng had created the snow ginseng creation pill. He was far too young. How could he possibly be a fifth-grade alchemist? It defied all reason. How could this be? Master Huarong's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the pill. Judging by the aroma and appearance, the pill Chu Feng had crafted was precisely the fifth-grade pill he had longed to create. Why have I failed after so many attempts, while Chu Feng succeeded effortlessly on his first try? Anger and resentment surged within Master Huarong. Good. Good. Xin Yin trembled with excitement, exclaiming good thrice. Xin Wanbao was of paramount importance to the Xin family. With his presence, the family could stand firm. Now that Chu Feng had produced the snow ginseng creation pill, Shen Wanbao would be saved, ensuring the family's continued resilience. This scoundrel has truly crafted a pill. At this moment, Yun Qingying also gaped in disbelief at Chu Feng. She had been anticipating his embarrassment, yet unexpectedly, he had indeed produced a pill. Saintus, Chu Feng has truly created the snow ginseng creation pill. He is indeed a fifth-grade alchemist. It is simply astonishing. A female disciple in green beside Yun Qingying exclaimed in shock. A fifth-grade alchemist? He belongs to our Qinglong sect. We must persuade him to rejoin us. Li Taiqing's eyes widened as he fixated on Chu Feng, murmuring to himself. Moments later, Chu Feng grasped the pill floating in midair and turned to Shen Qianing, stating, Miss Shun, the snow ginseng creation pill is complete. You may take it to save your father? Wonderful, young Master Chu. Our Shun family will reward you handsomely. Shen Qianing exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she accepted the pill. Suddenly, Shen Qianluo bellowed, impossible. This cannot possibly be the snow ginseng creation pill. It's a forgery, a fraud. Shen Qianluo had prepared to assume the role of the head of the Shen family, and now that Chu Feng had actually produced the snow ginseng creation pill, Shen Wanbao would be saved, thwarting his ambitions. How could he accept such a fate? Qianluo, cease your nonsense. Quickly let Qianing take the pill to save your father. Shen Yin rebuked upon hearing Shen Qianluo's furious outburst. Grandfather, this is definitely not the snow ginseng creation pill. Administering it to father will only harm him. Shen Qianluo obstructed the way. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin turned to Master Huarong, asking, Master Huarong, please verify if this is indeed the snow ginseng creation pill. Very well, Master Huarong replied, stepping in front of Shen Qianing to examine the pill closely. After scrutinizing the pill for a moment, Master Huarong's eyes widened to their utmost extent as he shouted in alarm. The crowd was instantly drawn to Master Huarong's outcry, their faces filled with confusion as they turned to him. Master Huarong, what happened? Is there a problem with the pill? Shen Yin inquired anxiously. This is a counterfeit snow ginseng creation pill. Master Huarong must have discovered an issue. Shen Qianluo laughed triumphantly. This is the genuine snow ginseng creation pill, and it is of the highest quality. In the gaze of the expectant crowd, Master Huarong murmured softly. What? The highest quality snow ginseng creation pill. The venue fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed on the pill, expressions rife with astonishment. In the underdeveloped Eastern Wasteland, even mid-grade pills were rare. Yet now, to hear of a top-grade pill, particularly a fifth-grade one, left everyone utterly speechless. Inger, we must find a way to have Chu Feng return to our Qinglong sect. He spied on you while you bathed. This indicates he must have feelings for you. You should find a way to entice him back to our sect. As Yun Qingying stared in shock at Chu Feng, she suddenly received a message from Li Taiqing. Leaving her momentarily stunned, entice? Yun Qingying had not anticipated that Li Taiqing would ask her to seduce Chu Feng. Indeed, Qingying, you cannot fathom how terrifying an alchemist capable of producing top-grade pills can be. If Chu Feng agrees to return to the Qinglong sect, we will soon overshadow Lingxiao Pavilion and Tianjin sect, becoming the strongest faction in the Congfeng Empire. Perhaps in the future, our Qinglong sect may even become the most powerful sect in the Eastern Wasteland. Li Taiqing asserted without room for dissent. Master, I will do my best. Yun Qingying intended to refuse, but, upon meeting Li Taiqing's unwavering gaze, she could only concede for the moment. Previously, Chu Feng had called her a wretch and told her to leave. Now, Yun Qingying felt no confidence in persuading Chu Feng to return to the Qinglong sect. Approaching him might even lead to her humiliation. Nonetheless, she could not defy Li Taiqing, who had rescued her years ago and taken her as a disciple. At that moment, upon hearing Master Huarong declare it was indeed a top-grade snow ginseng creation pill, Shen Yin immediately instructed Shen Qianing to take the pill to Shen Wanbao. Grandfather, you must come with me. Shen Qianing seemed to harbor some concerns at that moment. Shen Wanbao's wife and concubine were by his side. The first wife, who had previously looked down on Shen Qianing, was also present, making Shen Qianing wary that delivering the pill alone might lead to unforeseen complications. Consequently, she insisted on having Shen Yin accompany her. Very well. Your father is the pillar of the Shen family. We must not allow anything to go awry. Shen Yin agreed promptly. Moments later, Shen Qianing and Shen Yin departed with the pill, and the crowd returned to their senses, redirecting their gaze toward Chu Feng. Chu Feng was indeed a fifth-grade alchemist. Furthermore, he was capable of producing top-grade fifth-grade pills. This made him one of the most exceptional alchemists not only in the Eastern Wasteland, but across the entire ruins of the wasteland. In an instant, everyone looked at Chu Feng with eyes aglow. He was the pinnacle of alchemists in the ruins of the wasteland, and any association with him would be a lifelong boon. In a frenzy, the crowd surged toward Chu Feng. Master Chu, I am a prince of the Songfeng Empire. Master Chu, I am an inner elder of the Tianjian sect. Master Chu, I am a core disciple of the Lingxiao Pavilion. I implore you to assist me in crafting a soul-nourishing pill, and you may name your price. They eagerly introduced themselves before Chu Feng, striving to leave a favorable impression. Some were even impatient to request his assistance in alchemy. Conversely, others glared at Chu Feng with indignation. Shun Qianluo was furious that Chu Feng had dashed his hopes of becoming the head of the Shin family. Master Huarong also cast a venomous glare at Chu Feng. He had once been the foremost alchemist in the Eastern Wasteland, but now, with Chu Feng's presence, he could only settle for second place. Yun Qingying observed Chu Feng, now surrounded by admirers, her emotions growing increasingly complex. She had not anticipated that the man who once spied on her while she bathed had transformed into a revered top-tier alchemist. Yet, recalling how Chu Feng had insulted her, calling her a wretch and telling her to leave, her heart surged with anger. Qingying, you should go greet Master Chu at once. Li Taiqing observed that Yun Qingying was merely gazing at Chu Feng and promptly urged her to approach him for a greeting. Master, there are too many people here right now, and he is too preoccupied to pay me any mind. I shall seek him out privately later. Yun Qingying expressed her concern that if she approached Chu Feng, he might scold her as he did last time. Calling her a wretched person to be rebuked by Chu Feng in front of so many would surely be mortifying. Saintess, Chu Feng has long coveted you. If you seek him out, he will undoubtedly accompany you back to Qinglan's sect with great enthusiasm, teased a female disciple clad in blue. Yun Qingying fell silent upon hearing this. After all, Chu Feng had insulted her previously, telling her to leave. It was inconceivable that he would easily agree to accompany her to Qinglan's sect. Recalling the incident, she found herself at a loss as to whether she should approach Chu Feng. Had it not been for Li Taiqing's insistence, she would have preferred to avoid any interaction with him. Chu Feng was far too crucial to the sect. Qingying, if Chu Feng can agree to return to our Qinglan sect, you might have to sacrifice a bit of your allure at a critical moment, Li Taiqing said earnestly, gazing at Yun Qingying. Master, Yun Qingying's eyes dimmed instantly. She had not anticipated that Li Taiqing would suggest such a sacrifice for Chu Feng. Chu Feng possesses extraordinary looks and is now a fifth-grade alchemist. He is quite suitable for you. Ideally, you two could become partners, ensuring that Chu Feng remains with our Qinglan sect, Li Taiqing added with a smile. Master, Chu Feng's status has changed. He may no longer find me appealing, Yun Qingying murmured. After the previous incident, she felt that Chu Feng had lost interest in her, perhaps even developed a distaste. Impossible. Qingying, you are the most beautiful woman in the Songfeng Empire. What man could resist your charm? Rest assured, as long as you take the initiative, Chu Feng will surely be captivated by you. Li Taiqing chuckled lightly. Yun Qingying could only nod in resignation. Moments later, Shun Qianqing hurriedly exited the inner courtyard of the Shin family, her face alight with excitement. Young Master Chu, the effects of the premium snow ginseng transformation pill you concocted are remarkable. My father's poison was immediately neutralized, and his injuries are healing rapidly, Shun Qianqing exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Chu Feng. Indeed, I am pleased to have been able to assist the head of the Shin family, Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. The premium snow ginseng transformation pill was significantly more effective than the standard variant, so it was hardly surprising that Shun Wanbao experienced swift recovery. At that moment, those who had previously harbored doubts about Chu Feng being a fifth-grade alchemist were thoroughly convinced upon hearing that he had cured Shin Wanbao, and they eagerly flocked to him. A short while later, Shun Yan emerged, laughing as he addressed Chu Feng. Master Chu, you shall henceforth be regarded as our Shun family's great benefactor. Once Wanbao recovers further in a few days, I shall ensure he properly expresses his gratitude. After speaking, Shun Yan instructed his servants to prepare a banquet to honor Chu Feng and the various influential figures present. Before long, the banquet commenced. Members from various factions approached Chu Feng to offer toasts, and he graciously accepted each one. Throughout the evening, Chu Feng promised those present that they could seek him out for alchemy in the coming days. even agreeing to produce a pill from just 2 portions of materials. This announcement sent waves of excitement through the crowd. Typically, alchemists required around 5 portions to create a single pill, with some needing as many as 10. The fact that Chu Feng would produce 1 pill from merely 2 portions was indeed astonishing news. Many hoped he could concoct dozens or even hundreds of pills for them, though Chu Feng had already stipulated that each person could only request 1 pill. Through this endeavor, Chu Feng aimed to enhance his reputation and attract more clients. He was confident in his alchemical skills, with a near-zero failure rate, and often yielding more than 1 pill from a single portion of material. Thus, assisting others in their alchemical needs would also yield substantial benefits for him. The banquet continued late into the night, with guests reluctantly departing. The Shen family had arranged the finest accommodations for Chu Feng, assigning several beautiful maidservants to attend to him. Chu Feng graciously accepted their hospitality, but refrained from engaging with the maidservants. In the following days, Chu Feng tirelessly crafted pills for the multitude. News of his prowess as a 5th-grade alchemist spread throughout the Songfeng Empire and even reached the farthest corners of the eastern wilderness that in no time. Throngs of people flocked to Tianlan City, eager to seek Chu Feng's alchemical expertise that he welcomed all, willing to assist with any requests for pills of 3rd grade or higher. One day, as Shen Wanbao's condition improved significantly, he promptly sent Shen Qianqing to invite Chu Feng. Aware that Shen Wanbao intended to express his gratitude, Chu Feng felt a surge of delight as he followed Shen Qianqing to meet him. Soon, they arrived at an opulent reception hall where a middle-aged man, appearing weak yet dignified, sat in the central grand chair. Without needing an introduction, Chu Feng deduced that this man was Shen Wanbao. Beside him sat a resplendently dressed middle-aged woman, with Shen Qianqing's sister Shen Qianluo standing behind her. This woman was Shen Wanbao's first wife, Lin Shulan, the mother of Shen Qianluo. After Shen Qianqing greeted both Shen Wanbao and Lin Shulan, she introduced Chu Feng. "Father, I have invited Master Chu. Master Chu, I should have come to pay my respects, but my condition remains frail that I hope you will forgive my presumption in inviting you here," Shen Wanbao said, rising weakly to salute Chu Feng. Lin Shulan also stood and bowed respectfully in unison. "The head of the Shen family is too courteous," Chu Feng replied with a casual nod. He had come for his reward and intended to personally select treasures from the Shen family's treasury. "I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, Master Chu. Please feel free to request any reward, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate you," Shen Wanbao inquired with a smile. Previously, the Shen family had promised that whoever saved the head of the family could select 3 treasures from their treasury. "I desire this," Chu Feng stated calmly. "That is perfectly agreeable that I shall have someone escort you to the treasury shortly," Shen Wanbao replied with a light chuckle. Chu Feng nodded slightly. After some pleasantries, Shen Wanbao suddenly inquired, "Might I ask if Master Chu has any thoughts regarding marriage?" His gaze flickered toward Shen Qianqing, his meaning unmistakable. Chu Feng cast a fleeting glance at the blushing Shen Qianqing, furrowing his brow. He held no interest in her. His motivation for saving Shen Wanbao was solely to access the treasures of the Shen family's treasury. Furthermore, Shen Qianqing's beauty was merely average, and her cultivation aptitude was unremarkable. She did not possess the qualifications to become his partner. "I have no current plans to consider marriage," Chu Feng replied coolly. Upon hearing Chu Feng's refusal, Shen Qianqing's face paled instantly. "If that is the case, I have overstepped," Shen Wanbao remarked, not pressing the matter further. "Linda, please escort Master Chu to the treasury." "Yes," Linda responded promptly. "Master Chu, this way please. I will guide you to select your treasures." After bidding farewell to Shen Wanbao, Chu Feng followed Linda. "Father, I wish to accompany them," Shen Qianluo exclaimed, fearing that Chu Feng might choose something of great value. "I also wish to go," Shen Qianqing chimed in immediately. Shen Wanbao waved his hand, signaling for both to proceed. Before long, Linda led Chu Feng to the Shen family's treasury. Shen Qianluo and Shen Qianqing followed closely behind. Chu Feng regarded the treasury building with keen interest. The structure boasted 5 floors, heavily guarded, with intricate formations surrounding it. Any intruder unfamiliar with the formations would undoubtedly suffer severe consequences. "Master Chu, please," Linda instructed the guards to open the grand doors of the treasury, respectfully inviting Chu Feng inside. Chu Feng nodded slightly and stepped into the treasury building. Upon entering, he was greeted by a dazzling array of treasures, weapons, armor, spiritual artifacts, pills, spiritual herbs, and a variety of techniques and skills. The wealth within the Chu family's treasury was even more abundant than that of some imperial treasuries. Master Chu, you may freely select any 3 treasures from among them. Linda smiled encouragingly. I shall take a look. Chu Feng nodded faintly. At that moment, Shun Qianluo and Shen Qianing gazed hungrily at the treasures within the vault. The Shen family's treasury was not accessible to them on a regular basis. Only after achieving merit for the family could they hope to enter and select a treasure. Furthermore, they were mostly limited to choosing items from the first floor, with the treasures on the upper levels being rarely within their reach. Young Master Chu, the finest treasures are on the upper floors, Shen Qianing whispered as she approached him. Chu Feng responded softly. Without Shen Qianing's prompting, he was already aware that the superior treasures lay above, though he suspected there might still be items of interest below. Chu Feng wished to examine thoroughly and select 3 treasures that would best suit him. Upon hearing Shen Qianing's words, Shen Qianluo shot her a fierce glare, as if feeling that the treasures here were destined to be his alone, and resenting Shen Qianing for reminding Chu Feng, thus allowing him to claim the better items. Shen Qianing paid no heed to Shen Qianluo and continued to follow Chu Feng, while Linda silently trailed behind, refraining from interruption. Shen Wanbao had instructed that Chu Feng could freely choose 3 treasures. As long as he did not take more than that, Linda would not intervene. After half an hour, Chu Feng finally finished inspecting the treasures on the first floor. Among them were several items he desired, yet he refrained from making an immediate selection, intending to view treasures across all 5 floors before making his final choices. Soon, Chu Feng stepped onto the second floor. The treasures here were fewer than on the first floor, yet they were of considerably higher quality. Chu Feng, the treasure on the bottom shelf of the 3rd rack to your right. Take it. As Chu Feng prepared to examine the second floor's treasures one by one, he suddenly heard Linger's voice. Upon hearing this, he immediately approached the indicated shelf that on the bottom shelf. He glanced at the row of treasures and found them to be merely ordinary items. The second box, Linger instructed again. Taking her cue, Chu Feng picked up the second box and opened it, only to find a small amount of dirt inside. The dirt appeared no different from the ordinary soil outside, lacking any discernible spiritual essence, leaving him puzzled as to why it was considered a treasure. Inside is a trace of divine soil. Though it's but a smidgen, it is extraordinarily precious, Linger explained. Divine soil? Chu Feng exclaimed in delight. Last time, Linger had mentioned that acquiring divine soil could transform the soil environment of the starry world, and he had not expected to obtain it so swiftly. He promptly took the box containing the divine soil and turned to Linda, saying, "This treasure is mine." "Very well. Master Chu still has 2 more treasures to choose." Linda nodded in affirmation. "Young Master Chu, what is this?" Shen Qianing asked, slightly confused by his choice. "This is spirit soil, used for cultivating spiritual herbs. Although it is not a particularly rare treasure, it is quite useful for us alchemists." Chu Feng replied casually, fabricating an explanation. Having said that, he stored the box containing the divine soil within his Chaos Star Pearl, seeing Chu Feng's first choice being a box of dirt. Shen Qianluo couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Young Master Chu, you might wish to consider your options further," Shen Qianing suggested, feeling that his initial choice was somewhat lacking. 13th sister, let Master Chu select whatever he desires. "Why must you interject?" Shen Qianluo snapped at Shen Qianing, irritated by her attempt to caution Chu Feng. "The treasures here belong to father, not you, so what concern is it of yours?" Shen Qianing retorted coldly. "Enough. Do not disturb Master Chu while he is selecting treasures. What he chooses is his own decision." Linda interjected firmly upon noticing the rising tension between the two. Chu Feng chose to ignore their bickering, continuing to inspect the treasures on the second floor. After finishing his examination there, he proceeded to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, taking a full hour to survey the entire treasure house. Aside from the unique divine soil he had found on the second floor, there were no other particularly special items on the other floors. Ultimately, on the 5th floor, Chu Feng selected a heavenly grade spiritual sword, the Shadow Demon Sword. Linda cautioned him that the Shadow Demon Sword was a cursed weapon capable of influencing one's mental state, advising against the choice, yet Chu Feng merely smiled faintly and took the sword. The 3rd item he selected was a rare medicinal herb known as the Red Sun Ginseng. Red Sun Ginseng was a precious spiritual herb, a primary ingredient for crafting the Red Sun Pill, a fifth-tier elixir that could enhance one's physique and elevate cultivation levels. Chu Feng had struggled to break through to the pinnacle of the spirit realm. But with this red sun ginseng, he was confident in rapidly achieving a breakthrough into the true spirit realm. Having selected his 3 treasures, Chu Feng took his leave. Shun Qianing silently watched him depart. Wanting to say something, but recalling his previous rejection, she found herself unable to utter a word. She felt an insurmountable chasm between herself and Chu Feng, as if they were from entirely different worlds. Destined never to be together. Damn it. He took away 2 treasures from the 5th floor. Shun Qianluo vented his frustration only after Chu Feng had walked far away. He believed the treasures within the Shun family vault were his by right. And having lost 2 of them to Chu Feng, he felt a deep pang of regret. After leaving, Chu Feng returned to the courtyard arranged for him by the Shun family. By this time, night had fallen. Once inside his room, he shut the door and entered the starry world. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the difference. The once barren ground was now sprouting delicate blades of grass. The air was infused with a faint spiritual aura. How miraculous was that little bit of divine soil? Chu Feng stood in awe. Though the divine soil was scarce, it could only alter the environment within a radius of 1 kilometer. I have enclosed a 1 kilometer area with a spiritual array. This way, the environment inside will not be affected by the outside, and the spiritual energy will not dissipate. If you manage to bring in more spirit stones and spiritual herbs, the spiritual energy in this area will become even denser. Linger said with a gentle smile. Wonderful. A radius of 1 kilometer will suffice for now. Chu Feng replied with joy. Given his current resource limitations, a larger area would actually be counterproductive. With this 1 kilometer expanse, he could refine the space, ensuring an abundant supply of spiritual energy, making it a suitable location for future residence and cultivation. Chu Feng promptly retrieved all the spiritual herb materials he had obtained while helping others with their alchemy over the past few days. With a delicate wave of her hand, Linger shattered the materials, transforming them into a gentle mist of spiritual energy that filled the space. Instantly, the air was thick with spiritual energy. Find a way to bring in more spiritual sources. Linger urged. Understood. Chu Feng nodded lightly. Watching the area gradually improve, Chu Feng felt a surge of excitement. After exchanging pleasantries with Linger for a while, he finally took his leave. Upon returning to the outside world, he was soon met by a servant. Young Master Chu, there is a lady outside seeking an audience. Chu Feng replied coldly. I shall not meet her, since revealing himself to be a 5th-tier alchemist. He had been inundated with numerous requests for audiences, both day and night, from people seeking his assistance with alchemy. During the day, he generally entertained these visitors, but at night, he refused to see anyone. The servant promptly left, but shortly thereafter, he returned with more news. Young Master Chu, that lady claims her name is Yun Qingying. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng shot the servant an angry glare, nearly losing his temper. He had already said he would not meet anyone, and yet this servant dared to disturb him again. What a reckless act. Ultimately, however, he managed to restrain himself, pondering Yun Qingying's intentions. Last time, he had told her to leave, and she must have been quite upset about it. Her indifference when they had crossed paths at the Chu family was evidence of her lingering anger. This visit from Yun Qingying likely indicated that she sought his help with alchemy or had some other request. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng instructed the servant to bring Yun Qingying in. Before long, the servant returned with Yun Qingying and discreetly exited. Chu Feng, reclining in a rattan chair, cast a casual glance at Yun Qingying. She was adorned in a flowing moonlit gown that accentuated her perfect figure, exuding an enticing allure. What an enchanting woman, dressed so splendidly at this late hour. Was she attempting to seduce him? Chu Feng mused internally. The two exchanged silent glances for a moment, neither initiating conversation. Finally, Chu Feng broke the silence with a faint smile. To what do I owe the honor of the divine maiden Yun's late-night visit? He had initially intended to tease her by addressing her as my lady, but considering that might make it difficult for him to gauge her reactions, he quickly adopted a more indifferent demeanor. Chu Feng, the sect master wishes for you to return to the sect. Yun Qingying spoke candidly. Following the events of the past, she had no desire to encounter Chu Feng again. However, her master, Li Taiqing, had been persistently urging her to seek him out, and today, the sect leader of Qinglan's sect had also sent a messenger, instructing her to find a way to facilitate Chu Feng's return to the sect. It was stated that he had been expelled due to her influence, and now she was compelled to devise a strategy for his reinstatement. Otherwise, her position as the saintess of the sect would be revoked. With no other choice, Yun Qingying steeled herself to confront Chu Feng de Ta. Just recently, he had stripped me of my cultivation and cast me out. Now he wishes for my return to the sect? What does Qinglan's sect take me for? I will never return to Qinglan's sect, so they might as well give up. Chu Feng replied with an icy demeanor. Upon seeing his indifferent expression, Yun Qingying was nearly provoked to turn away in anger. Yet, recalling the instructions from her master and the sect leader, she suppressed her fury and said again, Chu Feng, state your terms directly. Any terms? Chu Feng looked at Yun Qingying's exquisite figure and suddenly flashed a devilish smile. You state your conditions first. As long as they aren't excessively unreasonable, the sect will comply. Yun Qingying felt a surge of unease at his mischievous smile, but was still eager to ascertain what he desired. Chu Feng gazed at her with a wicked gleam and slowly articulated, I want you to be my personal maid. Upon hearing the initial words, Yun Qingying's heart raced, mistakenly thinking he desired her as a lover. But when she realized he merely wanted her to serve as his maid, her expression turned to one of shock. A personal maid? You dare to ask the saintess to be your maid? She glared at Chu Feng in outrage. As the esteemed saintess of Qinglan's sect, the most beautiful woman in the Zongfeng Empire, with countless admirers, the idea of becoming his maid was nothing short of an affront. In recent days, she had contemplated much and thought that since Chu Feng had already seen her invulnerability, she might as well consent to be his woman if that were his wish. To her astonishment, he had no intention of making her his lover, merely his maid. To serve as my maid is a privilege you could only dream of, Chu Feng remarked nonchalantly to in his past life. Countless illustrious women, including goddesses and saints, had sought to be his maid, yet he had rejected them all. Now, for Yun Qingying, a mere saintess from a lesser sect, to have such an opportunity was indeed a stroke of fortune. You scoundrel! Yun Qingying shot him a furious glare before turning to leave in a huff. Chu Feng, witnessing her departure, merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. He had not genuinely wished for her to serve as his maid. He merely sought to test her resolve. In the ensuing 2 days, Chu Feng continued to refine elixirs for the others. He planned to depart the next day, first returning to the Chu family before venturing out for further training. The spiritual energy in Donghuan continent was too sparse, and he intended to journey to Zhongzhou. This return to the Chu family also served as a farewell, as he likely would not return again. That evening, while Chu Feng was organizing his belongings in preparation for his departure, a servant arrived to announce Yun Qingying's return. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated her return. After a brief pause, he instructed the servant to usher her in. Saintess Yun, what brings you here again? Chu Feng asked, a smirk playing on his lips. Upon seeing his teasing expression, Yun Qingying's anger flared. But she seemed to recollect something, quickly suppressing her ire. Chu Feng, I can agree to be your personal maid, but I will not warm your bed. Yun Qingying bit her lip defiantly though. Chu Feng was instantly taken aback. He had not expected her to truly consent to being his maid. He observed her in silence for a moment before casually replying, I suddenly no longer wish for you to be my maid. Accepting Yun Qingying as a maid would require her to fulfill her conditions for rejoining Qinglan's sect. Since he was preparing to leave Donghuan continent, he had no desire to rejoin the sect. Chu Feng, you bastard! Are you trying to humiliate me? Yun Qingying, enraged, drew her sword and charged at him. After much internal conflict, she had finally agreed to be his maid, only to find him suddenly retracting his offer, which she perceived as a blatant insult. Stop, we can discuss this further. Chu Feng dodged her attack, urging her to cease. Yun Qingying slashed at him a few more times in frustration before finally relenting. Once she had calmed, Chu Feng spoke slowly. I can agree to rejoin Qinglan's sect, but I want to be an honorary elder. He had no intention of returning to Qinglan's sect. His previous suggestion for Yun Qingying to be his maid was merely a ploy to deter her. To his surprise, she had agreed. Not wanting to appear untrustworthy, he decided to accept a different role within the sect. An honorary elder would still be affiliated with Qinglan's sect, required to assist in times of crisis. However, such an elder could leave the sect at will, unbound by its constraints. Chu Feng contemplated that he could stay in Qinglan's sect for a while and then depart, thus adhering to his agreement with Yun Qingying. Moreover, Qinglan's sect housed the Spirit Rhythm Valley, a place rich in spiritual energy, accessible only to core disciples. That if Chu Feng became an honorary elder, he would also gain entry for cultivation. With this thought, he felt that spending some time in Qinglan's sect would not be a bad idea. Honorary elder? The sect leader mentioned I could accommodate you as the chief elder of the alchemy hall. Yun Qingying was momentarily taken aback by Chu Feng's words. I have no interest in being the chief elder of the alchemy hall. I will be an honorary elder. If you agree, I will return to Qinglan's sect. Chu Feng replied calmly. You don't wish to stay long in Qinglan's sect? Yun Qingying, realizing the implications of an honorary elder's freedom, understood Chu Feng's intentions. Qinglan's sect is but a small sect. Do you truly believe it can sustain a true dragon like me? Chu Feng replied indifferently. You? A true dragon? Yun Qingying couldn't help but scoffed derisively. Little maid, have you forgotten your place? How dare you mock your master? Chu Feng's expression turned cold as he slowly approached her. Stay back. The sect has yet to agree to your terms. I am not your maid yet. Yun Qingying felt a rush of panic as Chu Feng drew near. I will be leaving Tianlan City by dawn. You should decide swiftly. Chu Feng halted, observing her growing unease, and spoke coolly. Very well. I shall return and seek permission. With that, Yun Qingying hurriedly departed in a fluster. Watching her flee in panic, Chu Feng smiled faintly, suddenly finding the prospect of having such a maid rather appealing. The following morning, Chu Feng was jolted by a surge of powerful energy erupting from his being. At long last, he had reached the true spirit realm. After obtaining the Qiyang ginseng and refining it into the Qiyin pill, 2 days of cultivation had allowed him to break through the bottleneck at the pinnacle of the spirit realm and ascend to the true spirit realm. Elated by his breakthrough, Chu Feng concluded his training and prepared for his morning routine. Upon opening his door, he was surprised to find Yun Qingying waiting outside. Chu Feng, the sect has agreed to your terms, she exclaimed upon seeing him. Oh, so now you are my personal maid. Chu Feng replied with a subtle smile. Yun Qingying bit her lip and spoke softly. Chu Feng, can I only serve as your maid in private? What you mean is that in public, you remain the saintess, while in private, you are my maid. Chu Feng asked with a teasing smile. Yes. Yun Qingying nodded slightly. Chu Feng, if you agree to my terms, I will accept being your maid. Chu Feng regarded her with understanding. He knew she could not let go of her status as the saintess. However, he had no genuine desire for her to be his maid, and he would soon be leaving Qinglan's sect. Thus, he consented to her terms, stating, I can agree to your conditions, but in public, we shall pretend to be a couple, so that our association will not raise suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Qingying clenched her teeth and agreed. Fine. Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be my little maid, he declared. Little maid, why are you not attending to my needs? Chu Feng jestingly remarked. Yun Qingying momentarily failed to adapt to her new role, utterly unsure of how to attend to Chu Feng. Fortunately, at that moment, a servant entered bearing water and toiletries, prepared for Chu Feng's ablutions. Yun Qingying promptly took the items from the servant and presented them to Chu Feng, prompting him to wash up. Chu Feng ceased his teasing of Yun Qingying, quickly completing his grooming before leading her to breakfast. I need to return to the Chu Feng residence first, and then I shall head to Qinglan's sect, Chu Feng stated as he gazed at Yun Qingying. All right, I will accompany you back to the Chu Feng residence. Yun Qingying seemed somewhat anxious about Chu Feng possibly leaving her behind, eager to follow. You are my personal maid. Of course, you must remain by my side at all times, Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. First, accompany me to meet my master, so he is aware of your agreement to return to Qinglan's sect, Yun Qingying suggested. Certainly. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Soon, he gathered his belongings and prepared to depart. Before leaving, Chu Feng instructed a servant to inform Shun Qianqing of his departure. Half an hour later, Chu Feng followed Yun Qingying to the Qinglan sect's residence in Tianlan City. Yun Saintess, at that moment, nearly a dozen handsome young men were waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Yun Qingying, they approached her with enthusiasm. Yun Saintess, why are you out so early today? I've brought you the most famous breakfast from Tianlan City. A young man clad in white smiled. Others also produced servings of breakfast, seemingly all there to present their offerings to Yun Qing. I have already made it clear that I shall not accept your gifts. Moreover, I have a partner now, so please do not disturb me any further. Yun Qingying suddenly stepped in front of Chu Feng, linking her arm with his. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback by her action, but quickly realized she intended to use him to ward off her suitors. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng boldly embraced Yun Qingying's slender waist and declared, "Qingying is already my woman. You needn't waste your efforts." Yun Qingying, suddenly held tightly by Chu Feng, felt her cheeks flush crimson. She had never been so intimately close to a man and instinctively wished to break free. However, Chu Feng tightened his grip and whispered in her ear, "Do not move. You wouldn't want our relationship to be exposed, would you?" Upon hearing this, Yun Qingying ceased her struggles, allowing Chu Feng to continue holding her. "What? How is this possible? Who are you to become the partner of Yun Sanctus?" The onlookers were incredulous at the exchange between Yun Qingying and Chu Feng. Yun Qingying had always been single, with no rumors of romantic involvement. So it was astonishing to suddenly learn she had become Chu Feng's partner. The crowd remained skeptical. "He is a fifth-tier alchemist." Chu Feng. Suddenly, a handsome young man seemed to recognize Chu Feng and murmured his identity. "What? A fifth-tier alchemist?" The onlookers were aware that a fifth-tier alchemist had recently emerged in Tianlan City, yet they had never encountered him. To their astonishment, that very alchemist had now become Yun Qingying's partner. The crowd glared at Chu Feng with fury, wishing to tear him apart. Yet, Chu Feng's status as a fifth-tier alchemist rendered their backgrounds insignificant in comparison to fifth-tier alchemists were the pinnacle of alchemical mastery in the Eastern Wasteland. Should he publicly declare it, many formidable figures would likely be inclined to heed his call. If they offended Chu Feng, he could easily annihilate them without lifting a finger, as numerous strong individuals would come to assist him in eliminating them. Moments later, feeling weak in Chu Feng's embrace, Yun Qingying shyly extricated herself and quickly entered the Qinglan sect's residence, with Chu Feng following closely behind. "My dreams have shattered. My goddess Qingying has forever departed from me. Ah, how infuriating to have my goddess stolen away." The crowd lamented sorrowfully as they watched Chu Feng and Yun Qingying leave. Shortly thereafter, Yun Qingying brought Chu Feng to meet Li Taiqing. "Master, I have brought Chu Feng back." Yun Qingying greeted Li Taiqing respectfully. "Good," Li Taiqing exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement as he addressed Chu Feng. "Welcome back to Qinglan sect. I pay my respects to the elder." Chu Feng slightly bowed to Li Taiqing. Having previously learned of his identity and status as the elder and Yun Qingying's master from her. "Haha, no need for formalities. We are family now. Chu Feng, I entrust Inger to you. You must treat her well." Li Taiqing said with a smile that he had overheard Chu Feng and Yun Qingying's exchange outside, and surmised that Yun Qingying had agreed to become Chu Feng's partner, prompting his return to Qinglan sect. Li Taiqing was pleased with their union, as it would forever tie Qinglan sect to Chu Feng. "Rest assured, elder, Inger is my woman, and I shall ensure she never suffers any grievances," Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Yun Qingying shot him a glare. Chu Feng had already asked her to serve him, yet he claimed she would not suffer any grievances. What a grand deceiver. "Very well," Li Taiqing said. "Though Inger is my disciple, I have always treated her as my own daughter. Now that she has found a good match, I am thoroughly relieved." Li Taiqing laughed heartily. "Master," Yun Qingying felt a wave of emotion at Li Taiqing's words. Over the years, he had indeed treated her well, diligently educating her and helping her become the saintess of Qinglan sect. After some more pleasantries, Li Taiqing cheerfully suggested, "Chu Feng, let us set off for Qinglan sect now. The sect leader will be overjoyed to hear of your return." "Elder, I must first return to the Chu Feng residence. Then I will proceed to Qinglan sect." Chu Feng quickly replied, "All right, then let Inger accompany you back, and you can return to Qinglan sect together." Li Taiqing, seemingly concerned that Chu Feng might vanish, wanted Yun Qingying to accompany him. "Indeed, I have already arranged for Inger to join me on my return to the Chu Feng residence," Chu Feng softly affirmed. "Good. Inger, ensure Chu Feng's safety on the journey," Li Taiqing instructed Yun Qingying. "Yes, master," Yun Qingying nodded in agreement. With that, Chu Feng took his leave, accompanied by Yun Qingying. Half an hour later, as Chu Feng and Yun Qingying rode their spiritual steeds out of the gates of Tianlan City, a woman suddenly approached them at a swift pace on her own steed. "Chu Gongzi," the woman called out, halting Chu Feng. The woman was Shun Qianqing, who had rushed to find Chu Feng upon receiving word from her servant, wishing to see him one last time. "Miss Shun, is there something you need?" Chu Feng replied coolly, regarding Shun Qianqing with indifference. He had no intention of engaging with her, wishing to extinguish any hope she might harbor. "It's nothing. I just wanted to see you off, knowing you were leaving," Shun Qianqing replied, her heart sinking at Chu Feng's cold demeanor, though she forced a smile. Chu Feng nodded slightly. I asked this young lady Yin Saintus? Only then did Shen Qianqing notice the veiled figure beside Chu Feng, Yin Qingying. Having encountered her a few times at the Shun residence, Shen Qianqing had even hosted Yin Qingying before, yet she had not anticipated Yin Qingying would be with Chu Feng. Yes, Yin Qingying greeted with a gentle smile. How did you two come to be together? Shen Qianqing inquired, puzzled. Previously, she had been unaware of any connection between Chu Feng and Yin Qingying, having never seen them together. I am now Chu Feng's partner. Yin Qingying's words seemed to assert her claim. How can that be? Shen Qianqing gazed at Chu Feng in disbelief, awaiting his response. Indeed, we are now partners. I was formerly of Qinglan's sect and had long pursued Qingying. Only recently did she agree to become my partner. Chu Feng graciously afforded Yin Qingying the spotlight, stating that he had pursued her to know. Congratulations to you both. Shen Qianqing's heart sank at the news. Yin Qingying was the most beautiful woman in the Songfeng Empire and the saintess of Qinglan's sect. She felt entirely inadequate in comparison. All right, Miss Shen, we must take our leave now. With that, Chu Feng bid farewell to Shen Qianqing and departed with Yin Qingying. Once they were out of Shen Qianqing's sight, Yin Qingying suddenly turned to Chu Feng and asked, Chu Feng, do you like me? Your beauty is so captivating that it enchants every man, and I, of course, am no exception, Chu Feng remarked with a faint smile. Yin Qingying, whose beauty was unparalleled, was a rare sight even in the higher realms, and her appearance was remarkably aligned with Chu Feng's aesthetic preferences. You scoundrel, you fancy me yet expect me to serve as your maid? Yin Qingying shot a furious glare at Chu Feng upon hearing his words. Is there a conflict between liking you and having you as my maid? Chu Feng replied with a light smile. Well, if you like me, shouldn't you? Yin Qingying intended to imply that Chu Feng's affection should entail adoration for her, but she abruptly halted, realizing it was too ambiguous a statement. Humph, I have no desire to converse with you, Yin Qingying declared angrily. She sensed that Chu Feng seemed to derive pleasure from provoking her. She had rarely been angry before, yet since meeting him, every encounter ignited her temper. Chu Feng, upon hearing her words, chose to remain silent, suddenly realizing they were being followed. Someone is tracking us. Perhaps your suitors are aware that I have become your companion and wish to eliminate me. Chu Feng observed Yin Qingying and chuckled softly. They wouldn't dare. It could be that you've offended someone. Yin Qingying retorted, not in the best of spirits. That is difficult to ascertain. Do not underestimate the madness of a man who has lost his beloved. However, whoever dares to come for my life shall meet their demise. Chu Feng's expression turned icy, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Chu Feng, should I signal for help? We are not far from Tianlan City. And if I send a signal, my master will come swiftly. Yin Qingying expressed her concern, fearing the strength of their pursuers would outmatch them. No need. Chu Feng gently declined, having already broken through to the true spirit realm. He felt confident in his ability to confront even Earth Spirit Realm opponents. Furthermore, the number of Earth Spirit Realm cultivators in the Songfeng Empire was few, and there were no Celestial Spirit Realm experts among them. So he harbored little fear that in fact, Chu Feng was eager to test his newfound strength. Be cautious, and if we find ourselves overmatched, we must flee at once, Yin Qingying advised, her concern evident. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded calmly. The two continued their journey for half an hour until they arrived at the entrance of a valley. Just as Yin Qingying intended to caution Chu Feng about a possible ambush within, he had already charged into the valley. Seeing this, she had no choice but to follow him into the gorge. Upon entering, Chu Feng immediately sensed numerous powerful auras. Chu Feng, this valley is perilous. We must leave swiftly, Yin Qingying urged, catching up to him in urgency. It is too late to flee now, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. No sooner had he spoken than a group of masked figures in black emerged from either side of the valley. Encircling them, Xianling Realm? Earth Spirit Realm? Yin Qingying gasped in horror upon noticing several Xianling Realm cultivators among the assailants, including one at the second level of the Earth Spirit Realm. The presence of such formidable foes, especially in the Songfeng Empire, was alarming. They were the elite of the three major sections. Yin Qingying could hardly believe that Earth Spirit Realm experts would come to hunt them down, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. They had ventured far from Tianlan City, and even if she sent a signal for help, Li Taiqing could not arrive in time. Moreover, with so many powerful adversaries, even her master might struggle to contend with them. We are from the Qinglan sect. If you value your lives, step aside. Yin Qingying trembled as she drew her sword, hoping to intimidate the assailants with the name of her sect. You are the renowned beauty of the Songfeng Empire, the holy maiden of the Qinglan sect, Yin Qingying? Who would have thought that in the act of hunting Chu Feng, we would stumble upon such unexpected delight? Today, I shall relish the taste of the Empire's foremost beauty. The second-level Earth Spirit Realm assailant cackled wickedly at the sight of Yin Qingying. My lord, after you are done playing, please allow us a turn, chimed in a shorter figure beside him, equally sinister in tone. Fear not. Today, you shall all savor the essence of the Empire's foremost beauty, the Earth Spirit Realm figure declared with an evil laugh. You, Yin Qingying, upon hearing the black-clad figure's words, felt an overwhelming dread and began to retreat slowly. She was not afraid of death, but to be humiliated by so many would be infinitely worse than death itself. Chu Feng, I will hold them off. You must find an opportunity to escape. With your agility, you might just make it, she urged, recalling how Chu Feng had evaded the demonic dragon in the Twilight Forest. Yin Qingying felt certain she had no chance of escaping and intended to buy Chu Feng a moment to flee, even if it meant sacrificing herself in the process. Chu Feng glanced at her in surprise, momentarily taken aback. He had always believed that Yin Qingying harbored resentment towards him for making her angry. Yet in this perilous situation, she was willing to shield him from danger. Instantly, he felt a surge of affection for her. Do not worry. I will handle everything. Chu Feng reassured her gently, grasping her hand. His words brought her a measure of comfort, though she still doubted his ability to confront such a multitude of enemies. Chu Feng, if we cannot escape, you must take my life. I cannot bear the thought of being humiliated. Yin Qingying implored, her grip on his hand tightening. Even in the face of death, you still speak of sweet nothings, the Earth Spirit Realm figure mocked. Soon, I shall make you watch as your beloved is dishonored. And then I will kill you. His sinister laughter echoed ominously. My lord, your plan is exquisite. Just imagine how devastated Chu Feng will be in that moment. I can hardly wait. The smaller black-clad figure cackled wickedly beside him. Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed through the air. In the next moment, a fierce sword aura sliced through the air like lightning, severing the head of the shorter black-clad figure. In an instant, his head flew into the air, his body collapsing lifelessly. The surrounding black-clad figures recoiled in shock. Yin Qingying stared at Chu Feng in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had witnessed him draw a sword. And before she could process what had occurred, the smaller figure was decapitated in a single, fluid motion. The speed was astonishing, nearly instantaneous. Sword intent. Or perhaps even perfected sword intent. The Earth Spirit Realm figure gazed at Chu Feng in utter disbelief. Sword intent was the coveted realm for sword cultivators, with only 1 in 100,000 sword practitioners ever grasping it. Typically, only those of higher cultivation could comprehend sword intent, yet here was Chu Feng, in the true spirit realm, exhibiting a terrifying mastery of perfected sword intent. Qingying, retreat to that side. Witness how I vanquish our foes. Chu Feng instructed her to hide in a crevice in his previous life. He had been extraordinarily proficient in swordsmanship, though he had not practiced much in this life. As soon as he grasped the sword, he felt a profound connection, enabling him to unleash perfected sword intent. The sword Chu Feng wielded was a celestial-grade spirit sword, the Shadow Demon Sword, which he had selected from the treasures of the Shin family. The Shadow Demon Sword significantly enhanced the potency of his sword techniques. And combined with his perfected sword intent, it rendered his swordsmanship immensely powerful. At that moment, the Earth Spirit Realm figure's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he commanded, altogether. Strike him down. Kill. Upon hearing the order, the surrounding black-clad figures charged at Chu Feng with ferocity. Chu Feng, be careful, Yin Qingying called out anxiously as she witnessed the swarm of assailants rushing towards him. Shadow of the Underworld. Chu Feng, undeterred, lightly swung the Shadow Demon Sword, invoking his renowned technique from his previous life, the Shadow of the Underworld. As he unleashed the technique, the sword's shadows danced ethereally, resembling phantoms from the underworld, evading detection while sowing chaos within the enemy ranks, disorienting their minds. Utilizing the Shadow Step, coupled with the Shadow of the Underworld, Chu Feng moved like a soul-reaping specter, claiming the lives of the black-clad figures with each strike. Those attempting to escape were swiftly cut down by his sword aura. Others who sought to capture Yun Qing to use her as leverage against Chu Feng met the same fate at his hands. In mere moments, only the second-level Earth Spirit Realm figure remained. He bore a gash across his chest inflicted by Chu Feng, and if not for the high-grade spirit armor he wore, he might very well have perished. How is it possible for you to be so powerful? The Earth Spirit Realm figure stared at Chu Feng in disbelief. His cultivation was several realms above Chu Feng's, yet he found himself utterly outmatched, unable to land even a scratch on him. To him, this was an immense humiliation. He was determined to kill Chu Feng. Otherwise, news of this day would forever tarnish his reputation. It was precisely because of the desire to eliminate Chu Feng and avenge the humiliation that the black-clad figure from the Earth Spirit Realm did not flee. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. It is not that I am strong, but rather that you are utterly incompetent, Chu Feng remarked indifferently. Today, it is either your demise or mine. Upon hearing Chu Feng's claim of his inadequacy, the black-clad figure from the Earth Spirit Realm was instantly consumed by rage and charged at Chu Feng. Rather than confront the black-clad figure head-on, Chu Feng adeptly evaded using the Shadow Step, while continuously launching sword attacks. Ice Slaughter Palm. Chu Feng multitasked, executing sword strikes, while simultaneously unleashing the Ice Slaughter Palm. The Ice Slaughter Palm, imbued with frigid energy, was capable of slowing the enemy's movements while delivering devastating strikes that could incapacitate foes in an instant. In that moment, the black-clad figure from the Earth Spirit Realm felt as though he was besieged by two adversaries. Alongside Chu Feng's punches and palm strikes, an unseen assailant relentlessly assaulted him with a sword. Soon, the black-clad figure found himself unable to evade, suffering a grievous gash on his thigh from the shadowy sword, blood gushing forth. With his thigh injured, the black-clad figure could not escape Chu Feng's relentless onslaught, and he quickly succumbed, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Chu Feng, you are remarkably powerful, Yun Qing exclaimed, astonished, as she witnessed Chu Feng subduing the black-clad figure from the Earth Spirit Realm just moments ago. She had thought that her fate was sealed, that she might even perish amidst the humiliation of the crowd. To her amazement, Chu Feng had descended like a celestial being, dispatching the black-clad figure with effortless precision. It felt surreal. A mere first-level true spirit realm cultivator had managed to slay dozens of opponents of higher realms, including several from the profound spirit realm and one from the second level of the Earth Spirit Realm. If this were to be spoken of, no one would believe it. They would simply think she was lost in a daydream. I possess even greater strength. Given the opportunity, I shall ensure you witness it. Noticing the astonished expression on Yun Qing's face, Chu Feng couldn't help but tease. All right, Yun Qing nodded, still in a daze. Haha. Chu Feng found amusement in her reaction. Yun Qing was perplexed, but at that moment, she was utterly captivated by Chu Feng's prowess. If Chu Feng was already so formidable at the first level of the true spirit realm, how terrifying would he become as he ascended in cultivation? After a brief moment, Chu Feng turned his attention to the black-clad figure from the Earth Spirit Realm, who lay gasping for breath on the ground. Speak. Why have you come to kill me? Who is your master? Chu Feng demanded coldly. Faced with Chu Feng's inquiry, the black-clad figure remained unresponsive, seemingly resigned to his fate, just as Chu Feng was about to end the black-clad figure's life. Yun Qing suddenly interjected. Chu Feng, let us first remove his mask. I find him somewhat familiar. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng swiftly used his sword to lift the black cloth from the black-clad figure's face. Zui Yushan, Yun Qing exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing him. Do you know him? Chu Feng turned to Yun Qing. Yes, he is the Grand Elder of Lingxiao Pavilion, Zui Yushan, Yun Qing explained. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's gaze turned icy as it bore down on Zui Yushan. And he coldly asked, Did Lingxiao Pavilion send you to kill me? Knowing Zui Yushan's identity, Chu Feng surmised that it could be related to his earlier actions, where he had slain Zhang Yuan, a disciple of Lingxiao Pavilion, and exposed the matter concerning the inner elder, Lin Tiansheng. Zui Yushan, upon hearing Chu Feng's words, remained indifferent. Humph, the Grand Elder of Lingxiao Pavilion dares to come and kill me. Then I shall obliterate Lingxiao Pavilion. Chu Feng declared coldly. No, it was not Lingxiao Pavilion that sent me. Zui Yushan finally reacted, his face pale as he responded in fragmented words. Then who sent you? I already know your identity. If you wish to protect your family and friends from harm, it would be best for you to answer truthfully. Chu Feng said icily that it was Master Huarong. I owed him a favor. And not long ago, he contacted me, instructing me to kill you to repay that favor, Zui Yushan stammered. Master Huarong? Chu Feng's brows furrowed. Chu Feng, do you have a grudge against that Master Huarong? Yin Qingying inquired as she approached Chu Feng. No. Chu Feng pondered for a moment. He had no significant enmity with Huarong, having only encountered him at the Shen family. If one were to say he had offended him, it was merely that he had taken the last remaining materials for the snow ginseng creation pill from the Shen family and used them to concoct a pill, thus slapping Huarong in the face. Little did he know that Huarong was so narrow-minded as to seek someone to kill him over such a trivial matter. Humph, for daring to send someone to kill him. Huarong would certainly pay a heavy price. Where is Huarong now? Chu Feng coldly interrogated that I do not know. He may have already left the Songfeng Empire, Zui Yushan replied weakly, for daring to hire someone to kill me. Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, I will ensure he meets his end, Chu Feng declared coldly. Having uncovered the mastermind, Chu Feng swiftly swung the shadow sword, and in an instant, a sharp sword chi sliced through Zui Yushan's neck, severing his head from his body. After killing Zui Yushan, Chu Feng began to rummage through the belongings of the numerous black-clad figures, given his current low realm. He lacked the resources for cultivation. Any resource he could acquire was invaluable. Moreover, not only did he require resources for his own cultivation, but his chaotic stellar world also demanded vast amounts of spiritual essence. Therefore, he was unwilling to let go of any resource, no matter how small. Soon, Chu Feng finished his search. Let us depart. Chu Feng turned to Yin Qingying and said that, oh, all right. Yin Qingying had been staring at Chu Feng in a daze. And only when he called her did she snap back to reality. Today, Yin Qingying had been thoroughly astonished by Chu Feng, while she had been mildly surprised to learn he was a fifth-tier alchemist. Witnessing him slay so many opponents of higher realms with his first-level true spirit cultivation had left her utterly astounded. It was known that even her master, Li Taiqing, would struggle against such a multitude. If Chu Feng could contend with so many adversaries, he was undoubtedly stronger than her master. Chu Feng, so young yet so formidable, it was unimaginable how terrifying he would become in the future. After a moment, Yin Qingying hurriedly caught up with Chu Feng. The earlier battle had frightened their spiritual steeds away, leaving the two of them to walk to the next city to purchase new ones. Their realms were still too low. Chu Feng mused to himself. If only his realm were to reach the heavenly spirit realm, he could fly using his sword, and even take Yin Qingying along with him. Chu Feng, what cultivation method are you practicing that makes you so powerful? Yin Qingying asked with great interest as they walked. What? You wish to learn? Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. Yin Qingying nodded eagerly. Given Chu Feng's remarkable abilities at the first level of the true spirit realm, his cultivation method must be exceptional. If Chu Feng were willing to teach her, she would certainly be eager to learn. Call me young master and let me hear it, Chu Feng teased. Young master, Yin Qingying said coyly. Such a lovely voice. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, lapsing into silence as they continued their journey. Young master, I have called you. Now hurry and teach me. Yin Qingying, noticing that Chu Feng had suddenly ignored her, hastily chased after him, inquiring that I never said I would teach you. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. You scoundrel. Then why did you make me call you young master? Yin Qingying's anger flared up instantly. You are my maid. Is it not appropriate for you to call me young master? Chu Feng replied with a smile. Chu Feng, you scoundrel, you can forget about me calling you young master in the future. Yin Qingying retorted angrily. Chu Feng was clearly toying with her, and she felt foolish for having been so eagerly anticipating his response. Yin Qingying glared at Chu Feng's back, wishing to poke several holes in it. Seeing Yin Qingying's angry expression, Chu Feng found it quite amusing. For some reason, he simply enjoyed watching her get riled up. You scoundrel! You dare laugh? I will strangle you! Yin Qingying exclaimed with fury as she tightened her grip on Chu Feng's neck from behind. With a swift turn, Chu Feng enveloped Yin Qingying in his arms, grinning mischievously at her. How dare you offend your superior? Do you not think I should punish you? Chu Feng, what are you intending to do? Yin Qingying, sensing Chu Feng's mischievous smile, struggled desperately to break free from his embrace. That I intend to punish my little maid. Chu Feng replied with a wicked grin. Smack. With that, he delivered a light slap to Yin Qingying's rounded backside. Her expression instantly froze, as if struck by lightning. Scoundrel! How dare you hit me? I will fight you. After a moment of shock, Yin Qingying finally regained her senses and angrily drew her sword to stab at Chu Feng. The backside is a woman's private area, meant only for her husband to touch. For Chu Feng to slap her there, Yun Qingying was enraged and determined to confront him. Chu Feng deftly sidestepped her attack with a smooth movement. Yun Qingying relentlessly attacked Chu Feng, but her efforts were in vain. Smack! Suddenly, after evading Yun Qingying's strike, Chu Feng once again slapped her on the backside. Ah, scoundrel, just kill me. I no longer wish to live. Tears welled in Yun Qingying's eyes as she crouched on the ground, embodying utter despair. Upon witnessing her profound sorrow, Chu Feng realized that he had indeed gone too far. Did I apologize? I should not have struck you. As compensation, how about I teach you a sacred level movement technique? Chu Feng hastily offered a sacred level movement technique. Yun Qingying's tear-streaked face instantly brightened with disbelief as she gazed at Chu Feng. The hierarchy of martial arts techniques is classified as follows: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, sacred, divine, and imperial. The Qinglan sect, being the preeminent sect of the Zhongfeng Empire, possesses only profound-level techniques at best. Now, Chu Feng claimed he would teach her a sacred-level technique, leaving Yun Qingying momentarily incredulous. Indeed, Chu Feng replied with a serene smile. I can teach you the illusory immortal step. The illusory immortal step, a renowned technique of his past nemesis, Huan Shining, was well suited for Yun Qingying. Huan Shining, a peak imperial realm expert from the upper realm, had played a role in Chu Feng's untimely demise in his previous life. The illusory immortal step, which Chu Feng had fortuitously mastered, was particularly apt for her cultivation. Without hesitation, Chu Feng began to impart the illusory immortal step's secrets to Yun Qingying. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Yun Qingying gradually stood, delicately wiping her tears. Rest assured, I will not deceive you this time. I shall teach you right away. Chu Feng assured her that as he recited the incantation for the illusory immortal step, he demonstrated and explained it thoroughly to her. Watching Chu Feng's demonstration invigorated Yun Qingying, causing her to forget the earlier incident of his bullying and wholeheartedly immerse herself in practice. After half an hour, she had grasped the illusory immortal step to a basic level. Chu Feng, this illusory immortal step is truly extraordinary, Yun Qingying exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she began to move gracefully around him. Practicing the technique, the illusory immortal step, ethereal and elusive, was a top-tier movement art for both combat and travel. You have merely scratched the surface. With diligent practice, you will undoubtedly refine your skills further. With the illusory immortal step, facing opponents beyond your level will become considerably easier. Even formidable adversaries will pose no threat to your escape. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. Yes, Chu Feng, thank you. Yun Qingying paused, her expression filled with gratitude as she looked at him. Are you no longer angry? Chu Feng teased the mention of his previous bullying. Yun Qingying huffed playfully. Humph. With the illusory immortal step at my disposal, you shall not dare bully me again. Once I master it, I shall turn the tables. Ha! It seems I shall no longer have the upper hand over you. Had I known, I might have refrained from teaching you. Chu Feng chuckled at her newfound confidence. Even if she mastered the illusory immortal step, he knew he could still tease her. However, he chose to indulge her pride for the moment. Hee, you cannot take back what you've taught me. I have memorized all the incantations and steps. Prepare to be at my mercy. Yun Qingying gleefully envisioned scenarios of teasing Chu Feng in the future. Very well, I shall await your bullying. Chu Feng replied, his mood lifted by her exuberance. That it must be said. Having a cherished companion by one's side significantly enhances the joys of life. Just wait until I make you scurry about. Yun Qingying laughed playfully. After some light-hearted banter, Chu Feng and Yun Qingying resumed their journey towards Qingfeng Town. In Qingfeng Town, the Chu family, Chu Tianyue, had dispatched the elite members of the Chu family to hide away at this moment. Only a few relatively mediocre side members and some servants remained. Chu Tianyue had considered evacuating all the Chu family members, but he feared that if the Lingxiao Pavilion found the Chu family deserted, they would undoubtedly search for their disciples. Thus, he chose to keep a portion of the less capable disciples in the family, intending to appease the Lingxiao Pavilion should they come to investigate. Even if the Lingxiao Pavilion exterminated them, the elite members hidden outside would still survive. Patriarch, trouble is at hand. The Han family has barged in. A frantic Chu family disciple announced as Chu Tianyue conferred with Chu Wenshan. The Han family? Chu Tianyue's brow furrowed, unsure of their intentions. Previously, he had agreed to the Han family's distribution plan regarding the spiritual mine in Qingfeng Town, where they received 80% while the Chu family retained 20%. Beyond this, there had been no other conflicts, leaving Chu Tianyue puzzled about the Han family's sudden visit. Patriarch, the young master of the Han family, is a disciple of the Lingxiao Pavilion. Could it be that they have uncovered something, prompting the arrival of Lingxiao Pavilion members? Chu Wenshan speculated with concern. Though Chu Tianyue had suggested that he leave to avoid trouble, Chu Wenshan had insisted on staying with the family. As it was his only attachment, regardless of the situation, we must confront it. Let us go and see. Chu Tianyue declared gravely that a moment later, he and Chu Wenshan arrived at the Chu family's training grounds. There, Han Xingqiao, the head of the Han family, awaited them with a large entourage. Nearby, several injured Chu family disciples lay on the ground, each writhing in pain. Seeing the suffering of his kin, Chu Tianyue furiously confronted Han Xingqiao. What is the meaning of this, head of the Han family? Chu Tianyue, where have you hidden young master Zhang Yuan and elder Lin of the Lingxiao Pavilion? Han Xingqiao coldly demanded. Chu Tianyue's heart sank. Though he maintained an expression of ignorance. How would I know where they went? They merely visited our Chu family for a short while before leaving. Do not attempt to deny it. We possess irrefutable evidence that they entered your household and never exited. Han Xingqiao asserted coldly. Today, Elder Zhou Qian of the Lingxiao Pavilion, along with Elder Zhang Ding of the Zhang family, are here. Surrender them at once, or your Chu family will face annihilation. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyue cast a glance at the two elders beside Han Xingqiao, one at the 3rd level of the Xianling realm and the other at the 9th level of the Junling realm. It was evident they were the formidable Elder Zhou Qian of the Lingxiao Pavilion and Elder Zhang Ding of the Zhang family. The presence of such powerful adversaries filled Chu Tianyue with trepidation. The strength of the Lingxiao Pavilion and the Zhang family was indomitable, far beyond the Chu family's capabilities to resist. At this moment, he resolved to feign ignorance. Suddenly, members of the Han family dragged 2 Chu family disciples into the arena. Head, they have confessed. Young Master Zhang Yuan and Elder Lin Tianxing have been killed by the Chu family, and their bodies are hidden. What? Zhou Qian and Zhang Ding glared at Chu Tianyue, their anger palpable. You Chu family possess great audacity to murder young Master Zhang and Elder Lin. Han Xingqiao, taken aback by Chu Tianyue's boldness, saw this as an opportunity to leverage the Lingxiao Pavilion and the Zhang family's power to eradicate the Chu family, allowing the Han family to dominate Qingfeng Town. You traitors! How could you betray the Chu family? Chu Tianyue glared furiously at the 2 disciples dragged in by the Han family. We were once loyal to the elder, and your actions against him compelled us to seek vengeance. One of them laughed mockingly. Hearing this, Chu Tianyue was immediately filled with regret. Previously, when Chu Feng had suggested eliminating the elder's faction, he had only targeted the key figures and spared many others. Little did he expect that those he had spared would now turn against him, leading to the family's impending doom. Speak. Why did your Chu family murder my Lingxiao Pavilion's elder? Zhou Qian demanded angrily. I killed whom I wished to kill. There need not be an explanation, Chu Tianyue declared loudly. With the certainty of his family's impending destruction, he felt no fear. He openly admitted to the killings, hoping to safeguard Chu Feng and the other Chu family members who had fled. Humph. Today, I shall show you what it truly means to suffer, Zhou Qian declared, unleashing a powerful palm strike towards Chu Tianyue. Boom! Chu Tianyue was sent flying, spitting blood as he flew more than 10 meters away. Patriarch, upon witnessing the scene, Chu Wenshan hastened to assist Chu Tianyue in rising. Wenshan, today the Chu family is destined for annihilation. As the clan leader, I cannot escape culpability, lamented Chu Tianyue that he had always aspired to elevate the Chu family, yet he never anticipated that it would ultimately face destruction. Although a significant portion of the family's downfall could be attributed to Chu Feng. As the clan leader, Chu Tianyue bore his share of the blame for the family's demise. You have performed admirably as clan leader, Chu Wenshan gently reassured him. He too was aware of the impending doom awaiting the Chu family. Yet he remained unburdened by fear of death. Let them strike. Annihilate the Chu family. Zhang Ding, upon learning of Zhang Yuan's murder, furiously commanded his followers to eradicate the Chu family. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted in the air. At that moment, Chu Feng and Yun Qingying had just returned to Qingfeng Town. Upon entering the town, Chu Feng sensed the murderous intent emanating from the Chu family in the distance. We must go. The Chu family is in peril. Chu Feng swiftly activated his shadow step and raced towards the family estate. Seeing this, Yun Qingying immediately employed her illusory fairy step to keep pace with him. Boom! Chu Wenshan was sent flying over 10 meters by a punch from the elder of Lingxiao Pavilion, Zhou Qian, spitting blood as he collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Wenshan, Chu Tianyue's expression turned grim upon witnessing this. At that moment, he too was gravely injured, unable to move as he helplessly watched the slaughter of his K.I.N.D.O. Not kill them. Hang them up. I want to flay them alive. Zhou Qian abruptly commanded the cessation of the killing. Yes, Han Xingqiao immediately ordered his men to halt and instructed that Chu Tianyue, Chu Wenshan, and several surviving disciples of the Chu family be hung up. Elder Zhou, today the elite disciples of the Chu family are absent. Chu Tianyue must have warned them to hide. Han Xingqiao suddenly addressed Zhou Qian. Humph, those who dare to slay our elders of Lingxiao Pavilion shall face my wrath, regardless of where they hide. Zhou Qian retorted coldly. Han Xingqiao, you shall meet a dreadful fate. Chu Tianyue, upon overhearing their exchange, felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Chu Tianyue, to eradicate the roots is essential. Do not blame me. Blame your family for daring to kill an elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. Han Xingqiao sneered wickedly. Those who harm an elder of my Lingxiao Pavilion shall experience the torment of being unable to live or die. Zhou Qian declared menacingly. Have the courage to kill me at once. Chu Tianyue glared furiously at Zhou Qian. Wishing for death, Zhou Qian laughed disdainfully. I shall first allow you to savor the agony of having your flesh stripped away inch by inch. He grinned sinisterly, slowly approaching Chu Tianyue with his blade drawn. Upon witnessing this, Chu Tianyue, overwhelmed with despair, prepared to bite his tongue and end his life. Yet, just as he was about to do so, Zhou Qian preemptively seized his mouth. Thinking to end your life? How na vi? Zhou Qian scoffed. Crack. Zhou Qian forcefully dislocated the bones in Chu Tianyue's jaw. The excruciating pain elicited a harrowing scream from Chu Tianyue. Yes, that's the sound I adore. Zhou Qian cackled wickedly. With that, he brandished his blade, poised to systematically carve away Chu Tianyue's flesh. Suddenly, a shadow, akin to a specter, materialized before Zhou Qian. The shadow grasped Zhou Qian's hand, intending to flay Chu Tianyue. And with a vigorous twist, crack, Zhou Qian's arm was rotated 360 degrees, the bones connecting his arm to his body fracturing instantly. The intense agony forced Zhou Qian into a soul-wrenching scream. Following this, the shadow delivered a powerful kick to Zhou Qian's back, sending him flying several meters away. The impact created a deep dent in his back, likely fracturing several ribs in the process. Zhou Qian howled in anguish once more. Isn't this the sound you relish? The shadow coldly remarked. Who are you, you scoundrel? Elder Zhou is an inner elder of our Lingxiao Pavilion. You have injured him, and we will not let you go unpunished. The nearby disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion stammered in fear, attempting to leverage the pavilion's name to intimidate the shadow. Lingxiao Pavilion means nothing to me, the shadow replied icily. Chu Feng? At that moment, both Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan raised their heads in disbelief. Recognizing the voice of the shadow, clan leader, I apologize for my tardiness. Chu Feng expressed his remorse. This incident stemmed from his actions against Zhang Yuan and Lin Tianqing, and witnessing the massacre of so many of his kin filled him with guilt. Had he returned even half a day sooner, none of these tragic fates would have befallen them. Chu Feng, you should not have returned. There are many formidable cultivators in Lingxiao Pavilion. If you expose yourself, they will not spare you. Chu Tianyue weakly cautioned. Clan leader, do not worry. This time, I will resolve the matter completely. Chu Feng gently reassured him, now a fifth-tier alchemist and a guest elder of Qinglan's sect. Lingxiao Pavilion would not dare act against him recklessly. Furthermore, with Chu Feng's current strength, he had no fear of Lingxiao Pavilion and could, if he chose, obliterate them. Having said this, Chu Feng administered the third-tier healing elixirs he had previously concocted to Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan. You are Chu Feng of the Chu family? Han Xingqiao regarded him with disbelief. He had seen Chu Feng before, but how could he have returned after being stripped of his cultivation by Qinglan's sect? How could he have injured the third-tier Zhou Qian so effortlessly? Did you bring people to the Chu family to kill? Chu Feng coldly interrogated Han Xingqiao. This is a misunderstanding, Han Xingqiao stuttered. drenched in cold sweat under Chu Feng's oppressive aura. Boom! Chu Feng instantly teleported before Han Xingqiao and kicked him, sending him flying over 10 meters. You wretch, did you slay my Zhang family, Zhang Yuan? Suddenly, Zhang Ding coldly confronted Chu Feng. Zhang Ding discerned that Chu Feng's cultivation was only at the first tier of true spirit realm. Although he was puzzled as to how Zhou Qian had been injured by Chu Feng, he believed that with his own cultivation nearly a full tier higher, he could surely defeat Chu Feng with caution. Zhang family's people? Chu Feng cast a cold glance at Zhang Ding. Indeed. You insolent brat. Kneel and beg for mercy. I can make your death quick, Zhang Ding boasted arrogantly. Heh. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, his demeanor suddenly turning icy as he drew his demon shadow sword with a swift motion. Clang, the sound of the blade unsheathing echoed, and Zhang Ding's head soared into the air. Da-da. He was slain in a mere stroke, even though he was at the 9th tier of true spirit realm. The crowd stood in shock, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Chu Feng, Chu Tianyue, and Chu Wenshan gazed at him in disbelief. They knew of his strength, but never could they have imagined he would be capable of slaying Zhang Ding with a single strike. Zhang Ding was a renowned expert, almost unmatched in true spirit realm. At that moment, Han Xingqiao was paralyzed with fear. The strongest member of the Han family was only at the 4th tier of true spirit realm. If Chu Feng could dispatch Zhang Ding so effortlessly, annihilating the Han family would be a trivial task for him. Instantly, Han Xingqiao regretted his involvement in today's events. Previously, Lingxiao Pavilion had merely requested the Han family to assist in an investigation. But upon seeing an opportunity to eradicate the Chu family, Han Xingqiao had eagerly participated, bringing many elite disciples along to confront the Chu family. Now, it was too late for regrets. The Han family had slaughtered so many of the Chu family, and Chu Feng would undoubtedly not let them escape unscathed. Han Xingqiao frantically contemplated how to evade the impending doom of his family's eradication. Suddenly, he spotted an extraordinarily beautiful woman appearing on the scene. Fairy Yun, please save us. Chu Feng is a great demon. He intends to kill us all. Han Xingqiao, having seen Yun Qingying before, immediately seized the opportunity to falsely accuse Chu Feng in hopes that she would assist in subduing him. Indeed, Chu Feng is a great demon. The disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion echoed. Fairy Yun, he seeks to slay us. Please, eliminate this demon. Hearing Han Xingqiao's words, the disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion immediately joined in the accusation against Chu Feng. Fairy Yun, do not heed their slander. Chu Feng is not a demon. Chu Tianyue, recognizing Yun Qingying, anxiously stepped forward to defend Chu Feng. Previously, Chu Feng had been expelled from Qinglan's sect for merely peeking at Yun Qingying while she bathed. And Chu Tianyue feared Yun Qingying might hold prejudice against him, hastily asserting that Chu Feng was indeed a demon. Indeed, this very being is the demon. With a sinister smile, Chu Feng boldly confessed. In his previous life, he was the infernal Demon Lord, a title that had earned him countless monikers as a villain, a designation he had long grown accustomed to. Chu Feng, do not speak nonsense. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan exclaimed urgently, attempting to halt his reckless words. The term villain signified a harbinger of calamity. If Chu Feng were deemed a villain, it would incite universal condemnation, and even the Chu family would suffer the repercussions. What nonsense! Yun Qingying shot Chu Feng an exasperated glare before turning to the crowd and proclaiming loudly, Chu Feng is not a villain. He is now an esteemed guest elder of our Qinglan sect and the consort of this saintess. What? How could this be possible? Wasn't Chu Feng just expelled from the Qinglan sect? How had he suddenly become a guest elder and the consort of Yun Xinzi? The onlookers were struck with disbelief as they gazed at Yun Qingying and then at Chu Feng. Is this true? How wonderful! Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan, along with the surviving members of the Chu family, were instantly overwhelmed with indescribable excitement. They had never imagined that Chu Feng could ascend to the position of guest elder within the Qinglan sect and become Yun Qingying's consort. Not long ago, he had been expelled for peeping at her while she bathed. This transformation was astonishing beyond belief. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan stared at Chu Feng in a daze, pondering how he had accomplished such a feat. Could it be that Chu Feng had won over Yun Qingying, convincing her to agree to be his consort, and even securing the position of guest elder at the Qinglan sect? Their minds raced with various possibilities, and they deemed this scenario the most plausible. Simultaneously, they were filled with immense admiration for Chu Feng's capabilities. he had managed to win Yun Qingying's affection and ascend to the status of guest elder. Why had this come to pass? Han Xingqiao sat despondently on the ground, murmuring to himself in despair. When Yun Qingying had appeared, he had thought a savior had arrived, only to realize that the arrival was not a savior, but rather an ally of Chu Feng. Now that Chu Feng had become a guest elder of the Qinglan sect and Yun Qingying's consort, the Han family had no hope of survival. Suddenly, a figure exuding a terrifying aura rushed in from outside the Chu residence. "Second elder, you've arrived," a disciple clad in black from the Lingxiao Pavilion exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the newcomer. The individual was Ji Feiyang, the second elder of the Lingxiao Pavilion, a practitioner at the first level of the Earth Spirit realm. Ji Feiyang had previously accompanied members of the Lingxiao Pavilion to Qingfeng Town, believing that dealing with a mere Chu family was beneath his notice, and he had taken to drinking in a tavern while waiting. However, when Zhou Qian was injured and fell unconscious at the hands of Chu Feng, the disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion had immediately signaled for help. Ji Feiyang had arrived only upon seeing the distress signal. "What is happening?" Ji Feiyang inquired with a furrowed brow as he surveyed the disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion. He had not expected that a small family like the Chus would provoke such a desperate call for assistance. "Second elder, Elder Zhou has been gravely injured by this villain. You must slay him to avenge Elder Zhou," the black-clad disciple lamented. Upon hearing this, Ji Feiyang's gaze shifted to the motionless Zhou Qian on the ground, and his anger surged. How dare a mere Chu family harm an inner sect elder of the Lingxiao Pavilion? They were utterly oblivious to the consequences. Ji Feiyang furiously turned to the direction indicated by the Lingxiao Pavilion disciple, ready to deliver a severe punishment to the perpetrator, making it known to the world the price of offending the Lingxiao Pavilion. However, when Ji Feiyang laid eyes on Chu Feng, his expression froze in astonishment. "Master Chu, how is it that you are here?" Ji Feiyang had recently sought Chu Feng in Tianlan City for alchemical purposes, having intended to invite him to join the Lingxiao Pavilion, only to be rejected. He never anticipated that Chu Feng would appear here and injure a member of their Lingxiao Pavilion. "I am a member of the Chu family in Qingfeng Town. Is there anything strange about that?" "It is you Lingxiao Pavilion who has come to our Chu family and killed so many of our kin. What do you intend to do?" Chu Feng questioned coldly. "Master Chu, this must be a misunderstanding." Ji Feiyang hastily offered his apologies. Turning to the disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion, he demanded, "What is the meaning of this? Why have you come to Master Chu's family to commit murder?" The black-clad disciple, pale with fear, replied, "Second elder, we discovered that Elder Lin's death was related to the Chu family, which is why we came to kill." "Nonsense! How could Elder Lin possibly have been killed by someone from the Chu family?" Ji Feiyang berated the disciple angrily. "Second elder, I am not speaking falsely. We have evidence linking Elder Lin's death to the Chu family," the black-clad disciple insisted urgently. Boom! Ji Feiyang suddenly struck the black-clad disciple with a palm, instantly causing him to spit blood and die. The onlookers were filled with horror and confusion as they stared at Ji Feiyang, unable to comprehend why he had so suddenly killed a fellow disciple. However, it was apparent that this incident was connected to Chu Feng, as Ji Feiyang's demeanor suggested he was wary of offending him. This left everyone questioning the true nature of Chu Feng's identity as Master Chu. What sort of master was he to instill such trepidation in a practitioner of the Earth Spirit realm? Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan were equally perplexed, sharing the same confusion as the crowd regarding the significance of Chu Feng's title. Some had heard whispers of a fifth-tier alchemist recently emerging in the Eastern Wasteland, also referred to as Master Chu. However, given Chu Feng's youth, few believed he could possibly be a fifth-tier alchemist. "Master Chu, this individual dared to slander your family. I have already dealt with him." Ji Feiyang grinned obsequiously at Chu Feng. "He did not slander. I'm the one who killed Lin Tianqing," Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. He intended to leave soon and wished to resolve the enmity with the Lingxiao Pavilion completely, ensuring no lingering threats remained for the Chu family. By stating this outright, he aimed to gauge the attitude of the Lingxiao Pavilion. If they were allies, they would coexist peacefully. If enemies, he would eliminate the Lingxiao Pavilion without hesitation. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan exchanged anxious glances, uncertain why Chu Feng would provoke Ji Feiyang. A formidable practitioner of the Earth Spirit realm, should Ji Feiyang become enraged, the entire Chu family could face annihilation. Yun Qingying observed the unfolding events with calmness, displaying no concern for Chu Feng's safety. After all, he had dispatched even the Grand Elder of the Lingxiao Pavilion, who was at the second level of the Earth Spirit Realm. She was confident that Ji Feiyang was no match for him. Ji Feiyang's expression shifted several times upon hearing Chu Feng's words, ultimately breaking into a light laugh. It must be that the waste Lin Tianqing offended Master Chu. How unfortunate. He dared to cross paths with Master Chu, and thus deserved his fate. As for Zhou Qian and the disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion who have harmed the Chu family, I shall leave their fates in the hands of Elder Ji. Chu Feng remarked indifferently, directing his gaze towards the disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion not far off. How audacious of them to slay the kin of Master Chu. Master Chu, rest assured, I will handle them immediately. Ji Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Without delay, he proceeded to execute the Lingxiao Pavilion disciples present, sparing even the gravely injured Zhou Qian. The crowd was left in sheer terror and confusion, unable to fathom why Ji Feiyang would ruthlessly slay his own comrades. Ignoring the shock surrounding him, Ji Feiyang respectfully turned to Chu Feng, declaring, Master Chu, I have dealt with all those who have offended you in the Lingxiao Pavilion. Indeed. Thank you, Elder Ji. Chu Feng expressed his gratitude coolly. Given Ji Feiyang's perceptiveness, Chu Feng was temporarily willing to overlook any grievances with the Lingxiao Pavilion. Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan stared at Chu Feng in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend how he could compel Ji Feiyang to act in such a manner. After all, Ji Feiyang was a powerful practitioner of the Earth Spirit Realm. Elder Ji, you? Han Xingqiao could only gaze incredulously at Ji Feiyang, who could easily have slain Chu Feng with a mere flick of his hand. He could not fathom why Ji Feiyang would exhibit such deference towards Chu Feng, even going so far as to execute Lingxiao Pavilion disciples to appease him. Among them was even an inner sect elder. Master Chu is a fifth-tier alchemist. They dared to offend him, and thus their deaths are of no consequence. Ji Feiyang explained suddenly in response to the crowd's confusion. What? A fifth-tier alchemist? The crowd was momentarily struck dumb, staring at Chu Feng in disbelief. Could it be that such a young man was indeed a fifth-tier alchemist? Chu Feng, are you truly a fifth-tier alchemist? Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan gasped, their faces filled with astonishment as they looked at Chu Feng. They had never witnessed him concocting elixirs and had no inkling of his abilities. Indeed, Chu Feng affirmed with a slight nod. He is truly a fifth-tier alchemist. Upon seeing Chu Feng's confirmation, Chu Tianyue and Chu Wenshan were instantly engulfed in a wave of euphoria. Just a short while ago, there had been no fifth-tier alchemists in the entire Eastern Wasteland. However, they understood the significance of a fifth-tier alchemist in this backward and desolate realm. Even a third-tier alchemist could elevate a family to the ranks of the top-tier families in the Eastern Wasteland. Now, the Chu family has surprisingly produced a fifth-grade alchemist. This is a sign that they are destined to soar and ascend to the ranks of the top families in the wild abandonment realm. Splendid! Our Chu family has birthed a true dragon. Those alive from the Chu family were instantly engulfed in excitement, dancing with joy and elation. But this cannot be. How could Chu Feng possibly be a fifth-grade alchemist? Elder Ji, could you be mistaken? Han Xingqiao exclaimed loudly, his face a mask of disbelief. I personally sought Master Chu to refine pills, and countless people in Tianlan City have witnessed Master Chu's alchemy. How could there be any error? Ji Feiyang replied coldly, It truly is a fifth-grade alchemist. Han Xingqiao murmured despairingly to himself. If Chu Feng is indeed a fifth-grade alchemist, then where remains a path for the Han family after having slaughtered so many from the Chu family? Master Chu, have these Han family members offended you? Would you like me to assist you in dealing with them? Ji Feiyang said with a sycophantic smile as he looked at Chu Feng. That would be much obliged, Elder Ji. Chu Feng, disinterested in dirtying his hands with the Han family's affairs, decided to accept Ji Feiyang's offer, temporarily resolving the enmity with Lingxiao Pavilion. No, please, head of the Chu family. I implore you to show mercy and spare the Han family. We, the Han family, will relinquish the spiritual mines of Qingfeng Town. All shall be given to the Chu family. Upon hearing Ji Feiyang and Chu Feng's words, Han Xingqiao was instantly gripped by fear, seeking help from Chu Tianyue to plead for mercy. Han Xingqiao, look at you now. Chu Tianyue felt a surge of satisfaction upon witnessing Han Xingqiao's pitiful plea for mercy. However, the Han family had just slaughtered so many from the Chu family. and Chu Tianyue could not afford to let Han Xingqiao go to eradicate the roots of the weeds ensures they do not sprout anew. The Chu family and the Han family have become mortal enemies, and it is imperative to annihilate the Han family. Kill. Chu Feng urged Ji Feiyong to act without delay. Hearing this, Ji Feiyong immediately took action. Swiftly eliminating Han Xingqiao and the Han family disciples present, the Han family disciples fled in terror, but Ji Feiyong, a formidable figure of the Earth spirit realm, made it impossible for them to escape. The faster they ran, the sooner they met their demise. In a mere quarter of an hour, all the Han family disciples present were slain. Covered in blood, Ji Feiyong approached Chu Feng and stated, "Master Chu, all the Han family members have been eliminated. Thank you for your efforts, Elder Ji. Henceforth, let our grievances with Lingxiao Pavilion be considered settled," Chu Feng said, regarding Ji Feiyong with indifference. Chu Feng did not wish to overstep. Should Lingxiao Pavilion refrain from provoking him in the future, their past grievances could indeed be laid to rest. "Thank you, Master Chu." Ji Feiyong's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. A fifth-grade alchemist not only possesses the ability to refine pills, but can also command numerous powerful beings. Previously, Ji Feiyong had been apprehensive that Chu Feng would hold Lingxiao Pavilion accountable for their offenses, potentially refusing to assist them with alchemy or even inciting powerful forces against them. Thus, he had gone to great lengths to assist Chu Feng, even resorting to the slaughter of Lingxiao Pavilion members to earn his forgiveness. Now that Chu Feng was willing to pardon Lingxiao Pavilion, Ji Feiyong was overcome with exhilaration. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded slightly in response. "Lady Yun, what brings you here? Are you seeking Master Chu for alchemy?" Ji Feiyong, who had been preoccupied with the matters of Lingxiao Pavilion and the Han family, finally had the leisure to inquire of Yun Qingying. "Elder Ji," after giving a slight bow to Ji Feiyong, Yun Qingying smiled and said, "I am here accompanying Chu Feng home, for we are companions on the path. You and Master Chu are companions on the path." Ji Feiyong's expression froze in shock. Previously, Ji Feiyong had been devising ways to recruit Chu Feng into Lingxiao Pavilion or to make him a guest elder, but Chu Feng had consistently declined. To think that Qinglan's sect moved so quickly as to have Yun Qingying become Chu Feng's companion. Had he known that Chu Feng favored women, he might have sent the saintess of Lingxiao Pavilion to entice him. However, now it was too late. Chu Feng had already become a guest elder of Qinglan's sect and could not possibly join Lingxiao Pavilion. Indeed, Yun Qingying gently nodded in affirmation. Lady Yun is indeed fortunate to have captured the favor of Master Chu. Ji Feiyong expressed a hint of envy. To become Chu Feng's companion means an endless supply of medicinal pills and the respect of countless individuals, a veritable ascent to the heavens. Yun Qingying was momentarily at a loss for words. Her gaze caught by Chu Feng, who was looking at her with a teasing expression. She shot him a fierce glare. Becoming Chu Feng's companion was indeed a commendable choice. She had previously contemplated being his companion, but he had only requested her to be his personal maid. This thought filled her with indignation. At this moment, after arranging for the bodies around to be dealt with, Chu Tianyue approached Chu Feng, filled with excitement, saying, "Chu Feng, I shall summon everyone from outside the Chu family right away." Indeed, Chu Feng nodded slightly, with his newfound strength ensuring the safety of the Chu family, and with the enmity with Lingxiao Pavilion temporarily resolved. No force would dare to act against the Chu family. Summoning the Chu family members back would also facilitate better development. Chu Feng planned to refine a batch of pills for the Chu family, rapidly enhancing the strength of the Chu family's descendants. That we must first annihilate the Han family, Chu Feng suddenly declared. News of the events here would swiftly reach the Han family, and fearing they might relocate their resources, he wished to eliminate them now. "Very well." Chu Tianyue nodded in agreement. "Master Chu, this minor task does not require your personal involvement. I will accompany the head of the Chu family." Hearing Chu Feng's words, Ji Feiyong quickly offered his assistance. Chu Feng glanced at Ji Feiyong and replied with a faint smile, "That would be most kind of you, Elder Ji." Ji Feiyong's eagerness to assist was welcomed by Chu Feng, allowing him to accrue a favor, thus solidifying connections for the Chu family. He would soon depart, leaving behind some goodwill to ensure the Chu family's safety. "Not a trouble at all," Ji Feiyong exclaimed eagerly as he seized Chu Tianyue, heading towards the Han family. Soon, Chu Tianyue, accompanied by Ji Feiyong and several members of the Chu family, departed for the Han family. After their departure, a wounded steward of the Chu family, approached Chu Feng, respectfully bowing and saying, "Young master, young mistress, this place requires a thorough cleansing. I have prepared tea and refreshments in the back hall that I kindly ask that you, young master and young mistress, retire there to rest." Indeed, Chu Feng surveyed the entire martial arts arena, now stained red from the prior carnage, acknowledging that it indeed needed a complete cleansing. He turned to Yun Qingying and jested, "Come, young mistress, let us retire to the back hall for a good rest." Hearing this, Yun Qingying shot Chu Feng a glare, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "Yes, my esteemed husband." Chu Feng chuckled heartily at her response, leading Yun Qingying slowly toward the back courtyard of the Chu family. "Chu Feng, where are your parents?" Yun Qingying suddenly inquired. "They passed away when I was very young." Chu Feng replied matter-of-factly, "Oh, I am so sorry." Yun Qingying expressed genuine regret upon hearing this. "That it's nothing," Chu Feng said softly. As they walked, Yun Qingying observed her surroundings, eager to take in the place where Chu Feng had grown up. "Chu Feng, when did you learn alchemy?" Yun Qingying asked suddenly. She had long been curious about how Chu Feng had mastered alchemy at such a young age. Achieving the status of a fifth-grade alchemist, Chu Feng, sensing the question, slowly articulated the explanation he had long prepared. "When I was very young, I encountered my alchemy master, who hailed from a higher realm. Recognizing my exceptional talent for alchemy, he took me as his disciple and taught me the art. His teachings were both accessible and advanced, which is why I was able to attain the rank of fifth-grade alchemist so swiftly." Upon hearing this, Yun Qingying was momentarily taken aback. "A person from a higher realm?" "Yes, my master appears to be from an upper realm, though my memory is somewhat hazy. However, that upper realm is infinitely more advanced than our wild abandonment realm. In that realm, a fifth-grade alchemist is merely considered the lowest tier of alchemists." Chu Feng continued his fabrication. "Upper realm?" Yun Qingying's gaze drifted, as if recalling something, before she fell into a sudden silence. "Do you know about the upper realm?" Chu Feng, observing Yun Qingying's expression, felt a hint of confusion. "No. How could someone from a lower realm like me know about the upper realm? I only learned of it from your words." Yun Qingying denied. Chu Feng scrutinized Yun Qingying, sensing that she harbored some secret, but as she chose not to divulge, he too refrained from pressing further. Shortly after, Chu Feng led Yun Qingying through the back hall of the Chu family before arriving at his modest courtyard. "Chu Feng, your little courtyard is quite charming." Yun Qingying gazed at the serene and elegant courtyard, offering a hint of praise. "Indeed, we shall stay here for a few days. You will share a room with me." Chu Feng teased with a mischievous grin. "You wish? I shall not share a room with you." Yun Qingying huffed. "We are companions on the path, yet we do not share a room. Others may grow suspicious." Chu Feng chuckled lightly. Yun Qingying retorted with annoyance. "I am merely your maid, not your true companion. That if others choose to doubt, let them. Moreover, this is your Chu family. Who would dare to gossip? Are you not afraid of the repercussions?" Chu Feng slowly approached Yun Qingying, gently encircling her slender waist, and assertively stated, "You are my personal maid and should take care of me closely." As he embraced her, Yun Qingying's delicate face flushed crimson, and she struggled, exclaiming, "Release me. I can look after you from the room next door." Her blushing visage rendered her even more radiant. Chu Feng's heart raced, his throat involuntarily swallowing, and his hold on Yun Qingying tightened. "Chu Feng, let me go." Seeing the heat in his gaze, Yun Qingying pushed him away with urgency. Acknowledging her resistance, Chu Feng released her, smiling lightly. "Staying in the room next door is acceptable, but remember to be at my beck and call." Yun Qingying distanced herself, glaring at Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, we had an agreement. I will not warm your bed, so do not entertain such thoughts. Rest assured, I have no intention of making you my bed warmer." Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. If he were to have her warm his bed, she would no longer be a maid, but his woman. Shortly after, Chu Tianyue returned, brimming with excitement. "Chu Feng, we have completely annihilated the Han family. All their resources now belong to the Chu family," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "As the largest family in Qingfeng town, the Han family's assets and resources far exceeded those of the Chu family. Now, all these resources were in the hands of the Chu family, including the spirit mines of Qingfeng town. With the Chu family acquiring such abundant resources, and with you, a fifth-tier alchemist, Chu Tianyue felt that life had never been so splendid." He turned to Elder Ji Feiyang, expressing gratitude. "This swift victory is all thanks to Elder Ji's assistance." Hearing this, Chu Feng also looked at Ji Feiyong, smiling gently. Thank you, Elder Ji. This is a favor I owe you. Should you require assistance with alchemy or anything else in the future, feel free to seek me out. Though he did not need to owe Ji Feiyong a favor, he wished to cultivate connections for the Chu family. Master Chu, this is merely my duty. Ji Feiyong's old face broke into a beaming smile. Seeing this, Chu Tianyue laughed heartily as well. Through today's events, Chu Tianyue and Ji Feiyong grew more familiar. On their way back, Ji Feiyong had even promised that Chu Tianyue could approach him for help in the future, which delighted Chu Tianyue immensely. Ji Feiyong was a formidable Earth Spirit Realm expert and the second elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. Wielding immense power, establishing a connection with him would significantly benefit the Chu family's development. Soon, Chu Tianyue arranged a banquet to host Chu Feng and Ji Feiyong. Over the next few days, numerous descendants of the Chu family returned from afar. Upon learning that Chu Feng was a fifth-tier alchemist, they were overwhelmed with excitement. During this time, Chu Feng also concocted several enhancement pills, handing them over to Chu Tianyue to cultivate the elite of the Chu family. As word spread, most factions within the Zhongfeng Empire became aware that Chu Feng was from the Chu family of Qingfeng Town, leading to a continuous stream of visits from various factions eager to forge connections with him. Lingxiao Pavilion, having previously offended Chu Feng due to Lin Tianqing and Zhou Qian, even sent gifts to make amends. The Zhang family also arrived, offering a substantial portion of their wealth in hopes of gaining Chu Feng's forgiveness. Meanwhile, the Lu family, upon discovering that Chu Feng was a fifth-tier alchemist, regretted their previous actions and lamented that they never intended to break off the engagement. It was Lu Hanyin who had unilaterally made that decision. The Lu family even contemplated sending Lu Ruoyan, Lu Hanyin's sister, to fulfill the previous engagement with Chu Feng, but Chu Feng dismissed them outright, ordering his people to expel the Lu family. It was already generous of Chu Feng not to eradicate the Lu family. Yet they still dared to propose a union. How naive. After spending 10 days at the Chu residence, helping to receive various factions, Chu Feng elevated the family's reputation to new heights. Subsequently, he bid farewell to the Chu family and set off for Qinglan's sect with Yun Qingyi. Qingfeng Town was over 200 kilometers from Qinglan's sect, and with their spirit steeds, they could arrive in half a day's time. However, Chu Feng was in no rush to reach Qinglan's sect, and instead rode leisurely alongside Yun Qingyi. Qingyi, when shall we have children? Chu Feng teased. Just moments before parting from Chu Tianyue and the others, he had been playfully urged by Chu Tianyue to work hard and bear children quickly, which had left Yun Qingyi blushing profusely. Reflecting on this, Chu Feng found it amusing and decided to tease Yun Qingyi further. Come on, let us begin now. Yun Qingyi glared at him, exasperated in recent days. Whenever Chu Feng had a moment, he would tease and provoke Yun Qingyi, leaving her in a constant state of irritation. Initially, Yun Qingyi had thought that mastering the illusory fairy step would render her immune to his teasing. However, she soon discovered that Chu Feng's shadow step was at a higher level than her illusory fairy step, and she could not evade his playful torment. Nevertheless, during this time, Yun Qingyi had nearly grown accustomed to Chu Feng's antics, even finding them less objectionable. She could not understand why this was the case, but she steadfastly maintained her boundaries, refusing to let Chu Feng overstep. Really? That would be splendid. Then let us begin now. Chu Feng feigned excitement, continuing to tease Yun Qingyi. You can go die. Yun Qingyi, in a fit of rage, drew her sword and lunged toward Chu Feng. Her previous words had merely been in jest. She had not anticipated that Chu Feng would take them seriously, engaging in such acts on a public road. Did he truly consider her to be that kind of woman? It was just a joke. Do not be angry. Chu Feng quickly apologized upon witnessing her fury. Chu Feng, do you really consider me to be such a shameless woman? Yun Qingyi's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke. For the past few days, Chu Feng had treated her as if she were devoid of shame, teasing her at will. This had filled Yun Qingyi with a mix of anger and sorrow. Qingyi, I would never toy with a woman I do not like. I tease you because I like you and wish to be true companions on the path, not to belittle you. Chu Feng suddenly looked earnestly at Yun Qingyi. Through their time together, he had realized that he genuinely liked her and desired to be with her forever, which was why he had dared to provoke her. This was simply Chu Feng's nature. He would never pursue a woman he did not like. Once he did, it signified his genuine affection and desire for a relationship. You Yin Qingying, upon hearing Chu Feng's sudden confession, was momentarily stunned, her mind blank. Qingying, let us truly become companions on the path. Chu Feng approached her spirit steed, grasping her hand with deep emotion. You wishful thinker, just because you asked me to be your companion, does that mean I will? Yun Qingying forcefully wrenched her hand from his grasp. Hearing Chu Feng confess his feelings, she felt a surge of joy within. She too harbored feelings for Chu Feng. Otherwise, she would not have tolerated his relentless teasing. However, recalling how he had previously irritated her and insisted she serve as his maid, she felt a wave of indignation. When she had wished to be his companion before, he had relegated her to the role of maid. Now that he desired her as a companion, she resolved to make him experience rejection for a while. Qingying, I am sincere. Chu Feng's expression darkened at her refusal. How can one discern your sincerity from your insincerity? Yun Qingying retorted testily. Shall I dig out my heart for you to see? Chu Feng replied helplessly, if I would want to see your heart. Yun Qingying shot back, spurring her steed into a swift gallop. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feng immediately pursued her. After a while, they arrived outside Twilight City. Twilight City was quite close to Qinglan's sect, and it was here that Chu Feng had been cast out of his sect. Left to wander in Twilight City, gazing at a small hill in the distance, memories flooded back. It was on that very hill where he and Mu Qingyao had battled fiercely in a dilapidated temple. What captures your attention? Yin Qingying inquired, noticing Chu Feng suddenly halt, staring at the distant hill with a dazed expression that, oh, it is nothing. I merely recalled a friend. Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. What friend? Yin Qingying probed, sensing an unusual glimmer in his eyes. That a friend I have only met twice. Do you know? The last time I was exiled from my sect, I nearly perished in Twilight City. But it was that friend who saved me. Chu Feng spoke calmly. Had it not been for Mu Qingyao, Kong Dai would never have found Chu Feng, and given his condition at the time, he would likely have succumbed shortly after. Furthermore, it was thanks to Mu Qingyao that Chu Feng was able to restore his cultivation. That it could be said that Mu Qingyao was his savior. Chu Feng, at that time, I merely instructed the sect to expel you, never intending to take your life. Yin Qingying hurriedly clarified upon hearing Chu Feng's words that it's all right. The past is behind us, and there's no need to dwell on it. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Yin Qingying had only sought to have Chu Feng expelled from the sect. However, some members, enraged by his disrespect towards their goddess, had gone so far as to cripple his cultivation and leave him gravely injured. In that dire moment, Chu Feng's eyes were blinded, rendering him unable to save himself, ultimately leading to his demise in Twilight City. Yet, this misfortune granted Chu Feng the opportunity for reincarnation. Chu Feng, I am truly sorry. My impulsive decision to have you cast out from the sect has resulted in such severe consequences for you. Seeing Chu Feng's indifferent expression, Yun Qingying anxiously approached him, repeatedly apologizing. You inflicted such profound harm upon me. Shouldn't you offer me some form of compensation? Chu Feng stated softly. What kind of compensation do you desire? I shall grant it, Yin Qingying quickly replied. Come here. Chu Feng beckoned her with a calm demeanor. Confused, Yin Qingying nevertheless urged her steed closer to him. Once she was near, Chu Feng swiftly pulled her from her ethereal steed into his embrace, then captured her delicate lips with his, kissing her fervently. Yun Qingying's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she struggled desperately, yet Chu Feng held her tightly, rendering her efforts futile. After a moment, she succumbed, her body going limp as she ceased to resist, allowing him to continue unabated. After a considerable time, Chu Feng slowly released her, gazing at the blushing Yun Qingying and declaring dominantly, From this day forth, you are my woman. It took Yun Qingying a while to regain her composure. However, rather than acquiescing to Chu Feng's proclamation, she broke free from his embrace and scolded vehemently. Chu Feng, you scoundrel! Yun Qingying still had yet to properly torment Chu Feng and was unwilling to let him have his way so easily. With that, she leaped back onto her ethereal steed and hastily rode into the city. This woman! Chu Feng chuckled softly at her furious departure. Although Yun Qingying had not yet accepted him as her man, he was confident that he would soon win her over completely. With her stunning beauty and figure, Chu Feng could hardly contain his anticipation for the blissful life that awaited him once he secured her affection. Moments later, Chu Feng caught up with Yun Qingying at that moment. She was engaged in conversation with a young man clad in white. The young man was strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura, and possessed a cultivation level of the third layer of the Xianling realm. Behind him stood an elderly man in gray, at the first layer of the Tianling realm. Upon noticing the gray-clad elder's cultivation, Chu Feng's expression turned serious. Instantly, he found himself questioning the identity of the young man in white. The Songfeng Empire had no Tianling realm experts, and the fact that this young man could command the protection of a first-layer Tianling realm powerhouse indicated his exceptional status. Seeing the young man in white entangled with Yun Qingying, Chu Feng hurried over to her side. "Qingying, who is he?" Chu Feng leaned closer, asserting his claim. "And you are?" The young man in white turned to regard Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, don't." Yun Qingying appeared ready to intervene, but Chu Feng swiftly grasped her hand and declared loudly, "I am Qingying's partner." "Partner?" The young man in white's expression lit up with excitement as he looked at Yun Qingying, his gaze imbued with an indescribable intensity. Upon hearing Chu Feng's declaration, Yun Qingying ceased to refute and readily acknowledged. "Indeed, he is my partner. Allow me to introduce you. Chu Feng, my partner. He is a fifth-rank alchemist. Chao Kuan, the heir of the largest family in the Tianluo Empire." Chu Feng's expression tightened upon hearing this. The Tianluo Empire was the mightiest empire in the eastern wasteland, and the Chao family, as its largest clan, constituted one of the pinnacle forces in the region. No wonder a first-layer Tianling realm expert accompanied Chao Kuan. It was evident that he hailed from an illustrious lineage. "A fifth-rank alchemist, you are the renowned Master Chu Feng who has recently gained fame across the eastern wasteland." Chao Kuan's gaze sharpened as he regarded Chu Feng. The gray-clad elder behind him also shifted his attention toward Chu Feng. A fifth-rank alchemist posed a significant threat to the Chao family and warranted their serious consideration. Chu Feng nodded coolly. "So, you are a fifth-rank alchemist. No wonder you have captured the favor of the Saintess." Chao Kuan remarked with a smile. "Congratulations, Saintess. You two truly are a match made in heaven." Chu Feng found himself puzzled by Chao Kuan's seemingly nonsensical words. He could discern the young man's covetousness towards Yun Qingying, yet noted that his congratulatory demeanor appeared sincere. "Thank you, young Master Chao. However, Chu Feng and I have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave," Yun Qingying stated, urgently pulling Chu Feng away. Chu Feng, though perplexed, followed her lead. Chao Kuan's gaze lingered on Yun Qingying as she departed, his eyes glinting with malice. "Young master, the Saintess's partner is a fifth-rank alchemist. It would be prudent for you to refrain from harboring any intentions." The gray-clad elder advised that a living fifth-rank alchemist indeed poses a threat. "But who would dare to challenge the Chao family if he were to perish?" Chao Kuan replied with a chilling smirk. But the gray-clad elder attempted to continue, only to be interrupted by Chao Kuan. "Rest assured, if I wish to toy with Yun Qingying, I will first ensure Chu Feng is under my control, and subsequently, I will eliminate him, leaving no potential repercussions for the Chao family," Chao Kuan stated indifferently. The gray-clad elder could only sigh helplessly, fearing that Chao Kuan's peculiar inclinations would ultimately bring ruin to the Chao family. Meanwhile, Yun Qingying and Chu Feng had already distanced themselves significantly from Chao Kuan. "Are you truly frightened of that Chao Kuan?" Chu Feng inquired, noticing the concern etched on Yun Qingying's face. "Indeed, that Chao Kuan has a peculiar obsession. He only plays with others' partners, if one is not a partner. He shows no interest. I once encountered Chao Kuan by chance, and he had set his sights on me. Fortunately, I lacked a partner at the time, so he did not act against me. Now that he knows I have a partner, he is sure to harbor ill intentions. Thankfully, you are a fifth-rank alchemist. I hope you will think twice about your status and refrain from acting maliciously towards me." Yun Qingying's face bore deep concern. With a Tianling realm expert by Chao Kuan's side, should he truly pursue his wicked desires, she would have no means of resistance. If she were to be humiliated by Chao Kuan, death would be her only escape. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's expression grew increasingly frigid. He had not anticipated the existence of such a peculiar obsession. Chu Feng could overlook Chao Kuan's treatment of others, but should he dare to entertain ill intentions towards Yun Qingying, he would undoubtedly annihilate the entire Chao family. "Do not worry. I will protect you," Chu Feng reassured her, tightening his grip on her hand, offering comfort. Yun Qingying felt a sense of relief at Chu Feng's words. "Let us return to the Qinglan sect immediately." Yun Qingying believed that no matter how audacious Chao Kuan might be, he would not dare to act against her within the confines of the Qinglan sect. Once she returned, she would be safe. "All right," Chu Feng nodded gently. Half an hour later, Chu Feng and Yun Qingying arrived at Qinglan Mountain. The Qinglan sect perched atop Qinglan Mountain, shrouded in mist, resembling a realm of immortals. At the foot of the mountain, several disciples stood guard, permitting only sect members and honored guests to ascend. Saintus. Upon spotting Yun Qingying from afar, the guarding disciples immediately bowed in reverence. Yun Qingying nodded graciously in return and proceeded up the mountain with Chu Feng. Who is that next to the Saintus? Is that Chu Feng? One disciple mused that it seems so, but wasn't he expelled from the sect for peeping at the Saintus bathing? Another remarked, how can he still accompany the Saintus back? I don't know. Perhaps the Saintus believes she was too lenient in punishing him last time and wishes to bring him back for further discipline. Impossible. The Saintus is not that kind of person. Could it be that the incident of his peeping was a misunderstanding, hence the Saintus is bringing him back? It's possible. Otherwise, I can't fathom why the Saintus would choose to bring Chu Feng back. After Yun Qingying and Chu Feng departed, several guarding disciples began to speculate. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Feng and Yun Qingying arrived at the gates of the Qinglan sect. The grand and imposing gates bore the inscription Qinglan sect, elegantly carved with powerful strokes. Entering through the gates revealed a wide stone pathway, flanked by an array of exotic flowers and plants, filling the air with a tantalizing fragrance. In the distance lay an expansive training ground, bustling with disciples of the Qinglan sect engaged in martial practice. Beyond the training ground, majestic palaces and pavilions were artfully arranged throughout the mountain, resembling a celestial paradise. As Yun Qingying led Chu Feng past the training ground, Saintus. Upon witnessing Yun Qingying, the disciples of the Qinglan sect in the training grounds immediately bowed in reverence. The crowd also noticed Chu Feng standing beside her, puzzled as to how he had returned to the sect. However, since Chu Feng was brought back by Yun Qingying, none dared to question further. Qingying Jr. sister, you've returned. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out, and a handsome young man in blue hurried toward them from a distance. The young man, his gaze brimming with admiration, looked at Yun Qingying. Chu Feng cast a glance at the blue-clad youth, recognizing him as Lan Yangyao, a core disciple of the Qinglan sect. It was well known that Lan Yangyao harbored feelings for Yun Qingying. Senior brother Lan, Yun Qingying greeted him softly. Why have you returned so late, and not with the grand elder? Lan Yangyao inquired further. I had some personal matters to attend to. Yun Qingying replied lightly. Personal matters? Upon seeing Chu Feng beside Yun Qingying, Lan Yangyao's face contorted with rage. Chu Feng, you worthless wretch, how are you still alive? How dare you come back? Boom. Before Lan Yangyao could finish his sentence, Yun Qingying suddenly appeared before him, sending him flying with a single palm strike. Qingying Jr. sister, what are you doing? Lan Yangyao climbed to his feet, disbelief etched across his face as he struggled to comprehend why Yun Qingying had attacked him. Chu Feng is now my partner, and I shall not allow anyone to insult him, Yun Qingying declared coldly. What? Partner? Qingying Jr. sister, how could you be bound to such a person? Lan Yangyao shouted in disbelief. He had pursued Yun Qingying for a long time, and everyone in the Qinglan sect had anticipated their union. Yet, to his astonishment, Yun Qingying now claimed to have a partner, and it was none other than Chu Feng, who had previously been expelled from the sect for peeping at her bathing. Lan Yangyao found it unbearable to accept this reality. Ah, Chu Feng has become the partner of the Saintus? How is this possible? How could the Saintus choose Chu Feng as her partner? This was simply outrageous. Just before, he had been expelled from the sect for his transgression, and now he had become the partner of the Saintus. At this moment, the disciples of the Qinglan sect surrounding them were abuzz with shock and speculation upon hearing Yun Qingying's declaration of Chu Feng as her partner. Chu Feng turned slightly, surprised to see Yun Qingying take action against Lan Yangyao on his behalf, publicly announcing him as her partner. This indicated that she indeed held feelings for him. Elated, Chu Feng moved closer to Yun Qingying, gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist, casting a teasing glance at Lan Yangyao in his memory. After he had spied on Yun Qingying bathing, it was Lan Yangyao who had advocated for a heavy punishment, ultimately arranging for him to be severely beaten and expelled from the Qinglan sect. Now that he had the chance to irritate Lan Yangyao, Chu Feng would not let it slip away. Ah, is it really true? The crowd gasped as they witnessed Yun Qingying not resisting Chu Feng's embrace, instantly believing the two to be partners. No, this cannot be. Chu Feng, did you use some drug to confuse Qingying Jr. sister's mind? Lan Yangyao seethed with fury, convinced that Chu Feng must have used some form of enchantment on Yun Qingying. But if you believe that, Then so be it, Chu Feng replied with a calm smile. Yun Qingying shot Chu Feng a glare before turning back to Lan Yanyao, stating, Senior brother Lan, I have long maintained that we are incompatible. Now that I have a partner, I kindly ask you not to disturb me any further. Qingying Junior sister, you have merely fallen under Chu Feng's spell. I will certainly help you find an antidote. Lan Yanyao stubbornly refused to accept that Yun Qingying could have feelings for Chu Feng. Ignoring Lan Yanyao, Yun Qingying turned to Chu Feng and said, Chu Feng, I will take you to meet the sect master. After saying this, she pulled Chu Feng away from Lan Yanyao, intending to leave. Chu Feng, I will kill you. Lan Yanyao, seeing Yun Qingying leading Chu Feng away, exploded with rage and charged at Chu Feng. Boom! Chu Feng's kick struck like thunder, sending Lan Yanyao flying several meters. How is this possible? Lan Yanyao lay on the ground, spitting blood, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Chu Feng, unable to believe he had been so easily dispatched. The surrounding disciples of the Qinglan sect also wore expressions of astonishment. It was known that Lan Yanyao was at the first level of the Xianling realm, a standout among the younger generation of the Qinglan sect, even surpassing Yun Qingying in cultivation. Yet, unexpectedly, Chu Feng had sent him flying with a single kick. This left everyone in a state of disbelief. Lan Yanyao, Chu Feng is my partner. Should you dare to lay a hand on him again, do not blame me for being ruthless. Yun Qingying glared coldly at Lan Yanyao. Although Yun Qingying had recently rejected Chu Feng, in her heart, she had already accepted him as her partner. Otherwise, she would not allow Chu Feng to be bullied. Chu Feng was her partner, and she would not permit anyone to harm him. Qingying Junior sister, Lan Yanyao felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern upon witnessing Yun Qingying's frigid demeanor. What had transpired? Suddenly, an authoritative voice echoed from a distance, followed by the slow approach of an elder clad in purple robes. Sect Master, please save Qingying Junior sister. She has been ensnared by Chu Feng's enchantment. Upon hearing the elder's voice, Lan Yanyao's face brightened, and he quickly turned to the elder, fervently pleading for assistance. Chu Feng? The elder in purple robes spotted Chu Feng and laughed heartily. Chu Feng, welcome back to the Qinglan sect. Sect Master, Chu Feng offered a slight bow to the elder. The elder was Gu Qiuyang, the sect master of the Qinglan sect, at the third level of the Diling realm. Yun Qingying and the disciples of the Qinglan sect present saluted Gu Qiuyang respectfully. Chu Feng, we have awaited your return for so long. We are finally relieved, Gu Qiuyang declared with exuberance. Previously, Li Taiqing had informed him that Chu Feng had agreed to return to the sect. However, until Chu Feng actually set foot in the Qinglan sect, Gu Qiuyang remained apprehensive. Now that Chu Feng had returned, he could finally breathe easy. Sect Master, Chu Feng has drugged Qingying Junior sister. Lan Yanyao interjected, bewildered by Gu Qiuyang's warm welcome toward Chu Feng. However, before he could finish, Gu Qiuyang rebuked him sharply. What nonsense! Speak again, and I shall expel you from the sect. Lan Yanyao was taken aback, as if struck by lightning. Hearing Gu Qiuyang's words, he was a core disciple of the Qinglan sect, and Gu Qiuyang had always treated him with favor. He could not fathom why the sect master would now turn against him. Moments later, Li Taiqing, Yun Qingying's master, along with other high-ranking members of the Qinglan sect, also arrived, warmly welcoming Chu Feng. Chu Feng greeted each of them in turn. The disciples of the Qinglan sect looked on in confusion, not understanding why so many high-ranking members had come to greet Chu Feng. Suddenly, Gu Qiuyang signaled for silence and announced loudly, from this day forth, Chu Feng shall be our guest elder, holding a status equal to that of the 10 core elders. The 10 core elders were the most esteemed members of the Qinglan sect, responsible for various vital departments, wielding significant power. Ah, Chu Feng, guest elder, is the sect master losing his mind? How could he make such an illogical appointment? This was strange, if the sect master announced such an unreasonable appointment. Why did none of the core elders speak out against it? I don't know, but something must have happened to Chu Feng that we are unaware of. Otherwise, the sect master and the elders would not allow him to become a guest elder. The disciples of the Qinglan sect erupted into fervent discussions upon hearing Gu Qiuyang's proclamation, bewildered as to why Chu Feng was granted the title of guest elder. Why is this happening? Lan Yanyao stood there, utterly dazed, unable to comprehend the situation. Additionally, I must formally announce another matter. From this day forth, our Qinglan sect shall have a 5th-tier alchemist. Gu Qiuyang continued with a smile, a 5th-tier alchemist. I think the sect master has truly lost his mind. How could a fifth-tier alchemist possibly join our Qinglan sect? Indeed, a fifth-tier alchemist is the most elite in the entire wasteland. It is inconceivable that they would join our sect. Is it possible that Chu Feng is the fifth-tier alchemist? I think you are the one who has lost your mind. How could someone as young as Chu Feng possibly be a fifth-tier alchemist? Indeed, Chu Feng is certainly not a fifth-tier alchemist. As Gu Qiuyang's words sank in, the disciples of the Qinglan sect erupted into heated discussions once more. Gu Qiuyang wore a smile as he observed the reactions of the disciples. And after a moment, he called for silence once again, continuing, as some of you have already guessed, Chu Feng is indeed a fifth-tier alchemist. This is an incredibly astonishing matter. When I first heard the news, I too was incredulous. However, the Grand Elder, the Saintess, and several disciples have all witnessed Chu Feng concocting fifth-grade elixirs with their own eyes. Now, let us extend a warm welcome to Elder Chu's return to our Qinglan sect. Upon hearing Gu Qiuyang's words, everyone gazed at Chu Feng in utter astonishment. Some who had previously known Chu Feng fixed their stares upon him, unable to believe that he was a fifth-grade alchemist. Nevertheless, Gu Qiuyang and the other elders had already confirmed Chu Feng's status as a fifth-grade alchemist, leaving them with no room for doubt. A fifth-grade alchemist, you say? Lan Yanyao murmured as he looked at Chu Feng. At that moment, he understood why Yun Qingying had chosen Chu Feng as her partner. Chu Feng smiled gently in response to the crowd's welcome, boldly proclaiming that anyone wishing to refine elixirs of third grade or above could come to him, offering 2 portions of materials for 1 elixir. Instantly, the attendees erupted with excitement. Previously, the strongest alchemist of Qinglan sect could only refine third-grade elixirs, and the failure rate was exceedingly high. Sometimes, not a single elixir could be produced from 10 portions of materials. Now, with Chu Feng's promise of producing an elixir from just 2 portions, everyone was eager to seek him out for alchemical endeavors. Everyone, please do not rush. Elder Chu is one of us at Qinglan sect. As long as Elder Chu is available, you may approach him for elixirs at any time. Gu Qiuyang, observing the fervor of the crowd, urged them to refrain from crowding around Chu Feng. Having said that, Gu Qiuyang led Chu Feng slowly into the inner sanctum of Qinglan sect, while arranging a feast to warmly welcome him. Suddenly, a disciple hurried over, reporting, Sect Master, the young master of the Chao family from the Tianluo Empire. Chao Kun seeks an audience. Chao Kun? Gu Qiuyang's brow furrowed. How could he come to our Qinglan sect? He had met Chao Kun before and was aware of his peculiar tendencies. Yet, he could not fathom why Chao Kun would suddenly visit them. At that moment, upon hearing of Chao Kun's visit, Yun Qingying's complexion turned pale. Do not worry. I will protect you. Chu Feng reassured her, stepping beside Yun Qingying and taking her hand in comfort at the same time. A glint of ferocity flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. The Chao family was powerful. He should not confront them at this moment. However, if Chao Kun dared to harbor ill intentions towards Yun Qingying, he would certainly have to eliminate him. Sect Master, when I returned earlier, I encountered Chao Kun in Mutsang City with Chu Feng, and I am concerned for him. Yun Qingying hesitated to continue. Gu Qiuyang immediately understood her apprehensions. Nearby, Li Taiqing was instantly enraged, rebuking Chao Kun for his audacity to pursue them to Qinglan sect. The other senior members of Qinglan sect showed their worry upon hearing this, since Yun Qingying was now Chu Feng's partner. If Qinglan sect could not protect her, it would certainly lead to Chu Feng harboring grievances against the sect, potentially causing him to leave. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qiuyang addressed Yun Qingying. Qingying, you should take Chu Feng back to your Moonshadow Hall, and we shall say you have been in closed-door cultivation and have not received any visitors. Yun Qingying nodded in agreement. All right. With that, she took Chu Feng's hand and bid farewell. Heading towards her Moonshadow Hall, Chu Feng wished to say something more, but was immediately interrupted as Yun Qingying pulled him away, leaving him with no choice but to follow. Shortly thereafter, Yun Qingying led Chu Feng to a beautifully exquisite palace. The palace was surrounded by vibrant, exotic flowers and fragrant herbs. A gentle stream flowed in front of the palace, with a wooden bridge winding gracefully over it. Everything appeared like a celestial paradise, instilling a sense of tranquility and ease within one's heart. Your Moonshadow Hall is quite remarkable, Chu Feng complimented. Much of it was arranged by my own hands, Yun Qingying replied, since acquiring the Moonshadow Hall. Other than cultivating, she had devoted herself to adorning it. She had invested considerable effort to make the surroundings so enchanting. Saintess, as if having heard the conversation between Chu Feng and Yun Qingying. A lovely young woman hurriedly emerged from within the Moonshadow Hall, and upon seeing Yun Qingying, she immediately bowed respectfully. This is my maid, Lin Xiaoer, who has been with me for many years. Yun Qingying introduced her to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, you lecher, what are you doing here? Lin Xiaoer, noticing Chu Feng, immediately questioned him with anger. Xiaoer, do not be rude. From now on, Chu Feng will be my partner, Yun Qingying said with a hint of coldness in her voice. Ah, Saintess, how can Chu Feng be your partner? Wasn't he expelled from the sect? Lin Xiaoer was taken aback by Yun Qingying's words. Chu Feng is now an honorary elder of the sect. The sect master and the other elders are aware of our partnership. Yun Qingying clarified that. Lin Xiaoer stood there in shock, unable to believe what she had just heard, puzzled over how Chu Feng had managed to turn his fortunes around. Previously, he had been disgracefully expelled from the sect. And now, not long after, he had become an honorary elder of Qinglan's sect, and even taken Yun Qingying as his partner. This was utterly unbelievable. All right, quickly arrange a room for Chu Feng, Yun Qingying instructed. Yes, Lin Xiaoer acknowledged, yet she cast a lingering glance at Chu Feng before slowly departing. Do not hold it against Xiaoer. She is fiercely loyal to me. When she blinded your eye, it was for my sake. Yun Qingying pleaded as she watched Lin Xiaoer's retreating figure. It was she who blinded my eye. I had always thought it was you. Chu Feng remarked, slightly astonished. That time, I found you completely unconscious. So I did not harm you. Had I known you were merely pretending, I would have ended you with a single strike to save myself from your constant irritation. Yun Qingying huffed playfully. Chu Feng smiled faintly at her words. Indeed, he had not seen Yun Qingying bathing, but he would not explain. This incident had instead become a bond of unspoken connection between the two. Rest assured, I will only cherish you from now on, and will not provoke you, Chu Feng assured with a smile. I hope you keep your word. Yun Qingying responded with a smile. As they entered Yun Qingying's palace, Chu Feng surveyed the surroundings before accompanying her for a meal. Shortly thereafter, Gu Qiuyang sent word that Chao Kuan would be staying at Qinglan's sect for a few days, advising Yun Qingying to remain inside the Moonshadow Hall. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingying felt a surge of alarm. Chao Kuan's presence at Qinglan's sect suggested he was still not ready to give up on her. Inger, do not worry. I will protect you and ensure you suffer no harm. Chu Feng reassured her upon noticing her distressed expression. Simultaneously, a flicker of ferocity crossed Chu Feng's gaze as he contemplated how to eliminate Chao Kuan. The Chao family was formidable. Killing Chao Kuan would certainly provoke retaliation. Yet, armed with the Chaos Star Pearl, Chu Feng feared no one. However, should the Chao family discover he was responsible for Chao Kuan's death, both Qinglan's sect and the Chu family would undoubtedly face unimaginable repercussions. Chu Feng did not wish to implicate either party. He needed to devise a way to discreetly eliminate Chao Kuan without arousing suspicion from the Chao family. Yun Qingying nodded softly, though her expression still bore traces of panic. Seemingly doubting Chu Feng's ability to safeguard her, Chao Kuan had powerful allies, and the Chao family even boasted experts of the royal realm. At present, Chu Feng was only at the first level of the true spirit realm. Although he had previously slain a second-level Earth Spirit Elder, the disparity between Earth Spirit and Heaven Spirit realms, not to mention the royal realm, was insurmountable. Chu Feng was certainly not a match for Chao Kuan or the Chao family. Soon, night fell. After spending some time chatting with Yun Qingying, Chu Feng returned to the room Lin Xiaoer had prepared for him to meditate and cultivate. Weaker strength necessitated caution in one's actions. Chu Feng's sole desire was to grow stronger quickly, ensuring the safety of those around him. Not long after, as the night deepened and silence enveloped the world, Chu Feng was engrossed in his cultivation of the chaos technique when suddenly, a figure gently pushed open his door and entered. Chu Feng immediately opened his eyes to see who had intruded. Qingying, what brings you here? Upon recognizing that it was Yun Qingying, Chu Feng showed a hint of surprise. Chu Feng, tonight we shall truly become partners. Yun Qingying approached Chu Feng, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chu Feng's expression momentarily blanked. Just a short while ago, Yun Qingying had rejected him. How could she suddenly agree to become his partner? Yet, in an instant, he grasped her meaning. Yun Qingying must be concerned about being taken by Chao Kuan and wished to offer herself to him in advance. Staring at the extraordinarily beautiful Yun Qingying, Chu Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to take their relationship to the next level tonight. Chu Feng, take me. Yun Xingying suddenly leaped into his arms, her voice sweet and soft. In that instant, Chu Feng was enveloped by a captivating fragrance. The delicate form of Yun Xingying ignited a surge of passion within him, causing his reason to waver. Chu Feng possessed the nine-yang physique, which naturally incited fervor, after his previous encounter with Mu Qingyao. He had been suppressing his desires. Now, with Yun Xingying willingly offering herself, and given his affection for her, he no longer hesitated. He swiftly embraced her, capturing her cherry lips in a fervent kiss. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of crashing waves, accompanied by Yun Xingying's cry of pain, echoing into the night. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, Chu Feng reluctantly rose from the warm embrace of Yun Xingying, who had succumbed to a weary slumber. Gazing upon her tranquil form, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him. At last, Yun Xingying was entirely his. Although her surrender was motivated by the fear of being abducted by Chao Kuan, the bond they shared had long since blossomed into something deeper. Chao Kuan's intrusion merely served as a catalyst for their relationship to evolve. After staring at Yun Xingying for a while, Chu Feng settled down nearby to meditate and cultivate, for he knew his current level of cultivation was insufficient. He needed to grow stronger swiftly to protect her. 2 hours later, Yun Xingying began to awaken, her sleepy eyes fluttering open. Upon seeing Chu Feng beside her, she momentarily froze, but the memories of the previous night quickly flooded back, igniting a blush upon her cheeks. "You rascal," she thought, gritting her teeth at the shameful images of the night before. "Xingying, you're awake." Chu Feng interrupted his meditation upon hearing her voice and turned to face her. Noticing her clenched teeth, he looked on with confusion. "What's wrong? You dare ask what's wrong after how you treated me last night?" Yun Xingying retorted, her anger flaring as she seized his hand and bit down on it. "I was merely showing you affection, not bullying you." Chu Feng laughed heartily in response. "Scoundrel." Yun Xingying's frustration only deepened at his smug demeanor. She cursed her own impulsiveness from the night before, which had led her to yield to Chu Feng. That it seemed she was destined to be bullied by him from now on. After a brief moment, Yun Xingying donned her attire and rose to join Chu Feng for breakfast. During their meal, she instructed Chao to gather information about Chao Kuan's activities within the Qinglan sect. Soon after, Chao returned with the news that Chao Kuan had remained within the palace arranged for him by the sect, exhibiting no unusual behavior. Yun Xingying pondered this for a moment before decisively stating, "Chao Kuan is undoubtedly plotting something. Chu Feng, I wish to seek refuge in the Spirit Rhythm Valley secret realm for a while. You must accompany me." The Spirit Rhythm Valley was accessible only to cultivators below the Earth Spirit Realm, and by entering it, they would be safe from Chao Kuan's machinations. Certainly, Chu Feng had originally intended to return to Qinglan's sect to cultivate in the Spirit Rhythm Valley. So Yun Xingying's request aligned perfectly with his own desires. Shortly thereafter, she led him out of the Moonshadow Hall. Upon exiting, Chu Feng sensed a spiritual presence locking onto them. This aura belonged to a heavenly spirit realm expert, undoubtedly one of Chao Kuan's subordinates. It was evident that Chao Kuan had dispatched this individual to keep a close watch on them, which confirmed his intentions to take action against Yun Xingying. Chu Feng's expression grew cold, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yun Xingying was now his woman, and any attempt by Chao Kuan to covet her would come at the cost of his life. "Chu Feng, what's the matter?" Yun Xingying noticed his sudden change in demeanor and turned to him with concern. "Nothing at all. I was simply taken aback by your beauty," he replied with a gentle smile. Not wishing to burden her with his thoughts, "You rogue," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she shot him an annoyed glance. Yet, deep within, she felt a surge of joy at his words. "Let's be on our way," Chu Feng said with a serene smile. "All right." Yun Xingying nodded lightly, leading him onward toward the Spirit Rhythm Valley secret realm. As they walked, Chu Feng cast a glance back toward the distance, a cold smile gracing his lips before he continued to follow Yun Xingying. Meanwhile, deep within the Qinglan sect's palace, Chao Kuan's heavenly spirit realm guardian, Su Zhu, bore a serious expression as he addressed his master. "Young master, that Chu Feng is not to be underestimated. It would be wise to avoid provoking him." He had sensed that Chu Feng had noticed his surveillance. The fact that a mere first-stage true spirit realm cultivator could detect his heavenly spirit realm presence indicated Chu Feng possessed hidden strength. Moreover, As a fifth-rank alchemist, any attempt to engage him could lead to dire consequences if they failed to eliminate him. Suzhu firmly believed it was best to leave Chu Feng alone. No, I must have Yun Qingying, Chao Kuan replied coldly. Once he had set his sights on her, he could not allow himself to relent. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng and Yun Qingying arrived at a secluded valley deep within the back mountain of Qinglong sect. Towering trees adorned with golden leaves flanked the path, which was carpeted in fallen foliage. Resembling a golden avenue at the valley's end lay the Spirit Rhythm Valley secret realm, discovered by the founding ancestor of Qinglong sect, who established the sect in this very location. A group of Qinglong sect disciples guarded the entrance, allowing only those who met the criteria to enter the secret realm. Chu Feng sensed an earth spirit realm presence lurking nearby, indicating the sect's serious commitment to safeguarding this sacred ground. Saintess, Elder Chu, the guarding disciples respectfully bowed upon recognizing Yun Qingying and Chu Feng. News of Chu Feng's promotion to a guest elder had spread throughout the sect, and many were envious of his status as the saintess's companion. Yes, I wish to enter the secret realm with Elder Chu, Yun Qingying stated calmly. Understood. As the saintess, she could enter the secret realm at any time. And as a guest elder, Chu Feng held a status equivalent to the 10 primary elders, granting him the same privilege. The disciples quickly parted to allow them passage. Yun Qingying led Chu Feng into the valley. Venturing deeper within, suddenly, the scenery around them shifted dramatically, and they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. Although not vast, the air was thick with spiritual energy, teeming with vibrant flora and towering trees. Chu Feng. This is the Spirit Rhythm Valley secret realm. ISNT the spiritual energy abundant. Yun Qingying remarked with a cheerful smile. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded lightly. The concentration of spiritual energy rivaled that of the upper realms. However, due to the limited size of this secret realm, it was likely to be depleted quickly. This was likely why only core disciples were permitted to cultivate here. Chu Feng, allow me to take you to a place where the spiritual energy is exceptionally rich. I have always cultivated there during my visits to the secret realm, Yun Qingying said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lead the way. Chu Feng responded with enthusiasm. Soon, they arrived at a picturesque pond, its waters crystal clear and surrounded by enchanting scenery. With spiritual energy far denser than in other areas. Indeed, an ideal place for cultivation. This place is truly remarkable, Chu Feng exclaimed. Yes, let us cultivate here. I wish to grow stronger quickly so that I can take control of my own destiny. Yun Qingying declared earnestly. With that, she settled down to begin absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy through her cultivation techniques. Qingying, what cultivation technique are you practicing? What rank is it? Chu Feng inquired, suddenly curious about her methods. I practice the Qingfeng Ju of the Qinglong sect. It is a mystical rank technique, Yun Qingying replied, puzzled by his sudden interest. Qingying, I possess a saint-level technique, as well as one that surpasses the saint level. Chu Feng smiled, eager to offer an upgrade to her cultivation method. Saint level? Above saint level? Yun Qingying's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, the technique I am currently cultivating, the Chaos Ju, should be above saint level. However, it requires starting from the body refinement realm that if you wish to practice it, you would need to abandon your current cultivation and start anew. I also have several saint-level techniques that do not require you to abandon your cultivation. Consider your options carefully. The Chaos Ju has high potential, but it is cumbersome to restart your cultivation. Seeing Yun Qingying's astonished expression, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chu Feng, is this truly the case? She stood up, grasping his hand with excitement, still struggling to believe that he possessed techniques of such caliber. Of course. Have you forgotten that I previously taught you a saint-level footwork technique? Chu Feng replied with a grin. That's wonderful. Teach me quickly. Yun Qingying exclaimed with excitement. With a saint-level technique, she could rapidly grow stronger, seizing control of her own fate and freeing herself from external threats. Indeed, take your time to decide whether you wish to learn the Chaos Ju or the saint-level techniques. Chu Feng advised with a gentle smile. Yun Qingying pondered for a moment before finally saying, I will choose a saint-level technique. Abolishing one's cultivation to start anew is quite cumbersome and demands a significant amount of time. Ultimately, Yun Qingying decided to choose a sacred-level martial art. Choosing a sacred-level martial art is acceptable. Your constitution is that of a water spirit body that I possess a sacred-level technique, the water god art. which is exceptionally suited for your cultivation. After merging with Yun Qingying the previous night, Chu Feng truly comprehended the nature of her constitution, in his past life. Chu Feng had serendipitously acquired the Water God art, which is the pinnacle technique for water spirit bodies. Although the Water God art is incomplete, it still qualifies as a sacred level martial art. The complete version of the Water God art would undoubtedly surpass the sacred level. Since Yun Qingying possesses a water spirit body, her potential for mastering the Water God art is significantly elevated, which is why Chu Feng did not compel her to learn the chaotic art. Perhaps in the future, they might discover the complete Water God art, at which point Yun Qingying's potential would be limitless. Water God art? Chu Feng, please teach me quickly, Yun Qingying exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Chu Feng smiled and reassured her. Rest assured, you are now my woman. I will share all that I possess with you. I also have some sacred-level spiritual techniques, and I will pass those on to you as well, Chu Feng. You are so wonderful. Yun Qingying gazed at him with eyes full of affection, her heart aflame. You are my woman. Naturally, I shall treat you well. Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. Very well. I shall now impart the Water God art to you. With that, he began to slowly explain the intricacies of the Water God art to Yun Qingying. After half a day, Yun Qingying finally memorized the incantations and various cultivation methods of the Water God art. Now, try cultivating with the Water God art, Chu Feng encouraged her. All right. Yun Qingying nodded eagerly and promptly began to channel the Water God art. In an instant, spiritual energy from several miles around swiftly converged towards her, gradually being absorbed into her body. Chu Feng, this Water God art is truly extraordinary, Yun Qingying exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. The speed at which she absorbed spiritual energy using the Water God art was dozens of times faster than when she practiced the Clear Wind art. How astonishing! Is this the terrifying power of a sacred-level martial art? Although the Water God art is incomplete, if it could be fully restored, it would undoubtedly surpass sacred-level techniques. You should continue your cultivation. I will certainly assist you in finding the missing parts in the future, Chu Feng said softly. Even if we cannot find them, I am already content. After all, this is a sacred-level martial art. Yun Qingying replied, her voice filled with joy. Indeed, the current Water God art is sufficient for your cultivation. I shall also teach you a sacred-level sword technique, the Frost Blade art. This Frost Blade art, when combined with your Water God art and illusory fairy steps, will be more than enough for you to handle many adversaries, Chu Feng declared. The sacred-level sword technique, Frost Blade art? Yun Qingying was at a loss for words. Merely staring blankly at Chu Feng, the techniques he imparted to her, martial arts, swordplay, and movement techniques, were all sacred level, far exceeding her expectations, leaving her unsure of how to express her gratitude. Seeing her dazed expression, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle as he playfully pinched her cheek. All right, focus on your cultivation for now. You can repay me later, he said with a light laugh. Yun Qingying nodded shyly, knowing she had little to offer in return, except to serve him well in the future. A day later, Chu Feng had entirely taught Yun Qingying all the moves and techniques of the Frost Blade art. I have imparted all that I can. The rest is up to your own cultivation, Chu Feng said with a smile as he looked at Yun Qingying. Husband, thank you. Yun Qingying suddenly leaped into Chu Feng's embrace, bashfully whispering, what did you just call me? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Husband, Yun Qingying shyly repeated. Chu Feng joyfully hugged her tightly. In both this life and the last, Yun Qingying was the first woman to call him husband, and she was also his first true love. They held each other for a considerable time before reluctantly letting go. Let us cultivate first. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and I wish to elevate my realm swiftly to confront Chao Kun and the Chao family. Yun Qingying nodded gently. Our martial arts are of such high caliber that the spiritual energy here may not suffice for both of us. I shall cultivate on the other side of the secret realm. Given that both Chu Feng's chaotic art and Yun Qingying's Water God art are top-tier techniques, it was likely that the surrounding spiritual energy would not be sufficient for both of them. Thus, Chu Feng resolved to separate, allowing each to cultivate without interfering with the other. All right, Yun Qingying agreed, hugging Chu Feng for a while longer before allowing him to depart. Soon, Chu Feng found a location far from Yun Qingying, where the spiritual energy was particularly dense, and began to cultivate using the chaotic art. A day later, what is happening? Why has the spiritual energy in the secret realm become so sparse? Several core disciples of the Qinglan sect, who were cultivating deeper within the secret realm, suddenly noticed that the spiritual energy had thinned drastically. Most of the spiritual energy in the secret realm had been absorbed by Chu Feng and Yun Qingying. Especially Chu Feng, whose chaotic art devoured the surrounding spiritual energy like a giant whale gulping water. After a day's cultivation, Chu Feng's realm had advanced by a small tier, reaching the second level of the true spirit realm. Although Yun Qingying's water god art did not match the power of Chu Feng's chaotic art, her ability to absorb spiritual energy was equally formidable, having been stuck at the 9th level of the true spirit realm for some time. She broke through to the first level of the mystic spirit realm after just a day of cultivation. Overjoyed at her breakthrough, Yun Qingying realized that with 3 sacred level techniques, she now possessed the strength to contend against even Earth spirit realm experts. Noticing the surrounding spiritual energy had become sparse, she quickly rose to seek out Chu Feng, eager to share her good news about her breakthrough. At the same time, Chu Feng also ceased his cultivation. Intending to find Yun Qingying, suddenly, Linger's voice echoed in Chu Feng's ear. Chu Feng, there may be a hidden treasure in the depths of this secret realm. Follow my guidance and explore. All right. Chu Feng was momentarily surprised but promptly agreed to proceed. Soon, he followed Linger's directions deeper into the secret realm. Shortly after, he arrived at the base of a colossal mountain. Is this the place? Chu Feng wondered, sensing that this massive mountain served as a barrier to the secret realm, beyond which he could not venture. Check out the nearby river. Dive in and see, Linger suggested. Chu Feng's gaze shifted to a small river not far away. The river flowed gently, its source emanating from a small cave at the base of the mountain, the water cascading forth from there. All right. Chu Feng felt a surge of spiritual energy in the water and immediately plunged in, swimming toward the water cave at the mountain's foot. The water cave was dark and exceedingly narrow, barely allowing passage for a single person. Holding his breath, Chu Feng swam upstream. As he progressed, he sensed the spiritual energy in the water intensifying. The spiritual energy of the secret realm must be overflowing from this water cave. After swimming for half an hour in the dim and constricted cave, he finally caught sight of a glimmer of light ahead. With illumination ahead, it was likely the cave's end, though he was uncertain of what awaited him beyond. Moments later, Chu Feng emerged from the water cave into a vast pool. He swam upwards, breaking the surface. Above the water was a magnificent waterfall cascading down from a height of over 100 meters, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Such rich spiritual energy. Chu Feng inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. This space was considerably smaller than the outer secret realm, resembling a more compact version of the outer realm, yet the spiritual energy was several times denser. A medium-grade spiritual vein. Suddenly, Linger's excited voice rang in Chu Feng's ear. Medium-grade spiritual vein. Chu Feng exclaimed in delight. If he could access a medium-grade spiritual vein, his cultivation speed would increase dramatically. Especially since he possessed the chaotic star pearl. If he could store the spiritual vein within it, he would be able to cultivate there at any time. However, given his current realm, it seemed he could not take the medium-grade spiritual vein with him. Must he remain here to cultivate? As Chu Feng pondered, Linger spoke again. Chu Feng, follow my guidance to the spiritual vein's eye. I will help you store this spiritual vein in the chaotic star pearl. Linger, can you really take this spiritual vein? Chu Feng asked, excitement evident in his voice. Of course. Just remember who I am. Linger replied with an air of undeniable confidence. Who are you? Chu Feng teased. That is not for you to worry about. Just know that I am quite formidable. Linger spoke. Upon hearing her words, Chu Feng chuckled softly, ceasing his playful banter with Linger, and gradually followed her guidance to an expansive open area. This location was the nexus of the spiritual vein, where the concentration of spiritual energy was significantly denser than in other areas. Suddenly, the chaos star pearl in Chu Feng's palm emitted a brilliant beam of light that penetrated the earth. Shortly thereafter, a colossal spiritual vein, shimmering with ethereal light, was gently extracted and began to soar toward the chaos star pearl in Chu Feng's palm. The moment the spiritual vein emerged, the surrounding spiritual energy began to rain down in abundance. Cascading like a gentle shower, in the blink of an eye, the entire massive spiritual vein was pulled into the chaos star pearl. Observing this, Chu Feng promptly entered the chaos star pearl as well. At this moment, Linger was busily waving her hands in the air, gradually placing the entire spiritual vein into the 1 kilometer expanse encircled by the formation. As soon as the spiritual vein was embedded in the ground, the vegetation on the surface burst forth with vibrant vitality, growing rapidly. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy in the air became exceedingly rich. "All right, you can come in to cultivate at any time now." Linger clapped her hands lightly, declaring everything settled. Chu Feng's face lit up with joy. With the presence of this mid-grade spiritual vein, his cultivation speed would significantly accelerate, and his return to the upper realm would be greatly hastened. Once he reached the imperial realm, he would be able to traverse the void and return to the upper realm. The entire mid-grade spiritual vein was compressed within this 1 kilometer area, enriching the spiritual energy of this space even further. With such a dense concentration of spiritual energy, Chu Feng contemplated allowing Yun Qingying to come here for cultivation, so they could remain together. "Linger, can you bring the buildings from outside into this space?" Chu Feng thought about having Yun Qingying reside here and wanted to move a house inside, so they could rest after their cultivation sessions. "What kind of building do you desire? I can construct it for you." Linger replied. "You can build houses too?" Chu Feng expressed his surprise. Linger, slightly annoyed, retorted, "I am the spirit of the Chaos Star Pearl and the sovereign of this world, that a mere house is trivial for me to create. What kind of house do you wish for? I can construct it right now." Chu Feng's expression brightened, saying, "I'll decide once I have thought it through." He intended to wait until Yun Qingying arrived before allowing her to choose the design. Yun Qingying's Moonshadow Pavilion was excellently designed, and he planned to build according to her vision. "Then let me know when you decide," Linger said. "All right." Chu Feng nodded gently. Afterward, he bid farewell to Linger and returned to the outside world. Once outside, Chu Feng continued to search the surroundings, hoping to discover any other valuable items. Meanwhile, in the outside secret realm, Yun Qingying searched for Chu Feng tirelessly but found no trace of him, causing her immense anxiety. If Chu Feng had left, he surely would have informed her. The inability to locate him suggested something unusual had occurred. Unable to find Chu Feng, Yun Qingying resolutely decided to exit the secret realm and inquire with the disciples outside to see if Chu Feng had left for any reason. After a brief moment, Yun Qingying stepped out of the secret realm, just as she intended to seek out the guarding disciples of the secret realm to ask whether Chu Feng had exited. A figure clad in black suddenly appeared before her, reaching out with a large hand in an attempt to capture her. Startled, Yun Qingying swiftly employed her illusory, celestial steps, narrowly evading the black-clad figure's grasp. "What kind of movement technique is that?" The black-clad man was astonished to see Yun Qingying evade his capture. "Itsu. Elder Lin, save me." Recognizing the black-clad man as Su Zhu, the protector of Chao Kuan, she immediately called out desperately for help from Elder Lin Wu, the guardian elder of the secret realm. Simultaneously, Yun Qingying dashed towards the exit. Although no one in Qinglan's sect could match Su Zhu, she could only hope that he would have some reservations and refrain from acting against her in front of others. However, in an instant, Su Zhu reappeared before Yun Qingying, capturing her with a single move. Given that Yun Qingying was at the Xianling realm, 2 major levels beneath Su Zhu, she was utterly unable to evade his control in her panic. "Let me go." After being captured, Yun Qingying's face was filled with dread as she envisioned the grim fate that awaited her at the hands of Su Zhu and Chao Kuan. At that moment, an elderly figure clad in green appeared on the scene. It was Lin Wu, the elder guarding the Lingyun Valley secret realm of Qinglan's sect. Following Lin Wu, there were also over a dozen disciples from Qinglan's sect who safeguarded the secret realm. "Elder Lin, save me." Upon seeing Lin Wu, Yun Qingying cried out desperately. "Who dares to intrude upon my Qinglan sect's secret realm? Release the saintess at once." Lin Wu bellowed angrily upon spotting Su Zhu. "Since you have witnessed this, do not blame me." Su Zhu shot a cold gaze at Lin Wu and the approaching disciples, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. With that, he vanished suddenly, reappearing behind Lin Wu in an instant. Boom! Su Zhu swung his hand, unleashing a terrifying force directed at the disciples of Qinglan's sect behind him. The difference in realms was too vast. With a single strike, the dozen or so disciples charging in were instantly obliterated. Tianling realm. Lin Wu was taken aback upon witnessing the horrific force unleashed by Su Zhu and immediately turned to flee. However, Su Zhu showed no intention of allowing Lin Wu to escape. Striking him back with a single palm, Su Zhu offered Lin Wu no opportunity for mercy, launching a full-force attack against him. Lin Wu tried desperately to defend himself, but he was utterly incapable of withstanding Su Zhu's onslaught. Falling victim to 2 strikes that resulted in his demise, Chu Feng, where are you? Witnessing the tragic deaths of Lin Wu and the disciples of Qinglan's sect, Yun Qingying was plunged into utter despair. Where is Chu Feng? Su Zhu demanded harshly of Yun Qingying. Chao Kuan had ordered Su Zhu to capture both Yun Qingying and Chu Feng, and now that he had only secured Yun Qingying, he sought to extract Chu Feng's whereabouts from her. Let me go, or Chu Feng will not spare you. Yun Qingying replied coldly that at this moment, she could only hope that Su Zhu would think twice about acting recklessly. Given Chu Feng's status as a 5th-grade alchemist, even if you don't speak, I know Chu Feng is in the secret realm, that I will wait at the entrance of the secret realm and capture him as soon as he emerges. Su Zhu responded with a chilling smile. The identity of a 5th-grade alchemist could indeed command a host of powerful individuals, posing a threat to them. However, as long as he could wait at the secret realm's entrance to capture Chu Feng, he could later eliminate him without anyone taking offense for the death of a mere 5th-grade alchemist from the Chao family. If you release Chu Feng, I will go with you, Yun Qingying urged anxiously. Chu Feng must die. No one can save him, Su Zhu replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingying's expression turned desolate. Just as she had begun to truly be with Chu Feng, fate cruelly intervened, introducing Chao Kuan and shattering their beautiful future. I will not let you go even if I die, Yun Qingying cried out in despair. Die? You can wait until the young master is finished with you, Su Zhu sneered coldly. Suddenly, a graceful middle-aged woman appeared on the scene. Qingying, is that you? The woman exclaimed, her expression filled with excitement as she gazed at Yun Qingying. Upon seeing the middle-aged woman, Yun Qingying's expression turned blank, disbelief flooding her face as she stammered, Auntie? Qingying, it truly is you. Auntie has finally found you, the middle-aged woman exclaimed joyfully. Auntie, I thought you. Yun Qingying's emotions surged, her eyes brimming with tears, once a cherished daughter of the Yun family in the upper realm, 15 years prior. When she was merely 6 years old, a member of her family had offended the son of a powerful force, the Heavenly Water Pavilion, resulting in a relentless pursuit that decimated the Yun family. In the chaos, Yun Qingying's aunt, Yun Yan, had led her to leap into a spatial rift to escape. The rift was fraught with turbulent time-space currents that could randomly transport them to various realms across the universe. And ultimately, the two had ended up in the Desolate Remnant Realm. After arriving in the Desolate Remnant Realm, Yun Yan, concerned for the safety of the other Yun family members, entrusted Yun Qingying to the kind-hearted Li Taiqing before hastily returning to the upper realm to rescue the remaining family members. Years passed, and Yun Yan had not reappeared, leading Yun Qingying to believe she had met with misfortune upon returning to the upper realm. Little did she expect her aunt to return now. Qingying, I am so sorry for not finding you all these years, Yun Yan said, gripping Yun Qingying's hand with emotion. At that moment, Su Zhu began to slowly retreat, intent on slipping away unnoticed. Yun Yan was terrified. Su Zhu felt like a mere insect before her. Auntie, kill him. He just tried to kill me. Yun Qingying urged Yun Yan to eliminate Su Zhu as she saw him attempt to flee. You dare to harm my Qingying? Die. Yun Yan's expression darkened with fury as she struck towards Su Zhu. Boom. Yun Yan was at the 2nd level of the Zun realm, and Su Zhu was utterly incapable of withstanding her blow. Instantly turning into a mist of blood, Qingying, you have suffered all these years. Yun Yan turned her gaze towards Yun Qingying and noticed that her current realm was merely at the 1st level of the Xianling stage. A faint sigh escaped her lips. In the Desolate Realm, which was the lowest of worlds, spiritual energy was scarce. Moreover, at that time, Yun Qingying was still young and had not yet practiced the Yun family's techniques, which accounted for her low cultivation level. I am not distressed. Yun Qingying gently shook her head upon hearing this, anxiously looking at Yun Yan, and inquired, Auntie, are my parents well? They did not survive. Yun Yan's eyes dimmed slightly. Father, mother, Yun Qingying cried out in sorrow. Do not grieve, Qingying. Your parents sacrificed themselves for the Yun family, and all members of the Yun family will forever remember their bravery. Yun Yan consoled her, after weeping softly for a while. Yun Qingying raised her head to look at Yun Yan and continued, Auntie, how is the Yun family faring now? Upon hearing this, Yun Yan's face suddenly lit up with joy. Qingying, the Yun family has been rebuilt and no longer fears the Tian Shui Pavilion. This is all thanks to your fiancé D. Oh, you remember Mu Yin, to whom you were betrothed since childhood? He is now a core disciple of the Tian Dao sect, which is far stronger than the Tian Shui Pavilion. It was Lin Yan's assistance that compelled the Tian Shui Pavilion to spare our Yun family. It is also with his help that we could rebuild. Qingying, once you are married, you must serve Mu Yin well. Mu Yin? Yun Qingying's expression turned blank upon hearing Yun Yan's words. She had just confirmed her relationship with Chu Feng and had already become his. Now, hearing Yun Yin mention her childhood betrothal to Mu Yin, she felt utterly at a loss. After all these years, Yun Qingying believed the Yun family had been destroyed and had not contemplated returning to the upper realm, nor had she kept the engagement with Mu Yin in her heart. To her astonishment, just as she had become Chu Feng's woman, Yun Yin appeared, leaving her unsure of how to face this situation. What's wrong? Are you too happy? Yun Yin remarked. Let me tell you, Mu Yin is now a prodigy of the upper realm, the dream lover of countless women. However, he has always remembered your engagement and has been waiting for you. He specifically sent me to bring you back, saying that once you return, he wishes to marry you. Yun Qingying was at a loss for words regarding her relationship with Chu Feng. Suddenly, several disciples from the Qinglan sect rushed in from a distance. They had heard commotion coming from the secret realm and had come to investigate. Upon seeing the bodies of their fellow disciples slain by Su Zhu, they immediately assumed that Yun Yin was responsible. They shouted angrily at her, "Wicked woman! Who are you to dare intrude upon our Qinglan sect? Insignificant insects, perish!" Yun Yin coldly retorted, and with a swift motion of her hand, the disciples exploded into nothingness. Auntie, please do not kill. They are my fellow disciples. Yun Qingying cried out in alarm, hastily trying to stop her aunt from taking such lethal action. Just a few ants from the lower realm. Their deaths matter not. Yun Yin shot a cold glance at the disciple she had just dispatched, then turned to Yun Qingying. Qingying, what were you about to say? In nothing. Yun Qingying felt intimidated by her aunt's ruthlessness and dared not mention her connection to Chu Feng. Yun Yin had come specifically to retrieve her to marry Mu Yin. If she learned that Yun Qingying was already Chu Feng's woman, she would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. No, she could not allow Yun Yin to discover Chu Feng's existence, or he would surely perish. Auntie, please take me back to the upper realm now. Yun Qingying cast a lingering glance towards the direction of the Moonshadow Palace and then back at the secret realm. She had no idea where Chu Feng was at that moment. For now, she could only return to the upper realm with Yun Yin and later devise a plan to find Chu Feng. If Yun Yin discovered Chu Feng's existence, he would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Very well. I shall take you back to the upper realm at once. Yun Yin smiled upon hearing this, taking Yun Qingying's hand as they soared into the sky. The journey from the desolate realm to the upper realm was long. Yun Yin needed to reach a nearby mid-level realm, passing through multiple teleportation arrays and traversing the endless void before finally returning to the upper realm. Yun Qingying looked down at the increasingly distant Qinglan mountain, her heart heavy with sorrow that as she departed. She could not help but wonder if she would ever have the opportunity to return to the desolate realm or see Chu Feng again. At that moment, Chu Feng had just finished exploring the small secret realm. The realm was filled with many rare flowers and herbs, all of which he transplanted into the Chaos Star Pearl. The environment within the Chaos Star Pearl had drastically improved, becoming highly suitable for cultivating various exotic plants. These beautiful flowers and herbs would not only enhance the environment, but would also please Yun Qingying when she saw them. Having collected everything of value from the small secret realm, Chu Feng dove back into the water and swiftly swam towards the small water hole through which he had entered. Half an hour later, Chu Feng emerged from the water hole, returning to the outside of the secret realm that he then began searching for Yun Qingying within the realm. However, after a long search, he still could not find her. Could she have left? Chu Feng pondered, worried that Yun Qingying might have been unable to find him and had exited the realm first. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over him. If Yun Qingying exited the secret realm, she might be captured by Chao Kuan's men. With this thought, he hurriedly made his way to the exit of the secret realm. Soon after, Chu Feng emerged from the secret realm, only to find a large group of Qinglan sect disciples gathered outside. Among them were Gu Qiuyang, the sect leader, and Li Taiqing, Yun Qingying's master. What has happened? Chu Feng's heart sank as he noticed the lifeless bodies of several Qinglan sect disciples lying on the ground. Chu Feng, you are out. Where is Ying? Why did she not come out with you? Li Taiqing approached him swiftly. You did not see her. Chu Feng exclaimed in shock. No, she is not in the secret realm. Li Taiqing felt a sense of foreboding rising within him that I could not find her in the secret realm, so I came out to look for her. Chu Feng spoke urgently. What has occurred here? Who killed these disciples? We do not know who was responsible for their deaths. Even Lin Wu, an elder at the Earth Spirit Realm who was guarding the secret realm, has been killed. Li Taiqing's voice was filled with fury. Lin Wu had been a close friend of Li Taiqing for many years, and the thought of him dying within their own sect filled him with rage. An elder of the Earth Spirit Realm has been slain. Chu Feng immediately thought of Su Zhu, the Celestial Spirit Realm protector of Chao Kun. It was only a Celestial Spirit Realm expert who could quietly kill an Earth Spirit Realm elder. And currently, Su Zhu was the only one of that caliber within the Qinglan sect. This realization dawned on him. Chu Feng's anxiety intensified. Had Su Zhu stationed someone at the entrance of the secret realm to capture Yun Qingying? When the guarding elder and disciples discovered them, had Su Zhu eliminated them all? What about Chao Kun? Where is he now? Chu Feng asked urgently. Chao Kun should still be in the small courtyard at the back hall. Why do you ask? Do you suspect that he is behind this? Gu Chuyang inquired, walking over with a look of confusion. Take me there. Qingying may have been captured by him. Chu Feng shouted in desperation. What? Li Taiqing was taken aback, recalling Chao Kun's peculiar tendencies and realizing that he might indeed be capable of such acts. He immediately led Chu Feng towards Chao Kun's residence. Seeing this, Gu Chuyang hurriedly followed. If Chao Kun truly had done something to Yun Qingying, then Chu Feng and Chao Kun would undoubtedly become mortal enemies, possibly leading to a deadly confrontation. At that point, the Qinglan sect would find itself caught in the middle. Unsure of how to proceed, if they aided Chu Feng against Chao Kun, the Chao family might retaliate and annihilate the Qinglan sect. Conversely, if they chose not to assist Chu Feng, he would surely leave the sect. Meanwhile, Chao Kun was eagerly awaiting Su Zhu's return with Yun Qingying and Chu Feng in tow, ready to deal with them. He had already devised a plan to toy with Yun Qingying in front of Chu Feng before eliminating him. As for Yun Qingying, he intended to keep her alive until he grew tired of her before disposing of her. In the midst of his dark fantasies, the door suddenly burst open with a violent kick. Chao Kun furrowed his brow and turned to see a figure rushing towards him like a bolt of lightning. Chu Feng? Chao Kun was taken aback upon recognizing the intruder's face. Su Zhu, whom he had sent to capture Chu Feng and Yun Qingying, had not yet returned. How had Chu Feng managed to break in? Chao Kun, where have you taken Qingying? Chu Feng seized Chao Kun by the neck with lightning speed. His voice filled with fury. Chao Kun was momentarily stunned. His cultivation was significantly higher than Chu Feng's, yet he found himself utterly powerless against the grip on his neck. However, as the proud heir of the Chao family, he had never been treated this way before, and rage surged within him. Chu Feng, release me at once, or I will annihilate your entire family. Speak. Where is Qingying? Chu Feng tightened his grip on Chao Kun's neck, increasing the pressure. I do not know. Chao Kun's face turned red, and he struggled to breathe. Chu Fu, release young Master Chao at once. At this moment, Gu Chuyang arrived on the scene, and, upon witnessing Chu Fu's iron grip around Chao Kun's neck, he grew anxious that Chu Fu might inadvertently choke Chao Kun to death, resulting in irreparable consequences. He urgently called for Chu Fu to ease his hold. Ignoring Gu Chuyang, Chu Fu swiftly drew the demon shadow sword from his storage ring and viciously pierced Chao Kun's thigh with it, demanding, "Will you speak?" "Ah, Chu Fu, you dare to harm me. You will pay dearly for this." Chao Kun, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, glared at Chu Fu with venomous hatred, having rarely suffered injuries throughout his life. Chao Kun now seethed with a desire to rend Chu Fu to pieces for daring to inflict such harm upon him. Chu Fu's expression remained frigid as he struck again, piercing Chao Kun's other thigh, eliciting a series of agonized screams from him. Noticing that Chao Kun was now incapacitated and unable to flee, Chu Fu finally released his grip. With both legs impaled, Chao Kun collapsed helplessly to the ground. "Where is your protector, Su Zhu?" Chu Fu observed Su Zhu's absence and immediately suspected that Su Zhu had abducted Yun Qingying and hidden her away. "That I do not know," Chao Kun shouted angrily, enduring the pain. He, too, was eager to ascertain Su Zhu's whereabouts. At this moment, resentment towards Su Zhu filled Chao Kun's heart. He had dispatched Su Zhu to capture Chu Fu, only for Su Zhu to fail and allow Chu Fu to come and harm him. Yet he had not come to his rescue. Do not know? Did you not send Su Zhu to abduct Qingying? Chu Fu, filled with rage, thrust the sword into Chao Kuan's thigh once more. Simultaneously, he was overwhelmed with profound self-reproach. Having failed to protect his beloved Yun Qingying and allowing her to be taken was an unforgivable mistake. Had he known earlier, he would have remained by her side at all times, thus preventing such a calamity. This was entirely his fault. Indeed, it was I who instructed Su Zhu to abduct Yun Qingying, for I wished to toy with her. Chu Fu, kneel and kowtow to me at once, or Yun Qingying will undoubtedly meet her demise. Chao Kuan, his face twisted with malevolence, openly confessed that it was he who had ordered Su Zhu to capture Yun Qingying. Upon hearing Chao Kuan's words, Chu Fu's fury erupted as he swung his sword at Chao Kuan. In an instant, a sharp arc of sword light sliced through Chao Kuan's left arm. Chao Kuan's left arm was severed, and he emitted a horrifying scream. Chu Fu, how could you sever young Master Chao's arm? Gu Qiuyang exclaimed in shock as he witnessed Chu Fu's brutal act against Chao Kuan. With such grievous harm inflicted upon Chao Kuan, reconciliation between the two appeared utterly impossible. The Qinglan sect would have to make a choice: to side with Chu Fu, remain uninvolved, or directly capture Chu Fu and hand him over to the Chao family. Chu Fu, do not act rashly. First, ascertain the whereabouts of Qingying. Li Taiqing hurriedly intervened to prevent Chu Fu from inflicting further harm upon Chao Kuan. Chu Fu, you are doomed, utterly doomed. Chao Kuan writhed on the ground in agony, incessantly cursing Chu Fu. Chao Kuan, I shall grant you 10 breaths of time. If you do not reveal Qingying's whereabouts, I shall sever your right arm as well. Chu Fu's cold gaze bore into the fallen Chao Kuan, his voice laden with lethal intent. Ji Qiuyang, sensing the overwhelming murderous aura radiating from Chu Fu, quickly urged, Chu Fu, do not be impulsive. If you continue to harm Chao Kuan, the Chao family will not spare you. Chu Fu ignored Gu Qiuyang entirely, his cold stare fixed on Chao Kuan as he awaited his response. You shall never see Yun Qingying again. I have already played with her and disposed of her. Chao Kuan's maniacal laughter echoed. Chu Fu, incensed by this revelation, drew his sword once more and severed Chao Kuan's right arm. Gu Qiuyang intended to intervene, but Chu Fu's speed was too swift for him to stop. In that moment, Gu Qiuyang realized the terrifying prowess of Chu Fu. Such a rapid strike was beyond his capacity to counter. Elder, please send someone to scour the vicinity of Qinglan Mountain for any trace of Qingying or Su Zhu. Chu Fu, seeing that Chao Kuan would rather die than divulge Yun Qingying's location, could only urge Li Taiqing to dispatch people to search for the two's whereabouts. Understood. For many years, Li Taiqing had only one disciple, Yun Qingying, whom he regarded not only as a student but as a daughter. Now that she was in peril, he was fervently eager to uncover her fate. Having spoken, Chu Fu swiftly departed, returning to the entrance of the secret realm, intent on re-entering in search of Yun Qingying, hoping she might have encountered fortuitous events within, just as he had before, and yet remained inside. Chu Fu's heart brimmed with the hope that Yun Qingying was experiencing a fortunate turn of events within the secret realm, rather than having been abducted by Su Zhu. Upon Chu Fu's return to the entrance of the secret realm, he found several disciples of Qinglan's sect clearing away the bodies on the ground. Among them, a few were preparing to fill in a deep pit. This pit, created by an unknown force, was unfathomably deep, truly terrifying. What manner of formidable being could create such a profound chasm? It is said that it was a powerful figure from the heavenly spirit realm who came to visit our sect and caused this massacre. This pit was likely created by him. Are heavenly spirit realm experts truly so fearsome? There is a storage ring here. It may belong to one of the slain disciples. As Chu Fu prepared to enter the secret realm, he suddenly overheard their discussion and turned to approach them. Elder Chu Fu. The disciples, upon noticing him, immediately bowed respectfully. Chu Fu acknowledged them with a slight nod before leaping into the deep pit to investigate. What is this? Chu Fu sensed a faint, terrifying aura emanating from the pit, and his heart raced with alarm. This subtle, yet formidable presence was certainly not from the heavenly spirit realm. It must belong to someone at the peak of the sect realm, or even at the sovereign realm. Chu Fu had previously acquired knowledge about the wild abandoned realm, which lacked any experts of the sect realm or sovereign realm. How could such a being appear here? Chu Fu's mind was shrouded in confusion. Hand over the storage ring. Chu Fu commanded the disciple who had found it. Yes, the disciple, albeit reluctantly, surrendered it under Chu Fu's piercing gaze. Chu Fu took the storage ring and immediately used his spiritual sense to examine its contents. Within, he discovered numerous spirit stones, cultivation resources, and various daily necessities. Among them was a token inscribed with the character Chao, the emblem of the Chao family. Could this ring belong to Suzhu? Chu Fu's heart lurched with surprise. He swiftly examined the clothing contained within the storage ring. Indeed, it belonged to Suzhu. Moments later, upon spotting a particular garment, he confirmed that the storage ring was indeed Suzhu's. This clothing was what Suzhu had worn when Chu Fu first encountered Chao Kun and Suzhu in the City of Twilight. It seemed that Suzhu had perished, which explained why he had not appeared during Chu Fu's assault on Chao Kun. Chu Fu's heart was filled with a sense of clarity. At the same time, he pondered why Suzhu had been killed by that formidable being. Was it possible that Suzhu was attempting to capture Yun Qingying when he was discovered by that power, leading to his demise? Had Yun Qingying also been taken by that terrifying entity? Chu Fu rapidly contemplated various possibilities. Moments later, Chu Fu re-entered the Lingyun Valley secret realm. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to search the realm once more to see if Yun Qingying was still inside. After 2 hours of meticulous searching through every corner of the secret realm, he found no trace of Yun Qingying. Chu Fu exited the secret realm and summoned several disciples to assist in the search. But they still found nothing. Ultimately, Chu Fu had to accept the grim reality that Yun Qingying was not within the secret realm. Concurrently, Li Taiqing's search for Yun Qingying and Suzhu around Qinglan Mountain yielded no results either. It appeared that Suzhu had forcibly abducted Yun Qingying at the entrance of the secret realm, only to be slain by an unknown powerful figure, who then took Yun Qingying away. Chu Fu speculated internally. However, he was perplexed as to why Yun Qingying had not left him any clues. Chu Fu pondered for a long time without arriving at a conclusion, yet he could now be certain that Yun Qingying had not fallen into the hands of the Chao family. This realization brought a significant sense of relief to Chu Fu. After a moment, Chu Fu sought out Li Taiqing to inquire about Yun Qingying's background, the last time Chu Fu spoke of his master being from a higher realm. He noticed Yun Qingying's unusual reaction, leading him to believe that she might possess knowledge of the higher realms. It was improbable for someone from a lower realm to be aware of such things. Thus, Yun Qingying's origins could be extraordinary. Consequently, Chu Fu sought to learn more about Yun Qingying's lineage from Li Taiqing. Her background. To be honest, I do not know much about it. Upon hearing Chu Fu's inquiry regarding Yun Qingying's origins, Li Taiqing appeared momentarily taken aback. Realizing that Yun Qingying's background must indeed be remarkable, Chu Fu pressed on. Then how did you come to accept her as your disciple? 15 years ago, I happened upon her and learned that she had become separated from her aunt. I took her in to help her search for her aunt, but we were unable to locate the person she described. Ultimately, I had no choice but to bring her back to the Qinglan sect. Later, I recognized her exceptional aptitude for cultivation and accepted her as my disciple. Li Taiqing spoke slowly about the circumstances under which he took Yun Qingying as his disciple. Initially, Yun Yin foresaw that the Yun family might be facing dire straits, prompting her to wish for Yun Qingying to grow up as an ordinary person in the mortal realm, away from danger. Observing Li Taiqing's kind demeanor, Yun Yin discreetly placed Yun Qingying before him, hoping he would take her under his wing. It was only after witnessing Li Taiqing accept Yun Qingying as his disciple that Yun Yin felt reassured enough to return to the upper realms. Aunt, has Inger ever mentioned her aunt or her parents to you? Chu Feng inquired, having identified a crucial figure from Li Taiqing's narrative, Yun Qingying's aunt. He yearned to uncover more details to locate Yun Qingying. No, at that time, Inger was very heartbroken, constantly lamenting that her aunt had abandoned her. After that, she never spoke of her aunt or her parents again. Li Taiqing replied, shaking his head. Chu Feng felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Without any information regarding Yun Qingying's origins, locating her would prove exceedingly challenging. He could only rely on her surname for leads. But in a vast world filled with countless realms, seeking Yun Qingying would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It seemed he must swiftly grow stronger, return to the upper realms, regain the powers of his past life, and then send people across the realms to search for Yun Qingying. Chu Feng, have you discovered anything about Inger's background? Li Taiqing asked anxiously. Inger was likely not taken by Chao Kuan's people, but I have no clues about her current whereabouts. Chu Feng responded. Hearing this, Li Taiqing let out a slight sigh of relief, saying, as long as she was not abducted by Chao Kuan's people, she should be safe for now. Chu Feng, you must prepare early. Having harmed Chao Kuan, The Chao family will undoubtedly seek retribution against you and your family. Alas, this incident may implicate the entire sect, Li Taiqing lamented, surprised by how events had unfolded. Previously, when Yun Qingying had become Chu Feng's partner, and he was merely a fifth-grade alchemist, Li Taiqing had thought that with such support, she would live a carefree life in her later years. Little did he expect the emergence of Chao Kuan would alter everything. Elder, rest assured, I will bear the brunt of this matter alone and will not involve the sect. Chu Feng assured, having already devised a plan. Elder, I must take my leave now. Take care of yourself, and if I find Inger, I will bring her back to see you. Chu Feng, where are you going? Li Taiqing asked, suddenly concerned. He regarded Yun Qingying as a daughter. Since Chu Feng was her partner, he felt a kinship akin to that of a son-in-law, and he did not wish for any misfortune to befall Chu Feng. Do not worry. I will be fine, Chu Feng replied, saying no more before promptly taking his leave. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng sought out Gu Qiuyang to at that moment. Gu Qiuyang was coordinating efforts to rescue Chao Kuan and reattach his severed arms. Chu Feng, what brings you here? Gu Qiuyang asked, apprehensive that Chu Feng intended to continue interrogating or torturing Chao Kuan. Sect Master, I am leaving the sect, and I wish to take Chao Kuan with me. You will announce that I forcibly abducted him and that you have expelled me from the sect, Chu Feng stated calmly. Gu Qiuyang was momentarily taken aback. Chu Feng's decision to shoulder the blame for harming Chao Kuan was unexpected. Previously, Gu Qiuyang had been concerned that Chu Feng might morally coerce the entire Qinglong sect into siding against the Chao family. He never anticipated that Chu Feng would choose to bear all the responsibility alone. Chu Feng, on behalf of all the disciples of Qinglong sect, I thank you, Gu Qiuyang said, his gaze filled with gratitude and no need for thanks. This matter was initiated by me, and I will bear the consequences. Chu Feng replied simply, rest assured, Chao Kuan's protector, Su Zhu, is already dead. That I will take Chao Kuan out of the Songfeng Empire and dispose of him without implicating the Qinglong sect. Chu Feng continued, looking intently at Gu Qiuyang. I will charge in to abduct Chao Kuan, and at that moment, you can send people to simulate a chase after me, then declare my expulsion from the sect. Gu Qiuyang regarded Chu Feng with a deep look, nodding in agreement. Very well, Chu Feng, take care of yourself. With that, Gu Qiuyang departed to ensure that the sect's members would not interfere with Chu Feng. Chu Feng gazed towards the distant hall, where the physicians of Qinglong sect had just finished reattaching Chao Kuan's arms. Moments later, he slowly entered the hall. Chu Feng, what do you intend to do? Chao Kuan exclaimed in alarm as he saw Chu Feng approach with a menacing expression. The stitching looks quite good. I wonder if tearing it apart will be even more painful, Chu Feng remarked coldly, eyeing Chao Kuan's reattached arms. Hearing this, Chao Kuan was taken aback and hastily threatened. Chu Feng, do not act recklessly. I tell you, Sect Master Gu has promised to ensure my safety. If you dare harm me, he will not let you go. Do you think I am afraid? Chu Feng sneered. With that, he advanced directly towards Chao Kuan, seizing control of him and dragging him by the legs as if he were a lifeless dog. Chu Feng initially intended to drag Chao Kuan by his arms, but reconsidered, knowing they had just been stitched and might come apart. Thus, he chose to drag him by the legs instead. Bang, bang, bang. As Chao Kuan was restrained, he could only endure being dragged by Chu Feng, his head continuously striking the threshold and steps, producing sharp sounds. Sect Master Gu, save me, Chao Kuan cried out desperately, drawing the attention of several disciples of Qinglong sect. However, Gu Qiuyang did not intervene, and the others refrained from stepping in to aid Chao Kuan. After dragging Chao Kuan for a while, a voice echoed from within the depths of Qinglong sect. Chu Feng, release young Master Chao at once. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng quickly lifted Chao Kuan and hurriedly flew down the mountain. Moments later, Gu Qiuyang appeared and announced loudly, Chu Feng has committed a grave mistake and has abducted young Master Chao. I, the sect master, hereby expel Chu Feng from Qinglong sect. Everyone, pursue him at once. We must rescue young Master Chao. The surrounding disciples of Qinglong sect were momentarily stunned, not expecting Gu Qiuyang to directly expel Chu Feng from the sect. However, upon hearing his command, they immediately set off in pursuit of Chu Feng. Using the shadow step, Chu Feng swiftly departed from Qinglong Mountain with Chao Kuan in tow. The stronger members of Qinglong sect did not pursue. Only a few ordinary disciples followed, but they could not keep up with Chu Feng and soon lost sight of him. Chu Feng raced with Chao Kuan until they were far from Qinglong Mountain. at which point he knocked Chao Kuan unconscious and stored him within the Chaos Star Pearl. Linger, this person is my enemy. I will temporarily confine him here. When he awakens, knock him out again and prevent him from witnessing this place. But do not let him die. Chu Feng instructed Linger. All right, then toss him outside. Linger indicated for Chu Feng to discard Chao Kuan beyond the kilometer radius she had enclosed. Very well, Chu Feng replied, lifting Chao Kuan and tossing him outside. Chao Kuan, thrown onto the ground, awoke in pain but was promptly knocked out again by Chu Feng. Having completed these tasks, Chu Feng bid farewell to Linger and returned to the outside world. He now needed to rush back to the Chu family to inform them of the situation and advise them to seek refuge for a while. After racing for half a day, Chu Feng finally arrived at the Chu family estate. It was now dark, yet the Chu family was still bustling with guests. The attendees were individuals from various powerful factions, all eager to establish connections with the Chu family and Chu Feng. Chu Feng quietly entered the Chu family estate and returned to his courtyard, discreetly summoning Chu Tianyue. Chu Feng, what brings you back? Chu Tianyue exclaimed with excitement upon seeing him. Thanks to Chu Feng, the prestige of the Chu family had reached unprecedented heights. During this time, Chu Tianyue had relished the feeling of being courted by numerous people. Patriarch, the heir of the top family, the Chao family of the Tianluo Empire. Chao Feng covets Yin Qinging that I have made a mortal enemy of the Chao family. They will likely send someone to kill me soon, and they certainly will not spare the Chu family either. You must arrange for the Chu family members to go into hiding immediately, Chu Feng said gravely. What? Chu Tianyue reacted as if struck by lightning. He had been envisioning a bright future for the Chu family, only to suddenly face impending disaster. Though he had never heard of the Chao family, he knew that the Tianluo Empire was the most powerful empire on the eastern wilderness continent, a top family within the Tianluo Empire. The Chao family must possess countless strong individuals, far beyond what the Chu family could withstand. Patriarch, I am currently weak, and I can only help you all escape from the Chao family's pursuit. But rest assured, within a year, I will certainly eradicate the Chao family, Chu Feng vowed. Previously, he had inquired about the Chao family's strength from Gu Qiuyao. The Chao family boasted 5 heavenly spirit realm experts. In addition to a king realm powerhouse, Chu Feng's current realm was merely the second level of the true spirit realm, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with such formidable foes. However, he believed that his strength would significantly increase within a year, enabling him to vanquish the Chao family. Very well, I will make arrangements for the Chu family. Consider it a trial before we ascend to become a top family. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Chu Tianyue immediately responded with a resolute expression. Having previously hidden away due to the Lingshao Pavilion, the Chu family had already fled once. Now, with the prospect of another escape, he felt it was of little consequence, viewing it merely as an additional trial for the disciples of the Chu family. Very well, this time, I shall concoct some disguise pills for you all. Chu Feng had previously crafted a modest quantity of disguise pills, and he promptly requested Chu Tianyue to gather the necessary materials, intending to work through the night to prepare them for the Chu family disciples. The disguise pills were merely a second-tier elixir, with ingredients that were readily available. The Chu family's treasury contained ample supplies, and within 2 hours, Chu Feng had produced several hundred disguise pills to hand over to Chu Tianyue. Patriarch, you must arrange for people to leave immediately. It was already deep into the night, and with all guests having departed, Chu Feng urged Chu Tianyue to organize a staggered exodus. Understood, Chu Feng, you must ensure your own safety, Chu Tianyue said gravely. Looking intently at Chu Feng represented the future hope of the Chu family. Should anything happen to him, the family would be left without a future. Rest assured, I will be fine. Patriarch, I vow to elevate the Chu family to become the most prestigious clan in the wasteland. Once Chu Feng returned to the upper realms and regained control of the power from his previous life, supporting the Chu family would be a trivial matter. Indeed, Chu Feng, we eagerly await your leadership to guide our Chu family to the pinnacle of the wasteland. Chu Tianyue's gaze was filled with boundless hope. After exchanging farewells, Chu Tianyue set off to make arrangements for the departure of Chu Feng's people. The following day, individuals from various factions came to visit the Chu family, only to discover that the place was already deserted. This left everyone bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired within the Chu family. Just the day before, everything had seemed perfectly normal, and now, overnight, everyone had vanished. After departing from the Chu family, Chu Feng made his way towards the Tianluo Empire, intending to eliminate Chao Kun. This would ensure that the Chao family was aware of his whereabouts, preventing them from dispatching a large number of people to the Songfeng Empire, thereby allowing the Chu family to survive more effectively. Along the journey, Chu Feng continuously disseminated the news that Chao Kun of the Chao family had murdered his partner, Yin Xingying. Anyone who killed a member of the Chao family could come to him for free alchemy assistance. The news sent shockwaves through the factions that caught wind of it. The confrontation between the fifth-tier alchemist Chu Feng and the top-tier Chao family of the Tianluo Empire raised the question of who would ultimately prevail. Many observed with bated breath, eagerly anticipating the outcome. 10 days later, Chu Feng finally arrived at the largest empire in the eastern wasteland, the Tianluo Empire. The Tianluo Empire was situated at the far west of the eastern wasteland. Separated from the central continent by a treacherous misty sea, the misty sea was perpetually shrouded in fog, home to numerous terrifying sea beasts. Typically, ordinary vessels could not navigate through the misty sea. Only the elite warships of powerful factions or major trading companies could traverse its depths. Even these elite warships did not guarantee safe passage and often faced catastrophic events resulting in total destruction. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng reached a border town in the Tianluo Empire called Bishi Town, where he released Chao Kun from the Chaos Star Pearl at that moment. Chao Kun was still in a state of unconsciousness. Though he was not seriously harmed, during the journey, Chu Feng had fed him a fasting pill to prevent him from starving and becoming unrecognizable. Grasping Chao Kun's leg, he dragged him into Bishi Town. The pain from being dragged along immediately roused Chao Kun from his stupor. "Chu Feng, let me go. I swear I will never touch the Saintess Yun again. Whatever compensation you desire, I will provide." Having awakened to find himself subdued, Chao Kun was filled with terror and instinctively sought to plead for mercy, fully aware that Chu Feng would not regard his status. "Too late," Chu Feng coldly replied. Continuing to pull Chao Kun into the town, the rough ground caused blood to seep from Chao Kun, staining the path red. Bystanders witnessed Chu Feng's brutal actions and whispered in fear. However, none dared to intervene. They simply observed from a distance. Upon entering Bishi Town, Chu Feng sought a prominent spot in a bustling area and tied Chao Kun up with a rope. "This man is Chao Kun of the Chao family, a notorious lecher. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice and rid the world of this scoundrel," Chu Feng proclaimed loudly from his elevated position to the gathering crowd below. "What? This man is Chao Kun of the Chao family." Although many had never seen Chao Kun, his name was well known throughout the Tianluo Empire. No one had anticipated that he would be captured and treated in such a manner. "Help me. Whoever can save me. I promise the Chao family will reward you handsomely," Chao Kun shouted desperately at the crowd below. Suddenly, a horrific scream escaped his lips. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed Chu Feng draw his sword and unleash a deadly arc of light that severed Chao Kun's lower extremities, resulting in a gruesome spectacle. "Chu Feng, you lunatic! I will ensure you are subjected to 1,000 tortures," Chao Kun howled, clutching his mutilated form as he screamed in agony. He just castrated Chao Kun. The crowd erupted in shock and disbelief. Who was this person, daring to treat Chao Kun in such a way? Had he lost his mind? At that moment, two middle-aged men exchanged glances and charged towards Chu Feng. Both were at the third level of the Xianling realm, and upon seeing that Chu Feng was merely at the second level of the Jinling realm, they sought to rescue Chao Kun and claim the reward from the Chao family. Observing their approach, Chu Feng smirked coldly and swiftly swung his sword. In an instant, a fierce surge of sword energy struck the two men. Boom! Both were cleaved in half, blood gushing forth as they plummeted to the ground, causing the onlookers to scatter in terror. The apparent disparity in realms, Chu Feng being only at the second level of Jinling, left them bewildered as to how he could slay two third-level Xianling practitioners with a single sword strike. Some who had entertained the idea of rescuing Chao Kun were now deterred by Chu Feng's overwhelming ferocity. Chu Feng cast a cold glance at the surrounding crowd, and upon seeing no one daring to act, he turned his focus back to Chao Kun. Suddenly, he swung his sword again, unleashing 3 arcs of light aimed at Chao Kun's arms and legs. Chao Kun's terrifying scream echoed as his limbs were severed, blood spraying forth. At that moment, all 5 of Chao Kun's limbs had been brutally removed. The horrifying scene left the onlookers in a state of shock, with some fainting from sheer terror. "Chao Kun, I hope in your next life, You can truly become a human. Chu Feng regarded Chao Kuan coldly. After uttering this, his sword swiftly sliced through Chao Kuan's neck. In an instant, Chao Kuan's head soared into the air. Lifeless, I am Chu Feng, a fifth-tier alchemist, and today, I act in the name of justice to execute Chao Kuan, Chu Feng declared loudly to the crowd. With that, he sped away from the town. After half an hour of swift travel, Chu Feng arrived at a secluded location and immediately entered the Chaos Star Pearl that he intended to devote time to rigorous cultivation before returning to annihilate the Chao family. Chu Feng, you are so ruthless. Will you treat me the same way in the future? As soon as he entered the Chaos Star Pearl, Linger feigned a look of terror towards Chu Feng. What nonsense are you imagining? I am only ruthless towards my enemies. To you, I will only offer affection, Chu Feng replied with a wicked grin. Your smile is so sinister. You must have ulterior motives. Linger glared at him. Haha, fear not. We are the closest of companions. I would never harm you. Chu Feng reassured her with a laugh. Humph. How do I know if you speak the truth? Linger huffed playfully. Did I assure you? It is true. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. After engaging in light-hearted banter with Linger for some time, he finally declared, All right, I must begin my cultivation. Very well. Call for me if anything arises. Linger replied before vanishing in an instant. Chu Feng promptly settled into a meditative position, activating the chaos technique to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy for cultivation. His current realm was far too low, and he needed to hasten his advancement. Not long after, news of Chu Feng's ruthless execution of Chao Kuan in Bishi Town spread throughout the Tianluo Empire and neighboring realms. The Chao family was enraged and vowed to find Chu Feng and subject him to 1,000 tortures. However, despite the Chao family's extensive search across all their connections in the surrounding empires, they could not uncover a single trace of Chu Feng. Just as the Chao family was preparing to send personnel to the Songfeng Empire in search of Chu Feng, he suddenly reappeared in another part of the Tianluo Empire. Chu Feng periodically emerged from the Chaos Star Pearl to reveal his whereabouts, leading the Chao family on a wild goose chase. Thus, as the seasons changed, half a year swiftly passed. Chu Feng let out a long breath, his face alight with excitement. After more than a month of effort, he had finally broken through the barrier of the peak of the Zhenling realm, ascending to the first level of the Xianling realm. During this half-year period, he had spent the first 4.5 months reaching the 9th level of the Zhenling realm, and it took him an additional month and a half to break through the peak. With this breakthrough, Chu Feng's spiritual veins and qi expanded significantly, resulting in a substantial increase in his strength. Now he was no longer fearful of those in the Tianling realm. Even the formidable warriors of the Wang realm would find themselves challenged by Chu Feng. However, the specific strength of his opponent must be taken into account. After all, some within the Wang realm are only capable of battling those of the same rank, while others can transcend their levels. Chu Feng remained uncertain about the strength of the Chao family's Wang realm warriors and could not ascertain whether he could contend with them. Nevertheless, he was not in a rush to annihilate the Chao family. Instead, he planned to first eliminate their Tianling realm experts before addressing the Wang realm warriors at that moment. Linger appeared before Chu Feng, having witnessed his breakthrough, and exclaimed, Chu Feng, you cannot continue to absorb the spiritual energy from the spiritual veins without restraint. Otherwise, they will become depleted. During this period, in his quest for advancement, Chu Feng had forcibly drawn upon the energy of the spiritual veins, causing damage to their very essence. Very well. I shall wait until the spiritual veins have recovered before resuming my cultivation. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. The essence of these spiritual veins has already been partially exhausted. Even upon recovery, you cannot absorb their energy endlessly as before. From now on, limit your cultivation to no more than half a day each day. Linger stated earnestly. Understood. Chu Feng acquiesced with a nod. Now that his cultivation had reached the first level of the Xianling realm, he felt adequately equipped to handle most adversaries that in the future, he could seek opportunities in the outside world during the day and cultivate within the Chaos Star Pearl at night. This way, he could pursue both cultivation and opportunities concurrently, rapidly enhancing his strength. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng ventured into the outside world at that moment. It was noon, and he had emerged not far from a grand city. Without any concealment, he strode directly toward the distant metropolis. This grand city was known as Xianyang City, the largest in the eastern part of the Tianluo Empire. As soon as Chu Feng entered Xianyang City, he drew the attention of many. Over the past 6 months, the Chao family had been unable to locate him and had offered a substantial bounty for information regarding his whereabouts within Xianyang City. Posters bearing Chu Feng's likeness were displayed, and many recognized him at a glance. However, everyone was aware of Chu Feng's terrifying strength and dared not act against him lightly. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in green, a first-level Tianling realm expert, charged toward Chu Feng. Clang! The crowd heard the sound of a sword being drawn and witnessed a flash of sword light. In an instant, the Tianling realm expert was rendered headless. A first-level Tianling realm warrior was effortlessly slain by Chu Feng in a single strike. How could someone of the Xianling realm possess such terrifying prowess? Thankfully, I restrained myself earlier. Otherwise, I would surely be in the same predicament now. The onlookers were left in shock, whispering amongst themselves at the sight of Chu Feng's swift execution of the Tianling realm warrior. Paying no heed to the surrounding discussions, Chu Feng proceeded to a tavern. Choosing a seat by the window, for the past 6 months, he had subsisted primarily on pill food and had not indulged in the pleasures of fine dining. Today, he intended to treat himself and celebrate his ascent to the Xianling realm. The tavern was initially filled with other patrons, but upon seeing Chu Feng enter, they hastily vacated the premises. The tavern owner, having witnessed the earlier incident, understood the gravity of offending Chu Feng and promptly offered him the finest food and drink available. Chu Feng said little, raising his cup to pour himself a drink, which he downed in one gulp. Soon, exquisite dishes began to arrive, and without any reservations, he began to feast heartily. Moments later, an elderly man clad in black with white hair approached Chu Feng. Chu Feng raised his gaze, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the white-haired elder. The elder was a 7th-level Tianling realm expert, yet his aura was somewhat chaotic, suggesting he bore an ailment. "May I inquire if you are Master Chu?" the elder asked as he approached Chu Feng. Chu Feng responded with a subtle nod of acknowledgement that I am Lin Tai, the sect master of Lingxian sect. In my youth, I fell victim to a chilling poison that I have been unable to eradicate, which has hindered my advancement in cultivation. Might I request your assistance in refining a yang fire pill? I have already gathered the necessary materials. Whatever you require from me in return, I am willing to oblige. The white-haired elder gazed at Chu Feng with sincerity. The yang fire pill was a 5th-grade elixir, and its refinement was rather complex. Lin Tai had struggled to find someone to assist him. Upon seeing Chu Feng today, he was filled with excitement and approached him for help. Very well. However, you must eliminate a direct descendant of the Chao family, and I shall assist you in refining the yang fire pill. Chu Feng stated nonchalantly. Could Master Chu consider a different condition? My Lingxian sect is merely a small sect, and we cannot afford to offend the Chao family. Killing one of their descendants would bring calamity upon our entire sect. Lin Tai replied, his expression fraught with difficulty. Then I cannot assist you. Chu Feng responded coolly, resuming his drink. Master Chu, I implore you to help me once more. Lin Tai bowed deeply in earnest, reiterating his request. Chu Feng cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Tai and replied, You may leave. Lin Tai attempted to say more, but Chu Feng had already turned his gaze to the street outside. Seeing this, Lin Tai could only sigh helplessly before slowly departing. He had considered capturing Chu Feng and threatening him into refining the yang fire pill, intending to subsequently turn him over to the Chao family for a substantial reward. However, he lacked confidence in his ability to subdue Chu Feng. Moreover, failure would result in unimaginable consequences. Thus, Lin Tai had no choice but to leave in resignation. Chu Feng leisurely remained in the tavern for an hour before finally settling his bill and departing. Upon leaving the tavern, Chu Feng did not linger in Xianyang City but made his way directly outside the city, intending to confront the Chao family and resolve their enmity. Just as he exited the city gates, an aura of overwhelming terror approached rapidly in the form of an elderly man in green, a Tianling realm expert. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed as he discerned the approaching figure, a flicker of cold light flashing within them. The elderly man was a 2nd-level Tianling realm expert, his presence unmasked, and he approached with evident hostility. You insolent child, prepare to die, the elder bellowed, launching a palm strike at Chu Feng from a distance. Instantly, a massive palm imprint materialized in the air, hurtling toward Chu Feng. The assailant was Chao Xiao, the 3rd elder of the Chao family, having learned of Chu Feng's presence in Xianyang City while nearby. He rushed over at full speed to intercept him. Upon spotting Chu Feng, Cao Xiao was immediately consumed by rage and unleashed a devastating palm strike. The turmoil caused by Chu Feng had shaken the Chao family, leading to frantic searches that had proven fruitless, turning them into a laughingstock within the Tianluo Empire. Finally locating Chu Feng, Cao Xiao was determined to eliminate him with a single blow. Chu Feng, witnessing the impending attack, chose not to confront it directly, instead employing the shadow step technique to swiftly evade. Boom! Cao Xiao's enormous palm struck the city gate, creating a large crater, with some unfortunate bystanders caught in the blast, reduced to mere fragments. Nearby, several others were injured, and the scene erupted into chaos with cries of anguish. Witnessing the sudden upheaval, the surrounding crowd fled in terror, in order to avoid implicating innocent bystanders. Chu Feng quickly distanced himself from the city gate and sprinted toward the outside. Chu Feng, there is no escape for you today. Cao Xiao, believing Chu Feng was attempting to flee, sneered and pursued him fiercely. Who is that? Such brutality, killing without hesitation at the city gates. At that moment, the fleeing crowd turned to look back at Cao Xiao. That is Cao Xiao, the third elder of the Chao family. I have seen him once before. They say he kills without blinking, utterly merciless. The crowd murmured as they observed Cao Xiao and Chu Feng. Cao Xiao has come to capture Chu Feng, with his second-level Tianling realm strength. It seems Chu Feng is doomed, they lamented. It is a pity. Our East Wilderness continent's only fifth-grade alchemist is about to be slain by the Chao family. In the distance, Lin Tai, who had previously sought Chu Feng's assistance, watched the unfolding drama with a conflicted expression and a heavy heart. Lin Tai grappled with whether to help Chu Feng. Assisting him would surely invite retribution from the Chao family, potentially leading to the annihilation of the Lingxian sect. Yet, if he did not intervene, Chu Feng would undoubtedly be killed by Cao Xiao. If Chu Feng were to perish, Lin Tai would lose his only hope of curing the chilling poison within him, forever barring his advancement. At that moment, after creating some distance from the city gate, Chu Feng suddenly drew his sword and swung it at the pursuing Cao Xiao. Instantly, a razor-sharp sword aura surged toward Cao Xiao. Seeing that Chu Feng's cultivation was merely at the first level of the Xianling realm, Cao Xiao dismissed him entirely, casually attempting to disperse the incoming sword aura with a palm strike. However, just as Cao Xiao believed he could easily deflect Chu Feng's attack, the sword aura collided with his palm with the force of a lightning strike, shattering it effortlessly. Boom! Cao Xiao was sent flying several dozen meters, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Chu Feng is unexpectedly powerful. He is merely at the first level of the Xianling realm, yet he managed to injure Cao Xiao, who is at the second level of the Tianling realm, with a single sword strike. This is utterly astonishing. The onlookers in the distance were taken aback as they witnessed the sword that repelled Cao Xiao, leading to an uproar of disbelief and astonishment. Lin Tai, too, wore an expression of shock as he gazed at Chu Feng, who he had previously considered capturing to force him into concocting pills, only to later deliver him to the Chao family for a reward. Fortunately, he had refrained from taking action at that moment. Otherwise, he would have met a grim fate by now. How is this possible? Cao Xiao stared incredulously at Chu Feng, struggling to comprehend how someone at the first level of the Xianling realm could possess such formidable strength. After a period of honing his skills, although Chu Feng's sword intent had yet to reach its zenith, it had achieved perfection. The sword energy unleashed from the perfected sword intent was extraordinarily terrifying, combined with the chaotic formula he practiced, rendering his spiritual veins and qi vastly superior to those of ordinary cultivators. Now, when Chu Feng unleashed his sword energy with all his might, even a peak Tianling realm practitioner would tremble in fear. Cao Xiao, being merely at the second level of the Tianling realm, was utterly incapable of withstanding Chu Feng's full-force sword energy assault. In an instant, the thought of fleeing crossed Cao Xiao's mind. However, Chu Feng offered him no opportunity for escape, immediately launching a lethal strike towards him. The Ghost Shadow Execution Slash. Chu Feng executed the killing move of the Yuming Ghost Shadow Sword against Cao Xiao. In an instant, it appeared as though Chu Feng had conjured several ghostly figures, all of which converged upon Cao Xiao with lethal intent. Seeing this, Cao Xiao's face turned pale as he summoned all his strength to resist. Yet, he was powerless to withstand it. The ghostly shadows struck him directly. In a heartbeat, Cao Xiao's body was cleaved into several segments, collapsing to the ground. The scene fell into a deafening silence, akin to death itself. The crowd of onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. A mere first-level Xianling realm practitioner had slain a second-level Tianling realm expert in a single stroke. How could this be possible? No, this cannot be real. Their faces were etched with shock, struggling to accept the reality before them. This was an event so improbable that it defied belief. Lin Tai gaped at Chu Feng, his eyes filled with incredulity. Chu Feng's power had completely shattered his understanding. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Chu Feng picked up Cao Zhao's storage ring and set off towards the capital of the Tianluo Empire. Hurricane City, the Chao family was the largest clan within the Tianluo Empire, and their ancestral home was located in Hurricane City. Chu Feng intended to arrive in Hurricane City, eliminate the disciples of the Chao family, and utterly annihilate them. Journeying westward, he made no effort to conceal his whereabouts. Upon learning of Chu Feng's movements, the Chao family dispatched numerous individuals to eliminate him, but all were met with their demise at his hands. Among them, a guest elder of the Chao family at the 8th level of the Tianling realm fell to Chu Feng, causing a stir within the Chao clan. They were suddenly hesitant to send anyone else to intercept him carelessly. 5 days later, Chu Feng arrived at Hurricane City. Upon gathering information about the Chao family's location from passersby, he headed straight for their estate. Initially, Chu Feng had planned to methodically eliminate those beneath the Tianling realm within the Chao family before confronting their king-level experts. However, he soon deemed this approach too cumbersome and beneath him. Thus, he boldly made his way to the Chao family, eager to confront them in a life-or-death struggle. Shortly thereafter, he stood before the grand entrance of the Chao estate. The imposing gates were guarded by 6 armored sentinels. Above the entrance hung a massive plaque, adorned with 2 golden characters. Chao family. Through the gates, one could glimpse the opulence within the Chao family estate. Sprawling with exquisite and lavish pavilions, reminiscent of a celestial palace, Chu Feng strode towards the gates, and upon noticing him, the guards immediately demanded to know his identity. Without uttering a word, Chu Feng drew his sword and swiftly slew the 6 guards. Slowly stepping into the Chao estate, inside, aside from women and children, he unleashed a wave of slaughter upon all he encountered. Chaos erupted throughout the Chao estate. Chu Feng, how dare you come to my Chao family and commit murder? A voice imbued with terrifying authority suddenly resonated. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng swiftly turned to see the source of the voice. To his astonishment, he beheld a young man in purple, standing at the 2nd level of the King realm. The purple-clad youth, despite his youthful appearance, had evidently achieved such a high level at an early age, marking him as an exceptional prodigy, were it not for the presence of the white-clad woman beside him. Chu Feng would not have fled. The white-clad woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, and her figure tall and elegant, with eyes that sparkled like stars, captivating all who beheld her. Simply standing there, she emanated an air of unparalleled nobility that left one spellbound. Flanking her were 2 middle-aged women whose auras were overwhelmingly formidable, one at the 6th level and the other at the 8th level of the King realm. The very reason Chu Feng turned to flee was due to these 2 formidable middle-aged women. He felt uncertain even against the purple-clad youth, but now faced with the additional threat of the 2 middle-aged women, he had no choice but to escape. Hadn't the Chao family only had 1 King realm practitioner at the 2nd level? Why were there suddenly 2 additional ones at the 6th and 8th levels today? Who was that stunning woman? Was she the purple-clad youth's lover? As Chu Feng fled, he mused anxiously within himself that that moment, the purple-clad youth drew forth a massive purple bow and conjured a terrifying spiritual arrow with his spiritual power. Die! With a flick of his wrist, the arrow shot forth, imbued with an overwhelming force, aimed directly at Chu Feng. Even from a distance, Chu Feng sensed the unparalleled might of the arrow. He knew he could hardly withstand it. And even if he managed to, he would likely be gravely injured. It could even lock onto him. Chu Feng changed his direction, attempting to flee elsewhere, but the spiritual arrow immediately adjusted its course. Relentlessly pursuing him, a mere 1st-level Xianling realm practitioner dares to act so recklessly in my Chao family. It is tantamount to seeking death. The purple-clad youth sneered coldly as he witnessed the arrow close in on Chu Feng. He was the strongest member of the Chao family, Chao Jian, who had painstakingly invited the white-clad woman to visit. He had never anticipated that Chu Feng would be foolish enough to provoke trouble. Earlier, Chao Jian had boasted to the white-clad woman that the Chao family was the most powerful clan in the East Wilderness continent, feared by all. Yet, here was Chu Feng, a mere first-level Xianling realm practitioner, audaciously challenging the Chao family, effectively slapping Chao Jian's face and humiliating him in front of the white-clad woman. In that moment, Chao Jian felt an overwhelming desire to obliterate Chu Feng, unleashing his most powerful technique, the soul pursuit arrow. Moments later, realizing he could not evade Chao Jian's soul pursuit arrow, Chu Feng swiftly sought refuge within the Chaos Star Pearl. Where did he go? Chao Jian, anticipating Chu Feng's body to be obliterated by the arrow, was taken aback when he suddenly vanished, erupting with rage. With the loss of his target, the soul pursuit arrow he had unleashed veered off course, striking the ground and creating a massive crater, injuring several bystanders who had been unable to evade in time. Now, that was rather intriguing, the white-clad woman observed as Chu Feng made his escape, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Miss, it seems he has vanished into thin air," remarked a middle-aged woman at the 8th level of the King realm, addressing the white-clad woman with respect. "Indeed, it is rather peculiar. It doesn't appear to be the work of a teleportation talisman." The white-clad woman nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Within the Chaos Star Pearl, Chu Feng took a moment to calm his emotions before settling down to meditate and cultivate from the earlier encounter with Chao Jian. He recognized that his current strength was insufficient to contend with him, let alone the 2 additional formidable King realm practitioners within the Chao family. For now, he could only focus on furthering his cultivation and seek an opportunity to eradicate the Chao family later. Half a day later, Chu Feng ceased his cultivation. Previously, Linger had advised him to absorb spiritual energy from the spiritual veins, recommending that he not exceed half a day's duration in doing so. Now, he had no choice but to heed Linger's counsel. Outside, the night had fallen deep. With the stillness of the night, venturing out would only increase the risk of exposure. Thus, Chu Feng resolved to rest within the Chaos Star Pearl until dawn. At daybreak, as pedestrians began to stir, Chu Feng instructed Linger to observe the surroundings. Upon confirming there was no danger, he employed a disguise technique to alter his appearance before stepping back into the outside world. Once outside, he feigned the demeanor of an ordinary passerby, gradually distancing himself from the Chao family estate. Initially, Chu Feng had anticipated that his visit to Hurricane City would result in the swift annihilation of the Chao family. However, he soon discovered that the Chao family was far more formidable than he had imagined. For the time being, he could only avoid drawing attention, leaving Hurricane City and biding his time until his strength grew sufficiently to return and eliminate the Chao family. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng arrived at the city gate and spotted an inn, making his way inside to procure a meal before departing Hurricane City. The inn was already bustling with patrons, some preparing to venture out to slay beasts for spiritual stones, while others had returned to the city after spending the night outside. Having disguised himself, Chu Feng felt no fear of exposure. He found a seat by the window, ordered some food and drink, and awaited his meal. The East Wilderness Secret Realm opens in 10 days. I wonder if our sect will secure a spot this time. Alas, our sect is too weak. It will be challenging to claim a quota. Indeed, the quotas for the Secret Realm are always snatched up by those large factions. We small sects have almost no chance of obtaining an entry. What a pity. The East Wilderness Secret Realm is filled with countless treasures and spiritual herbs. Yet we are fated to be unable to explore it. Chu Feng was eagerly awaiting his meal when he suddenly overheard a conversation from a nearby table. The Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm? A flicker of memory stirred in Chu Feng's mind regarding this legendary place. The Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm was a vast expanse, rumored to be filled with countless treasures and legacies. However, opportunities were intertwined with peril. The realm was fraught with dangers, and entering could lead to certain death at any moment. If one could gain access to the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm, their strength would undoubtedly see a substantial enhancement. Chu Feng pondered how he might secure a spot in this coveted realm. The slots for the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm were determined by the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition, which coincided with the opening of the Secret Realm. Occurring once every decade, the Grand Competition was a contest among the disciples of various powerful factions across the Eastern Wilderness continent, divided into 4 tiers of competition: the Xianling stage, the Dylan stage, the Tianling stage, and the Wang stage. The top 32 from each tier would earn a spot in the Secret Realm, with higher rankings granting more slots. The higher the tier, the more slots available, with the Wang stage having the most and the Xianling stage the least. Furthermore, Participation in the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition was restricted to factions or families with a long-standing reputation established over many years. It seemed necessary for Chu Feng to temporarily align himself with a faction. Just then, several individuals entered the tavern, among them Lin Tai, whom Chu Feng had encountered in Xianyang City. Previously, Lin Tai had claimed to be the leader of the Lingxian sect. Though it remained uncertain whether his sect had the qualifications to participate in the grand competition. Soon, dishes began to arrive, and Chu Feng began to eat, while keeping a watchful eye on Lin Tai and his companions. Beside Lin Tai were two individuals, a young man in green attire and a young woman in a green dress. The young man was strikingly handsome, while the young woman had a sweet, somewhat adorable appearance, though her figure was remarkable. Both seemed to be at the 10th level of the Xianling stage, suggesting they had come specifically for the grand competition. Half an hour later, Lin Tai and his companions finished their meal and prepared to leave. Chu Feng followed suit, trailing behind them at a distance. Eventually, Lin Tai and his companions checked into an inn called the Yulai Inn. After waiting for a moment, Chu Feng also entered the inn and booked a room, coincidentally finding his accommodation right next to Lin Tai's. After a bit of eavesdropping, Chu Feng confirmed that Lin Tai was indeed accompanied by two sect disciples for the purpose of participating in the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition. Learning that Lin Tai's sect was eligible to enter the grand competition, Chu Feng immediately resolved to leverage Lin Tai's sect to secure a slot in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm. Previously, Lin Tai had mentioned needing yin-yang pills, and Chu Feng could assist him in refining pills in exchange for a chance to participate in the grand competition and, in turn, gain access to the secret realm. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tai's two disciples appeared to be heading out to make a purchase, reporting to Lin Tai before departing the inn. Without hesitation, Chu Feng approached Lin Tai's room and knocked on the door. After a moment, Lin Tai opened it. Seeing the unfamiliar Chu Feng, Lin Tai inquired with curiosity, "Young brother, what do you wish to discuss?" "I would like to propose a transaction with sect leader Lin." Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. "What kind of transaction?" Lin Tai asked, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Chu Feng, whose cultivation was merely at the first level of the Xianling stage. Unsure of what value he could offer, "Let us discuss it inside," Chu Feng replied, stepping into Lin Tai's room without waiting for a response. Lin Tai, though displeased, chose to hear out Chu Feng's proposition. After a moment, he closed the door and turned to face Chu Feng, stating, "Speak freely." Chu Feng smiled lightly and dispelled his disguise, revealing his true identity. "Chuda." Lin Tai was left momentarily speechless upon recognizing Chu Feng's true form. "I seek a slot in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm. You require yin-yang pills. Let us make an exchange," Chu Feng stated directly. My sect lacks the confidence to secure a slot in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm. Lin Tai confessed, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. "Fear not. I can ensure your sect secures the first place in the grand competition, but I only require one slot for the Eastern Wilderness secret realm. Any additional slots can be yours," Chu Feng assured him with a gentle smile. "Very well," Lin Tai exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Chu Feng was capable of defeating even those at the second level of the Tianling stage with ease. If Chu Feng represented their sect in the grand competition, the first place in the Xianling stage was undoubtedly theirs. The thought of Chu Feng not only refining yin-yang pills for him, but also helping his sect secure a slot in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm sent Lin Tai into a fervor of joy. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Tai, and he voiced his concern. "Will you be recognized by the Chao family after your disguise?" "Not at all. My disguise is foolproof," Chu Feng replied confidently. His skills in disguise were unparalleled, and no one in the wasteland could see through his ruse. "That's splendid," Lin Tai exclaimed with exhilaration. "Provide me with the materials for the yin-yang pill, and I shall deliver the pills to you tomorrow." Seeing Lin Tai's agreement, Chu Feng indicated his willingness to assist in refining the pills first. "Thank you, Master Chu," Lin Tai said, his excitement palpable as he retrieved several materials for the yin-yang pill from his storage ring and handed them to Chu Feng. Chu Feng accepted the materials, placing them into his storage ring, and said, "I will be going by the name Chun Feng from now on. Does your sect have any senior members? I intend to pose as a disciple of one of your esteemed elders for the time being." Chu Feng preferred not to bow to Lin Tai daily, opting instead to present himself as a disciple of his senior. "I have an uncle named Li Quan, who has been out in the world for many years. You may pose as his disciple for now," Lin Tai suggested after a moment's thought. "Very well." Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Before long, Lin Tai began detailing some of Li Quan's personality traits to prevent any exposure of Chu Feng's identity. Chu Feng also inquired about the rules of the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition and the particulars of the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm. Not long after, a knock at the door interrupted their discussion. Accompanied by a melodious voice, "Master, we have returned. My disciples have returned," Lin Tai exclaimed, turning to Chu Feng. Seeing this, Chu Feng quickly resumed his previous guise. Lin Tai, noticing Chu Feng's transformation, walked towards the door to open it. Upon opening the door, the young man in green and the young woman in the green dress, whom Chu Feng had seen earlier in the tavern, stood before him. "Master, we have procured the qi yin grass you requested," the young woman said, presenting a large bundle of the herb to Lin Tai. Consuming qi yin grass could slightly suppress the cold poison within Lin Tai's body. He had sent the two to procure it earlier. Indeed, Lin Tai nodded slightly as he accepted the qi yin grass. Suddenly, the young woman noticed Chu Feng in the room and asked curiously, "Master, who is he?" "He is your uncle, Chu Feng," Lin Tai introduced promptly. "Uncle?" Both the young man and the young woman displayed surprise at the revelation. "Yes, Master Chun is the disciple of your granduncle, Li Quan," Lin Tai clarified. Turning to Chu Feng, Lin Tai introduced the young woman and young man, saying, "Master Chun, allow me to introduce my direct disciple, Qin Shi, and this is Han Yuan, who recently joined our sect and is now a core disciple. Please greet your Uncle Chun," Lin Tai urged. "Uncle Chun." Qin Shi immediately bowed respectfully. "Uncle Chun." Han Yuan, seeing that Chu Feng appeared younger than him and was merely at the first level of the Xianling stage, hesitated slightly before reluctantly addressing him. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to Lin Tai and said, "Brother Lin, I shall take my leave now." With their business concluded, Chu Feng wished to return to his room to cultivate, preferring not to linger further with Lin Tai and his companions. "Very well," Lin Tai responded, immediately accompanying Chu Feng out of the room. He followed Chu Feng until he entered the adjacent room before returning to his own. Qin Shi and Han Yuan exchanged glances, noting Lin Tai's evident esteem for Chu Feng. "Master, what brings Uncle Chun back this time?" Qin Shi inquired, puzzled by Chu Feng's sudden appearance. "Uncle Chun has returned to participate in the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition," Lin Tai answered with a light chuckle, unable to contain his joy at the prospect of Chu Feng aiding their Lingxian sect in securing a slot in the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm. "Master, doesn't our Lingxian sect only have 2 slots for the competition?" Qin Shi asked, momentarily taken aback. Han Yuan's expression darkened upon hearing this, casting an accusatory glance at Lin Tai. "Indeed," Lin Tai replied, affirming before turning to Han Yuan, resolutely stating, "Han Yuan, you shall relinquish your slot to your Uncle Chun. Master, he's merely at the first level of the Xianling stage. Granting him a slot would be a sheer waste." Han Yuan seethed, anger flashing across his face at the notion of losing his opportunity. Lin Tai ignored Han Yuan's fury, coldly asserting, "There is no need for further discussion. My decision is final. Master, why not let my slot go to Brother Han?" Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Shi hurriedly exclaimed, "No." Lin Tai coldly rejected her. Qin Shi, being Lin Tai's cherished disciple, was favored over Han Yuan, who had only recently joined the sect. Lin Tai was keen on having Qin Shi participate in the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition. Although both might not secure a spot, the opportunity to showcase oneself before the influential factions of the entire Eastern Wilderness was invaluable. Lin Tai undoubtedly wished for his beloved disciple, Qin Shi, to partake in it. Furthermore, he harbored an aversion towards Han Yuan, suspecting him of harboring ulterior motives towards Qin Shi. Since Han Yuan's arrival in the sect, he had exhibited arrogance and tyranny, prompting numerous disciples to lodge complaints with Lin Tai. Initially, Lin Tai had considered Han Yuan's strength and sought his assistance for the competition to secure a coveted spot in the secret realm, thus granting him some leniency. However, with Chu Feng now aiding in obtaining a spot in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, Lin Tai decided he would no longer indulge Han Yuan. "Master, if you do not allow me to participate in the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition, I shall withdraw from the sect," Han Yuan declared furiously. "Very well, from this day forth, you are no longer a disciple of Lingxian sect," Lin Tai responded icily. With Han Yuan's departure, Lin Tai felt a sense of relief. He had long wished for this outcome. "Very well, I hope Sect Master does not come to regret this." Han Yuan, taken aback by Lin Tai's agreement to his withdrawal, stormed off after uttering a fierce remark. "Senior brother Han." "Qin," she called out, wanting to retain him as he left. "Do not concern yourself with him. He harbors ill intentions. His departure is for the best." Lin Tai promptly interjected, "Though." "Qin," she replied, subdued by his words. The following day, Chu Feng presented the yin-yang pill to Lin Tai. After consuming it, Lin Tai swiftly eradicated the chilling poison that had plagued him for years, elevating his realm by a small tier to the 8th level of the Earth Spirit realm. This left Lin Tai elated, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Chu Feng. In the ensuing days, Chu Feng remained sequestered in his chamber, diligently cultivating the by day. He practiced outside, and by night, he entered the Chaos Star Pearl to continue his training. Through this period of cultivation, Chu Feng also ascended to the 2nd level of the mysterious spirit realm. Tomorrow marked the day of the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition. At this moment, the influential forces of the entire Eastern Wilderness converged upon Hurricane City, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. During this time, Lin Tai had hoped to send Qin Shi out with Chu Feng to foster their relationship, but Chu Feng consistently declined, citing his dedication to cultivation. With the competition approaching, he found himself without the inclination to continue training and desired to inspect the competition grounds ahead of time. Noticing Chu Feng's intent to go out, Lin Tai promptly suggested that Qin Shi accompany him. "Uncle Master, where are you headed? I have visited Hurricane City several times and am quite familiar with it. I can guide you," Qin Shi said as she caught up with Chu Feng. Chu Feng, not wishing to refuse her companionship, welcomed her guidance, as he was unfamiliar with the city. After a brief moment, he informed Qin Shi of his intention to visit the site of the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition, which immediately delighted her. Half an hour later, they arrived at the competition venue, the Hurricane Arena. The arena was immensely spacious, with an estimated 30,000 seats around the periphery, and if counting the surrounding open spaces, it could accommodate over 500,000 spectators. In the center of the arena stood several enormous combat platforms, where the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition would likely take place tomorrow. After surveying the area for a moment, Chu Feng departed with Qin Xi. As they stepped away from the Hurricane Arena, they noticed several figures approaching them. "Senior brother Han." Qin Shi called out upon recognizing one of the individuals. The approaching group consisted of Han Yuan, whom Chu Feng had encountered previously, accompanied by a stunning woman and 2 male disciples. They all wore matching attire, indicating they belonged to the same sect. "Qin Shi, I am no longer your senior brother, so refrain from calling me that," Han Yuan sneered. "Han Yuan is now a core disciple of our Tianxian sect." The beautiful woman chimed in with a laugh. The enchanting woman, Zhao Yan, a core disciple of Tianxian sect, was at the 9th level of the mysterious spirit realm. Chu Feng cast a cold glance at Han Yuan and the beautiful woman before turning to leave. However, Han Yuan swiftly blocked his path. "Qin Feng, you worthless fool. I advise you to hope we do not cross paths in the competition, or I will make you regret it." Han Yuan harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Chu Feng for having taken his spot. Yet, with the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition imminent, any form of conflict in Hurricane City was forbidden, or else they would lose their competition quota. Han Yuan could only hope to encounter Chu Feng during the competition to settle the score. "I am quite looking forward to meeting you," Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. Though he possessed numerous methods to discreetly eliminate Han Yuan, he preferred to avoid complications with the competition approaching. "Qin Feng, I will make sure your demise is utterly humiliating." Han Yuan seethed with rage at Chu Feng's audacity to provoke him. Seeing this, Qin Shi quickly interposed herself between Chu Feng and Han Yuan. At that moment, a large group of people suddenly approached from a distance. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened upon recognizing the center of this group, the breathtaking woman he had encountered at the Chao residence. Dressed in a golden butterfly silk gown, her figure was accentuated beautifully, and her exquisite visage would overshadow even the most ethereal celestial beings. The moment she appeared, she captured the attention of everyone present. Han Yuan's eyes widened, fixated on her as if he wished to devour her whole. Chu Feng stared at her in a daze, not captivated by her beauty, but rather perplexed by her cultivation level. Having only glimpsed her from afar previously, he had not discerned her true capabilities. Now, he realized she was an ordinary woman with no discernible cultivation. This left Chu Feng thoroughly bewildered. 2 guards, one at the 6th level and the other at the 8th level of the King realm, flanked her, indicating her extraordinary status. Logically, A woman of her standing should have some cultivation, even if it were minimal. Chu Feng could not fathom why she lacked any prowess. At that moment, the woman seemed to notice Chu Feng and the others. Pausing momentarily before altering her course to approach them, startled, Chu Feng wondered if she recognized him. Logically, with his disguise, she should not be able to identify him, given her connection to the Chao family and the presence of her 2 King Realm guards. Should she recognize him, he would have no choice but to retreat into the Chaos Star Pearl, stealing himself. Chu Feng resolved to observe her intentions. Moments later, as the woman drew closer, Han Yuan assumed she was seeking him and eagerly stepped forward. "Miss, I am Han Yuan of Tianxian sect. How may I assist you?" he asked, brimming with enthusiasm. However, the woman ignored Han Yuan's overtures and instead focused her gaze on Chu Feng, smiling gently. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Sir?" Taken aback, Chu Feng hesitated, unsure why he had garnered her attention, but he promptly replied, "I am Qin Feng." "Qin Feng, you say? I see," she responded with a faint smile. "Miss, this Qin Feng is merely a worthless second-level mysterious spirit realm cultivator. Should you need assistance, feel free to approach me." Han Yuan interjected, positioning himself between Chu Feng and the woman, shamelessly gazing at her. The woman shot Han Yuan a cold glance. Instantly, the middle-aged woman beside her, at the 6th level of the King Realm, grasped her intent and with a swift motion, sent Han Yuan hurtling away. "Senior Brother Han," Zhao Yin exclaimed as she rushed towards Han Yuan. The middle-aged woman did not strike with full force, leaving Han Yuan merely with light injuries. However, the incident left him terrified and unwilling to speak further. At that moment, the woman regarded Chu Feng with a penetrating gaze and said, "I hope you can live well." With that, she turned and departed. Chu Feng was left bewildered. He had anticipated she might recognize him and seek to capture him, but instead, she merely inquired about his name and uttered a perplexing statement before leaving. The surrounding onlookers were equally puzzled. The woman's actions suggested she held some interest in Chu Feng, yet given his unremarkable appearance, they could not comprehend why such a stunning woman would be drawn to him. Before departing, the 2 middle-aged female guards accompanying the woman also cast a deep glance at Chu Feng, as if acknowledging his exceptional talent, which warranted the woman's attention. Everyone stood in stunned silence, watching until the woman's figure vanished from sight. Finally, she turned to Chu Feng, smiling. "Uncle Master, your charm is truly remarkable. To have garnered the favor of such a beautiful woman. What nonsense." Chu Feng shot her a glare. He did not believe the woman would genuinely take an interest in him. Her inquiry about his name must have had some ulterior motive that he could not yet discern. After speaking, Chu Feng slowly departed with Qin Shi. "Chu Feng, once the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition begins, I shall ensure your demise." Han Yuan glared at Chu Feng's retreating figure, his face twisted with malice, having just been sent flying. He felt utterly humiliated before the crowd, and he blamed everything on Chu Feng, plotting revenge during the upcoming competition. The following day, Chu Feng arose early, having taken a modest breakfast before accompanying Lin Tai and others to the Hurricane Martial Arena. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the arena, which was already teeming with spectators. Aside from designated seating, every available space was filled with people. Chu Feng scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, discovering that nearly 400,000 to 500,000 individuals had gathered, and there were still some unoccupied seats. If filled, the total would surely surpass 500,000. He was astonished that such a vast number of cultivators would converge for the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition. Moments later, the group squeezed into the Hurricane Martial Arena. Each participating faction had its designated seats. The Lingxian sect, being a minor sect, found itself relegated to a secluded corner. Fortunately, the positions of the competing factions were situated in the front rows, facilitating the contestants' entry and allowing for a clearer view of the matches. Soon, Lin Tai guided Chu Feng and Qin Shi to their seats within the Lingxian sect section, awaiting the commencement of the competition. Coincidentally, the seats for Tianxian sect were right beside them. Han Yuan, spotting Chu Feng, fixed him with a cold, contemptuous stare for an extended period. Ignoring Han Yuan, Chu Feng closed his eyes to meditate, biding his time for the competition to begin. Lin Tai had been unaware that Han Yuan had joined Tianxian sect, but he held no interest in the matter and merely glanced at Han Yuan before shifting his focus elsewhere. Before long, the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition commenced as the largest sect on the Eastern Wilderness continent. Outyin sect hosted the event, Prior to the competition's start, the sect leader, Shi Haotian, took to the stage to deliver some opening remarks and outline the rules of the grand competition. These rules were consistent with previous years, which Lin Tai had already conveyed to Chu Feng. The first round of the competition featured a selection process where 10 participants would compete, and only the last one standing would advance to the next round. The second round would also follow a similar format, necessitated by the overwhelming number of contestants, enabling a swift determination of the final rankings. This round would yield 128 competitors, with subsequent matches being one-on-one until a champion was crowned. Once the rules were elucidated, the competition officially began, with names being called for the participants to take the stage. Lingxian sect, Chu Feng, stage 1. Perhaps through sheer luck, Chu Feng found himself the first to be summoned. He momentarily hesitated but quickly rose to his feet and walked steadily onto the competition stage. This waste will surely be the first eliminated in this year's competition. Han Yuan snickered nearby as he beheld Chu Feng stepping onto the stage. The contenders for the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition were formidable experts of varying realms, with most participants in the Xianling realm being at the 9th level. Han Yuan believed that Chu Feng, at merely the 2nd level of the Xianling realm, would undoubtedly be the first to be knocked off the stage, thus becoming the inaugural casualty of the competition. As Chu Feng ascended the stage, the crowd observed his realm and gasped in disbelief and derision. Buffed, a mere 2nd-level Xianling dares to compete. Is he merely here to make up the numbers? Haha, he will certainly be the first to fall. They scoffed, asserting that if there were to be a last-place finisher, it would undoubtedly be him. This Lingxian sect truly is a pathetic sect, unable to field even a 9th-level Xianling disciple, and instead sending a 2nd-level one to compete. The audience murmured disparagingly, not only deriding Chu Feng, but also belittling his sect. Despite hearing the surrounding chatter, Chu Feng remained unfazed. He had witnessed far grander spectacles in his previous life. Thus, this situation seemed trivial to him. He allowed the crowd their laughter, for when he ultimately claimed first place among the Xianling realm contestants, he would surely leave many jaws agape in astonishment. Below the stage, Lin Tai remained impassive as he absorbed the audience's comments. He was well aware of Chu Feng's capabilities and, in fact, looked forward to witnessing the astonishment on people's faces when they realized Chu Feng had secured first place. Qin Shi, feeling a wave of embarrassment at the disparagement directed at Lingxian sect, kept her head lowered. Meanwhile, Han Yuan reveled in the moment, laughing heartily at Lingxian sect's misfortune, believing they deserved the scorn for not granting him a spot in the competition. Before long, the other 9 contestants were called to the stage in succession. Each of the 9 boasted the 9th level of the Xianling realm, leaving Chu Feng as the sole 2nd-level contestant. The referee of Stage 1 observed that all participants had taken their places and promptly announced the start of the match. As the referee's voice faded, the contestants launched themselves at one another, and to Chu Feng's surprise, no one directed their attacks at him. Boom! In quick succession, one contestant was sent tumbling off the stage by the combined force of 2 others. I thought that Chu Feng would be the first to fall, but it seems no one is even bothering to attack him. A 2nd-level Xianling is hardly a threat. If I were up there, I would have targeted the others first. Many spectators voiced their opinions regarding Stage 1, speculating on the dynamics of the battle. Seeing that no one was attacking him, Chu Feng opted not to engage either. Instead, he positioned himself to the side and observed the chaos unfolding around him. Among the remaining contestants, a burly man exhibited remarkable prowess, withstanding the onslaught of attacks and sending opponents flying off the stage one after another. Soon, only the formidable giant and Chu Feng remained on the stage. The burly man, witnessing the elimination of all the 9th-level Xianling contestants, erupted in thunderous laughter. After a moment, he turned to Chu Feng, adopting an air of superiority, and declared, "Kid, I'm feeling generous today. Why don't you just jump off the stage yourself?" In response, Chu Feng merely chuckled coldly before instantly appearing before the burly man and delivering a single kick that sent him hurtling off the stage. How is this possible? The burly man crashed heavily to the ground. Utterly bewildered, the audience, who had been focused on stage one, now wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief, struggling to accept that Chu Feng had managed to send a 9th-level Xianling opponent flying with a single strike. This Chu Feng has been concealing his true strength. Humph, concealing strength. That giant merely depleted his spiritual energy dealing with the others, allowing for a lucky ambush. The unexpected outcome left many astonished. Among 9 ninth-level Xianling contestants, it was the second-level contestant who ultimately triumphed. Chu Feng's luck is simply extraordinary, with the realization that Chu Feng had advanced. The crowd buzzed with chatter, attributing his success solely to good fortune. Unfazed by the surrounding discussions, Chu Feng returned calmly to his seat. "Master Uncle, your luck is truly remarkable," she exclaimed joyfully upon Chu Feng's return. Congratulating him, she had initially thought that Chu Feng would merely make an appearance, but she was pleasantly surprised to discover he had advanced to the second round. Chu Feng offered a faint smile. Choosing not to elaborate further, Lin Tai felt no surprise at Chu Feng's advancement. He was confident that Chu Feng would ultimately claim first place, so this progression was merely expected. Meanwhile, Han Yuan glared at Chu Feng with a face full of resentment. He had predicted that Chu Feng would be the first eliminated, yet here he was, not only still in the competition, but having successfully advanced. This was a resounding slap in the face for him. Before long, it was Qin Shi's turn to take the stage. Faced with 9 burly 9th-level Xianling contestants, Qin Shi received no mercy from her opponents, after managing to hold her ground for several exchanges. She was ultimately sent crashing off the stage, leaving her visibly disheartened as she returned to her seat. "Master, I'm sorry for disappointing you." "It's nothing," Lin Tai replied nonchalantly, realizing that with Chu Feng present, Qin Shi's advancement had become inconsequential. Qin Shi was slightly taken aback by Lin Tai's reaction. She knew he had been striving to secure a spot in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, dedicating himself to her training in hopes of her achieving a commendable rank in the grand competition. Given her elimination, she had expected disappointment from him, yet he displayed none at all. Moments later, it was Han Yuan's turn to compete. Utilizing a somewhat intricate footwork technique, he skillfully evaded attacks and ultimately managed to advance. Strutting back to his seat with an air of entitlement, he passed by Chu Feng, casting a condescending glance at him. However, Chu Feng remained in meditation, ignoring Han Yuan entirely. Meanwhile, competitions for other realms proceeded simultaneously on different stages, but Chu Feng paid them no mind. Before long, the first round concluded, paving the way for the second round to commence. This second round was fiercer than the last, with the participants exhibiting even greater strength following the initial eliminations. In this round, it was no longer Chu Feng who took the stage first. That honor fell to Han Yuan. As the competition commenced, Han Yuan deftly relied on his rather exquisite footwork, dodging left and right to evade the attacks of the crowd. Observing that their strikes were futile against Han Yuan, the others swiftly redirected their focus. Occasionally, Han Yuan would assist his peers in launching sneak attacks on their opponents, gradually thinning the number of participants on the field. Ultimately, only Han Yuan and a burly man clad in green remained. The latter was in poor condition, and Han Yuan, once again employing his agile footwork, incessantly wore down the green-clad giant until he seized an opportunity to send him flying from the arena. Han Yuan advances. Ha! Upon hearing the referee announce his advancement, Han Yuan erupted into maniacal laughter. As the first participant from the Xianling realm to progress to the third round, Han Yuan's arrogance swelled. Passing by Chu Feng and Lin Tai, he cast a haughty glance down at them. Chu Feng closed his eyes, ignoring Han Yuan, while Lin Tai merely shot a fleeting glance at him before averting his gaze. Disregarding him entirely, seeing Lin Tai's indifference, Han Yuan scoffed, "Lord Lin, do you regret canceling my qualification for the grand competition? Get lost." Lin Tai, unwilling to engage further with Han Yuan, brusquely commanded him to leave. "Just wait. Once I secure a spot for Tianxian's sect in the secret realm, you'll be the one lamenting," Han Yuan retorted angrily. With that, he stormed back to his seat at Tianxian's sect. The competition continued. Soon, it was Chu Feng's turn to take the stage. This time, he faced 9 opponents, all at the 9th level of the Xianling realm, yet they appeared even stronger than those from the previous round. After all, they had been meticulously selected from a pool of 10, their prowess not to be underestimated. As the referee declared the match to begin, the others fervently attacked their nearby rivals, similar to the last round. These fighters paid no heed to Chu Feng, choosing instead to eliminate each other first. The previous round's muscular man had been ousted by Chu Feng, and they attributed that defeat solely to the man's incompetence. Rather than acknowledging Chu Feng's strength, confident in their ability to oust the remaining competitors, they believed they could easily defeat Chu Feng once they were the last one standing. Observing that the 9 did not target him, Chu Feng leisurely stood at the edge, watching the chaotic brawl unfold. What remarkable luck he had, to be untouched. Surely, he wouldn't replicate his previous round's success of defeating the last man and advancing. Would he? Absolutely not. The previous round's opponent had been woefully inadequate, while these 9 were peak experts of the Xianling realm, not easily caught off guard. Could it be that Chu Feng was merely concealing his true strength? Unlikely. He was merely at the 2nd level of the Xianling realm, 7 levels beneath the others. How formidable could he truly be? The spectators exchanged fervent observations regarding Chu Feng's presence on the arena. Before long, competitors were being eliminated one by one, leaving only a green-clad giant and Chu Feng. The giant, witnessing this, erupted in manic laughter, as if he had already secured his advancement. He had sustained minimal injuries and had expended little spiritual energy. Dealing with a mere 2nd-level Xianling realm opponent like Chu Feng would be effortless. Boy, you might as well jump off yourself, the green-clad man began, but before he could finish his taunt, he was suddenly struck by an immense force to his abdomen, sending him hurtling off the stage. Can I be declared the victor now? Chu Feng turned to the referee, whose expression was frozen in disbelief. The referee snapped back to reality and announced, Chu Feng advances. The green-clad giant proved utterly inept, falling victim to Chu Feng's ambush. I see you are the one lacking ability. It is not the giant's incompetence, but rather Chu Feng's inherent strength that has allowed him to thrive amidst chaos, reaping the rewards of others' conflicts. Ah, this Chu Feng is exceedingly cunning. I had suspected that even if Lingxian's sect were a lesser faction, they would not send a mere 2nd-level Xianling disciple to compete. It seems my intuition was correct. This Chu Feng is indeed a formidable hidden talent. What a pity. Had the others seen through his ruse early on and banded together to eliminate him, he would not have advanced. The crowd erupted into fervent discussion upon witnessing Chu Feng's advancement. He made his way back to his seat. Master, you are incredible to have made it to the 3rd round. Qin, she exclaimed excitedly as she saw Chu Feng return. Junior brother, congratulations. Lin Tai also offered a polite commendation. Chu Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chu Feng, even if you are fortunate enough to reach the 3rd round, you will not progress to the 4th. Han Yuan, not far away, glared at Chu Feng, still incredulous about his strength. Chu Feng chose to ignore Han Yuan, continuing his meditative practice. You scoundrel, when we meet in the 3rd round, I shall make you regret your arrogance. Han Yuan seethed, enraged by Chu Feng's dismissal. The competition raged on soon. The 2nd round concluded, and the 3rd round commenced. The 3rd round consisted of one-on-one matches. The 128 victors from the previous round would be divided into 64 pairs, with the winners advancing to the top 64. Moments later, the referee began calling the first group of contestants to the stage. Lingxian sect, Chen Feng, stage 1. As his name was called, Chu Feng stood and approached the arena. Tianxian sect, Han Yuan, stage 1. Upon realizing his opponent was Chu Feng, Han Yuan leaped up, elated, and cackled, Haha, Chen Feng. This time, you shall see me render you toothless. Soon, Chu Feng and Han Yuan ascended to stage 1. Chen Feng, I grant you an opportunity. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I shall go easy on you later. Han Yuan sneered with disdain at Chu Feng. In response, Chu Feng cast a cold glance at Han Yuan. The latter was courting disaster, and he would bear the consequences. While killing was prohibited in the Eastern Wilderness competition, inflicting severe injuries was permissible. Chu Feng had already devised a plan to deal with Han Yuan, now merely awaiting the referee's signal to commence the match. Seeing Chu Feng's indifferent demeanor, Han Yuan growled, Chen Feng, I am offering you a chance. If you fail to appreciate it, do not blame me for being ruthless. The match begins. As the referee's words fell, Chu Feng surged forward, instantly appearing before Han Yuan. Demonic severing palm, Chu Feng's hand, imbued with sinister energy, struck Han Yuan's chest like a bolt of lightning. Uffed! Han Yuan erupted, spewing blood as he was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the arena. The venue fell into a stunned silence, the audience gaping at Chu Feng, unable to fathom that he had defeated Han Yuan with a single strike. They were aware of Chu Feng's prior concealment of strength, yet they had not anticipated him to be this formidable. My goodness, Chen Feng's power is astounding. I thought he would be the first to be eliminated, but now I believe he could very well secure first place. Indeed, Chen Feng's might seems to surpass that of ordinary experts in the spirit realm. He certainly has a shot at claiming the top spot. It was unbelievable that a second-level Xianling realm contestant could be so powerful. The crowd stared in shock at Chu Feng, their discussions rife with disbelief. The referee, equally flabbergasted, had never witnessed such a swift conclusion to a match. It had barely begun before it was over. Han, brother. The Tianxian sect members rushed to Han Yuan, who lay motionless on the ground. The referee approached Han Yuan, checked his condition, then returned to the stage. Announcing loudly, Lingxian sect's Chun Feng advances. Han Yuan had not perished, thus allowing Chu Feng to proceed. Had Han Yuan died, Chu Feng's qualification would have been revoked. Chun Feng, how ruthless, after assessing Han Yuan's injuries. Zhao Yan of Tianxian sect found his meridians completely severed, with a malevolent energy ravaging his body. She glared furiously at Chu Feng. He brought this upon himself. Chu Feng coldly retorted, gradually making his way back to his seat at Lingxian sect. He had no desire to concern himself with Han Yuan, but the latter had invited his own demise, and thus he bore no guilt. Master, you are incredible, Qin, she exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration as Chu Feng returned. Given his strength, he stood a great chance of securing a spot, perhaps even more than one. As Lin Tai's sole direct disciple, she would undoubtedly share in any surplus spots. The thought of entering the Eastern Wilderness secret realm filled her with exhilaration. Chu Feng offered a nonchalant response. Master, how do you cultivate to become so strong? Qin, she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Chu Feng closed his eyes in meditation, choosing not to respond. Observing this, Lin Tai interjected, Sheer, do not disturb your master. He must prepare for the upcoming match. Oh, upon hearing this, Qin, she could only helplessly concede, turning to Lin Tai and inquiring, Master, did you already foresee that my uncle is exceptionally strong, which is why you allowed Han Yuan to relinquish his spot to him? Indeed, Lin Tai replied with a smile and no wonder. Qin Shi's gaze shifted toward the meditative Chu Feng, her eyes filled with admiration. The competition was intensifying. Soon, the third round concluded, revealing 64 victors. In no time, the fourth round officially commenced. This round would determine the top 32 contenders, and entering this echelon would grant them a spot in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm. Contestants ranked from 32nd to 17th would secure 1 entry. Those from 16th to 9th would earn 2 entries, while those ranked from 8th to 5th would obtain 4 entries. The 4th and 3rd place winners would receive 6 entries each. The 2nd place would garner 8. And the champion would claim 10 entries. These were the allocations for the Xianling stage competitions, with even more entries available for contests above the Xianling level. Chu Feng's opponent in the 4th round was a disciple from the Chao family. Chao Man. Moments later, Chu Feng and Chao Man ascended the martial arts platform as the match commenced. Chao Man attempted to leverage his family's status to intimidate Chu Feng into conceding. In response, Chu Feng swiftly sent him flying off the platform with a single slap, inciting Chao Man's furious outcry as he vowed retribution against Chu Feng. Chu Feng merely chuckled coldly, choosing to disregard Chao Man's threats that moment. He had no desire to attract unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, he would have thoroughly incapacitated Chao Man right then and there. Once he emerged from the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, he would deal with the Chao family in its entirety. The competition raged on with fervor. The top 16, the top 8, the top 4, the semifinals. Chu Feng, exhibiting overwhelming prowess, swiftly defeated his opponents, culminating in his entry into the final showdown. Upon witnessing Chu Feng reach the finals, Lin Tai and Qin Shi were overwhelmed with indescribable excitement. Even if Chu Feng were to lose the final match, their Lingxian sect would still secure 8 entries to the Eastern Wilderness secret realm. 8 entries were more than sufficient for their sect's allocation. Chu Feng silently awaited the final match. Having already secured a spot in the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, the subsequent battles seemed trivial. However, having previously promised Lin Tai to assist the Lingxian sect in claiming first place, he was resolute in achieving that goal. Lingxian sect, Chen Feng, on platform 1. Huangtian sect, Shi Bufan, on platform 1. Chu Feng's opponent in the finals was none other than the young master of Huangtian sect, Shi Bufan, renowned as the most gifted prodigy of the Eastern Wilderness continent. Shi Bufan had reached the pinnacle of the Xianling realm before the age of 20. It was said that he could have already broken through to the Earth Spirit realm, but chose to suppress his advancement to partake in the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition. In no time, Chu Feng and Shi Bufan stepped onto platform 1. Suddenly, Shi Bufan glanced at Chu Feng and brazenly proposed, "Brother Chun, how about you let me take first place? The woman I admire has stipulated that I must secure the top spot in the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition to win her affection. If you concede first place to me, I shall owe you a favor, and you may call upon me whenever you require assistance." As he spoke, Shi Bufan's gaze drifted to the front row of the audience, where several young women were seated, including the breathtaking beauty whom Chu Feng had encountered previously outside the Chao family and the martial arts arena. Following Shi Bufan's line of sight, Chu Feng too beheld the woman. Adorned in a delicate snow-white gown embroidered with exquisite snowflake patterns, she resembled an ethereal sprite amidst the snow, strikingly beautiful. Wasn't she associated with the Chao family? How had she become entangled with the Huangtian sect? Chu Feng felt a flicker of confusion in his heart. Casting a deep glance at the woman, tinged with a hint of regret, he inquired, "Is she the one you admire?" "Indeed, Brother Chun, if you relinquish first place to me, I will grant you the rewards of the top spot. Whatever else you desire, I can provide." As he spoke, Shi Bufan's gaze remained fixated on the woman, his eyes brimming with adoration. At this moment, the surrounding audience was taken aback by Shi Bufan's words. This was utterly audacious, disregarding the presence of the spectators. Even though Shi Bufan was the young master of the Huangtian sect, such behavior was unbecoming. A wave of heated discussions erupted among the audience. "Young master, you cannot act this way." The judges could no longer tolerate Shi Bufan's insolence and promptly intervened. His brazen demand for Chu Feng to concede first place severely undermined the rules of the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition, bringing disgrace to the Huangtian sect. "Bufan, cease this nonsense." Suddenly, a middle-aged man seated at the main area of the audience reprimanded Shi Bufan with authority. Chu Feng recognized him as Shi Haotian, the sect master of the Huangtian sect, who had delivered the opening speech prior to the competition. "I'm afraid I cannot comply. I have already promised someone else that I would secure first place." At this moment, Chu Feng coldly rejected Shi Bufan's proposition. He had pledged to Lin Tai to help the Ling Xian sect achieve victory, and moreover, he seemed reluctant to see the woman with Shi Bufan. Thus, under no circumstances would he concede first place. "Very well. Then let us compete based on our abilities for the title of champion." Shi Bufan shed his earlier nonchalance. Adopting a serious demeanor, "The match begins," the judge announced as both competitors readied themselves. No sooner had the judge's words left his lips than Shi Bufan brandished a massive 2-meter-long blade, delivering a fierce strike toward Chu Feng. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of blade energy surged towards Chu Feng. As the blade energy swept through, the ground fractured, leaving a deep chasm, and it felt as though the very fabric of space was about to be cleaved. Witnessing Shi Bufan's terrifying attack, celestial guards rushed to encircle the martial arts platform to shield the audience from potential harm. Is this the kind of attack that can be unleashed at the Xianling realm? It's even more formidable than the peak of the Earth Spirit realm, perhaps even the Celestial realm. Such a terrifying onslaught. Could Qin Feng withstand it? Surely he wouldn't be reduced to mere fragments by a single strike. With such an astonishing level of power, there was no need for Shi Bufan to solicit first place from Qin Feng. He had been jesting all along. Indeed, given Shi Bufan's strength, I estimate that 10, perhaps even 100, Qin Feng's would struggle to match him. Observers erupted into fervent discussions as they beheld Shi Bufan's fearsome strike. Great mastery of blade intent. Chu Feng's expression sharpened upon witnessing Shi Bufan's attack. At such a young age, to have achieved great mastery of blade intent was nothing short of terrifying. In his previous life, Chu Feng had yet to attain such mastery at this age. The fact that Shi Bufan could accomplish this in such a lower realm was a testament to his extraordinary talent. With a clang, Chu Feng did not underestimate his opponent. He drew the Shadow Demon sword and unleashed a powerful strike. Instantly, an exceedingly sharp sword energy surged to meet Shi Bufan's blade energy. Boom! As sword energy clashed with blade energy, an explosive wave of power erupted, causing the celestial guards surrounding the platform to stagger backward repeatedly. This was incredible. Who would have guessed that Qin Feng possessed such formidable strength? It seemed he had been concealing his true capabilities all along. No wonder Shi Bufan had previously asked him to concede first place. It turned out he lacked confidence in securing victory against him. The audience erupted into intense discussions upon witnessing Chu Feng's formidable counterattack. Young lady, your discerning eye is commendable. You recognized his extraordinary talent even back then. At that moment, a middle-aged woman seated near the beautiful woman expressed her admiration for Chu Feng's prowess. This individual's strength likely extends beyond what we have witnessed, the woman replied with a subtle smile. She appeared to possess a unique ability to perceive Chu Feng's true potential. As Chu Feng and Shi Bufan exchanged blows, moments passed, and the martial arts platform lay in ruins beneath their fierce confrontation. Chu Feng refrained from using all his strength, engaging Shi Bufan with merely his great mastery of sword intent. Shi Bufan, indeed remarkable, wielded his 2-meter-long blade with utmost skill, executing both offense and defense nearly flawlessly. However, Shi Bufan's footwork paled in comparison to Chu Feng's, rendering him unable to effectively land a blow. Exploiting his saint-level shadow step, Chu Feng deftly evaded Shi Bufan's strikes while counterattacking. Gradually, Shi Bufan found it increasingly challenging to keep pace with Chu Feng's rhythm, resulting in a series of successful counterattacks by Chu Feng. In a mere quarter of an hour, Shi Bufan bore several injuries. Had Chu Feng not shown mercy, it was likely that Shi Bufan would have been gravely wounded, if not on the brink of death. I concede. After realizing he was no match for Chu Feng and acknowledging the latter's restraint, Shi Bufan promptly admitted defeat. Chu Feng wins, securing first place in the Xianling realm. The judge declared upon Shi Bufan's concession. After announcing Chu Feng's victory, the judge rushed to Shi Bufan's side to assess his injuries. Young master, are you all right? I'm fine. Shi Bufan turned to Chu Feng and expressed, Thank you, Brother Chun, for your mercy. Today, I have lost. Let us duel again in the future. Shi Bufan resolved to return stronger to challenge Chu Feng once more. Certainly. Chu Feng nodded lightly. Shi Bufan possessed extraordinary talent. As long as he did not falter, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Such a figure, provided he was not an adversary. Chu Feng wished to see him flourish and become a pillar of the human race, aiding in the defense against foreign tribes in the future. Thank you, Brother Chen. After finishing his words, Shi Bufan slowly descended from the martial platform, leaving it for Chu Feng. At that moment, Lin Tai and Qin Shi, upon witnessing Chu Feng's first-place victory, were overcome with excitement. Rushing to the edge of the platform, waving their arms in jubilation, the audience began to erupt in fervent discussions. No one expected that the first place in the Xianling realm would belong to Qin Feng. At first, I thought he would finish last, yet he astonishingly secured first place. What a slap in the face. This Qin Feng is merely a disciple of a small sect, previously unknown if it weren't for the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition. I would have had no idea that our Eastern Wilderness continent harbored such a terrifying prodigy. It is such a waste for a talent like him to remain in a small sect. He should be recruited into our sect. The spectators continued to murmur about Chu Feng. At the Tianxian sect's seating area, Han Yuan had just regained consciousness. Upon hearing that Chu Feng had won first place in the Xianling realm, he immediately spat blood and fainted again. Brother Han, Zhao Yan anxiously embraced the unconscious Han Yuan. What use is a worthless person like him? It is this useless fellow who caused our Tianxian sect to clash with Qin Feng. We must expel him from the sect and quickly apologize to Qin Feng. At this moment, the first place in the other 3 divisions was also determined. Chao Jian. Chu Feng's expression turned serious upon seeing that the first place in the Wang realm was Chao Jian. There were only a dozen competitors in the Wang realm, and Chu Feng had previously encountered several participants of higher cultivation than Chao Jian, including one at the 6th level of the Wang realm. Yet, it was unexpected that Chao Jian, at the 2nd level of the Wang realm, managed to claim first place. This indicated that his strength was exceedingly formidable. After all the competitions concluded, the sect master of the Huantian sect, Shi Haoyan, ascended the stage to distribute the jade tokens for the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm to the qualified contestants. Only those holding the jade tokens could enter the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm. At this moment, Chu Feng learned that the number of places awarded for the Diling realm was double that of the Xianling realm, 5 times for the Tianling realm, and 10-fold for the Wang realm. By securing first place, Chao Jian had helped the Chao family obtain 100 places in the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm. When the 100 disciples of the Chao family entered the Secret Realm, their power would undoubtedly grow even stronger. Chu Feng had already resolved that once he entered the Secret Realm, he would eliminate all members of the Chao family, severely injuring their vitality, once the jade tokens were distributed. This year's Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition was officially concluded. Chu Feng only took 1 jade token, handing over the remaining 9 to Lin Tai. Junior brother, thank you. Lin Tai gratefully accepted the 9 jade tokens, expressing his sincere gratitude to Chu Feng. Without Chu Feng, the Lingxian sect would have never secured a place in the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm, let alone such a substantial number. Lin Tai, upon receiving the jade tokens, immediately handed one to Qin Shi. Thank you, master. Thank you, uncle. Qin Shi had never imagined that she would obtain a place in the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm. It was all thanks to Chu Feng that she could secure such an opportunity. Soon after, the 3 of them exited the Hurricane Martial Arena to AT that moment. 5 elders and disciples of the Lingxian sect were already waiting outside, having previously reached an agreement with Chu Feng. Lin Tai had sent word to the Lingxian sect, requesting that 5 loyal elders and disciples come prepared to enter the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm. These 5 had only just arrived, but they could not enter the martial arena and had to wait outside. Sect Master, did our Lingxian sect obtain a place? An elder in black inquired eagerly. The other 4 also looked at Lin Tai with anticipation. Previously, Lin Tai had messaged them that their sect would secure several places in the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm, prompting them to come. The 5, upon receiving the message, had been incredulous, yet they had no choice but to come at Lin Tai's command. Lin Tai smiled slightly at the inquiry, not answering directly, but instead introduced Chu Feng. This is my junior brother, who represented our Lingxian sect and secured first place in the Xianling realm of the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition. What? First place? The elder in black and the other 4 were momentarily dumbfounded, staring at Chu Feng in disbelief. It wasn't until Lin Tai produced 5 jade tokens and handed them to them that they finally believed that Chu Feng had truly claimed first place. Eagerly thanking him. All right, let us return to the inn first and celebrate properly. Lin Tai gestured for everyone to head back to the inn. Not long after, they returned to the inn where they had previously stayed. At this time, everyone in the inn was aware that Chu Feng had won first place in the Xianling realm of the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition, and they looked at him with admiration. Some even eagerly surrounded him, wishing to purchase jade tokens for the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm from him. Now, Chu Feng realized that the jade tokens could be sold if both parties agreed. However, one could not seize them by force. If discovered, one would face pursuit from all major powers across the Eastern Wilderness continent. For matters regarding the jade tokens, you should consult our sect master, Chu Feng said, slowly making his way back to his room in the inn. Now that he had acquired the desired jade token, his transaction with Lin Tai was considered complete. He did not wish to concern himself with other matters anymore. Once he entered the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm tomorrow, he would part ways with the Lingxian sect, severing all ties. The next day, Chu Feng rose early, had breakfast, and then accompanied Lin Tai and the others to the location of the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm. The Eastern Wilderness Temple. The Eastern Wilderness Temple was merely an artificial palace. Long ago, the top forces of the Eastern Wilderness continent discovered the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm here. To facilitate management, the major forces united to construct a grand Eastern Wilderness Temple around the secret realm. The temple was enclosed on all sides and equipped with numerous killing formations, with only one main entrance for entry. Only those holding jade tokens could enter the Eastern Wilderness Temple through the main entrance and proceed into the secret realm. The Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm opened once every 10 years, and only cultivators at the Dilling realm and below could enter. That it was said that the entry point to the secret realm was random each time, not fixed to a specific location. The duration of the secret realm lasted for 6 months, and one had to exit within that time. Otherwise, they would be trapped forever. Not long after, Chu Feng and Lin Tai arrived at the front of the Eastern Wilderness Temple. At this moment, a long line of people was forming at the entrance, gradually entering through the main gate. Many prominent figures were present at the entrance, including Chao Jian, who was scanning the entrance with a frosty expression. Chu Feng remained unfazed as he followed Lin Tai and the others, waiting in line for a quarter of an hour before finally entering the Eastern Wilderness Temple. Inside, the Eastern Wilderness Temple was vast, featuring only an ancient arched stone door in the center, with no other structures, leaving it empty and desolate. The temple stood nearly 10 meters high, and its expanse could accommodate thousands of people without issue. Chu Feng's gaze swept across the people within the temple. Many were familiar faces from the Eastern Wilderness Grand Competition, including Shi Bufan Dada, That woman without cultivation has also entered the secret realm? Chu Feng suddenly noted the woman standing next to Shi Bufan. Astonished, she was the same woman he had seen at the Chao family, seemingly the object of Shi Bufan's affections. Chu Feng was puzzled as to why the woman would enter the secret realm. With no cultivation, wasn't she courting death amidst the myriad dangers? However, he quickly reconsidered. Surrounding the woman were 9 formidable cultivators at the 9th level of the Dilling realm. From their auras, it was evident that they were not ordinary practitioners at that level. With these 9 protecting her alongside Shi Bufan, it seemed that her entering the secret realm was not entirely implausible. Brother, do you know the identity of that woman? Having encountered her a few times, but still unaware of her identity, Chu Feng inquired of Lin Tai beside him. Lin Tai looked toward the woman at Chu Feng's gaze and shook his head, saying, I do not know her identity either. Oh. Chu Feng ceased his inquiries upon hearing this. If fate allowed, he would eventually learn of the woman's identity. If not, it mattered not how much he sought to uncover it. Moments later, a radiant circle of light suddenly illuminated the stone door at the center of the temple. The secret realm has opened. The surrounding crowd, upon seeing the light circle, immediately surged forward to enter. Chu Feng followed suit. Stepping into the circle of light, in an instant of dizziness, he found himself standing upon an expanse of desolate land. The sky above this land was shrouded in dark clouds, dim and lifeless, reminiscent of the ominous stillness before a torrential downpour. Those who entered the secret realm found themselves scattered within a radius of several hundred meters. In the center of the crowd stood an ancient door emanating a luminous circle. This was likely the exit of the secret realm that it was said that once one exited the secret realm, re-entry was impossible. Chu Feng's gaze drifted toward the distance. To the east lay a vast ocean, its surface cloaked in a layer of fog, obscuring what lay beyond. To the south sprawled an expanse of wilderness, with the sky in the distance glowing brightly. To the west loomed an enormous, crimson mountain range. The north was even darker, appearing to harbor a vast, black forest. Is this truly the eastern wilderness secret realm? Gazing upon the scene, one might find it somewhat eerie. However, the aura here is far more potent than that of the outside world, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Which direction shall we pursue? I overheard previous entrants mention that the southern path is relatively safe. Let us proceed southward. The newcomers began to engage in spirited discussions, deliberating on their course of action. After a moment, some individuals commenced their journey. Chu Feng's gaze fell upon a breathtakingly beautiful woman he had encountered on several occasions. Leading a group towards the crimson mountains in the west, as she moved, others followed suit, though the majority chose to trek towards the southern wasteland. Lin Tai and the disciples of the Lingxian sect prepared to head south as well. Before departing, Lin Tai approached Chu Feng to bid farewell. Previously, Chu Feng had informed Lin Tai that upon entering the eastern wild secret realm, they would part ways. From that point on, Chu Feng would no longer present himself as Chen Feng, effectively signifying Chun Feng's demise within this secret realm. Henceforth, Chu Feng would be entirely severed from any association with the Lingxian sect. After the farewell, Lin Tai led his companions away at a measured pace. Master, won't Uncle join us? Qin Shi inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Chu Feng as they walked. Your uncle has his own plans and will not accompany us. Lin Tai replied, casting a lingering glance at Chu Feng. Today as parting meant he would never again address Chu Feng as his junior brother Do. Qin Shi responded with a hint of reluctance. Yet she had no choice but to follow Lin Tai that moment. The members of the Chao family divided into 4 groups, each heading towards a different direction. It appeared that the Chao family aimed to seize all the treasures within the secret realm, desiring everything. After a brief moment, Chu Feng surveyed the 4 directions before setting off towards the north. He sensed an ominous energy emanating from that direction, one he was unfazed by, and noted that the northern area was sparsely populated, providing an excellent opportunity for him to seek fortune. Shortly thereafter, once he had distanced himself from the others, he dispelled his disguise and revealed his true identity. Chu Feng continued his journey northward, soon arriving at the threshold of a dark forest. The trees within this forest stood stark and lifeless, resembling a landscape ravaged by wildfire, leaving only blackened trunks. At this moment, over 20 members of the Chao family hesitated at the edge of the black forest, reluctant to step inside. Among them, the strongest was at the 9th level of the earth spirit realm, while the weakest was merely at the mystic spirit realm. Notably, Chao Man, a rival Chu Feng had encountered during the Eastern Wilds tournament, was among them. At that time, Chao Man had attempted to leverage his family's status to force Chu Feng into submission, only to be sent flying from the arena by a single slap from Chu Feng. "Brat, you go in and scout ahead," Chao Man commanded as he spotted Chu Feng approaching, demanding that he enter the forest. The Chao family had placed a bounty on Chu Feng, and nearly all their disciples were familiar with his likeness. However, in the dim light of the forest, Chao Man and his companions seemed unable to recognize him. Chu Feng silently observed the black forest. Choosing to ignore Chao Man, he felt an overwhelming aura of death permeating the forest. Sensing that danger lurked beneath the surface as well. "Are you deaf? Did you not hear me?" Chao Man bellowed, his tone dripping with menace. "Let me inform you that we are the Chao family of the Tian Luo Empire. If you value your life, hurry up and scout ahead." At this moment, a nearby member of the Chao family appeared to recognize Chu Feng, his face paling in terror. "What?" Chu Feng, Lord Chao Jian, had been stationed at the entrance of the Eastern Wilds Divine Temple, ensuring that Chu Feng could not infiltrate the secret realm. The members of the Chao family looked on in shock, realizing that Chu Feng, who had previously been capable of slaying individuals in the heavenly spirit realm, had indeed managed to infiltrate the Eastern Wilds secret realm. In an instant, the Chao family members drew their weapons, trembling as they faced Chu Feng. "He is merely at the second level of the mystic spirit realm. I refuse to believe we cannot overpower him with our numbers. Let us strike together and eliminate him," commanded a leading disciple at the 9th level of the earth spirit realm. In an instant, the Chao family members lunged fiercely toward Chu Feng. Clang! The magic shadow sword was unsheathed, and in an instant, an extraordinarily sharp sword energy sliced horizontally through the ranks of the Chao family. Chu Feng held nothing back. The sword energy, infused with complete sword intent, cleaved through the Chao family members with ruthless efficiency. At that moment, a few individuals approaching from a distance witnessed Chu Feng dispatch over 20 members of the Chao family with a single strike, prompting them to turn and flee in terror. Chu Feng cast a dispassionate glance at the fleeing figures, disregarding them, but he no longer feared exposure and felt no need to eliminate irrelevant witnesses. Moments later, Chu Feng collected all the storage rings from the Chao family members. Suddenly, he noticed that the corpses of the deceased Chao family members were rapidly withering away. In mere moments, they had transformed into desiccated remains, their lifeblood seemingly absorbed by some unseen force. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened as he peered deeper into the forest, where a towering, ominous shadow loomed, suggesting the presence of a formidable beast, however, obscured by dark clouds. The nature of the shadow remained elusive for now. After a brief contemplation, Chu Feng stepped into the black forest. Danger and opportunity coexisted. If the path ahead was perilous, it likely meant it had yet to be traversed by anyone else. And the opportunities within remained intact. In his quest for rapid ascendance and strength, Chu Feng understood he must take risks. Upon entering the black forest, he felt a chilling aura of death enveloping him. This aura was akin to a poison, relentlessly assailing his body and depleting his vitality, making it difficult for any ordinary cultivator to linger in this place. Chu Feng immediately activated the chaos art, which could transmute this deathly energy into a power akin to spiritual energy, allowing him to absorb it into his being. With the chaos art in motion, Chu Feng navigated through the black forest as if he were a fish in water. Unperturbed, he ventured deeper into the black forest. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him. In an instant, desiccated beastly forms began to emerge from the earth. Undead beasts. Chu Feng recognized their nature at a glance. Upon death, these beasts' corpses were infused with deathly energy, granting them a chance to resurrect as mindless, bloodthirsty undead beasts. The undead beasts would attack anyone they encountered. Upon seeing Chu Feng, they immediately lunged at him with ferocity. Chu Feng unsheathed the magic shadow sword and unleashed several waves of sword energy against the attacking undead beasts. These creatures, all at the mystic spirit realm, were no match for Chu Feng's sword energy, which obliterated them in an instant. Within the remains of the undead beasts lay the potential to yield undead pearls, which contained rich deathly energy and could be utilized to concoct certain specific elixirs. Chu Feng could absorb this death energy for cultivation, while the undead pearls could serve a similar purpose. Moments later, Chu Feng walked past the corpses of the undead beasts, collecting every undead pearl he encountered and placing them into his storage ring. Regrettably, he only found 3 undead pearls. Despite having slain dozens of undead beasts, he had only acquired 3 pearls. The undead pearls, brimming with potent deathly energy, could significantly elevate Chu Feng's cultivation if he possessed a substantial quantity. Continuing deeper into the Black Forest, Chu Feng encountered numerous undead beasts along the way, defeating each one. In just half an hour, he had amassed 30 undead pearls. Not bad, even if this Black Forest harbors no other opportunities. Acquiring undead pearls here is an opportunity in itself, Chu Feng exclaimed, laughter echoing through the air. Soon, he arrived at a denser grove. The trees in this grove were unlike any he had seen before. They appeared to be alive, adorned with black leaves. Chu Feng refrained from risking entry. Instead, he drew his sword and unleashed a wave of sword energy. The blade sliced through a small cluster of trees, severing them mid-trunk. Instantly, black blood oozed eerily from the cut branches, and a strange, agonized wail echoed from the depths of the grove. The wail was laden with suffering, as if Chu Feng's actions had inflicted pain upon it. Suddenly, from the ground beneath him, a series of spikes erupted, aiming directly at Chu Feng. Anticipating this, he swiftly leapt aside. However, as soon as he landed, more spikes shot up from the ground towards him. This time, while vaulting into the air, Chu Feng swiftly drew his sword and unleashed several waves of sword energy downward. The sword energy pierced the ground, causing a large pool of black blood to surge forth. While another eerie wail resonated from the depths of the forest, at this point, Chu Feng deduced that the spikes resembled the sharp roots of the trees. There must be a tree spirit lurking deep within the forest. Though its realm remained unknown, Chu Feng relentlessly wielded the shadow sword, unleashing sword energy that severed the surrounding trees adorned with leaves. These trees were presumably the branches of the tree demon. Felling them all would undoubtedly injure the creature. As anticipated, with each tree that Chu Feng cut down, a more resonant screech echoed from the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the black leaves of the trees ahead detached from their branches and, like lightning, shot directly towards Chu Feng. The scene resembled a barrage of countless black arrows soaring toward him. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feng immediately swung the shadow sword, conjuring a protective barrier of sword light that enveloped him. The incoming black leaves disintegrated into dust upon striking the barrier. In a brief moment, as the barrage of leaves ceased, Chu Feng continued to cleave through the trees in front of him. Abruptly, a multitude of enormous branches descended from the sky with tremendous force, akin to a meteor shower, crashing down with terrifying might. This time, Chu Feng chose not to confront them head-on. Instead, he executed the shadow step, deftly dodging the colossal branches. Boom, boom, boom. The massive branches struck the ground, creating immense craters and sending dust swirling into the air. At that moment, Chu Feng discerned that the colossal shadow ahead was a gigantic, towering tree. This tree was none other than a living tree demon. It must have existed for countless years to attain such a size. Fortunately, the tree demon's cultivation level was merely at the 5th stage of the celestial spirit realm, which slightly eased Chu Feng's mind. As he skillfully evaded the descending branches of the tree demon, he charged toward its main body to slay this tree demon. He must excavate its heart. Given the demon's vast size, it likely had existed for over 1,000 years, meaning its heart had undoubtedly evolved into a supreme spiritual herb. If he could extract its heart and absorb the energy within, Chu Feng's cultivation would experience a significant enhancement. Boom! Just as Chu Feng approached the core of the tree demon, an enormous hand descended from the sky, leaving him with no escape. This gargantuan hand, composed of a massive branch and leaves of the tree demon, bore down upon him with overwhelming force. Chu Feng promptly raised the shadow sword, charging upward and piercing through the colossal hand of the tree demon. Moments later, he drew near to the tree demon's core. Without losing momentum, he fused with his sword and penetrated the heart of the tree demon, entering its interior. Inside the tree demon was nearly hollow, with only a tangled assortment of black branches resembling its veins. Chu Feng swiftly leapt upward along these dark branches. At this point, the tree demon had detected Chu Feng's intrusion and emitted a series of fierce roars, causing the internal space to tremble violently. However, having already entered the core, the tree demon was powerless to resist, allowing Chu Feng to execute his will. Soon after, Chu Feng reached the center of the tree demon's interior. There, he beheld a black, oval object the size of a water tank pulsating eerily. connected by countless branches. This heart of the tree demon must be at least 2,000 years old. Upon sighting the black oval, Chu Feng was instantly filled with exhilaration. This oval object was the heart of the tree demon, containing a millennium's worth of pure energy, capable of significantly enhancing a cultivator's prowess. Moments later, Chu Feng cradled the millennial heart and severed all the black branches tethering it. Instantly, the internal trembling of the tree demon ceased. With the extraction of the millennial heart, the tree demon had met its demise. Chu Feng, now holding the heart, entered the chaos star pearl. Danger lurked outside at any moment. So he prepared to absorb the energy of the millennial heart within the safety of the chaos star pearl. What a grand treasure this millennial heart is, Chu Feng. You have truly acquired something remarkable. Linger exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the heart in Chu Feng's grasp. Yes, Linger, I shall begin my cultivation now. The time within the secret realm is limited. Chu Feng aimed to swiftly absorb the energy of the millennial heart before exploring further. All right, Linger replied, refraining from interrupting Chu Feng any longer. Chu Feng promptly activated the chaos technique, commencing the absorption of the heart's energy. A day passed, 10 days, a month, 3rd stage of the Xianling realm, 4th stage of the Xianling realm, 8th stage of the Xianling realm. After a month, Chu Feng finally completed the absorption of the millennial heart's energy, elevating his cultivation to the 8th stage of the Xianling realm. In a moment, he ceased his cultivation, his eyes wide with excitement. A single millennial demon tree heart had enabled him to ascend 6 minor realms. Splendid, Chu Feng. Congratulations. Linger appeared before him, expressing her heartfelt congratulations upon witnessing his achievement. Thank you, Chu Feng replied, laughing joyously. With the elevation of 6 minor realms, his strength had vastly increased. Now, he felt confident in standing against Chao Jian. After exchanging pleasantries with Linger, Chu Feng stepped back into the outside world. With time in the secret realm limited, he sought to continue his quest for opportunities to grow stronger. At that moment, the tree demon's body lay lifeless, its branches connecting to the millennial heart now withered. Chu Feng emerged from the tree demon's corpse and resumed his exploration of the surrounding area. However, after an extensive search, he found nothing of value, save for a few death spirit pearls obtained from slaying spirit beasts along the way. Thus, Chu Feng decided to return to the entrance of the secret realm and venture in another direction for opportunities. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Contemplating the 3 other directions, he ultimately chose to head towards the western Red Mountains. The nameless, unskilled woman he had encountered previously had initially led others westward. Though he was unsure if she still lingered there. As he approached the Red Mountains, an intense heat met him, increasing with proximity. Is this a volcano? Chu Feng mused, slightly puzzled. Yet, even if it were a volcano, such heat should not be felt from such a distance. There must be something unusual within the mountain range to produce such intensity. Braving the searing heat, Chu Feng searched the mountains for a day until he finally discovered an anomaly atop a massive peak. The mountain appeared to be an active volcano, with dozens of people gathered around its crater. Among them was the unskilled woman he had seen several times before. She stood at the volcano's edge, keenly observing the situation below. Despite the extreme temperature, even ordinary practitioners of the Xianling realm would struggle to endure it. Yet the woman, lacking any cultivation, stood there with apparent ease. This left Chu Feng bewildered. Moments later, as he cautiously approached the volcano's edge, he was suddenly enveloped by a delightful fragrance wafting from the crater. It was a rare spiritual herb. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The source of such a captivating aroma could only be a precious spiritual herb. At that moment, Chu Feng finally understood why so many people were gathered here. However, he was puzzled as to why none of them attempted to descend and seize the herb. Saintus, the demon dragon below, is far too terrifying. A burly man across from the woman spoke, his face etched with fear. The demon dragon is at the 9th stage of the celestial spirit realm, guarding the crimson flame red lotus. We have been unable to lure it away, and our chances of obtaining the lotus are nearly non-existent. They had attempted to descend multiple times, only to return empty-handed and sustain injuries. If they continued to try, it seemed likely that they would meet their demise at the jaws of the demon dragon. Saintus? Chu Feng thought to himself, finally grasping the woman's surname. From the burly man's words, he also learned the identity of the spiritual herb hidden within the volcano. Indeed, it was the crimson flame red lotus. Chu Feng approached the volcano's edge and peered down, confirming the sight of several red lotus flowers floating in the magma 2 kilometers below. The volcano's interior was immense, with the crater positioned approximately 2 kilometers above the magma, which spanned a radius of 5 kilometers. Chu Feng did not spot the demon dragon mentioned by the burly man. It was likely submerged within the magma beneath the crimson flame red lotus. "Who are you, brat?" Suddenly, a burly man nearby noticed Chu Feng's approach and barked angrily. Chu Feng turned to regard the burly man with indifference, causing all eyes to shift toward him. The woman in the distance gasped upon recognizing Chu Feng. Her name was Sheng Lier, endowed with the prismatic glass eye, capable of perceiving all illusions and disguises. She recognized that the former Chu Feng was indeed Chu Feng. Yet, just a month prior, Chu Feng had been at the 2nd stage of the Xianling realm. How had he progressed to the 8th stage in such a short time? This revelation left Sheng Lier momentarily astonished. "You are Chu Feng," the burly man exclaimed in shock upon seeing Chu Feng's face. The people surrounding the burly man immediately drew their weapons, aiming them at Chu Feng. "Are you from the Chao family?" Chu Feng inquired coolly, fixing his gaze on the burly man. "Chu Feng, with so many of us here, you'd best not act recklessly." The imposing figure of a burly man threatened. "Chu Feng is capable of slaying formidable beings of the celestial spirit realm. The only advantage this stout man possesses is his numbers." Hoping to instill fear in Chu Feng, dissuading him from taking action, "If you are not from the Chao family, stand aside." Chu Feng's gaze swept across Sheng Lier, eager to discern her decision. Previously, she had appeared within the Chao family and shared a close relationship with Chao Jian. Chu Feng was curious whether she would ally with the Chao family against him. "We are not from the Chao family." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Sheng Lier immediately led her 9 guards, all at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, to step aside. "Miss Sheng?" The burly man appeared anxious at this turn of events, with 9 guards of the Earth Spirit Realm at her side. They could assist her, and Chu Feng would undoubtedly be no match for them. Now that Sheng Lier stood idly by, the Chao family members would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand Chu Feng's onslaught. The choice made by Sheng Lier left her guards filled with confusion. They had previously recognized the amicable ties between Sheng Lier and Chao Jian, yet now, she had seemingly severed her relationship with the Chao family due to Chu Feng, who was merely at the 8th level of the Earth's spirit realm. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn resonated. In an instant, 2 menacing sword energies surged forth, violently striking towards the burly man and his companions from the Chao family. "Ah!" The cries of anguish rang out, but were abruptly silenced. How could this be possible? The expressions of those remaining in the arena turned to one of disbelief. Just moments ago, Chu Feng had casually swung his sword twice. And yet, he had annihilated over 20 members of the Chao family. It was known that among them were 8 at the Earth Spirit Realm, with the others predominantly at the high tiers of the Earth Spirit Realm. The sheer might of the Chao family had been completely obliterated by Chu Feng's 2 strikes. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would ever have believed such a phenomenon could occur. Only then did they comprehend why Sheng Lier had so decisively distanced herself from the Chao family. After dispatching his foes, Chu Feng began to scour the bodies of the Chao family members. Upon concluding his search, he turned to cast a deep, astonished glance at Sheng Lier, impressed by her earlier decisiveness. Chu Feng had never shown mercy to his enemies. Fortunately, Sheng Lier had made the right choice. Or he might have been compelled to end her life as well. Moments later, Chu Feng leaped into the volcanic crater, swiftly descending along the volcanic walls. "Miss Lin, will he be able to retrieve the Scarlet Flame Lotus?" One of Sheng Lier's guards questioned, pondering whether Chu Feng could defeat the dragon below and obtain the precious lotus. "He should be able to." Sheng Lier nodded slightly. According to previous intelligence, when Chu Feng was at the 1st level of the Earth Spirit Realm, he had already slain Xiao Xiao of the 2nd level of the Celestial Spirit Realm. Now, at the 8th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, Chu Feng ought to be capable of battling a dragon of the 9th level of the Celestial Spirit Realm. Soon, Chu Feng approached the surface of the magma. The temperature here was excruciatingly intense, far beyond what an ordinary practitioner of the Earth Spirit Realm could endure. However, it posed no significant threat to Chu Feng. At that moment, 3 resplendent scarlet flame lotuses floated at the center of the magma's surface. Each lotus bore a seed pod, and each pod contained more than a dozen scarlet flame seeds, rare spiritual herbs that could greatly enhance a cultivator's prowess. Chu Feng arrived at the edge of the magma nearest to the scarlet flame lotuses, channeling spiritual energy beneath his feet, swiftly gliding across the magma's surface towards the coveted flowers, just as he was about to reach the lotuses. A terrifying dragon breath erupted from the depths of the magma, surging towards him. Chu Feng was prepared. Wielding the shadow blade, he unleashed a wave of sword energy that dispersed the dragon's breath. Following this, a massive crimson dragon, over 100 meters long, burst forth from the magma, roaring furiously as it charged towards Chu Feng. Die. Chu Feng remained unfazed, gathering all his strength to unleash a sword energy towards the dragon. The energy carried an overwhelming force, slicing through the air as if it could cleave space itself. The crimson dragon, upon witnessing this, displayed an expression of fear, desperately attempting to evade. However, the speed of the sword energy was unparalleled. Arriving in an instant, leaving the dragon no chance to escape, the energy sliced through the dragon from head to tail in an instant. At that moment, at the volcanic rim, everyone present was rendered speechless upon witnessing Chu Feng's single strike that obliterated the crimson dragon. Sheng Lier's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth agape. Filled with disbelief, she understood that Chu Feng was strong and recognized the likelihood of his triumph over the crimson dragon. Yet, she had anticipated that even if he succeeded, it would be a hard-fought victory. She never imagined that Chu Feng would annihilate the dragon with a single strike. This was beyond comprehension. The 9 guards beside Sheng Lier were similarly struck dumb by the event. They were all at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, surpassing Chu Feng by a significant margin. Previously, they had struggled fiercely and inflicted no harm upon the crimson dragon, suffering injuries from its dragon breath. Yet now, a single strike from someone at a lower realm had effortlessly dispatched the dragon. This was utterly inconceivable. After slaying the crimson dragon, Chu Feng swiftly approached the scarlet flame lotuses and harvested the seed pods from all 3. Regrettably, the scarlet flame lotuses could only thrive in such magma. Otherwise, he would have transplanted them into his own realm. After securing the seed pods within the Chaos Star Pearl, Chu Feng intended to depart. Suddenly, the voice of Ling'er echoed in his ears. Chu Feng, there is a unique fire beneath the magma. Unique fire? Chu Feng's heart leapt with joy at the revelation. Unique fire was the prized possession of alchemists, not only enhancing the success rate of alchemical concoctions, but also serving as a formidable means of attack. In his previous life, Chu Feng had obtained a top-tier unique fire, the Netherworld Ghost Fire. It was precisely with the aid of the Netherworld Ghost Fire that he had been able to refine Saint-grade pills. Moreover, the Netherworld Ghost Fire was an incredibly potent defensive tool, frequently allowing him to catch his enemies off guard and inflict severe damage. Yes, there is a type of red lotus earth fire located 500 meters below, Ling'er explained. Excellent, Chu Feng exclaimed, filled with excitement. Currently, his cultivation was insufficient, but acquiring the unique fire would provide him with a valuable weapon against higher-level foes. Without hesitation, Chu Feng consolidated his spiritual energy to form a protective shield and plunged directly into the magma. He descended deeper, and with each meter, the temperature escalated. In just half a quarter of an hour, he had descended nearly 1,000 meters, but still had not sensed the red lotus earth fire. As his spiritual energy dwindled, Chu Feng promptly consumed a scarlet flame seed to maintain his shield, preventing the searing magma from scorching him. The red lotus earth fire is located 500 meters below, but your body may not withstand it. Ling'er suddenly cautioned that I will try again. Chu Feng was unwilling to concede defeat so easily and consumed another scarlet flame seed. Continuing his descent, no, it's unbearable. After descending a little further, the temperatures became intolerable, and his protective shield began to fail. Soon, Chu Feng emerged from the magma's surface and soared to the volcanic wall. What a pity. Chu Feng glanced back at the center of the magma, letting out a soft sigh. His current realm was too low to obtain the red lotus earth fire. If he could break through to the earth spirit realm, he might have been able to seize it. With time still remaining before the secret realm closed, Chu Feng resolved to continue seeking opportunities to grow stronger before attempting to acquire the red lotus earth fire. At that moment, Sheng Lier and her companions had yet to depart. They had observed Chu Feng plunge into the magma and were curious about what treasure he might uncover, waiting to see the outcome. They never expected him to remain submerged for over a minute before resurfacing. Now, seeing Chu Feng's expression, it seemed he had not obtained the desired treasure, which piqued their curiosity about what lay beneath the magma. Shortly after, Chu Feng returned to the volcanic rim. "Why have you not yet departed?" he inquired nonchalantly. The group had not left. Did they covet his scarlet flame seeds? "Chu Feng, what treasures lie beneath the magma?" Shang Lier voiced her curiosity at a treasure that you cannot possess. Chu Feng replied coolly, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Ling'er's voice reached his ears. "Chu Feng, the treasure on this woman's chest may help you obtain the red lotus earth fire." The treasure on her chest? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng immediately turned to gaze at Shang Lier's chest. It was full and enticing, mesmerizing in its allure, leaving Chu Feng parched and tongue-tied. This woman was not only beautiful, but also possessed an enviable figure. What a pity that she could not cultivate. Noticing Chu Feng's gaze, Shang Lier hastily covered herself and glared at him angrily, exclaiming, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing," Chu Feng replied with an awkward smile. "Ling'er, how could the treasure on her chest assist me in obtaining the red lotus earth fire?" Indeed, there was a treasure upon Shang Lier's chest, yet Chu Feng could not fathom how it could aid him in acquiring the red lotus earth fire. The jade pendant upon her chest is a rare treasure that can isolate the earth fire. As long as you can persuade this woman to give it to you, you will have a significant chance of obtaining the red lotus earth fire. Ling'er explained a jade pendant. Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, as he had initially thought it was the pendant of Shang Lier, yet he had not considered it was the jade pendant adorning her chest. After a brief moment, Chu Feng turned to Shang Lier and softly inquired, "Might I know the name of this esteemed lady?" "Absolutely not," Shang Lier coldly retorted. Chu Feng had been gazing at her chest just moments before, and now he was asking for her name. It was evident he harbored inappropriate intentions. Shang Lier, feeling a surge of disdain, was unwilling to engage with Chu Feng. After speaking, she intended to depart with her 9 bodyguards. "Miss, I wish to propose a transaction," Chu Feng interjected, positioning himself before her to block her path. "Step aside. I have no desire to engage in any transaction with you." Shang Lier believed that Chu Feng's intentions were dubious, and thus deemed any proposed exchange to be unsavory. "Then I must insist." Chu Feng's voice turned icy. It was of utmost importance to him, and he was unwilling to relinquish it. Should Shang Lier refuse, he would resort to taking her jade pendant by force. "Chu Feng, do not presume that my lack of cultivation renders me an easy target. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you shall meet your demise," Shang Lier declared coldly. "Demise? I find that hard to believe." Chu Feng countered, "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Hand over the jade pendant you wear, or I will slay you all." Chu Feng's gaze bore into Shang Lier with chilling resolve. "Jade pendant." Shang Lier momentarily faltered that of course it is a jade pendant. "What else could it be? You do not think I harbor any feelings for you, do you?" "Humph, as if I would ever be attracted to someone like you." Chu Feng feigned disdain as he scrutinized her. "You scoundrel." Shang Lier, incensed by Chu Feng's contemptuous gaze, felt a tumultuous surge of anger within her and unleashed a torrent of invective. "Enough of this drivel. I shall offer you a crimson flame lotus in exchange for the jade pendant." Chu Feng had no intention of exploiting Shang Lier. He sought to trade a crimson flame lotus for her pendant. With its numerous seeds, the lotus would prove advantageous for her as well. "Not a chance." Shang Lier retorted furiously, "If you refuse, do not blame me for my actions. I may very well kill you all and take it." Chu Feng declared, drawing his sword, feigning an aggressive stance. The bodyguards surrounding Shang Lier instantly tensed, forming a protective barrier around her. "Cease this at once," Shang Lier exclaimed, realizing that Chu Feng was genuinely prepared to act. "What is it? Have you changed your mind?" Chu Feng inquired with a faint smile. "Leave this place first, and I shall give you the jade pendant." Shang Lier, wishing to spare her companions from harm, reluctantly agreed to part with the pendant. Very well. Chu Feng understood that without the pendant, Shang Lier would struggle against the oppressive heat. Thus he acquiesced to exit before the exchange. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng and Shang Lier, along with her entourage, made their way to a distant location from the volcano. Shang Lier shot Chu Feng a fierce glare before slowly retrieving the jade pendant from around her neck. "You scoundrel, take this," she said as she extended the pendant toward him. Chu Feng joyously accepted the pendant, feeling its warmth and the invigorating fragrance it emitted. Unable to resist, he brought the pendant closer to his nose for a gentle sniff. "You scoundrel, I shall kill you." Shang Lier, witnessing Chu Feng's actions, erupted in fury and lunged at him, sinking her teeth into his hand. It was only then that Chu Feng realized his earlier action had been reckless. Humiliating Sheng Lier. After a brief struggle, he managed to pull away. "All right, I apologize," he said, tossing a crimson flame lotus aside before swiftly turning to leave. "You scoundrel, I shall remember this. Once we exit this secret realm, I shall make you pay." Sheng Lier glared at Chu Feng's retreating figure, seething with anger. "Due to our insufficient strength, we allowed the lady to be dishonored. Please, punish us." The 9 bodyguards, witnessing Sheng Lier's rage, promptly bowed their heads in submission. After a moment, Sheng Lier's fury began to subside, and she calmly stated, "It is not your fault. That scoundrel is the true villain. Once we exit the secret realm, I shall deal with him. Come, let us explore other locations." With that, Sheng Lier turned to leave. "Miss, the Crimson Flame Lotus." One of the green-clad bodyguards picked up the Crimson Flame Lotus that Chu Feng had left behind and hurried to present it to Sheng Lier. "Throw it away. I have no desire for that scoundrel's belongings," Sheng Lier replied coldly. The green-clad bodyguard felt a pang of regret, as did the others, for the Crimson Flame Lotus seeds were rare spirit herbs that could significantly enhance one's cultivation. Losing them was a grave misfortune. "Very well, though it is a shame to discard it. Each of you may take 1 seed, and the remaining 3 shall be mine." Seeing their expressions, Sheng Lier altered her decision. It was indeed a waste to let it go. Distributing it among her guards would ensure their loyalty in protecting her. The Crimson Flame Lotus offered by Chu Feng contained 12 seeds, which were divided among the 9 bodyguards, with Sheng Lier retaining the last 3 in her storage ring. Soon after, Chu Feng returned to the volcano. After adorning the jade pendant around his neck, he felt no heat. Instead, he experienced a refreshing coolness. "What a remarkable treasure," Chu Feng mused, realizing that the pendant not only dispelled heat, but also significantly accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy, proving immensely beneficial for cultivation. Originally, he had intended to return it to Sheng Lier, yet now he contemplated keeping it for himself. Moments later, Chu Feng ventured once more to the heart of the magma, plunging into its depths and diving downward. With the jade pendant's protection, he swiftly approached the red lotus earth fire. The fire floated in the magma, appearing as if it were in slumber, while the surrounding magma within a 2-meter radius was vaporized, creating a vacuum around it. "Chu Feng, do you know how to subdue?" Ling Er's voice echoed in his mind. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded gently. "Possesses a certain level of intelligence. To subdue it, one must possess greater strength and a measure of patience and luck. In his previous life, it had taken him nearly half a year to subdue the netherworld ghost fire. However, since the red lotus earth fire was merely a high level, the process would likely be swifter this time. Moreover, with his prior experience, he would be able to subdue it more quickly. Gradually, Chu Feng stepped into the vacuum surrounding the red lotus earth fire. Although the jade pendant shielded him from the heat, he still felt a searing pain as he entered the vacuum. With his spiritual power, he cautiously enveloped the red lotus earth fire, but as soon as his energy approached, it seemed to awaken and began to drift away. Chu Feng quickly pursued it, intensifying his spiritual energy to ensnare the fire. In an instant, the red lotus earth fire erupted with a formidable force, dispersing Chu Feng's spiritual energy. Undeterred, he continued to surround the fire with his energy, while simultaneously using his soul power to suppress it. Chu Feng's soul, having been reborn, was immensely powerful and soon managed to overpower the red lotus earth fire. However, the fire did not submit immediately. It unleashed a torrent of energy, scattering Chu Feng's spiritual energy once more. Fortunately, he still possessed crimson flame lotus seeds. Whenever his energy waned, he consumed a seed, relentlessly battling the red lotus earth fire. 1 day, 10 days, a month, 2 months. After a full 2 months of tireless effort, Chu Feng finally subdued the red lotus earth fire. Once captured, the fire behaved like a small sprite, flitting around Chu Feng without causing him any harm. "Ha!" Chu Feng laughed heartily. With the red lotus earth fire at his disposal, alchemy would become significantly easier, and he could forge higher-grade pills. Furthermore, it would serve as an immensely powerful means of attack. Additionally, during these 2 months of consuming the crimson flame lotus seeds, Chu Feng's cultivation level had risen by 2 minor realms, reaching the pinnacle of the Xianling realm. Now, should he break through this level, his power would experience a substantial enhancement. Suddenly, the flow of magma surged upward rapidly, as if it were about to erupt. Chu Feng felt a twinge of confusion. The red lotus earth fire has been suppressing the magma beneath. Now that you have subdued it, the magma is poised to erupt. Ling air conveyed through their mental connection. Oh, so the volcano is about to erupt? Chu Feng smiled faintly, eagerly anticipating the experience of a volcanic eruption. In no time, Chu Feng was propelled upward with the surging magma, ascending to the volcano's mouth before being launched outward. Ha ha! Chu Feng spread his arms wide, reveling in the exhilaration of flight. Before long, he descended to the ground, where the landscape was now engulfed in magma, presenting a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. Chu Feng concentrated his spiritual energy at his feet, swiftly dashing across the surface of the molten lava towards the entrance of the secret realm. With more than 2 months remaining before the closure of the secret realm, he sought to change his course and continue his quest for opportunities. In his previous 2 endeavors, he had acquired the heart of a millennium-old demon tree and the red lotus earth fire, significantly enhancing his strength. Now, only the east and south remained unexplored, and he was certain that both regions harbored further chances for fortune. An hour later, Chu Feng returned to the entrance of the secret realm, where several individuals were engaged in cultivation. These individuals appeared to have already obtained some opportunities and were unwilling to take further risks, opting instead to cultivate at the entrance for a while before departing. Others had not ventured forth at all, having entered the secret realm solely for its rich spiritual energy to enhance their training. Gazing towards the east and south, Chu Feng found himself momentarily indecisive. Uncertain of which direction to pursue, he had heard tales of a luminous island to the east, rumored to be brimming with treasures. Not long ago, 2 individuals had reportedly acquired something extraordinary there and promptly exited the secret realm, seemingly fearful of being robbed. However, it was also said that the waters surrounding that island were teeming with terrifying beasts, claiming the lives of many. Ultimately, he decided that given their current strength, it was unnecessary to risk their lives contending with those of higher realms for opportunities. Just as he was mulling over his options, he overheard a group at the entrance discussing the glowing island. Intrigued yet cautious, he resolved to venture eastward in search of opportunities, as perilous places were often ripe for fortune. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Feng arrived at the eastern shore. The sea was shrouded in thick fog, its waters dark and unfathomable. In the distance, he spotted a small island emitting a faint glow, resembling a celestial isle. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the water's surface, propelling himself swiftly towards the island. To his astonishment, he noticed that the island was indeed moving. Approaching it, he realized it had recently shifted to this location, explaining why he hadn't seen it upon entering the secret realm. Moments later, he leaped onto the island and immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, as though he were bearing the weight of a 1,000-pound stone. This is peculiar, he mused. The island was eerily silent, yet numerous footprints marred its surface, indicating that many had previously set foot upon it. Following the trail, he soon found himself in a dense forest where the footprints abruptly ceased. An array, he discerned, recognizing the forest contained an illusionary formation. However, it was merely a basic enchantment designed to ensnare the uninitiated in formations, posing little challenge to someone of his caliber with a steady pace. He entered the forest and swiftly navigated through the illusion. During his passage, he stumbled upon several individuals trapped within the formation, yet he chose not to extend a hand. Those who sought fortune on the island must be prepared to face the potential costs of their choices. Before long, he emerged from the forest to find several hundred people gathered outside. Among them were familiar faces, including Sheng Lier, Lin Tai, and Qin Shi from the Lingxian sect. Before them stood a colossal celestial staircase. Ascending into the clouds, many were already climbing its heights, laboring to reach the top. Chu Feng furrowed his brow as he regarded the staircase, sensing an unusual aura emanating from it, despite its towering presence. He had not noticed it from the island's exterior. It appeared almost illusory, yet many had begun their ascent, suggesting it was indeed real. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from the staircase. A robust man clad in green, having ascended several dozen steps, exploded into a shower of blood and flesh, which quickly dissipated. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd below. This man, possessing such a low cultivation level, had dared to pursue a legacy and had paid the ultimate price. Indeed, he was merely at the 9th level of the Xianling realm, foolishly attempting to seize a legacy meant for those of the Diling realm. After the initial shock, Murmurs of speculation ensued. It was then that Chu Feng noticed a massive stone tablet before the staircase, inscribed with bold letters proclaiming that those who ascended the staircase could obtain the legacy of the Holy One. That a holy level legacy? Chu Feng, a peak expert in the Emperor realm in his previous life, felt little interest in such a legacy. However, he understood that legacies typically contain valuable cultivation resources, and he aimed to acquire those resources to rapidly elevate his strength. After a brief moment, he maneuvered through the crowd and began his ascent up the staircase. Another fool at the 9th level of Xianling, murmured the onlookers, recalling the recent demise of the man in green. They speculated how far Chu Feng would manage to climb before meeting a similar fate. Chu Feng, at that moment, Sheng Lier spotted him and glared with a mix of rage and disdain. Ignoring the chatter of the crowd, Chu Feng stepped onto the staircase and ascended with determination. The staircase bore down with immense pressure and psychic assaults targeting his soul. Yet, these obstacles were trivial for him, as his strength far surpassed that of ordinary Dilling realm practitioners, and his soul was a powerful remnant from his past life. The illusionary attacks, rooted in the psyche, were easily shattered by his spiritual essence. Remarkably, he climbed as though strolling up a flight of stairs, effortlessly progressing without pause. The observers were taken aback, wondering if he possessed some protective artifacts shielding him from the staircase's effects. That was improbable. The staircase demanded immense physical endurance while simultaneously assaulting the soul. Even with protection, no artifact could safeguard against the psychic onslaught. Yet how could he ascend so swiftly? Then it struck them. He bore a striking resemblance to the 5th-grade alchemist wanted by the Chao family, Chu Feng. Chu Feng? They murmured, astonished by the revelation of his alchemical prowess and formidable strength. Master, that figure bears a resemblance to my uncle. Qin, she exclaimed, recognizing the familiar silhouette. Preposterous. His cultivation is at the 9th level of Xianling. While your uncle is merely at the 2nd level of Xianling, he cannot possibly be your uncle, Lin Tai retorted, equally astonished by Chu Feng's rapid ascent. However, given the Chao family's influence, they dared not associate with Chu Feng. Sheng Lier, witnessing his impressive speed, couldn't help but gasp in admiration. This rascal may be infuriating, yet I cannot deny his strength. Chu Feng continued to surpass those ahead of him. At that moment, Chao Tian stood at the summit of the staircase. Having reached the 886th step, with a total of 1,000 steps, he had a nearly 50-step lead over the second contestant and was already envisioning the moment he would claim the legacy at the pinnacle. Suddenly, he noticed a figure rapidly approaching him, and he turned in disbelief. How is this possible? Chao Tian, having expended countless resources to reach the 886th step, was now confronted with Chu Feng, who seemed to ascend with effortless ease. The thought of losing the legacy to Chu Feng ignited a furious resolve within him. Brat, that legacy belongs to the Chao family. If you dare to seize it, you shall meet your demise. Members of the Chao family? Chu Feng scoffed coldly, drawing forth his demonic shadow sword. In an instant, a fierce sword aura sliced through Chao Tian, cleaving him in twain. Chu Feng had just annihilated Chao Tian. The latter had been the 2nd-ranked contestant in the Dilling realm during the Eastern Wilderness competition, yet he had been dispatched in an instant by Chu Feng's strike. That a Xianling realm practitioner had effortlessly slain a peak Dilling realm opponent. Had he not witnessed it himself, none would have believed it. The crowd was left in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. This rascal is truly ruthless. Sheng Lier, who had previously witnessed Chu Feng slay a 9th-level Tianling realm beast with a single stroke, felt no surprise at his ruthless efficiency in dispatching Chao Tian. Instead, she merely criticized him for his brutality. After all, given their enmity, showing mercy to adversaries was tantamount to being cruel to oneself. Chu Feng's decisive actions against Chao Tian were entirely justified. After vanquishing Chao Tianho, Chu Feng continued his ascent with remarkable speed. The higher he climbed, the more formidable the pressure and soul attacks he endured became. However, all of this remained within his capacity to withstand. Before long, Chu Feng reached the 1,000th level. Upon stepping onto the 1,000th level, he felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. This space was shrouded in swirling black mist, an impenetrable darkness where nothing was visible. Suddenly, a bizarre shadow coalesced from the black fog. Fated one, congratulations on obtaining the legacy of this holy being. The shadow proclaimed with a smile. And who might you be? Chu Feng inquired calmly. He discerned that the shadow was a soul entity, and this space was specifically designed to preserve such entities. Yet, he remained unaware of its origins. That I am the sole celestial saint from ancient times, who, before transcending, deliberately left this legacy here for those destined to inherit it, the shadow replied with a grin. Sole celestial saint? Chu Feng scoffed inwardly and continued, might I inquire if the saint has left any cultivation resources along with this legacy? The legacy I offer is the finest in existence. Once you accept it, you shall never lack for cultivation resources. The sole celestial saint boasted, cultivation resources. Then I shall forego this legacy. With that, Chu Feng turned to depart. The sole celestial saint was taken aback, astonished that Chu Feng would refuse his legacy. Young brother, I assure you that by accepting my legacy, you shall rise to the pinnacle of all realms and become the foremost among them. The sole celestial saint urged, not speak further. Without cultivation resources, I have no need for your legacy. Chu Feng responded, unperturbed. There are indeed resources, but only if you accept my legacy. The sole celestial saint suddenly changed his tune. First, provide me with the cultivation resources, and then I shall consider accepting your legacy. Upon hearing of the resources, Chu Feng's heart soared with delight. The sole celestial saint was enigmatic, and his legacy appeared dubious. Chu Feng desired the resources but was disinterested in the legacy itself. Very well, I can provide you with them first, the sole celestial saint declared. Following this, a jade vial slowly emerged from the black mist. Floating towards Chu Feng, he swiftly grasped the vial. Shaking it to discover it contained at most a drop of liquid, he promptly turned to the sole celestial saint, asking, is this all? This is chaos divine liquid. Though it is but a single drop, it is the finest divine elixir in the world, the sole celestial saint asserted. Chaos divine liquid. Chu Feng's spirits soared as he opened the jade vial to inhale its fragrant aroma, quickly stowing it away within the chaos star pearl. Indeed, the chaos divine liquid was renowned as the finest elixir, something he had heard of in his past life but never witnessed. The scent emanating from the vial was intoxicating, confirming to Chu Feng that it was undoubtedly a divine medicine. I have bestowed upon you the divine medicine. Now, accept my legacy, the sole celestial saint urged eagerly. Are there no additional cultivation resources? This amount is rather meager, Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. Alas, there are none. It has been far too long since my transcendence, and only this drop of chaos divine liquid has endured, while all other resources have long since dissipated, the sole celestial saint lamented. What a pity, Chu Feng expressed, slightly disheartened. He had hoped to acquire more resources from the sole celestial saint, only to find that there was merely a drop of chaos divine liquid. Nevertheless, acquiring even a single drop made his journey worthwhile. Let us proceed. I shall now impart my legacy to you. Release your soul sea, allowing my soul to enter, thus enabling me to bestow the legacy upon you. The sole celestial saint smiled warmly. You do not intend to seize my body, do you? Chu Feng chuckled lightly. Accept the legacy. It is unnecessary for the soul to enter the soul sea of the inheritor. I have dabbled in the arts of soul possession in my previous life. Your request to open my soul sea for your soul's entry is clearly an attempt to seize my physical form. Absolutely not. The sole celestial saint was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Chu Feng had discerned his intentions. Not feign innocence. I am well versed in such possession techniques, Chu Feng stated calmly. Since you've uncovered my plan, I shall not hide it any longer. Indeed, I wish to possess your body. Be wise and relinquish your soul sea. Otherwise, I shall forcibly extract your soul, subjecting you to endless torment with soul fire until you wish for death. The sole celestial saint sneered ominously. You, a mere pathetic saint, dare to attempt to seize this emperor's body. You are truly courting death, Chu Feng scoffed. With that, he raised his hand to unleash the red lotus earth fire. In an instant, a mesmerizing red lotus flame manifested in his palm, radiating a terrifying aura. The strange fire inflicted devastating harm upon soul entities, and with Chu Feng's formidable soul power, he could effortlessly subdue the sole celestial saint's spectral form. Strange fire. The sole celestial saint's expression shifted to one of fear. Suddenly, a shriek escaped his lips. How can your soul be so powerful? Are you a soul reincarnate, struck by the force of Chu Feng's overwhelming soul energy? The sole celestial saint was severely injured. Chu Feng did not respond. Instead, he unleashed the strange fire toward him. The the sole celestial saint darted about in the space, desperately evading Chu Feng's relentless assault. You scoundrel! Even if my soul is shattered, I will ensure you do not fare any better. With that, the sole celestial saint abruptly vanished, and the entire space began to collapse. In an instant, the ground beneath Chu Feng transformed into an unfathomable abyss, and he plummeted rapidly downward. Meanwhile, outside the heavenly ladder, the sky darkened ominously, the earth trembled, and the ladder vanished without a trace. The once mighty ladder morphed into a colossal chasm, and all those upon it plummeted into the depths. The chasm resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, generating a powerful suction that ensnared everyone nearby. Run! The onlookers immediately fled in panic. Lin Tai and Qin Shi, positioned at the edge of the crowd, swiftly grasped hands and retreated into the forest, where illusions concealed them. Others followed suit, frantically seeking refuge within the woods. Upon entering, they realized the forest remained untouched by the chaos of the abyss, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Where's the young lady? Weren't you protecting her just now? Suddenly, Sheng Lier's guard noticed her absence. Meanwhile, Chu Feng continued his descent into the abyss, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. The depths of the chasm were unfathomable, obscured from sight. The gravity here was several times greater than outside, causing Chu Feng's descent to accelerate perilously. If this continued, he feared he might meet his demise. At one point, he sought refuge within the Chaos Star Pearl for a brief respite. Emerging from the Chaos Star Pearl, he found himself still plummeting into the abyss. However, his descent had reset to a gentle fall, granting him considerable relief from the fear of a fatal impact. Thus, he continued his descent, eventually falling approximately 20,000 meters before finally glimpsing the bottom. It was a dark pool of water, where the bodies of those who had perished in their descent floated upon the surface. Having entered the Chaos Star Pearl midway, these corpses had fallen before him as he neared the bottom. Chu Feng quickly re-entered the Chaos Star Pearl and then emerged again. Moments later, he landed lightly upon the surface of the dark water. The water was highly corrosive, and some corpses had already been rendered unrecognizable. These bodies belonged to cultivators who had sought the legacy atop the heavenly ladder, only to meet their demise here. The abyss's depths were thick with malevolent energy. Even those who survived the fall would likely perish shortly thereafter. Chu Feng surveyed his surroundings, seeking an escape route. The area was shrouded in darkness. Visibility was minimal, and all he could see was the black water, with no shore in sight. Ah, there are others alive. Suddenly, Chu Feng spotted a white figure in the distance, straining to swim away. The figure was none other than Sheng Lier in the chaos. She had been swept into the abyss. Fortunately, she possessed a treasure, allowing her to land safely within the depths. The abyss was engulfed in darkness, reeking of decay, with numerous corpses strewn about. In such an environment, despite Sheng Lier's vast experience, fear overwhelmed her, particularly as the black water seemed endless. She could see no hope of escape and had to stifle her terror as she swam onward. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a sinister laugh sent a shiver down Sheng Lier's spine. She had previously scoured the area, confirming that everyone else was dead, prompting her to swim away alone. Yet, she had not anticipated the emergence of that eerie, malevolent laughter. In this terrifying, pitch-black environment, the unexpected sound nearly caused her heart to stop. In a fleeting moment, Sheng Lier suppressed her fear and turned to face the source of the sound. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a surge of anger coursed through her, and she felt an overwhelming desire to leap forward and bite him to death. Chu Feng, you scoundrel! You bastard! Sheng Lier hurled invectives at Chu Feng, venting her pent-up rage and fear. Despite his mischief, the mere presence of Chu Feng in such a dire environment alleviated her trepidation. How is it that you, with no cultivation, have not perished? Chu Feng inquired, gazing at Sheng Lier with confusion. Humph, if you haven't died, why would I? Sheng Lier retorted with a cold snort. It seems you possess quite a few treasures. Chu Feng speculated, as he deduced that she must have relied on some artifact for her survival. Quickly return my jade pendant, Sheng Lier demanded, her thoughts immediately drifting to the pendant Chu Feng had taken from her. This pendant was exchanged with you for the scarlet flame red lotus. It is mine now, Chu Feng remarked playfully, retrieving the pendant from around his neck and taking a light whiff of it. You rascal, I shall not return it. Even if you plead, Chu Feng teased her further. You rogue, once we escape, I will teach you a proper lesson. Sheng Liar glared at Chu Feng with fury in her beautiful eyes. Perhaps we may never escape, Chu Feng mused, sensing the boundless, endless expanse around them, devoid of any discernible end. There must be a formation here, but I cannot ascertain its focal point to break it. The words sent a jolt of panic through Sheng Liar's heart that to be trapped in this dark, repulsive environment until death would be far worse than simply dying outright. What transpired on the heavenly ladder? Why has this abyss suddenly appeared? Sheng Liar queried. There was no inheritance on the heavenly ladder, merely an evil spirit attempting to seize the body of the climber when I resisted its possession. It sought to take us both down, Chu Feng explained nonchalantly. What shall we do now? Are we to await our demise? Despair flickered across Sheng Liar's face. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. I shall cultivate for a while. The dense demonic energy below offered a potential opportunity for Chu Feng to absorb it and perhaps find a way to break the formation. Hey, what kind of physique do you possess? Why is the demonic energy repelled from you? Suddenly, Chu Feng noticed that the malevolent energy dared not approach Sheng Liar, not due to some artifact, but because her body naturally resisted it. I am unsure. I have been this way since birth, impervious to any foul energies, yet I have never been able to cultivate. Sheng Liar's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly at her admission. Throughout her life, she had never fallen ill. No tainted air or poison had any effect on her, and her appearance had remained unchanged since she turned 18. She did not age. This state had persisted for centuries, and Sheng Liar had long sought the secret of her unique physique. Yet it eluded her. Her journey to the Eastern Wasteland's secret realm was in hopes of uncovering her body's mystery. Extend your hand. Let me examine it. Chu Feng expressed his curiosity, wishing to check her pulse and discern any clues. After a moment of hesitation, Sheng Liar agreed, extending her delicate hand toward him. Her fair hand stood out against the dark surroundings. As Chu Feng gently grasped her wrist, he was instantly enveloped in a pleasantly soft warmth. After some time, he reluctantly withdrew his hand, unable to ascertain the nature of Sheng Liar's physique. Just as he was about to inform her of his inability to determine it, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Her physique is the eternal celestial spirit body. Such a constitution is exceedingly rare to awaken in the lower realms and can only be realized in the divine realm. Upon awakening, her power will soar above the imperial realm, and her cultivation speed will be terrifyingly rapid. As long as she does not perish during her growth phase, she will become one of the strongest beings in this world. Chu Feng, seize the opportunity to claim her as your woman before she fully awakens. Otherwise, once her constitution manifests, it will be impossible to subjugate her. The voice continued. This woman is already breathtakingly beautiful. Upon awakening, her allure and grace will only amplify. If you do not seize this moment, you will surely regret it for a lifetime. If all else fails, you could confine her within the Chaos Star Pearl until you can fully subjugate her before releasing her. Chu Feng was taken aback by the voice's words, realizing he had not anticipated such a sinister aspect. Yet, gazing at Sheng Liar's exquisite beauty and figure, he suddenly contemplated that perhaps confining her for eventual subjugation was not entirely out of the question. Chu Feng, what troubles you? If you cannot discern it, it matters not. Sheng Liar observed the myriad of emotions flickering across his face: surprise, excitement, bewilderment, hesitation, malice, and inner conflict, and felt a wave of confusion. That I know your constitution, but for now, I cannot assist you in awakening it. Chu Feng managed to steady his emotions and replied calmly. What? You know what my physique is. Please tell me, Sheng Liar exclaimed, her excitement propelling her forward to grasp Chu Feng's hand. Eager for his revelation, having searched for hundreds of years without uncovering the secret of her body, the prospect of finally learning it filled her with indescribable joy. Your physique is known as the eternal celestial spirit body, Chu Feng disclosed. Eternal celestial spirit body. Why have I never heard of such a constitution? Sheng Liar questioned, her skepticism evident. Chu Feng, you are not deceiving me, are you? Having perused countless ancient texts over the centuries, she had never encountered this term, leading her to doubt his words. Perceiving her disbelief, Chu Feng quickly sought further clarification from the voice regarding the characteristics of the eternal celestial spirit body. The eternal celestial spirit body maintains eternal youth, possesses an almost infinite lifespan, is immune to illness, and remains unaffected by any negative influences. Moreover, the eternal celestial spirit body will never experience menstruation. Chu Feng recounted the details relayed to him. Ah, enough? I believe you, Sheng Liar interrupted, her face filled with urgency. The earlier inquiries Chu Feng made regarding her origins could potentially yield answers, yet the aspect of never experiencing menstruation was known only to her. Thus, she became convinced that Chu Feng genuinely understood her physique. Seeing that Sheng Liar had come to trust him, Chu Feng ceased further elaboration. However, I am not yet aware of your esteemed name. Miss, might you be so kind as to share it with me? Previously, when Chu Feng had inquired about her name, Sheng Liar had remained silent, leaving him unaware of it until now. Sheng Liar, with the truth of her physique revealed. She felt no need for further concealment and directly disclosed her name. Sheng Liar, a lovely name indeed. Chu Feng smiled faintly, gazing at her in silence, now that he was aware of her unique constitution. Chu Feng pondered how he might win her heart. The suggestion from the voice to imprison Sheng Liar within the Chaos Star Pearl was merely a fanciful notion. He could never resort to such nefarious means to win her affection. When one loves a woman, sincerity is paramount. He would treat her with the utmost respect and affection. However, their relationship was currently fraught with tension. Had they not plummeted into this abyss together, they would have had no opportunity for solitude. Adding to his concerns was Sheng Liar's close association with Shi Bufan. During the Eastern Wasteland Grand Competition, Shi Bufan had boldly declared that upon securing first place, Sheng Liar would agree to be with him. Reflecting on Shi Bufan, Chu Feng suddenly realized that the young man was not currently by Sheng Liar's side. Where is Shi Bufan? Why is he not with you? Chu Feng inquired. Shi Bufan. Why would he need to be with me? Sheng Liar responded, bewildered. Chu Feng paused, taken aback. Are you not in a romantic relationship with him? Who told you that I am in a relationship with him? That little brat, Shi Bufan. How could I possibly be with him? Sheng Liar retorted, visibly incensed. During the Eastern Wasteland Grand Competition, he claimed that he had secured first place, and you would agree to be with him. Chu Feng asserted. Shi Bufan was referring to a young lady from the Du family. Not me, Sheng Liar replied irritably. Though. I see. I must have misunderstood. Chu Feng exclaimed, elated. Previously, he had assumed Shi Bufan's gaze toward Sheng Liar indicated his interest in her, but it now appeared he had been mistaken. Shi Bufan was speaking of another woman. What? Are you harboring feelings for my sister? Sheng Liar observed Chu Feng's delighted expression upon her denial of any relationship with Shi Bufan, and she quickly grasped his intentions. Sister? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Sister, I have lived for hundreds of years. I could be your elder aunt, Sheng Liar teased. Huh? You think too highly of yourself. Before me, you are merely a little sister. Liar, dear sister, Chu Feng replied with a hint of annoyance. In his previous life, he had lived for thousands of years, and to him, Sheng Liar was but a little sister. Humph, I'm too lazy to converse with you. After all, an elder sister would never be interested in a mere child like you. So do not indulge in foolish fantasies. Sheng Liar coldly scoffed. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. You can remain here by yourself, Chu Feng declared. Turning to depart, go ahead if you can, Sheng Liar retorted. Believing that Chu Feng would not get far, she casually dismissed him. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng promptly soared into the distance. And after leaving Sheng Liar's sight, he immediately entered the Chaos Star Pearl. Linger, keep an eye on her. Ensure nothing happens. Chu Feng instructed Ling on him. Chu Feng, why don't you bring her in here? This is the perfect opportunity. Linger urged, no need. She is merely a woman, and I can handle it. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. With that, he shed his garments and plunged into the nearby stream, enjoying a refreshing bath after finishing his wash. Chu Feng approached Linger and inquired, how is that woman? Sheng Liar. She is still waiting in place, occasionally calling for you. She seems somewhat frightened, Linger replied. As long as she is scared, it will be easier to manipulate her. I will go out and take a look. Chu Feng chuckled softly. Moments later, Chu Feng returned to the abyss, stealthily approaching Sheng Liar. Chu Feng, you scoundrel, come out at once, Sheng Liar shouted to in this dark and terrifying environment. Being alone was utterly frightening. Sheng Liar could only intermittently call out for Chu Feng to bolster her courage. Dear sister, why are you calling for your brother? Chu Feng suddenly appeared before Sheng Liar. A teasing smile on his face. Scoundrel, who is your sister? I am your great-aunt, Sheng Liar retorted angrily upon seeing Chu Feng. Very well, it seems you do not welcome my return. I shall take my leave. Chu Feng said, turning to depart once more. "Scoundrel, what do you intend to do?" Sheng Lier called out, halting him. "Nothing much. Just call me brother." Chu Feng turned to Sheng Lier, his expression one of playful mockery. "You wish. I shall not call you that." Sheng Lier replied indignantly. "Then I shall leave," Chu Feng declared, turning and walking away, re-entering the Chaos Star world. "Scoundrel, get lost. It would be best if you never returned." Sheng Lier fumed as she watched Chu Feng vanish again. After cursing for a while, she gradually ceased. "How infuriating. Must I truly be trapped in this place?" Sheng Lier surveyed her surroundings, unable to conceive any means of escape. After some contemplation, suddenly, a figure began to drift toward her. "Chu Feng, you scoundrel, do you still intend to frighten me? Just wait until I bite you to death." Sheng Lier thought the figure was Chu Feng and swam toward it. However, as she approached, she realized it was a disfigured corpse, with a gaping hole where its heart should be, as if something had devoured it. "Ah!" Sheng Lier screamed in terror and swiftly swam away in the opposite direction. "Chu Feng, you scoundrel, come out quickly. I agreed to call you brother," Sheng Lier yelled as she swam. Feeling something rushing toward her, she screamed desperately. At that moment, in the Chaos Star world, Chu Feng was resting when Ling'er's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "That woman is in trouble. You must hurry to save her." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng hurriedly emerged into the outside world. He swiftly flew toward Sheng Lier's location. After a brief moment, Chu Feng finally spotted Sheng Lier. At this moment, a black serpent was coiling around her. The serpent was not large, only the size of an arm, yet it stretched nearly 200 meters in length. Sheng Lier appeared to possess a protective talisman, as the serpent had not harmed her. However, her face was filled with terror, and she was screaming, seemingly petrified of the snake. Second realm of the Wang realm. Chu Feng noted the serpent's level, his gaze sharpening slightly. However, he felt no fear. He directly unleashed a sword chi at the serpent's lower body. Boom! The sword chi struck the serpent's lower body at lightning speed, not severing it, but leaving a gash from which black blood flowed. In pain, the black serpent let out a horrific howl, releasing Sheng Lier and charging toward Chu Feng. "Die!" Chu Feng shouted. Witnessing the serpent abandon Sheng Lier, he unleashed all his strength, directing a sword chi at the serpent. The sword chi tore through the void and struck the serpent's head, creating a massive opening. The serpent crashed heavily onto the water's surface. Upon realizing it was no match for Chu Feng, it immediately dove underwater to escape. Seeing this, Chu Feng swiftly unleashed two sword chis underwater and rapidly plunged after it. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Chu Feng finally surfaced. "Chu Feng," Sheng Lier exclaimed in excitement upon seeing him emerge. Swimming toward him in an instant, she leaped into Chu Feng's arms, holding him tightly. Having thought Chu Feng might be in danger during his prolonged absence, she was overwhelmed with relief. Sheng Lier was particularly terrified of snakes. Imagining Chu Feng being killed by the black serpent, she feared it would soon return to devour her, leading her to a state of utter panic. Now, witnessing Chu Feng's safe return, she forgot all else and threw herself into his embrace. "All is well," Chu Feng reassured her, wrapping his arms around Sheng Lier. At that moment, Sheng Lier was drenched. Previously submerged in water, her figure was obscured. Now that she floated to the surface, her perfect physique was fully revealed before Chu Feng. Moreover, Chu Feng was also wet, and as they embraced, it felt as though their skin was touching, much to Chu Feng's delight. After some time, Sheng Lier noticed something pressing against her from Chu Feng's lower region and immediately struggled to free herself from his grasp. "Chu Feng, you lecher!" Sheng Lier scolded angrily upon realizing the embarrassing situation. She had willingly embraced him for so long, even allowing him to rub against her. This rendered her utterly mortified and furious. "Do not blame me. It is your charm that is too alluring," Chu Feng chuckled, admiring Sheng Lier's flawless figure. Seeing Chu Feng's lecherous gaze, Sheng Lier promptly submerged, her body hidden beneath the water. "Scoundrel! Lecher!" Sheng Lier glared at Chu Feng, cursing him fiercely. After a while, Sheng Lier managed to compose herself and asked, "Is that black serpent dead?" "Yes." Chu Feng nodded. "Wonderful," Sheng Lier exclaimed, greatly relieved. "Have you made your decision? Will you call me brother, or shall I leave?" Chu Feng once again teased. "You scoundrel!" Sheng Lier glared at Chu Feng, gritting her teeth in anger. "There may still be other black serpents around. If another appears, I may not come to your rescue." Chu Feng continued to threaten. Are there more black serpents? Sheng Lier gasped in shock. Of course, given the vastness of this place, there were certainly others. Sheng Lier fell silent at this revelation. Not calling me. I shall leave. Chu Feng turned once more. Do not go. Sheng Lier called out urgently. I will call you. Brother, Sheng Lier said, somewhat shy to utter the words. Call me Feng. Brother. Chu Feng smiled. Do not push your luck. Sheng Lier glared at Chu Feng with her beautiful eyes. That if you do not call me Feng, brother, how would I know you are addressing me? Chu Feng replied with a light smile. Feng, brother, Sheng Lier murmured softly. Too quiet. I cannot hear you. Chu Feng continued to jest. Upon hearing this, Sheng Lier erupted in anger, shouting, Feng, brother, can you hear me now? All right, I heard you. Lier, dear sister, your voice is delightful. Once we are out of here, I shall treat you to some sweets. Chu Feng teased loudly. Quickly think of a way to escape. Sheng Lier ignored Chu Feng's jesting, her desire to leave this place growing stronger by the moment. I cannot think of a way out for the time being. I shall meditate for a while, and once I break through to the earth spirit realm, I will devise a plan with abundant demonic energy here. Chu Feng intended to absorb it to cultivate, hoping to break through to the earth spirit realm from the peak of the profound spirit realm. Having said this, Chu Feng disregarded Sheng Lier. Floating above the black water, channeling the chaos technique to absorb the surrounding demonic energy for cultivation. Instantly, the surrounding demonic energy began to quickly converge toward Chu Feng. You are actually cultivating a demonic technique. Sheng Lier exclaimed, noticing the energy gathering around him, immediately distancing herself from Chu Feng. Wait, this is not a demonic technique. What kind of miraculous method is this? To her astonishment, Sheng Lier exclaimed, to think one can absorb demonic energy for cultivation. After observing for a moment, she confirmed that Chu Feng was not practicing demonic arts, but rather some extraordinary technique. Although Sheng Lier had been unable to cultivate for the past few centuries, she had diligently studied countless methods of cultivation, including many demonic techniques. She understood well what constituted true demonic arts. While Chu Feng could absorb demonic energy, not a trace of it emanated from him. Instead, he exuded a righteous aura. This was undoubtedly not demonic arts, but a remarkable technique unknown to her. Chu Feng chose not to respond to Sheng Lier, immersing himself entirely in his cultivation. The Xianling realm's peak was exceedingly difficult to break through, requiring significant time and effort. With over 2 months remaining before the secret realm's closure, Chu Feng aimed to seize the opportunity to absorb the demonic energy here and advance to the earth spirit realm. Seeing that Chu Feng was indifferent to her presence, Sheng Lier could only watch him silently in the distance. Darkness loomed ominously, and she wondered if the abyssal black serpent still lurked nearby. The thought of the serpent caused her to inch closer to Chu Feng. After a moment, Sheng Lier rummaged through her storage ring and found several water-resistant garments. She placed them on the black water and gently leaned against them, ensuring she would not sink. Thus, Sheng Lier kept her vigil over Chu Feng, occasionally dozing off, only to awaken shortly after, comforted by his presence. A day passed, then 3, then 10. Chu Feng continued his silent cultivation, while Sheng Lier remained by his side, consuming her energy-restoring pills when hunger struck. As the surrounding demonic energy dwindled, Chu Feng took Sheng Lier to a more densely infused location. However, even in the new spot, the demonic energy was quickly absorbed. Before long, Chu Feng realized that the space here was actually quite limited, and the demonic energy was not as abundant as it seemed. The vastness was merely an illusion created by the formations that in nearly a month's time. He had completely depleted the demonic energy in the area and exhausted the previously acquired soul pearl. Yet his realm remained unbroken. In that instant, Chu Feng retrieved the chaos divine liquid he had obtained from the Saint of Souls, preparing to consume it for his cultivation. What kind of divine elixir is this? Sheng Lier inquired curiously as she sensed a wave of tranquility upon the bottle's opening. Chaos divine liquid. Chu Feng responded briefly before pouring the contents into his mouth. But is such a divine elixir truly real? Sheng Lier gasped in shock. Previously, she had encountered a description of the chaos divine liquid in an ancient text, but she had always believed it to be a figment of imagination, non-existent in the wasteland realm. To her astonishment, Chu Feng now possessed the very elixir mentioned in that ancient tome. Ignoring Sheng Lier, Chu Feng felt a terrifying force erupt within him after consuming the chaos divine liquid. relentlessly battering his meridians and chi. He immediately activated the chaos technique to gradually absorb this power. A day passed. 10 days. A month. Boom! An immensely powerful surge of energy erupted from within Chu Feng, obliterating everything around him. Sheng Liar was violently propelled several meters away, but fortunately, her protective artifact activated, shielding her from the blast. "You scoundrel, do you wish to kill me?" Sheng Liar emerged from the water, furiously berating Chu Feng. "Haha, I lost control for a moment. My apologies." Chu Feng laughed exuberantly, thrilled by his breakthrough to the Earth Spirit realm. With this advancement, his meridians and chi expanded significantly, his strength increasing by leaps and bounds. Now, facing Chao Jian, Chu Feng felt absolute confidence in his ability to defeat him. "You've broken through to the Earth Spirit realm. We must find a way out. The secret realm will close in just a few days." Sheng Liar urged Chu Feng, anxious to leave. However, as Chu Feng was in a critical phase of his breakthrough, she had refrained from interrupting him. Now that he had succeeded, she was eager to hasten their exit. "Fear not. If we cannot leave, we can always reside here and raise a brood of children." Chu Feng jested with a grin. "You can go die. I would never bear children with you," Sheng Liar retorted. Furious at such a critical moment, Chu Feng still had the audacity to joke, prompting her to grit her teeth in anger, wishing she could bite him to death. "All right, I shall seek the exit now." With that, Chu Feng plunged into the water. In truth, he had discovered a means of escape while fleeing from the abyssal black serpent, but he had delayed informing Sheng Liar to spend more time with her. Beneath the water lay a barrier separating them from the outer ocean. Previously, Chu Feng had lacked the strength to breach it, but now, with his breakthrough to the Earth Spirit realm, he was confident in his ability to shatter the barrier. Feigning a search beneath the water, he resurfaced to tell Sheng Liar that he had found a way out. Upon hearing this, Sheng Liar was immediately elated. "Then let us hurry and leave. After 2 months in this deep, terrifying environment, I feel as though I might go insane. I cannot bear to remain here any longer." "All right, wait here. I shall dive down to break the barrier." With that, Chu Feng plunged into the depths. 200 meters below, he located a massive barrier. With all his strength, he struck it several times until a fissure large enough for passage appeared. Chu Feng quickly resurfaced, declaring to Sheng Liar, "I will now take you out." He approached her and, without hesitation, enveloped her in his arms as they dove into the water together. Though Sheng Liar initially intended to struggle free, she realized escaping on her own would be difficult. So she allowed Chu Feng to hold her. Soon, they emerged into the ocean depths outside. They were approximately 20,000 meters below the surface, at a similar depth to where they had fallen into the abyss. The depths beneath still appeared unfathomable, and the true extent of the ocean remained a mystery. With no time to explore further, Chu Feng conjured a protective shield of spiritual energy around them and swiftly began to ascend. On their ascent, they encountered numerous sea creatures, but they were all of low rank, beneath the Earth Spirit realm, and fled at the aura emanating from Chu Feng. "This underwater world is quite beautiful," Sheng Liar exclaimed, admiring the vibrant fish and mysterious creatures nearby. Having escaped the abyss, her spirits soared as she reveled in the sights of the ocean floor. Observing Sheng Liar so close, Chu Feng felt a surge of happiness as well. After 2 months of companionship, they had grown incredibly familiar with one another. Jests could be exchanged freely, and even now, with their bodies so close, Sheng Liar did not exhibit significant discomfort. "What are you staring at?" Sheng Liar suddenly noticed Chu Feng's gaze fixed upon her, prompting her to roll her eyes. "You are quite lovely," Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. "Humph," Sheng Liar huffed, ignoring him as she turned her attention back to the distant mysterious sea life. Throughout the past 2 months, Sheng Liar had spent most of her time watching Chu Feng, seemingly acclimating to his presence. They had even shared intimate moments, and given her wet attire during this time, she had inadvertently revealed much to him. Now, Sheng Liar found herself uncertain of her feelings for Chu Feng and how she would interact with him after their escape, choosing to temporarily evade the matter. Before long, a radiant light appeared above them. At last, they were emerging. Moments later, they broke the surface of the water, and Sheng Liar could not contain her joy. They found themselves in an endless expanse of ocean. The previous moving island was now untraceable, and Chu Feng was uncertain of their current location. However, knowing the ocean lay to the east of the secret realm's entrance, they would need to head west to return. With his arm around Sheng Liar's slender waist, Chu Feng quickly glided across the water's surface towards the west. The speed was so rapid that Sheng Liar could only cling tightly to him. After spending considerable time together, she now seemed comfortable with their closeness, casually embracing him. An hour later, they finally spotted the shoreline. Chu Feng leaped onto the beach, gently setting Sheng Liar down. At last, we are safe. Sheng Liar exclaimed in delight. After more than 2 months without touching solid ground, she felt a profound sense of relief as her feet met the earth. Let us find the exit to the secret realm. Sheng Liar gazed at Chu Feng with excitement. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded, wrapping his arms around her once more as they set off into the distance. Wait, Sheng Liar suddenly noticed a clear water pool in the distance and called for Chu Feng to stop. Having spent so long in the foul waters of the abyss, she felt filthy. Although she had rinsed off in the ocean, the high salinity left her feeling sticky. Now, seeing the pristine freshwater pool, she yearned to cleanse herself thoroughly. Upon hearing her request, Chu Feng immediately guided her down to the water's edge. Chu Feng, please keep watch for me. I need to wash up, and you must not peek. Sheng Liar warned, her beautiful eyes narrowing at him. Rest assured, I would never dare to spy. Chu Feng assured her promptly. With that, he flew to a distance to guard her, once Chu Feng was far enough away. Sheng Liar slowly entered the pool, shedding her garments and quickly washing away the stickiness from her body. She harbored no concerns about what Chu Feng might do to her, despite having spent such a lengthy period in the abyss. If Chu Feng truly intended to harm her, he would have acted long ago. Soon, Sheng Liar completed her cleansing ritual and adorned herself in an elegant gown of moonlight. Chu Feng, upon donning her exquisite attire, Sheng Liar immediately called for Chu Feng. Moments later, he appeared before her. You didn't spy on me, did you? Sheng Liar inquired, her beautiful eyes playfully scrutinizing him. Absolutely not. If I wished to observe, I would do so openly. Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. He found the idea of secretly watching a woman bathe beneath contempt, asserting that he would gaze upon her unapologetically if he so desired. How presumptuous of you! Who granted you permission to look freely? Sheng Liar retorted, casting a sideways glance at him. Chu Feng merely smiled in response, although it was not appropriate to gaze openly now. Who could say what the future held? Perhaps, in time, Sheng Liar would willingly allow him to behold her. Noticing Chu Feng's silence, she continued, help me dry my hair. Of course. Chu Feng approached her, gathering her flowing locks and using his spiritual energy to gently evaporate the moisture. Fresh from her bath, Sheng Liar emanated an enchanting fragrance, prompting Chu Feng to inhale deeply several times. Clad in her moonlit gown, she appeared regal beyond measure, her striking beauty and figure stirring Chu Feng's heart. However, recognizing that their relationship had yet to reach such intimacy, he resolved to suppress his desires for the time being. Sheng Liar's future was boundless, and Chu Feng yearned to earn her love wholeheartedly, hoping she would belong to him entirely. All done. After a short while, he finished drying her hair. Thank you. Sheng Liar meticulously arranged her hair into an elegant style. Let us proceed. Once her hairstyle was complete, she smiled at Chu Feng. Indeed, he again wrapped his arm around her slender waist, propelling them into the distance. What is your relation to the Chao family? Chu Feng pondered, eager to clarify Sheng Liar's connections with the Chao family before resolving their past grievances. Her previous appearance at the Chao residence suggested some form of association, though he was uncertain of its depth. Chao family. I share no ties with them. Chao Jian was once a student at Tai Academy, where I serve as an elder and had previously guided him. Sheng Liar replied nonchalantly. That is reassuring. Chu Feng felt a slight relief upon hearing this. He had been concerned that any deep connections between Sheng Liar and the Chao family might create a rift if he were to eliminate them. Now reassured of her lack of ties, he felt at ease. You are still an elder at Tai Academy. Chu Feng expressed his surprise. Tai Academy stood as one of the most powerful factions in the central continent and the entire wild abandoned realm. Legends spoke of paths to rapid advancement within its halls, and countless prodigies vied for entry. Yet, he had not anticipated that someone without cultivation, like Sheng Liar, could hold the position of elder. Of course, although I cannot cultivate, I have absorbed countless tomes over the centuries. Mastering various theories of cultivation, my understanding surpasses that of many who have attained higher realms, Sheng Liar declared with pride. Chu Feng nodded slightly. Her centuries of knowledge indeed qualified her for the role of elder at Tai Academy. By the way, I still know little of your origins, he suddenly realized, curious about her background. I am the young lady of the Sheng family in the central continent, or rather, I now consider myself the matriarch. Sheng Li paused, casting a glance at Chu Feng, noticing his lack of reaction. She continued, our Sheng family is one of the top-tier families in the central continent. Chu Feng pressed further, is that all? Have you ever been married or had someone you fancy? At this, Sheng Li shot him an indignant glare, pridefully declaring, never. However, there are no less than 8,000 suitors vying for my affection. Ha! Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her haughty demeanor. What are you laughing at? Be careful, or I might just give you a beating. Sheng Li threatened playfully. Oh, it's nothing. I just find you quite endearing. Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile. Humph. Sheng Li huffed before adding, I have heard of your grievances with the Chao family. While Chao Jian is a student of Tai Academy, I cannot assist you against the Chao family. Be cautious when dealing with them. I have no desire to help you collect your remains. No need for your assistance. My current strength is sufficient to annihilate the Chao family. Chu Feng asserted confidently. By the way, I previously inquired about your background and am quite curious about how you became a fifth-tier alchemist and attained such formidable strength. Sheng Li expressed her long-standing curiosity. Chu Feng did not respond immediately, but gazed deeply into her eyes before slowly saying, what if I told you I was reborn? Would you believe me? He had come to view Sheng Li as his future partner and felt no need to conceal anything from her. Moreover, he was unafraid of exposing the secret of his rebirth. Being forthright with Sheng Li would only expedite the evolution of their relationship. Reborn? Sheng Li's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed that only a rebirth could explain how he had achieved the status of a fifth-tier alchemist and such prowess at such a young age. Indeed, I lived for several thousand years in my past life, as I mentioned before. In my eyes, you are merely a little sister. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. You are the little sister, Sheng Li retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Ha! Chu Feng smiled softly. Chu Feng, what kind of person were you before your rebirth? Sheng Li sought to learn more, that I will share that with you another time. We have reached the entrance now, and your companions await you. Chu Feng pointed out as he spotted the entrance to the secret realm in the distance, where several of Sheng Li's guards were waiting. Oh, Sheng Li's expression revealed a flicker of regret. My lady, you are unharmed. How wonderful. At that moment, Sheng Li's 9 guards rushed forward excitedly upon seeing her emerge with Chu Feng. Their duty was to ensure Sheng Li's safety. Had anything befell her, they would bear the blame and face dire consequences. Seeing her safe and sound filled them with overwhelming joy. Moments later, as Chu Feng gently set Sheng Li down, the 9 guards knelt on one knee, apologizing. It is our failure to protect the lady. Please punish us, my lady. Rise, you are not to blame for this. Sheng Li gestured for them to stand. Given the chaos that had ensued, it was understandable that they had been unable to protect her. Now that she had returned safely, there was no reason to hold any grievances against them. Thank you, my lady, the 9 replied sincerely. Let us leave the secret realm. Sheng Li turned to Chu Feng. Indeed, you lead your companions out first. I will follow shortly. Chu Feng wished to part ways with Sheng Li before exiting the secret realm. He was concerned that the Chao family might be waiting outside, and he intended to eliminate them without putting her in a difficult position. All right, be careful. Sheng Li nodded slightly. Afterward, she led her guards through the entrance of the secret realm. Returning to the outside world at this moment, a throng of people had gathered at the entrance of the Eastern Wilderness Shrine, following reports of calamity within the secret realm and numerous casualties. Individuals from various factions congregated at the shrine, anxiously awaiting news of their kin. Chao Jian, having heard rumors that Sheng Li might have perished within the secret realm, had been waiting at a nearby inn for days. Anxious for news, the matriarch of the esteemed Sheng family and an elder of Tai Academy, any misfortune that befell her would send shockwaves throughout the realm. This area was considered the Chao family's territory. Their failure to protect Sheng Li would undoubtedly implicate them in the fallout. Sheng Li was beloved by countless students at Tai Academy. Should word spread that she had encountered mishap on Chao family grounds, it would be exceedingly difficult for Chao Jian to justify his inaction. Thus, he remained at the inn, hoping for a miracle that she would emerge before the secret realm closed. Just then, Sheng Li and her 9 guards gracefully stepped out of the Eastern Wilderness Shrine. My lady, it's such a relief to see you safe. The guards Lin Shuang at the 8th rank, and Lin Yu at the 6th rank, who had been stationed at the entrance, rushed forward, their faces alight with joy upon witnessing Sheng Li's return. Earlier, they had heard rumors that she might have perished on a small island within the secret realm, and the thought had been unbearable, having been raised by Sheng Li since childhood and nurtured under her guidance. They had become formidable warriors. Sheng Li was not merely their lady, she was their closest confidant. They failed to dissuade Sheng Li from entering the Eastern Wilderness secret realm, should she truly perish within. They would bear guilt for a lifetime. Now, witnessing Sheng Li's safe return, their anxious hearts could finally find solace. Elder. At that moment, Chao Jian spotted Sheng Li and swiftly flew from the opposite end to stand before her. Sheng Li responded with a faint nod. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chao Jian intended to arrange a banquet in her honor. However, Sheng Li expressed a desire to return and rest, departing with her entourage. Chao Jian could only watch helplessly as Sheng Li and her companions left, yet he did not follow immediately. Instead, he lingered at the entrance of the secret realm. Those who had emerged previously mentioned that Chu Feng had infiltrated the realm, indiscriminately slaying many members of the Chao family. Chao Jian was determined to lie in wait at the entrance, seeking to eliminate Chu Feng entirely. In recent days, he had taken the liberty of reserving an opposite the Eastern Wilderness Divine Temple, residing there as he awaited the return of Sheng Li and Chu Feng. Now that Sheng Li had emerged, he awaited Chu Feng's arrival. After parting ways with Sheng Li, Chu Feng entered the Chaos Star Pearl to cleanse himself. Waiting approximately half an hour before stepping out of the secret realm, he had deliberately delayed his exit to allow Sheng Li to leave first. After all, she was an elder of Tai Academy. If she were to witness Chao Jian being slain and did not intervene, the academy would surely hold her in disfavor. Chu Feng, wishing to spare Sheng Li any discomfort, had given her time to depart. Moments later, Chu Feng emerged from the Eastern Wilderness Divine Temple. Chu Feng has come out. A disciple of the Chao family, stationed near the temple, immediately shouted upon sighting him. Hearing the commotion, Chao Jian swiftly soared into the air. Chu Feng, today I shall see where you can run. Upon seeing Chu Feng, Chao Jian bellowed in rage, brandishing a purple bow. At that moment, those near the entrance of the Eastern Wilderness Divine Temple, upon noticing Chao Jian's intent to attack, panicked and scattered in all directions. Chao Jian was known as the most formidable individual in the Eastern Wilderness continent. Even the residual force of his attacks could claim numerous lives. And thus the crowd fled in terror. Chu Feng had audaciously infiltrated the secret realm, and now he found himself cornered by Chao Jian, with little hope of escaping death. Isn't it remarkable? This Chu Feng has only attained the Xianling realm. Yet he has somehow reached the Diling realm. However, even if he has achieved the Diling realm, he remains 2 great realms beneath Chao Jian, rendering him utterly unmatched. Alas, it was a pity. Chu Feng was the only 5th-grade alchemist on the Eastern Wilderness continent. Previously, one might have sought his expertise in alchemy, but it now seemed that opportunity was entirely lost. This Chu Feng is still too young and inexperienced, lacking the wisdom to retreat. If he had the humility to apologize to the Chao family, perhaps they would have spared him. Now, however, it was too late for apologies. With Chao Jian poised to strike, he was certain to meet a grim fate. Onlookers began to murmur among themselves as they observed Chu Feng and Chao Jian. Master, is he truly my uncle? At that moment, Qin Shi, watching the anxious Lin Tai from a distance, inquired. Qin Shi and Lin Tai had emerged from the secret realm some time ago, but upon witnessing a multitude of Chao family members, Lin Tai had chosen to stay at a nearby inn, waiting for his junior brother Qin Feng to appear before departing. Previously, Qin Shi had felt that Chu Feng's silhouette resembled that of Qin Feng, and since she had not encountered Qin Feng within the secret realm, she speculated that Chu Feng might indeed be her uncle Qin Feng. No, Lin Tai denied vehemently. He remained here, mindful of Chu Feng's earlier assistance in dispelling his poison and securing a spot in the secret realm for Lingxian sect. Hoping to retrieve his body should the worst occur, the Chao family was powerful. Lingxian sect could hardly assist Chu Feng, and all they could offer was to collect his remains. But why is the master so anxious about him? Qin Shi pressed, unconvinced. He previously aided me in alchemy and cured my cold poison. He is my benefactor. Lin Tai replied upon hearing this, Qin Shi ceased her inquiries and turned her gaze back to the unfolding battle between Chu Feng and Chao Jian. Soul pursuing arrow. At that moment, Chao Jian had drawn his purple bow, preparing to unleash his secret technique, the soul-pursuing arrow. This arrow could lock onto its target until it struck, possessing tremendous power, even if it did not kill. It would leave the recipient gravely injured. The arrow was not a physical projectile, but rather a terrifying force coalesced from spiritual energy. As Chao Jian released it, the ethereal arrow shot forth at lightning speed towards Chu Feng. Faced with the incoming soul-pursuing arrow, Chu Feng's expression remained unchanged as he drew his demon shadow sword with a swift motion. In an instant, a fierce blade aura surged forth, colliding with the incoming arrow. Boom! The clash of energy resulted in a tremendous explosion, shaking the nearby structures to their very foundations. After dispersing the soul-pursuing arrow with his blade aura, Chu Feng's attack continued unabated, hurtling towards the airborne Chao Jian. How is this possible? Chao Jian exclaimed in astonishment as he countered the residual force of the blade aura with a punch, his face expressing shock. He had anticipated that a single arrow would suffice to eliminate Chu Feng. Yet he had not expected that even a casual strike from Chu Feng could shatter his attack. With residual force now threatening him, Chu Feng was merely at the first level of the Dilling realm. Two great realms beneath Chao Jian. How could he possibly unleash such a terrifying assault? Meanwhile, the onlookers began to murmur as they witnessed the exchange of attacks between Chu Feng and Chao Jian. What just happened? From what I saw, it appears that Chu Feng is stronger than Lord Chao Jian. Surely, Lord Chao Jian was merely underestimating him and did not employ his full strength. Indeed, that must be the case. Once Chao Jian unleashes his full power, Chu Feng will undoubtedly be vanquished in an instant. How infuriating! This time, I will surely kill you. Chao Jian, undeterred, summoned all his spiritual power, coalescing an incomparably terrifying spiritual arrow. Upon its emergence, the entire space was filled with a volatile energy, as if it would erupt at any moment. How terrifying! That spiritual arrow could level the entire vicinity. The onlookers recoiled in fear, astonished that they were witnessing such formidable power in their lifetimes. Surely, with such a terrifying spiritual arrow, Chu Feng was doomed. Once that arrow was released, there would be nothing left of Chu Feng. The crowd continued to speculate, convinced that Chu Feng would be incapable of withstanding Chao Jian's formidable arrow. Moments later, Chao Jian emitted a chilling laugh and abruptly released his grip. In an instant, the terrifying spiritual arrow surged towards Chu Feng at the speed of light. Wherever the arrow passed, the very fabric of space shattered. Before the arrow even arrived, all objects in Chu Feng's vicinity were obliterated. Look, Chu Feng seems paralyzed with fear, they thought. Even if he moves, the result will be the same. It would be wiser to wait quietly for death. Yet, why did it appear as if Chu Feng was gathering power? What could he possibly conjure against such a terrifying arrow? Even if he were to gather strength for an entire year, he could not hope to withstand it. As the crowd observed Chu Feng standing motionless, they began to chatter amongst themselves. In that moment, Chu Feng was channeling his sword energy. Having ascended to the Dilling realm, he had gained the ability to finally manipulate his sword energy as he saw the arrow closing in. Chu Feng swung his sword with ferocity, one sword to split the heavens. Instantly, an incredibly sharp sword aura erupted from Chu Feng's blade. The sword energy seemed intent on cleaving the very heavens, instantly shattering Chao Jian's spiritual arrow and continuing its relentless advance towards the airborne Chao Jian. How is this possible? Chao Jian's face was stricken with terror as he attempted to evade, only to find himself immobilized by an overwhelming sword energy, utterly unable to move. Whoosh! The sword energy sliced through Chao Jian, cleaving him in twain from head to toe. The scene fell into a profound silence. A first-level Dilling realm individual annihilating a second-level Wong realm master in a single stroke. How could this be? No, this cannot be real. The onlookers, dumbfounded, were filled with disbelief. Chu Feng was merely at the first level of the Dilling realm, while Chao Jian was at the second level of the Wong realm. The disparity between them was akin to a firefly against the moon. Moreover, Chao Jian had unleashed a fearsome arrow with all his might. Yet he was slain by Chu Feng's counterattack, leaving them utterly incredulous. Lord Chao Jian, numerous Chao family members, witnessing his lifeless body plummeting from the sky, immediately rushed forward, crying out in disbelief. They could not accept that Chao Jian had fallen so easily. After all, Chao Jian had claimed the title of first in the Eastern Wilderness Tournament, Recognized as the mightiest individual on the eastern wilderness continent, they refused to believe he could be slain by Chu Feng, a mere first-level Diling realm practitioner. Ah, Lord Chao Jian is truly dead. Moments later, as the Chao family members reached his corpse, they erupted into wails of despair. Who could have anticipated this? Chao Jian had actually succumbed. It was simply unfathomable. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Chu Feng could slay Chao Jian with a single sword strike. Chu Feng was truly extraordinary. From this day forth, he would be regarded as the strongest individual on the eastern wilderness continent. Not only was Chu Feng powerful, but he was also a fifth-grade alchemist. How could such a prodigious talent exist in this world? The distant onlookers, upon hearing the Chao family members declare that Chao Jian was indeed dead, exchanged astonished glances and began to discuss fervently. Chu Feng actually killed Chao Jian. I thought I would be collecting his remains. Lin Tai, standing some distance away, widened his eyes, staring at Chu Feng in utter disbelief. Master, can you now speak the truth? Is he truly my Shirshu? Qin, she has always felt that Chu Feng is her previous Shirshu. Chun Feng. In the past, it was so, but now and in the future, it is no longer the case. I was merely engaged in a transaction with him, and once it was completed, he ceased to be a member of our Ling Xian sect. Lin Tai murmured that a transaction? Qin Shi's face was filled with regret. Assure, do not harbor such delusions. Our Ling Xian sect is not blessed to possess such an extraordinary prodigy. Lin Tai sighed at that moment. Chu Feng coldly observed the Chao family members surrounding the corpse of Chao Jian and suddenly unleashed two sword energies, instantly slaying all the Chao family members present, since he had already made the Chao family his mortal enemy. Chu Feng had no intention of sparing them. He was determined to annihilate the Chao family completely. After eliminating the Chao family members on the scene, Chu Feng soared towards the ancestral grounds of the Chao family. The Chao family was doomed this time. Unexpectedly, the feud between the Chao family and Chu Feng would ultimately culminate in Chu Feng's victory. In the future, the Chu family, to which Chu Feng belonged, would emerge as the mightiest clan in the eastern wilderness continent. Not far from the eastern wilderness divine temple, Sheng Lier had not departed. She had instructed Lin Shuang to keep a vigilant eye on the situation outside the temple. Now Lin Shuang hurriedly returned to report. Miss, Chu Feng killed Chao Jian with a single sword strike. Lin Shuang's face still bore the astonishment from earlier. What? That is impossible. Sheng Lier's other guard, Lin Yu, expressed disbelief upon hearing this. A single sword strike, Sheng Lier gasped, her mouth slightly agape, her expression one of shock. Chao Jian was not an ordinary king-level figure. His strength was comparable to that of many peak king-level experts. Sheng Lier was aware of Chu Feng's capability to kill Chao Jian, but she never anticipated that he could do so in a single strike. Indeed, Miss, Chu Feng is terrifying. We certainly would not be able to withstand the sword strike he used to slay Chao Jian. We must hasten our return to Zhongzhou. Lin Shuang spoke with trepidation. Miss, with Chu Feng being so perilous, we must leave immediately. Lin Yu advised as well that if Chu Feng were to target Sheng Lier, they would be utterly incapable of protecting her. They could only ensure her safety by swiftly departing for Zhongzhou. Do not worry. My relationship with Chu Feng is quite amicable, he would not harm me. You need not fear. Sheng Lier, understanding the concerns of Lin Shuang and Lin Yu, recounted how Chu Feng had previously rescued her in the secret realm, thus alleviating their worries. That is a relief. Lin Shuang and Lin Yu sighed in unison, visibly relieved. Upon arriving at the Chao family, Chu Feng unleashed a brutal slaughter. To eradicate the roots of the weeds is essential. One cannot let them sprout anew. Chu Feng showed no mercy, eliminating every last member of the Chao family. The few remaining celestial-level experts of the Chao family happened to be present and were swiftly eradicated by Chu Feng. After the massacre, Chu Feng began to indiscriminately plunder the Chao family's resources and valuables. The Chao family was the most powerful clan in the Tianluo continent, rich in resources, and Chu Feng gathered all that was useful into the Chaos Star Pearl. After the plunder, Chu Feng prepared to depart, intending to return to the Chu family in the Songfeng Empire before heading to Zhongzhou. With the destruction of the Chao family, it was time for the Chu family to re-emerge. Chu Feng's return was to bolster the Chu family, enabling its revival while also bidding farewell to its members. Soon, Chu Feng would venture to Zhongzhou, uncertain when he might return or even if he would ever come back. If all went smoothly, Chu Feng might depart directly from Zhongzhou to the Wasteland Realm, then ascend to the Upper Realm. Thus, even if he could return, it would be countless years later. Therefore, Chu Feng wished to return and say his farewells to the Chu family. To convey certain matters, moments later, just as Chu Feng stepped out of the Chao family's gates, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared, blocking his path. "Young Master Chu, my lady requests your presence for a conversation." The middle-aged woman was Lin Shuang, a guard of Sheng Lier, at the 8th level of the King Realm. Recognizing Lin Shuang, Chu Feng nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, lead the way." Shortly thereafter, Lin Shuang guided Chu Feng to his serene courtyard. In the pavilion of the courtyard, Chu Feng encountered Sheng Lier. She was leisurely sipping tea when she spotted Chu Feng's arrival and immediately gestured for him to sit. Chu Feng casually took a seat, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it in one go. "What? Have you missed me after such a long time?" Chu Feng teased with a playful grin. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Sheng Lier shot him a glare. Lin Shuang and Lin Yu, who stood nearby, exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of the situation between the two. Having followed Sheng Lier for over 100 years, they had never witnessed a man daring to speak to her in such a manner. Moreover, Sheng Lier did not seem angered. Otherwise, she would have ordered them to expel Chu Feng long ago. "Then what have you summoned me for?" Chu Feng asked with a faint smile. "That I am preparing to return to Zhongzhou. Here is the admission token for Tai Academy. With this token, you will become a student of Tai Academy. Remember to enroll 3 months from now," Sheng Lier said, handing Chu Feng an exquisite jade token, on which the words Tai Academy were intricately carved using a special technique. "Become a student of Tai Academy." Chu Feng frowned slightly, displaying reluctance. "Humph. To be accepted into Tai Academy is a blessing that many covet." "What? Do you disdain it?" Sheng Lier huffed. "That I have no interest in becoming a student of Tai Academy." Chu Feng pushed the admission token back.